Dad, I finally found you. Su Yin never imagined he would have the day of becoming an unexpected father. As he gazed at the petite figure of the little girl outside, his expression turned to one of astonishment. The child, adorned with a pink backpack, sported two playful bun-like hairstyles, dressed in a charming princess gown, and wore white shoes fit for children. Her large eyes and cherubic cheeks, still retaining traces of baby fat, conveyed a delightful playfulness. "Little girl, did you get separated from your parents?" Su Yin squatted down before her. "Shall I take you home?" How irresponsible can today's parents be? What would happen if such a beautiful little girl were to wander off and be taken by a stranger? The girl, with a bright and innocent voice, replied, "Daddy, what are you saying? Tong Tong doesn't understand. Having found her father, why would he still take her to look for him?" Su Yin felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. At 18, a recent high school graduate, he was still in his senior year. Yet this girl appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Upon closer inspection, he realized she bore a striking resemblance to him. "Do you miss Daddy?" With patience, Su Yin squatted down again. "Shall I help you find your father?" For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, upon seeing the child, an inexplicable feeling of familiarity washed over him, accompanied by an irresistible urge to hold her close. Surely, it must be a mere illusion? Perhaps beautiful young children naturally evoke affection? "You are my daddy. You are Tong Tong's daddy." When the little girl found her words unconvincing, her lips formed a pout of distress as she reached out to leap into his arms. In the past, when her father returned home each day, he relished lifting her high into the air. At times, he would shower her soft cheeks with affectionate kisses. Her favorite pastime was to nestle in her father's embrace. What could be wrong with him today? Su Yin instinctively recoiled, allowing her to fall short of his embrace. The girl, already prone to tears, perhaps due to being coddled throughout her life, had never faced any real hardship, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Her long eyelashes fluttered, tiny fists clenched tightly, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Ugh, Daddy, do you not want Tong Tong anymore?" The girl's pitiful demeanor startled Su Yin. "Don't cry, little one, you." Who could explain why a high school boy of 18 would have a little girl calling him daddy? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the girl's sobs intensified. With red-rimmed eyes, she resembled a frightened rabbit. Each sob seemed like a dull hammer striking at his heart. "Daddy always called me his precious Tong Tong." "Woo." She rubbed her tears vigorously, crying with hiccups. "I want to find Mommy. Mommy said you should kneel on the floor." Su Yin took a deep breath. "Tong Tong, I really am not your father. I have a photo." As she cried, the girl retrieved her backpack and pulled it close. Rummaging through it, a white rabbit charm dangled from one side of the backpack, swaying gently. Soon, she produced a small photograph from a compartment in the bag. The photo appeared worn, suggesting it had resided in her backpack for quite some time. Su Yin took the photograph with a sense of helplessness. It was a small family portrait featuring 3 people. At the center stood the little girl, named Tong Tong, yet looking even more innocent than now. Her smile was so radiant that her eyes nearly closed. Beside her stood a stunning woman, dressed in matching white attire that mirrored the child's. Her long black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her figure slender and tall. Her bright almond-shaped eyes glimmered, and with her lips slightly pursed, her cool complexion was imbued with a touch of vivacity and charm. Even without makeup, her mature beauty radiated a captivating allure. Every aspect of her appearance, looks, posture, and aura was striking. It was clear that she must be an exceedingly happy woman. Su Yan's gaze lingered on the woman's face for a moment, feeling a flicker of familiarity, yet could not place where he had seen her. In his memory, he had never encountered such a beautiful, mature woman. But more importantly, there was the man standing beside her, dressed in ordinary t-shirt and pants. He had a clean complexion and bright eyes that exuded maturity and composure. As a family, they appeared to be the work of a divine artist. All of them were extraordinarily attractive. Su Yin stood frozen, as if trapped in a dream. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with less youthful exuberance. What a ridiculous joke. Is this some sort of prank? Daddy can't pretend not to recognize Tong Tong now. This photo is. It was taken when Tong Tong was 5. At last, Su Yin had to scrutinize the little girl's features anew. Even if this scenario seemed far-fetched, he had to concede. The girl did indeed resemble him, yet her face undeniably bore the mark of another woman. Even the classic dimples that appeared when the Su family smiled had been perfectly inherited by her. She could easily be deemed a darling of the internet. You. Su Yin inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. What is your name? Su Miaodong. With tear-streaked cheeks, the little girl stood on tiptoe and chirped, meow, for Miaodong, tong for tong tong. And what are your parents' names? My daddy is Su Yin, and my mommy is Wen Ning. It seemed that her parents truly indulged her. When she spoke their names, a sense of fulfillment and pride was evident. Wen Ning. Su Yan's expression shifted to one of shock as he looked again at the photograph in his hand. The beautiful woman in the photo wore a warm smile, and her features began to align more closely with the image he had in his mind. It was becoming increasingly familiar. In no wonder, he felt a sense of recognition upon first seeing her. Wen Ning, the name that had been repeatedly mentioned by his male classmates throughout their 3 years of high school. Always sporting a ponytail and dressed in simple, tidy uniforms, she had a cool demeanor that rendered her a kind of pure school beauty. But the issue was, he didn't even know her. Wen Ning was a student in the advanced class, a candidate for prestigious universities, while Su Yin was in the ordinary class, neither here nor there. With graduation looming, he had never exchanged a word with this one school beauty. He had only heard her name. Su Yin was in utter disbelief. Are you saying that my future wife is Wen Ning and that we have a daughter? Wait, even if this incredulous story were true, why would Su Miaodong be here? The little girl appeared perplexed, furrowing her delicate brows, her expression one of confusion. Daddy seems so strange today, and he looks a bit different from the daddy in Tong Tong's memory. It was as if Daddy had become more handsome. Unable to fathom it, she shook her head vigorously. Daddy, take me to find Mommy. Su Miaodong's sweet voice was soft and endearing, reminiscent of cotton candy that one would hesitate to swallow. Her delicate, fair hand tugged at Su Yan's sleeve, swaying it gently. I haven't seen Mommy for several days. I miss her so much. Chapter 2. Tongong wants Mama. My beloved daughter, 8 years old? Is this still Earth? Is it a prank, or has she truly traversed time? Despite a lingering sense of anticipation, Su Yin found it hard to believe. The innate bond he felt upon seeing Su Miaodong was unmistakable. He had never experienced such a visceral connection, even with his own mother. Tong Tong. How did she end up here? He was at a loss. Su Miaodong nervously fiddled with the rabbit charm on her backpack. I woke up from my nap and found myself here. If this was indeed a time travel scenario, Su Yin had no expectations that a little girl could provide a coherent explanation. Naturally, he preferred to believe this was merely an elaborate misunderstanding. Perhaps, optimistically, she was the illegitimate daughter of his father? The simplest solution would be to undergo a paternity test. However, the cost was exorbitant, and as a high school student, it was a financial burden he was reluctant to bear. At that moment, Su Miaodong's stomach let out a loud growl. She instinctively patted her flat little tummy. Daddy, I'm so hungry. The little one's tone turned pitiful once more. Su Yin found it difficult to resist her charming antics. Often, he felt an urge to gather this little girl in his arms and ruffle her hair. Yet, he was not a perverted lowly enthusiast. It felt more like a pure connection of blood. Tong Tong. Is that right? Su Yin slightly moved aside. You come in first. The two parents of the Su family were typically busy with work, so he did not live with his family but rented a place nearby during high school. This arrangement spared him from some inconveniences. Okay. Su Miaodong's expression brightened at her father's change in attitude, although her eyes were still red from crying. Her smile transformed her features, radiating an inexplicable healing aura. Indeed, Daddy still favored Tong Tong the most. Su Yin reached for the backpack she clutched and closed the door. Su Miaodong removed her shoes, her little feet clad in white socks, stepping onto the smooth floor. Perhaps it was her first time in a new environment. She bounced around, curiously exploring like a little tail attached to Su Yin. Her bright eyes sparkled with wonder. Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy anymore? Su Miaodong innocently asked. You used to sleep together every night, didn't you? In her understanding, parents were meant to be together forever. So why did Daddy live alone? Did they have a fight? Su Yin found himself unable to answer that question. He opened the refrigerator, deciding to prepare a simple bowl of egg noodles for the child. As a solitary high school student, he naturally did not have extravagant culinary expectations. Watching Su Miaodong swing her legs at the table, clutching a bowl larger than her face, he felt as though he were in a dream. She must have been truly hungry, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. It was as if he had actually adopted a daughter. Seizing the moment, Su Yin checked online for the cost of paternity testing. It was indeed beyond his financial means. Daddy, I can't eat anymore. After finishing half her meal, Su Miaodong patted her bulging tummy. She neatly arranged her chopsticks, sitting obediently in her chair, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Yin. Su Yin felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and reached for a tissue. Wipe your mouth. Su Miaodong tilted her porcelain-white face, sweetly requesting, Daddy, help me wipe. Su Yin found it difficult to refuse this clingy little sprite and gently wiped her full lips. Hiki. Su Miaodong's eyes curved into crescent moons. Daddy is the best to Tong Tong. She jumped off her chair and tugged at Su Yin's pants, climbing up. Daddy, hug me. Truth be told, Su Yin was curious about the child's upbringing. Did an 8 or 9-year-old girl still cling to her parents this way? Like a piece of chewing gum. He recalled his own childhood, where he was often reprimanded. Tong Tong, I still need to confirm a few things. No. Daddy, hug me. Su Miaodong pouted, raising her arms high, her lips quickly drooping down as if she were about to cry. She was quite the crybaby. Su Yin hurriedly lifted her onto his lap. Su Miaodong wrapped her arms around his neck and quickly pecked his cheek. Daddy, kiss. This little girl was someone Su Yin had just met today. In a sense, she was akin to a stranger. Yet, despite the overly intimate gesture, he felt no repulsion, rather an innate sense of fulfillment, as though they had shared such moments countless times before. Daddy, please take me to find Mommy. Wen Ning. To be honest, this situation put Su Yin in a quandary. If it were an ordinary girl, it would be easier. But why did it have to be the renowned schoolflower? Wen Ning was universally acknowledged as the epitome of purity, with a demeanor that was both proud and aloof. He had no way to contact her. Even if he did, how could he begin the conversation? She is your daughter. You are my future wife? He would surely be deemed insane. Daddy? Su Miaodong tilted her head, a tuft of hair standing upright. Did you really have a fight with Mommy? Su Yin cautiously inquired. Did Daddy and Mommy often argue? If everything was true. He found himself concerned about his future life. No, Daddy and Mommy have a great relationship. Su Miaodong poked her rosy lips. They quarrel occasionally. But Daddy quickly kneels an apology, and Mommy calms down. Su Yin. So, their marriage was still blissful. Perhaps just a bit submissive, afraid of his wife? But if Su Miaodong truly had traveled from the past, the situation would become quite troublesome. Finding her mother was indeed urgent. After all, as a young girl, there were many aspects of life that Su Yin would struggle to manage. Bathing, sleeping, and so forth. Even if he were her biological father, it would be inappropriate for him to handle such matters. Su Yin asked, Tong Tong, could you lend me your family photo for a bit? Okay, but you must return it to Tong Tong afterward. The little girl naturally would not decline her father's request. She hugged her backpack, nodding vigorously. This is my favorite photo. Su Yin was not one to hesitate. He resolved to seek out the rumored pure school flower, Wen Ning. After all, the first time he laid eyes on this little girl and that family photograph, he felt as though his heart had been struck. He wondered how Wen Ning would react upon seeing the photo. Chapter 3. The mother of the child. Mom, I need some money. Su Yin spoke on the phone while putting on his shoes, embodying the role of a dutiful son. His family was well off, yet not exceedingly wealthy. Although his living expenses were considerable, after deducting rent and food, the remaining funds were insufficient to cover the costs of a paternity test. Didn't I just send you 2,000? Lin Hui's tone was laced with impatience. Are you a gold-swallowing beast? Nevertheless, she was aware that her son was not one to spend frivolously. However, as a mother, it was only natural to inquire. Su Miaodong obediently stood behind him, her large eyes blinking curiously. Daddy, is that Grandma? She asked with a sweet smile. I miss Grandma so much. Lin Hui's demeanor shifted to one of caution. What is that noise? I hear a child's voice. There is something I'm unsure how to tell you. Su Yin paused briefly. It seems you are about to become a grandmother. Although there was no substantial evidence beyond a photograph, Su Yin had an unsettling feeling that this matter aligned with his suspicions. In fact, from the moment he first laid eyes on Su Miaodong, he felt an intense premonition that this little girl was closely connected to him, a bond between father and daughter. That was the only way he could interpret it. On the other end of the line, silence lingered for a while, followed by the sound of shattering glass. What did you say? Lin Hui's voice trembled with panic. Repeat that. Whose child is it? How many months? She feared that the ancestral graves of the Su family might soon be disturbed. 8 years old. Once more, silence enveloped the conversation. After a lengthy pause, Lin Hui's voice emerged, icy and incredulous. Do you think I'm a fool? I don't know, Su Yin replied earnestly. Just send the money. Once you do, things will change. Get lost, Lin Hui retorted in exasperation, promptly hanging up the call. 8 years? Why not say 18? Nevertheless, it was evident that Lin Hui still cherished her son, as she swiftly transferred 1,000 yuan to him. Next time you need money, come up with a reason that doesn't make your mother feel like a fool. Tong Tong, may I have a strand of your hair? Su Yin had to leave her at home alone for afternoon classes. He glanced at the adorable little girl but still felt a twinge of anxiety. If you feel bored, watch some television. I'll be back tonight. Su Miaodong pouted slightly. Where is Daddy going? To school. Can I go with you? Not this time. I'll bring you some treats later. With matters still uncertain, Su Yin was reluctant to take her to school, feeling a bit aggrieved. Su Miaodong tugged at her fingers, but eventually nodded softly. Tong Tong will be good. Su Yin took the photograph and stepped out of the house. Turning back, he saw Su Miaodong standing on tiptoe by the window, peering out with her big eyes fixed on him. Although it was their first meeting, the little girl's affection for him felt entirely genuine. Often, Su Yin found himself overwhelmed by it. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but worry. If what Su Miaodong said was true, this little girl, who had suddenly entered his life, seemed to bring more complications than he had anticipated. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Su Yin arrived at the classroom. The teacher had not yet arrived. So he took the opportunity to find a piece of paper and contemplated what to write. What should I write? Wen Ning, you are my future wife. We have a daughter. It sounds like a confession. As the elite high school, the disciplinary committee took early relationships very seriously. If Wen Ning mentioned this to the teachers of the advanced class, it would be social suicide. After much deliberation, Su Yin crumpled the paper in frustration and decided to write nothing at all. Seizing a moment when the hallway was relatively empty, he left the classroom and headed to the advanced class upstairs. The classroom was bustling with students, some resting their heads on their desks, while others were deeply engrossed in their studies. With less than 4 months until the college entrance examination, it was the crucial final stretch. Classmate. Su Yin called out to a boy sitting by the window in the back row. Is Wen Ning here? The boy looked around and shook his head. Not here. Su Yin paused for a moment, then asked, Where does she sit? I have something to give her. The boy regarded him with a slightly perplexed expression. Wen Ning was the school belle, the dream girl of countless boys. With her youthful ponytail and crisp blue and white uniform, she embodied the essence of beauty. She sits in the 4th row at the back. Thank you. Su Yin ignored the boy's odd look and entered the classroom. Wen Ning's desk was immaculately organized, her books neatly stacked, and a test paper spread out with elegant handwriting and bright notes. Beside it was a sky blue water bottle. It was clear that she was a diligent student. However, considering her consistently high grades, she was more than just a pretty face, she was a true academic achiever. Su Yin discreetly placed the photograph beneath the pen holder and tore off a piece of scrap paper to write down his name and class. He paid no mind to the bewildered gazes of the other students. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, I am invincible. This marked the first intersection between Su Yin and Wen Ning throughout their 3 years of high school. If it weren't for Su Miaodong's sudden appearance, Su Yin felt that even upon graduation, he and Wen Ning would remain strangers. It seemed unlikely they would attend the same university either. It was hard to fathom. How could Wen Ning possibly be my future wife? After completing these tasks, he quickly exited the classroom. During lunch break, it was the time for the prowling teachers of the disciplinary committee, presenting a risk of being caught. The afternoon classes proceeded as usual and soon reached 5:30. Hey, Ian, want to shoot some hoops? Chen Hao approached with a basketball, his youthful energy seeking release. No, Su Yin replied without looking up, organizing his incorrect answers. Don't waste your time. Focus on getting into a good university. Give it a rest. It's over. Chen Hao rolled his eyes and tossed the basketball to him. Both of their grades were comparable, having fluctuated around the college threshold for the past 2.5 years, placing them among the average students. Can we still make it in the last 4 months? Good universities? That's a bit of a niche term. Su Yin caught the ball. I've decided to bring my talent to a prestigious university. However, he was actually waiting for someone, feeling a bit uncertain. After all, he had no idea how Wen Ning would react upon seeing that photograph. Just then, Chen Hao suddenly fell silent, taking a step back. His gaze fixed intently on the classroom doorway. Oh, Su Yin is here. A girl cleaning up pointed towards the back of the classroom. The one sitting in the innermost seat is. Ian, someone else looking for you. Su Yin was well liked among his peers, with a friendly disposition that allowed him to converse easily with both boys and girls. He lifted his head to see a girl standing at the classroom entrance, clad in a blue and white uniform. Her simple high ponytail framed her pure, striking face, and her long, slender legs added to her graceful appearance. Yet, in contrast, her eyes held a captivating allure. With slightly upturned corners and a hint of blush, they resembled those of a fox, exuding both innocence and an enchanting beauty. Chunhao's gaze instantly fell upon his good friend, filled with disbelief. Not my buddy. How could he be in such a state after just a few dishes today? It must be said that the moment Su Yin laid eyes on the real Wen Ning, he was struck by an undeniable truth. If the photograph was authentic, then she was indeed the woman captured within it. In her youth, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Miaodong. Those pair of eyes were strikingly similar, two sets of fox-like eyes, one large and one small. It appeared to be the first time when Ning ventured into another class to seek out a boy. She seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the classmate scrutiny, wearing a somewhat stiff expression. Su Yin, step outside for a moment. Her voice was clear yet cold, laced with an undercurrent of anger. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 4, Mother. I have found you. Su Yin, I believe we have not been introduced, have we? At the corner of the hallway, when Ning turned her head, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Is this prank really amusing? It was only upon closer inspection of this campus beauty that Su Yin was once again struck by her exquisite appearance. With a bare face and no adornments, merely clad in a pair of white canvas shoes, her beauty was undeniable. It was no wonder that whispers circulated among peers, calling her a natural beauty. A paragon of innocence. Su Yin retorted. So, you consider this a prank, do you? Otherwise, what could it be? When Ning furrowed her brows deeply. You have gone too far. Her beauty was complemented by a rather proud demeanor. It was not as if no one had ever slipped her love letters before. Yet, it was the first time someone had presented her with a family portrait. Upon returning to class after the lunch break, Wen Ning immediately spotted the photograph beneath her textbooks. In an instant, her gaze was captured by the woman in the picture. Though the woman appeared more mature and wore a gentle smile she herself had never possessed, an uncontrollable thought surged within Wen Ning's mind. This is me. It was a truly marvelous sensation. Then, against her will, she began to scrutinize the young girl in the photograph, alongside the man standing nearby. The man was unfamiliar to Wen Ning, yet he exuded a comforting aura. But why did she feel an inexplicable closeness to the beautiful, doll-like girl? Was it a digitally altered image? Though Wen Ning instinctively deemed this a malicious prank, her thoughts remained fixated on the photograph throughout the afternoon. She drifted through 4 classes in a daze, even being called upon by the teacher twice for her lack of attention. Su Yin, this is harassment. Please explain yourself. Wen Ning's voice turned serious. Her lips pressed into a straight line as she regarded him with evident displeasure. How did you acquire this photo? Clutching the family portrait, she awaited an explanation. Well, Wen Ning's reaction was anticipated, Su Yin mused. After all, he had the same response upon first seeing the photograph. Though you might find this hard to believe. Su Yin pointed to the girl in the picture, but she calls me daddy. Wen Ning pondered this, struggling to comprehend. You're in high school and have a daughter of that age? Adopted? No, she claims to be my biological child. She also said her mother is named Wen Ning. Wen Ning's beautiful eyes widened slightly. The innocent campus beauty instinctively parted her lips, her expression one of confusion, radiating a naive charm. At this moment, Wen Ning had no choice but to consider another possibility. Are you overwhelmed by the pressure of your final year? How long has this been going on? Surely, anyone possessing a sound mind would not utter such nonsense. Yet, you seem rather polite, Su Yin replied, somewhat helpless. But I assure you, my mental state is perfectly fine. Wen Ning was taken aback. Moreover, it was astonishing that she felt Su Yin was not lying. Perhaps it was the clarity in his gaze or the 3 individuals in the photograph that held her attention so fiercely. Upon closer examination, the man in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Yin, albeit with a youthful charm that retained a hint of boyishness. No, this can't be. Wen Ning snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. Are you joking? This sounds utterly preposterous. I initially doubted it too. But this photograph was given to me by Tong Tong, Su Yin replied patiently. Once you meet the child, perhaps your perspective will shift. The bond of blood cannot be fabricated. I don't believe it. As Wen Ning gradually regained her composure, her tone hardened once more. A photograph cannot prove anything. Even if it is genuine, the girl may simply bear a slight resemblance to me. Can you wait for me at school for a moment? Su Yin felt a hint of frustration. Just a moment, regardless of whether you believe it or not. You must meet her. Wen Ning remained in a state of disarray. Su Yin could not help but observe her closely. Normally, one would expect anger as the first response to such a revelation, yet Wen Ning maintained an unusual calmness. The fact that she came to seek him out today was proof that, upon seeing the photo, she had begun to care about something. Without further ado, Su Yin slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed from school. Wen Ning stood frozen in place, her expression bewildered, her hand instinctively resting on the railing, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. That boy did not seem like an odd character. Gaining admission to the 4th high school indicated he had received a commendable education, one that did not lend itself to weaving outlandish lies. Yet, Su Yan's words. On April Fool's Day, this could be considered a rather poor joke, couldn't it? Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Yin returned, holding the hand of a delicate little girl with lustrous black hair cascading like silk, resembling a porcelain doll in her beauty. Such a sight was bound to attract attention within the school. Upon her first glimpse of Su Miaodong, Wen Ning felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She instinctively took a couple of steps back, yet her gaze could not bear to stray from the little girl. Why did she feel an overwhelming urge to embrace her and shower her with affection? Mother! Su Miaodong's eyes sparkled with excitement. She opened her arms and rushed towards Wen Ning. Mommy has hugged Tong Tong in days. As her daughter, she felt closer to her father. After all, he never scolded her, while her mother was often gentle but could be stern when necessary. Still, Tong Tong adored her mother just as much. Both Daddy and Mommy are my favorites. I am not your mother. Wen Ning attempted to evade, but the little girl clung to her long, slender legs. The porcelain-like, rosy-cheeked face tilted upwards, beaming, Mommy, why do you look so beautiful today? Wen Ning was frozen in place, her mind racing. She instinctively wanted to push the little girl away, but found herself reluctant to do so. Su Miaodong continued innocently, Mommy, give me a kiss. Wen Ning was at a loss, casting a pleading glance towards Su Yin, only to find him standing at a distance, observing the enchanting scene. Su Yin squinted, taking in the sight of the two beauties, one adorned in simple attire, while the other resembled a little princess. Together, they formed a picturesque tableau of ethereal purity. It was undeniable that Su Miaodong bore a striking resemblance to Wen Ning, appearing as the perfect amalgamation of both Su Yin and Wen Ning, inheriting their finest traits. Little one. Wen Ning crouched down to meet her bright gaze. I am not your mother. You are my mommy. Su Miaodong did not comprehend why both her father and mother suddenly denied her existence. Having never experienced such injustice, she transformed into a weeping child. Tears cascading down her flushed cheeks, evoking a heart-wrenching response. Panic surged within Wen Ning, her heart feeling as though it would constrict. She appeared somewhat flustered, awkwardly attempting to wipe the little girl's face with her hands. Don't cry, don't cry. At that moment, she finally comprehended the meaning behind Su Yan's words about experiencing a different sensation upon meeting the young girl. Why did I feel such joy and fulfillment when she called me mom? Chapter 5. The affectionate couple of the future. Half an hour later, Su Yin and Wen Ning found themselves seated in a cake shop. Su Yin ordered 2 glasses of lemon water and a mango milfud for the little girl. Tong Tong beamed with delight, perched beside Su Yin, her short legs swinging energetically. Even the little tuft of hair on her head seemed to dance, reminiscent of a tiny antenna. Observing this, Wen Ning felt an overwhelming urge to smooth it down. How adorable the child was. A young female server approached, placing the cake in front of them. Her curiosity evident. Are you siblings? She looks just like you. Wen Ning was momentarily speechless. Su Yin chuckled and nodded. Yes. As Su Miaodong savored the sweet cake, she hummed an unknown nursery rhyme, her melodious voice soft and endearing. A smudge of cream adorned her face, enhancing her cuteness. Honestly, both Wen Ning and Su Yin found it difficult to resist the charm of this delightful child. Su Yin turned his gaze toward Wen Ning. May I call you Wen Ning directly? Wen Ning clutched her glass of lemon water, striving to maintain her composure. Yes, that's fine. Truthfully, she still struggled to accept this reality. The concept of traversing through time was simply too extraordinary, too implausible for anyone to believe. Yet, the fluttering sensation in her heart when Tong Tong embraced her was undeniable. I think we should resolve this matter swiftly. Su Yin cleared his throat after sipping his lemon water. My suggestion is to conduct a paternity test with Tong Tong. It's the simplest and quickest way to ascertain whether this is merely a farce or something truly beyond ordinary comprehension. All right. Wen Ning had no objections, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tong Tong. Watching the little girl delightfully munching on her cake, reminiscent of a satisfied hamster, Wen Ning felt her heart heal. So adorable. Wen Ning hesitated, what if the results are true? What then? Today marked the first day she met Su Yin. Just yesterday, she could hardly fathom discussing a paternity test with a boy in a cake shop booth. Fortunately, Su Yin did not seem peculiar. In fact, he appeared quite approachable. Thus, Wen Ning's tension gradually eased, allowing her to contemplate how to tackle the situation. Perhaps it was merely a mix-up, she reassured herself internally. However, her intuition whispered that the chances of coincidence were slim. I don't know, Suyin answered candidly. The two high school students lacked the means to raise a child, especially now, as they were both in the crucial phase of preparing for their college entrance examinations. They exchanged glances, and their eyes fell simultaneously on Tong Dong. Wen Ning noticed the cream smeared on Su Miaodong's face and instinctively pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. The little girl tilted her face up, relishing her mother's attention. It was only after completing this act that Wen Ning realized, I just acted like a loving mother. Mommy, the little girl innocently asked. Are you not going to be mad at Daddy anymore? Can we go home together? What? Wen Ning looked at Su Yin, bewildered. She thought that if he wasn't going home, it must be due to a quarrel with her. Su Yin sighed, explaining, I wasn't sure how to articulate it. So I just let it be. All right. Wen Ning accepted his reasoning. She pondered for a moment, tightening her grip on the glass of lemon water. As for the cost of the test, Su Yin placed his phone on the table. It will be around 2,000 in total. I think we should split the cost. After all, this is not solely my issue. The pursuit of truth is not just my burden to bear. I'm sorry, but I might have a bit of difficulty covering that. When Ning hesitated, her voice dwindling, my usual allowance isn't much. 1,000 yuan was not an insignificant amount. Then let me front the cost for now. Su Yin contemplated, you can pay me back when you have the means. Lin Hui had just given him 1,000, combined with his remaining 2,000 in living expenses, he would manage. There was no need for awkwardness. If Tonggong truly was his daughter, then Lin Hui would also be a grandmother, which posed no issue when it came to spending on a granddaughter. Thank you. Wen Ning's voice was tinged with embarrassment. I will repay you as soon as possible. However, her demeanor was rather cool, unable to express herself in a more delicate or soft manner. The weight of parenthood felt overwhelmingly heavy, leaving both of them somewhat pressured. Mommy talks strangely, Su Miaodong remarked. Tilting her head, Mom manages all the money at home. Why does she suddenly need to give Daddy money? It was then that both Wen Ning and Su Yin realized an issue they had overlooked, or perhaps deliberately avoided mentioning. The possibility that they might become a couple in the future. Su Yin found his words lodged in his throat. Wen Ning turned her head, uncertain of how to respond to the little girl, a faint blush creeping to her ears. The sense of reality felt tenuous. She and Su Yin had no prior connection in high school. How could they possibly end up married? Su Yin gazed at the pure and innocent Wen Ning opposite him, resembling a delicate flower, and found it hard to envision such a scenario. Tong Tong, do you know why Mommy and Daddy are together? Su Yin inquired. Was it through an arranged meeting or something? Su Miaodong appeared puzzled, her little brows furrowing as she replied, Tong Tong doesn't he understand. Sometimes, Mommy and Daddy argue about who liked whom first. That's not an arranged meeting. That's love evolving into the sanctity of marriage. Wen Ning thought, overwhelmed. And is that an argument? It seems more like a display of affection before a child. Wen Ning felt a chill run down her spine, struggling to conceive of a day when she would experience such warmth, akin to the women in photographs, smiling serenely and blissfully. I should head back now. She glanced at her watch, wishing to excuse herself. I can't be home too late. She needed time to process today's events. Su Yin, let me know the moment you receive the results. Wen Ning retrieved her phone. Let me add you on WeChat. We can communicate directly if anything arises. Perhaps she found it harder to accept the boy before her than she did Tong Tong. Sure, just give me a strand of hair. They exchanged WeChat IDs and saved each other's details. Afterward, when Ning prepared to leave, her gaze lingering once more on Su Miaodong's face. Mommy isn't coming home with us. Su Miaodong suddenly lost her appetite for the cake, her eyes brimming with tears. Does Mommy not like Tong Tong anymore? How could that be? Su Yin spoke gently. Mommy has very important matters to attend to. Tong Tong must be understanding. When Ning halted, then, without uttering a word, fled the scene. Standing at an impressive height of 168 centimeters, she was tall even among girls, her long, straight legs evoking endless imaginations. If the Wen Ning in the photographs resembled a fully blossomed begonia, mature and charming, then the Wen Ning before them was akin to a bud, pure and pristine. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yin sensed a hint of panic in her demeanor. Only Wen Ning knew that, as a girl, her feelings were far more intense than Su Yin could fathom. Even without the test results, the moment she laid eyes on Tong Tong, she knew, this must be my daughter. Yet, this realization brought forth an inevitable dilemma. Her future husband, unexpectedly, also attends the same high school. Such a situation is perplexing, to say the least. Chapter 6. Tong Tong is super adorable. The results of the expedited paternity test arrived swiftly. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yin received 2 report sheets via WeChat. The professional testing institution indicated a 99 probability of the biological relationship between Su Miaodong and the 2 individuals. This confirmed that Su Miaodong was indeed their daughter, without any room for doubt. When Su Yan's message reached Wen Ning, she was bent over her desk, engrossed in her homework. Having just taken a shower, her hair was still damp, cascading loosely around her shoulders, infused with the pleasant scent of shampoo. The lustrous locks of Tong Tong were a perfect inheritance from her mother. At this moment, Wen Ning finally came to terms with the reality of her daughter not having traveled from the future. Surprisingly, she felt little emotional upheaval. Perhaps the moment she laid eyes on Tong Tong, she had already accepted this truth. Su Yin sent another message. What should we do? You are Tong Tong's father. Why are you asking me? Are you going to be an irresponsible scoundrel? Stop talking nonsense. Wen Ning felt a headache creeping in as she stared at the blank pages of her exam paper. She had written nothing all evening. Her mind filled with thoughts of that adorably mischievous little girl and the clean, elegant Su Yin. What might they be doing now? With that thought, Wen Ning gave her cheeks a firm pat and stood up, leaving her room. In the living room, her father, Wen Qiming, was casually seated on the sofa watching television. Wen Ning hesitated at the doorway for a moment. Dad. Xiaoning, what's wrong? Wen Qiming glanced away from the screen, lowering the volume a bit. Is there something you need? Could you possibly give me a little more allowance? Wen Ning bit her lip. 1,000 yuan. Before Wen Qiming could respond, another woman's voice echoed from the kitchen. What do you need so much money for? The penetrating voice of her stepmother made Wen Ning's temples throb slightly. You come home for meals every day and don't live outside. 1,000 yuan. What do you plan to spend it on? New clothes? Or something else? Qiming, you mustn't give it to her. This is a crucial time in her high school life. She should focus on her studies. Wen Ning was at a loss for words. She remained silent, stubbornly standing her ground with her head bowed. What sounded like concern felt quite harsh instead. Xiaoning, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Just wait in your room for a bit, Wen Qiming said in a lowered voice. I'll get it for you shortly. Unwilling to linger in the living room, Wen Ning cast her eyes downward and retreated to her room. She stared blankly at her exam paper, unable to write a single word. About 10 minutes later, Wen Qiming knocked on her door, a stack of money in his hand. Dad. Wen Ning quickly stood up. I'm sorry, it's all right. If the money isn't enough, you must tell me, Wen Qiming smiled. Xiaoning is growing up. If you see a pretty dress or something, don't hesitate to buy it. Wen Ning didn't know what to say, and simply nodded silently as she reached out to take the money. How are your grades at school? I was 6th in the last exam. You've always been my pride, Wen Qiming beamed, just as he was about to express more concern. Dad. Mom. Her half-sister shouted from the next room. Where did you put the doll I bought with my friends yesterday? It should be in the cabinet. Wen Qiming hurried out. Search for it yourself. Dad, help me find it quickly. I want to sleep with it tonight. All right, I'll find it for you. Amidst the sounds of her half-sister's playful whining and her father's slightly exasperated yet indulgent tone, Wen Ning squeezed the stack of money in her hand, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. The words "thank you, Dad" lingered on her lips, unspoken. In her childhood, her father had spoken to her in just such a tone. Back then, Wen Ning was the little princess of the Wen family, showered with love, basking in the warmth of a happy home. However, everything changed after her mother passed away and her father remarried, bringing a half-sister into the household. They seemed to favor the younger girl, still in middle school. Though her father remained kind, he no longer devoted himself to her as he once did. As for her stepmother and half-sister, Wen Ning preferred not to dwell on such thoughts. The household finances were managed by her stepmother, and her half-sister's allowance was likely more than double her own. It was only natural for her stepmother to favor her biological child. Yet, there were moments of regret. Ever since her mother's departure, she could no longer indulge in the same carefree affection she once shared with her parents. Wen Ning carefully placed 1,000 yuan in her backpack and picked up her phone to reply to Su Yin. What are you all doing now? There was a long pause before Su Yin responded, likely caught up in something, not wanting to wait idly. Wen Ning grasped her pen and attempted to work through some problems. She consistently achieved excellent grades, often bringing home striking report cards or competition awards, which pleased both her father and stepmother, as they felt a sense of pride. Whenever her stepmother attended parent-teacher conferences, she wore a smile. However, once the initial excitement faded, nothing changed. The family continued to revolve around her half-sister. Around 10 o'clock, Su Yin finally sent a message. At the mall, She only has one outfit right now. This little girl loves rabbits and insisted on buying this. Accompanying the text was a photo. Wen Ning opened it to find Sue meowing in the center of the mall, clad in a white rabbit-themed pajama set. The pajamas featured a fluffy hood, complete with floppy rabbit ears that dangled when worn. The little girl beamed with joy, her long eyelashes framing her crescent-shaped eyes, resembling a playful sprite. Wen Ning held her phone, feeling the faint shadows in her heart dissipate significantly. It was adorable enough to serve as a phone wallpaper. Ding. Su Yin sent a brief voice message. Su meowing's sweet voice filled the air. Mommy, I'm a bunny now. Isn't it cute? Wen Ning listened to it again. Mommy. Thus, Tong Tong truly is my daughter from the future. Wen Ning had never been one to display her emotions openly. They were always concealed within her heart. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a rare softness glimmered in her eyes at that moment. She bit her thin red lips and lowered her head, typing a reply. Yes. Incredibly adorable. Chapter 7 Mom. Dad, Mom says I'm adorable. Indeed, Tong Tong is quite charming. Su Yin returned home with the little girl in tow. As he surveyed the numerous bags in his hands and glanced at the bank account balance of 499 yuan, he reflected on the truth. Tong Tong was indeed well-behaved and delightful, yet she bore a particular flaw. Her upbringing had been exceedingly privileged. She was a true little princess. Whenever she spotted something beautiful that caught her fancy, be it a dress or a doll, she would tug at her father's hand, pouting and charmingly insisting that he purchase it for her. It is often said that daughters tend to be closer to their fathers. The moment she sweetly pleaded with Su Yin, he felt an overwhelming urge to buy out the entire mall for her. Tong Tong, how large is the place where you usually live? Su Yin casually inquired as he hung his coat on the rack. Is it bigger than this? Tong Tong busied herself adjusting the two fluffy bunny ears on her head, which bobbed playfully with her movements. This place, she pondered, surveying her surroundings, is about the same size as our bathroom. Su Yin nodded, his thoughts confirmed. He envisioned a future brimming with success, as he would undoubtedly spoil his daughter, striving to pluck the stars and the moon for her. Yet, he lamented, at present, he was merely a struggling high school student. The notion of raising a daughter seemed daunting, especially when even a simple trip to the supermarket necessitated meticulous price comparisons. On the other hand, Wen Ning did not appear to be a particularly affluent second-generation heiress. The thought of the financial burden of raising a child weighed heavily on him. Although Lin Hui had never deprived her son materially, she often jested about him being a gold-swallowing beast. The expenses of daily living, education, and various extracurricular activities were considerable. In short, given his current circumstances as a high school student, he found himself unable to shoulder such responsibilities. Contemplating his bank balance, Su Yin felt a headache coming on. What about a system? He mused. Now that my daughter has crossed over, perhaps a doting father system or Adongtong hopes for her father to succeed system would manifest. He looked down to meet Toktong's bright, sparkling eyes. The little girl squeezed her bunny ears and tilted her head, offering him an adorably naive smile. Well, even without any special assistance, I must find a way to care for her. After all, she is my future daughter. Tong Tong proceeded to brush her teeth and wash her face before bedtime. Su Yin fetched a small stool, retrieved a children's toothbrush from the bag, and squeezed on some toothpaste. Standing atop the stool, Tong Tong wrinkled her tiny nose and leaned in to sniff. Strawberry flavor. Yes, I bought it just for you. Daddy is the best. Tong Tong gurgled as she brushed her teeth. Tonight, I want to sleep with Daddy. In her early years, she had shared a bed with her parents, nestled comfortably between them, able to snuggle with either at will. However, since starting elementary school, she had been given her own room, a spacious, beautifully pink sanctuary, complete with a soft bed that was perfect for bouncing. Yet, her mother had strictly forbidden her from sleeping with her parents any longer. Su Yin initially intended to decline her request, but upon seeing the eager anticipation in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Just don't steal the covers, he cautioned, barely realizing how naturally he had begun to refer to himself as Daddy. Yay, Tong Tong exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. Su Yin quickly wrung out a warm towel, and Tong Tong obediently leaned in, rolling her soft cheeks against the towel in delight. I want to sleep inside, she declared, jumping onto the bed, burying her head in the covers. It smells like Daddy. It was evident how excited she was at the prospect of sleeping beside her father. Su Yin seized a moment to wash his hair, standing at the door, towel in hand, watching as Tong Tong cuddled with her pillow, rolling around gleefully. Tong Tong, you are truly adorable, he mused. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. The voice on the other end was soft and familiar. Su Yin? Yes, it's me. Su Yan's concern for his daughter prompted him to remind her, Tong Tong, be careful and don't fall. On the other end, Wen Ning paused momentarily. Have you two returned home? Yes, Su Yan replied. I wasn't too sure how to buy clothes for a little girl, so I only picked out a set of pajamas. When you have a chance, could you take her shopping? He felt that such matters were best handled by a mother. Tong Tong seemed particularly enamored with anything featuring bunny motifs, becoming utterly transfixed whenever she saw such items. Su Yan wondered from whom she inherited that affinity. All right, let us find a time this weekend, Wen Ning replied. Her voice tinged with discomfort. I'm not in a convenient position right now, so I live alone. And it would be fine for Tong Tong to stay with me. Su Yan hesitated, but Tong Tong seemed very happy to see you. Wen Ning understood this well. In the brief time they had spent together, she had become completely enchanted by the adorable little bundle that was Tong Tong. Whenever she closed her eyes, Tong Tong's smile filled her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning said, Su Yan, let us arrange to meet tomorrow. Her voice was low, laced with an unmistakable awkwardness, as if she were a thief planning a heist. Su Yan could almost visualize her nervously glancing around while holding the phone. He wondered why she was so cautious. Perhaps it was her first time arranging to meet a boy, especially under such absurd circumstances as discussing their daughter. Let us find a secluded spot. I understand. Su Yan replied casually, drying his hair. Our esteemed Wen School flower has never had any scandals. Wen Ning fell silent. His words seemed to have dampened her spirits, prompting a low hum of discontent from her end. I was just joking, Su Yan chuckled. Just contact me whenever you have time. All right then, goodbye. Will you not say goodbye to Tong Tong? Upon hearing her father's words, Tong Tong's eyes brightened, and she chirped, Is it Mom? I want to say goodnight to Mom. There was a noticeable pause on the other end, followed by a small gasp, reminiscent of a water glass tipping over. Su Yan could even hear Wen Ning's breath quickening, betraying her flustered state. Never mind, she stammered, attempting to maintain her composure, though her voice wavered slightly. In a haste akin to fleeing, she abruptly hung up the phone. On the other side, Wen Ning quickly stood up, grabbing a tissue to wipe away the spilled water from her table. Her chest heaved with rapid breaths, a deep blush creeping from her neck to her porcelain cheeks, overtaking her translucent earlobes. The words I want to say goodnight to Mom echoed in her mind. I'm only a senior in high school, she thought. The idea of a future husband and an adorable daughter felt utterly surreal. Chapter 8. Do you have morning temper? Upon awakening, Su Yan felt a small presence nestled upon him. When he opened his eyes, he discovered Su Miaodong soundly asleep on his chest, her mouth slightly drooling. Her cherubic cheeks, still tinged with a hint of baby fat, were squished flat. Su Yan closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the tranquil atmosphere before gently lifting her off, taking care not to rouse her as he rose to wash up. Afterward, he went downstairs to procure breakfast. By the time he returned, Su Miaodong had awakened. She seemed still lost in the remnants of her dreams, kneeling sleepily on the bed. Her silky black hair appeared slightly disheveled, with a playful tuft sticking up adorably. Daddy, she pouted, looking rather indignant. Kiss Tong Tong. Su Yan placed the breakfast on the table. Tong Tong is a big girl now. You shouldn't be so clingy to Daddy. Humph. Su Miaodong seemed quite displeased, tugging at the rabbit ears on her head. I hate Daddy. Su Yan was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, trying to recall what he might have done to incur her displeasure. It was the first time he had heard her say she hated him. Could it be that she was experiencing morning temper? Come and have breakfast. Okay. As she sat beside the table, Su Miaodong still wore a sulky expression. Su Yan observed her with keen interest. Does Tong Tong not like Daddy anymore? Morning temper is not a good thing. The Su family doesn't have such habits. I wonder who she inherited this from. Humph. Su Miaodong pouted her lips. After breakfast, she gradually returned to her cheerful self, transforming from an irate little pufferfish back into the adorable bundle of joy she usually was. However, Su Yan had to go to school. She looked a bit forlorn. Daddy, Tong Tong feels so lonely at home all by herself. At her age, children are typically lively and active. Previously, she had many friends in primary school. Can Tong Tong hold on for just a couple of days? Su Yan put on his shoes and knelt to pat her head. You'll soon make new friends. Daddy will be back for lunch, and if you get hungry, there are strawberries in the fridge and snacks on the coffee table. Su Miaodong was quite understanding. She opened her arms and planted a kiss on her father's cheek. Tong Tong will be good at home. Daddy has to hurry and bring Mommy back. The soft warmth of the little girl's lips provided Su Yan with an inexplicable sense of comfort. He embraced his daughter before stepping out of the house. Indeed, he couldn't let her remain alone at home for too long. Figuring out how to get Miaodong to school was of utmost importance. During the morning study period, Su-yin felt a bit lethargic, yawning repeatedly. His thoughts were occupied with Miaodong back home. The sudden addition of a daughter waiting for his return was a peculiar sensation. Yinzi, explain yourself. During the break, Chen Hao approached him with a serious expression, reminiscent of a betrayed friend demanding answers. His eyes were filled with indignation, akin to a jilted lover. Su-yin glanced at him. What do I need to explain? Chen Hao, hands on his hips, interrogated like a scorned partner. What is your relationship with the campus beauty, Wen? You left me hanging yesterday. Nothing much. Su-yin opened his math test paper. We have a daughter. Chen Hao was momentarily speechless. Just kidding. I'm the class monitor, and Wen Ning is the math representative of the advanced class. It's just something with the teacher. Su-yin casually remarked. She asked the campus beauty, why would she be interested in me? Don't think too much. This seemed to satisfy Chen Hao, although he was unaware of the connection between the class monitor and the math representative. Nonetheless, it was widely acknowledged that while brothers could share hardships, they shouldn't share luxury cars. Why wouldn't she be interested in you? A girl sitting next to Su-yin, Li Yuyu, chimed in without lifting her head. She had short hair and a petite figure, yet her personality was forthright, making her a good friend of both Su-yin and Chen Hao. Who? Chen Hao scoffed. You're talking about Yinzi? They had been classmates since elementary school, all the way through middle and high school, essentially growing up together. Didn't you notice? Li Yuyu pondered for a moment. If Yinzi dressed up a bit, he could easily pass for a charming young man. I bet he'd be the type that older women adore. Su-yin was the quintessential teenage boy. He didn't make an effort to dress up. His long hair partially obscuring his brows, and he sported a pair of oversized black glasses that seemed to hide his good looks. He had an unassuming demeanor, which meant he never drew much attention in class. However, beneath it all, his appearance was commendable, not dazzling, but certainly within the realm of attractive. His fair skin occasionally evoked envy from the girls around him. When did you become blind? Chen Hao looked exasperated. You don't have a crush on Yinzi, do you? If you call my best friend ugly, I'll have to attack your family. But if you say he is handsome, then I'll go after you even harder. Go play somewhere else. Li Yuyu frowned. What I meant was, Haozi, you're the ugliest here. What did you say? Chen Hao widened his eyes. Four-eyed freak. Say that again? Su-yin sipped his water with a calm expression while watching the two exchange insults over each other's appearances. Under the immense pressure of the upcoming college entrance examination, they certainly needed an outlet to ease their tense nerves. The first class was mathematics, and their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, distributed the test papers from yesterday. Since it was merely a routine quiz, it followed a simple 100-point scale. The questions this time were rather difficult, and Su-yin scored only 80. Eyeglasses girl, what did you score? Chen Hao tossed his test paper aside and leaned over to glance at his friend's score. Li Yuyu, with a sullen expression, pressed her test paper beneath her books. Get lost. What are you looking at? Among the three of them, both Su-yin and Chen Hao came from similar, reasonably well-off families, but they were not affluent. Therefore, the college entrance examination was one of the most significant events in their lives. However, Li Yuyu was different from them. She had to consider whether the college entrance examination was her only opportunity in life. If she didn't perform well, she would have to return to take over the family business. From the starting point of life, she would leap directly to the finish line. Yes, she was a little wealthy girl, a true little heiress. Li Yuyu's father owned dozens of chain restaurants, and the business was thriving. During the new year, the Su family would hold their banquet at one of Li Yuyu's restaurants. Yet, ironically, this girl was a study fanatic, akin to someone practicing a secret martial art. Each time Su-yin saw her, she was buried in her books. Even during lunch. While waiting in line, she would have her English vocabulary notebook in hand, memorizing words. Su-yin believed that even the students in the advanced class didn't study as diligently as she did. It was as if she had become somewhat obsessed. Li Yuyu had confessed that she studied for 12 hours a day. She would almost split a minute in half to use it. Her level of diligence was unparalleled throughout the entire first high school. Chen Hao glanced over and noted that Li Yuyu scored 72. Chen Hao fell silent. The questions were tough. What did you score? Li Yuyu wore a dissatisfied expression. Haven't you been studying lately? I saw you at the internet CAF playing League of Legends yesterday. Mr. Wu has been on your case every day. Did you fail? Chen Hao was the type of student who was clever but disinterested in studying. Yeah, I haven't studied much recently. I've slipped. Chen Hao silently picked up his test paper. A bright crimson score of 75. Li Yuyu gazed at the star athlete's photograph affixed to his desk, then glanced at the multitude of exercises scattered across her own. It's all right, Chen Hao reassured her. You have already exerted enough effort. Li Yuyu, exasperated, retorted. Who are you calling foolish? She felt her composure fraying, tempted to upend the table in frustration. Damn it. I study for 12 hours each day. Yet I cannot surpass Chen Hao, who never opens a book outside of class. What a farce. Around noon, Wen Ning sent him a message inquiring where they should meet. Su Yin pondered for a moment and decided on the entrance of the little shop at the end of the alley behind the school. It was less crowded. After a wait of approximately 5 minutes, Wen Ning finally arrived. She maintained her usual appearance, a simple, tidy ponytail, clad in her blue and white school uniform, and her feet adorned with a pair of immaculately clean white canvas shoes. However, the most striking feature was her slightly upturned fox-like eyes, which created a stark contrast to her innocent visage, causing Su Yan's gaze to linger longer than intended. In his recollection, this flower of the school, one, had always presented herself in such a manner, pure as a white blossom. Yet, despite this, she effortlessly held the title of the dream girl among the boys at their school, an accolade of remarkable worth that was undeniably hard to contest. Su Yan offered her a bottle of mineral water, inquiring, "Do you have a bit of morning grumpiness?" When Ning appeared taken aback, her expression gradually shifting. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly replied, "How did you know?" Her morning irritability was quite severe. It was the kind that made her resentful of everything upon waking, even to the point of wanting to kick passing dogs. And she often felt as if she could obliterate the world with the push of a button. Thus, each morning, when Ning arose early to leave her home, avoiding any potential displeasure from her stepmother and stepsister. This, however, remained her greatest secret, one even her father was oblivious to. "That must be inherited from you," Su Yin confirmed. "When Tongtong is angry with me in the morning, I hardly dare to utter a word." When Ning responded with a silent pause, Su Yin mused that Tongtong's father must endure a rather dismal existence each morning, particularly when it came to familial hierarchy. Indeed, that would be the future him. After a moment of reflection, Su Yin, in as polite a tone as possible, remarked, "This habit may not be particularly beneficial." When Ning's expression soured, her lips pressing into a straight line. "It's innate. I cannot change it. If you dislike it, why would you bring me home? Then you deserve to endure my morning irritability." Chapter 9. Like an old married couple perhaps, more than Tong Tong. It was Su Yin who posed a greater challenge for Wen Ning to adapt to. After all, the bond between Tong Tong and her was unassailable. Yet, between her and Su Yin, there was no shared journey from courtship to the sacred realm of marriage. They lacked those profound experiences that could allow two souls to love each other without burden. In fact, it was merely the second day of their acquaintance. The thought of eventually marrying this young man left Wen Ning feeling quite peculiar. She was uncertain of how to interact with him. "I need to return home for a while. I'm worried about Tong Tong being alone," Su Yin inquired. "It's not far. Will you come?" Wen Ning hesitated. Was it too soon to visit his home on their second meeting? Surprisingly, despite the awkwardness, she found herself feeling less resistant than she expected. Perhaps it was the presence of the adorable and well-behaved Tong Tong, or perhaps Wen Ning was acutely aware of her nature. If she did not genuinely fall in love with Su Yin in the future, it would be utterly impossible for her to marry him. "All right," Wen Ning replied, accepting the bottle of water. "Be back early. I still have papers to finish." Su Yin nodded. "Sure, let us take the bus." At that moment, the bus was not crowded. In this day and age, few people opted for public transport. They made their way to the back of the bus, where Wen Ning hesitated briefly before choosing to sit beside him. They both began simultaneously. Su Yin closed his mouth, gesturing for her to speak first. "After I go back, I've thought a lot about Tong Tong," Wen Ning said, retrieving a notebook from her bag. It was meticulously organized, with neat handwriting listing various matters. A diligent student indeed, she appeared to handle everything with exceptional orderliness, in stark contrast to the chaotic scrawls in Su Yin's notes. Taking a deep breath, she pointed to the first item. "Firstly, it is crucial that you keep track of the money you spend on Tong Tong. Half of this expense is my responsibility, as my living expenses are not substantial, but I will certainly repay you." Su Yin was taken aback. He hesitated. "You are genuinely considering these matters?" When Ning looked puzzled, "Didn't the results of the identification come out?" "That's not what I meant," Su Yin clarified. "Most people would typically transition from surprise to disbelief, then to evasion. Yet you seem to have accepted the reality of being Tong Tong's mother rather quickly." Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. After all, Tong Tong was indeed her daughter. A moment later, she turned her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. To evade would indeed be excessive. Then, based on your reasoning, Su Yin contemplated, "You needn't worry about the money, as Tong Tong's father. It is entirely normal for me to provide for my wife and child." "Don't say such nonsense," Wen Ning retorted, shooting him a fierce glance. "Who is your wife?" Her ears flushed slightly, a physiological response she could hardly control. Su Yin chuckled awkwardly. Please, continue. Currently, I live with my family, and it's not something I can discuss with them. Wen Ning's tone softened. So, Tong Tong will likely have to stay with you. And perhaps I want to be able to move out until she is in college. It seemed that regarding Tong Tong, she felt utterly helpless. All the burdensome matters appeared to rest solely on Su Yin's shoulders. That is not a significant issue, Su Yin reassured her, nodding. However, Tong Tong is eager to see you. Do try to spend time with her daily. Despite Wen Ning's seemingly aloof demeanor, Su Yin sensed a complexity beneath her exterior that belied her initial impression. Wen Ning pursed her lips and nodded slowly. Furthermore, Tong Tong's identity. Finally, Wen Ning broached the most pressing concern. For her to integrate into society and grow like any ordinary girl, to attend school, she would require an identity. This was also Su Yin's most troubling dilemma. In a society that would hardly notice the sudden appearance of an additional little girl, ensuring her healthy and proper growth was no simple matter. At present, Tong Tong had nothing. With his eyes closed, Su Yin massaged his forehead, deep in thought. When Ning chose not to disturb him, her gaze cast down at the notebook in her hands. Her long fingers absent-mindedly twirled the pen. While a myriad of disjointed thoughts swirled in her mind, she had never delved into science fiction. Her understanding of time remained rudimentary. If life were to follow its natural course, she would one day marry Su Yin and subsequently give birth to Tong Tong. But what of the present? Tong Tong had returned from the future, and she and Su Yin had met prematurely. Did this not imply that their life trajectories had already been altered? Would they still marry and then have Tong Tong in the future? Would that not result in two Tong-Tongs? Wen Ning found herself ensnared in a tangle of thoughts. She was unsure how much time had passed before Su Yin opened his eyes. I will find a way to resolve this matter. Wen Ning snapped back to reality, her expression still somewhat dazed. What? About Tong Tong's identity, Su Yin stated with conviction. I will devise a solution. A high school student. Could he genuinely conceive of a viable plan? Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. Will it be very troublesome? Su Yin shook his head. Just a little, in any case. I will handle it, so you need not worry excessively. Wen Ning, whose relationship with her family was strained, could not possibly disclose Tong Tong's situation to her father. Compared to Su Yin, she felt utterly inadequate as Tong Tong's mother. A sense of melancholy washed over her as she retrieved 1,000 yuan from her bag. Here is the money for the identification. Su Yin accepted it without hesitation, aware that he had to support Tong Tong, a task that also weighed heavily upon him. At last, the bus arrived at their stop. They walked together towards the rental apartment. As Su Yin opened the door, a small girl resembling an elf dashed out of the room. Upon spotting the poised Wen Ning behind him, her eyes lit up. Mommy! Su Miaoting exclaimed, leaping into her embrace. Welcome home. Wen Ning's face flushed with discomfort. Yet she could not resist crouching down to hug her. Su Miaoting tiptoed and planted a kiss on her right cheek before scampering over to Su Yin to repeat the affection. Watching Su Yin searching for her slippers, a peculiar thought suddenly surged in Wen Ning's mind. How reminiscent this felt of an old married couple. Chapter 10. Kneeling to Death. Su Yin's home was far tidier than Wen Ning had anticipated. It lacked the disarray typically associated with a bachelor and was instead meticulously organized. 2 pots of greenery on the windowsill swayed gently in the sunlight. Noticing this, Wen Ning felt a wave of comfort wash over her. What did Tong Tong do this morning? She inquired, avoiding her daughter's bright gaze and attempting to adopt a gentle tone. Watch TV. Su Miaoting clung tightly to her mother, her voice soft and endearing. And then I waited for Daddy and Mommy to come home. Su Yin had gone to the kitchen to wash his hands. Casting a glance at the television, which displayed the classic animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, he was uncertain about what future cartoons would be like. But as long as Tong Tong didn't find it tedious, that was enough. He smiled and asked, Tong Tong, do you know how Pleasant Goat ends? Su Miaoting immediately inquired. What? What? He's eaten by Big Big Wolf. Su Miaoting was momentarily stunned, her lips drooping as tears threatened to spill. Don't say such things. Wen Ning, heart aching at her daughter's tearful expression, shot Su Yin a glare and quickly embraced Tong Tong. P.S. lying. In the end, Pleasant Goat drives Big Big Wolf away. Really? Su Miaoting's spirits lifted once more as she made a silly face at Su Yin, exclaiming, Stinky Daddy, go away. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Was this a delightful way to bond with his daughter? By the time Su Yin re-emerged from the kitchen, the mother and daughter pair were already settled comfortably on the sofa. Su Miaoting was a child who relished affection, having not been close to her mother for several days. Now, she clung to Wen Ning, unwilling to part. Wen Ning appeared a bit stiff, encircling Tong Tong with her arms to prevent her from falling. Her back straightened. Clearly, she was still getting accustomed to such intimate contact, yet it was evident she did not reject it. Why don't you watch a little more television with her? Su Yin suggested, placing strawberries he had retrieved from the fridge before them. Have some fruit first. Thank you. Wen Ning removed the leaves from a strawberry and placed it in Tong Tong's hand. Mommy, mommy. Su Miaodong's cheeks were flushed, her cuteness radiating as she exclaimed. I slept with Daddy last night. Clearly, the adorably naive child was easy to tease. The earlier deception about Pleasant Goat had already slipped from her mind. Perhaps influenced by her daughter's excitement, Wen Ning couldn't help but smile. Oh, Tong Tong is so happy. Super happy. Su Miaodong blinked her big eyes. Before, Mommy never let me sleep with Daddy. Wen Ning found herself curious about her future self. Is that so? It seems I might be a rather strict mother. Yes. Mommy is so stingy. Su Miaodong protested. You always fight with Tong Tong for Daddy. From the kitchen, Su Yin casually listened, interjecting. Then Tong Tong doesn't he get mad at Mommy? I do. Su Miaodong replied innocently. Then Mommy asks Daddy, if Tong Tong and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Su Yin paused for a moment, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The question itself was devoid of meaning because when posed, the answer was already predetermined. The intent was to extract a response that would seal one's fate. And then Daddy gets punished by Mommy to kneel on the board. Su Miaodong gestured, indicating its size, just this big, the board used for washing clothes. Su Yin abruptly turned to look at Wen Ning, sitting on the sofa, his expression shifting to one of subtle wariness. He was, by nature, more traditional and assertive, often clashing with his mother, Lin Hui, over family dynamics. Although he usually lost these battles, the spirit of resistance ensured he would never be subjugated. Fearful of my wife? Will I endure such humiliation in the future? He thought, glancing at Wen Ning, who remained composed. Tong Tong, that's just nonsense, she asserted. Though there exists a notion that a daughter is a father's little sweetheart. She did not believe she would ever be jealous of her daughter, nor did she envision allowing Su Yin to kneel on the washing board. What do you see in me? Wen Ning maintained a stern expression. Now you know what kind of person I am. Su Yin nodded cautiously. I see. Wen Ning felt a peculiar intensity in Su Yin's gaze, as if he regarded her as a formidable adversary. This inexplicable scrutiny incensed her. What do you mean? Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would force her husband to kneel on the ground over trivial matters? Su Yin chose to withdraw from their conversation, returning to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Wen Ning spent some time watching television alongside Tong Tong, noticing the little girl's bright eyes, as if she were about to be whisked away to the land of sheep. She decided not to interrupt Tong Tong's enjoyment and quietly rose to check on the kitchen. After all, she was a guest and also Tong Tong's mother. Remaining idle felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Su Yin glanced back at her, saying nothing. He was at the sink, tending to the shrimp he had purchased that morning, as Tong Tong had expressed a desire to eat shrimp. I'll help. Wen Ning tucked her hair behind her ears. You don't need to. Just spend more time with Tong Tong. Su Yin replied without looking up. I mean, Wen Ning felt quite awkward. Su Yin, have you ever handled fresh ingredients before? His movements suggested he might frequent the kitchen, given the scent of cooking oil lingering in the air. Yet his skills seemed limited to basic tasks, like boiling noodles and making fried rice. It was almost painful to witness. Su Yin hesitated, organizing his thoughts. I know that putting shrimp in the pot cooks them. And shrimp are alive before they die. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Wen Ning sighed. Before Su Yin could respond, Wen Ning had naturally donned the SpongeBob apron hanging nearby, tying it around her waist. She deftly unraveled her ponytail, curling her hair with her wrist before securing it into a bun, revealing her elegantly swan-like neck, paired with her innocent and charming visage. She embodied the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. We still need to return to school later, so let us hurry, she said. Su Yin felt her slight condescension, thinking, oh, you Wen Ning, what do you take this place for? This is my home. Wen Ning shot him a glance and began handling the shrimp with familiarity. Go sit outside and keep Tong Tong company for a while. Tong Tong was indeed right. Su Yin, sent to the sidelines, fell into contemplation. Regardless of whether he and Wen Ning would eventually unite in this life, it seemed the dynamics of their household roles were already beginning to take shape. Wen Ning, sensing his thoughts, felt a bit exasperated. Then you better be careful for the rest of your life. Don't ever fall into my hands. She maintained a stiff expression, her lips pressed together, her tone cool. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel to death. Chapter 11. Bronze and Kings. Wen Ning moved swiftly. After removing the shrimp veins and placing them in the steamer, She took the time to stir-fry a plate of tomato and eggs, as well as garlic stir-fried meat, and then simply prepared a seaweed and shrimp soup. Growing up in her environment, she was not a pampered girl who knew nothing. Such tasks came naturally to her. In other words, it felt as if she had returned home. Tong Tong, come for dinner. Mom. Su Miaodong leaned over the edge of the table, peeking out with her half-exposed head. Wow. Seeing her daughter's sparkling eyes, Wen Ning felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Su Yin took a bite and offered a rather insincere critique. It's nothing special, similar to what I make. Wen Ning ignored him and lowered her head to serve Tong Tong some food. Mom, I want to eat that. All right, Tong Tong, take your time. Perhaps even Wen Ning herself was unaware that when she looked at Tong Tong, her face unconsciously revealed a gentle expression. The resemblance between the mother and daughter was striking. They were both beauties, one lively and adorable, the other serene and gentle. Such a reaction was anticipated by Su Yin. A daughter like Tong Tong was one that no parent could possibly dislike. Su Yin was known for his swift dining habits, and before long, he was carrying an empty bowl toward the kitchen. Wen Ning, ever observant, raised her head. What are you doing? Su Yin, with a hint of suspicion, replied. Getting more rice. If you can't eat anymore, don't force it, Wen Ning said, lowering her gaze as she wiped Tong Tong's mouth. If you overeat, you'll blame me later. What is wrong with you now? I'm just genuinely not full, Su Yin asserted. Wen Ning fell silent and continued her meal. Her eating habits were remarkably quiet. She made almost no sound and refrained from reaching for dishes too far from her. Essentially, she ate whatever was placed before her. This was a habit formed from childhood. At home, with a stepmother and stepsister present, she had always acted this way. Her efficiency and proficiency in household chores stemmed from this upbringing. While at home, Wen Ning would strive to assist her stepmother with various tasks. After her mother's passing, she had contemplated how to foster a better relationship with her stepmother, hoping to win her affection through academic performance and household duties. Unfortunately, after all these years, her stepmother and stepsister still did not hold much fondness for her. Why are you only eating tomato and eggs? Do you have a grudge against it? Su Yin directly placed the other dish of stir-fried meat in front of her. Finish the rest, too. Wen Ning lowered her gaze. Thank you. Half an hour later, the somewhat awkward meal finally came to a close. Wen Ning proactively stood to wash the dishes. Su Yin sensed his familial position was once again being challenged. He set Tong Tong up with a cartoon and voluntarily went to assist in the kitchen. Are you coming over tonight? Su Yin asked while wiping the plates. Wen Ning shook her head. I can't be home too late. If not, my dad will have my stepmother and stepsister wait for dinner. They wouldn't be happy. All right, then Tong Tong and I will go out to eat. Su Yin didn't mind, maintaining a respectful distance from her. It was true that Wen Ning was exceptionally beautiful and would be his future wife, but at this moment, they were essentially strangers brought together solely by Tong Tong. Even though Wen Ning wore an apron and washed the dishes with unadorned hands, it was hard to look away. Unfortunately, even Tong Tong did not understand how her parents ended up together. Su Yin, there is something else. Wen Ning cautiously inquired, how are your academic results? Her careful tone seemed to stem from a desire not to hurt Su Yan's pride. Ironically, this approach was more damaging to his self-esteem. Ordinary, hovering around the undergraduate level. I 1T fall, but 1T rise either. Su Yin answered generously, I can't compare to you. Jiang province is a major examination province, but it has yet to embrace the reforms in college entrance exams. Thus, they still follow the traditional division of arts and sciences. Both Su Yin and Wen Ning were in the sciences. Wen Ning's last monthly exam results placed her 6th in the entire school, undoubtedly the top among the 5 best. In the city, she was also among the top 50 elite students, with the potential to excel further. I see Wen Ning slowed her dishwashing, seemingly pondering something. Tong Tong's presence brought forth another concern. Her parents were currently facing the most crucial examinations of their lives, and they might head in different directions for university. What would happen to Tong Tong then? I'm fine. It's just an ordinary undergraduate degree. It doesn't matter where I study. Su Yin naturally replied, I prioritize Tong Tong. What I mean is Wen Ning lowered her gaze, her ears visibly flushed. It would be best if we were in the same city. She turned her head, avoiding Su Yin's gaze, and looked at Tong Tong, who was sprawled on the sofa eating strawberries while watching cartoons. Surely Su Yin wouldn't misinterpret her intentions. In truth, she had no such meaning. She merely wished to express that a child cannot be without a father or a mother, although articulating such sentiments would undoubtedly feel strange. In any case, I mean to say we need to consider Tong Tong. I understand. Su Yin fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I originally hoped to relate to you as an ordinary person. It seems I can only aspire for us to attend the same city, ideally the same university. Wen Ning, Su-yin, are you secretly looking down on me? No. There is no secret disdain. Wen Ning's expression turned awkward. Perhaps I should strive to get into the same city as you. I think that would simplify things. Your aggression is a bit high, when schoolflower. Do you take me for a fool? Just sixth in the grade, a mere candidate for a key university. How many points did you score last time? 688. How much? Such an obscure number. Jiang Province's college entrance exam had yet to reform, with a 60-point elective module, making the total score 810. 688 was 40 points more than 648. Would such a number even appear on a report card? She was a candidate for prestigious universities in Shanghai or the capital, a prodigy who stood out among the throngs in the college entrance examination. However, with this revelation, Su-yin became increasingly concerned about another matter. If it weren't for Tong Tong's appearance, Su-yin couldn't help but blurt out, with your 688 points, why would you marry someone like me who scored below 600? How did a bronze and a king end up in the same conversation? How annoying. Wen Ning felt irked again, unable to suppress a low hum of frustration. How would I know? How was I to foresee that the future me would be lured back home by you? Chapter 12. After lunch. The two accompanied Tong Tong for a while before preparing to attend their class. Naturally, the little girl was reluctant to part with them. And Wen Ning spent a considerable amount of time soothing her, promising that they would return the next day to keep her company. Su Miaodong clung tightly to her mother's long legs, unwilling to let go. Mommy and Daddy always give me a kiss when they go out. What is it like to have a daughter who is so attached? Wen Ning found herself helpless and leaned down to plant a kiss on her soft, tender cheek. Su Miaodong's eyes sparkled. Don't forget, Daddy. Su-yin had no choice but to mimic Wen Ning, giving her a gentle peck on the other cheek. Mommy and Daddy will come home early, okay? Tong Tong will miss you. Both of their emotions were somewhat intricate, as if they were truly a couple bidding farewell to their daughter before heading out. Tong Tong was quite understanding. Su-yin took out his keys to lock the door, but leaving her alone at home feels too cruel. Although Tong Tong would not show any signs of distress, often claiming that her cartoons were wonderful, he could see the reluctance in her eyes as they left. He could imagine her sitting alone at home, counting the minutes until her parents returned, looking pitiable. Wen Ning pondered for a moment. Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend. I plan to take Tong Tong to visit my aunt. Upon seeing her puzzled expression, Su-yin explained, my uncle works at the police station, and I want to inquire about Tong Tong's situation. However, it was a bit troublesome. To enroll her in school, one needed identification, which was tied to household registration. If only Tong Tong were a bit older. Su-yin sighed. I could simply say Tong Tong is my sister, the illegitimate daughter of the old Su family. But right now, the age doesn't quite match. How do I explain to my aunt the nature of my relationship with Tong Tong? Su-yin knew well that the moment his aunt laid eyes on Tong Tong, she would recognize her as part of the old Su family. The family had a distinctive trait when they smiled. They displayed two charming dimples at the corners of their mouths, evoking an irresistible urge to poke at them. Su-yin had been teased by Chen Hao for a decade due to this familial feature. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment. I will go with you. Sure. Su-yin readily agreed, recognizing that since it involved Tong Tong, she should accompany him. The two took the bus back, planning to part ways at a bus stop some distance from the school. Wen Ning adjusted the zipper of her uniform, standing poised yet hesitant. Meeting Su-yin's questioning gaze, she finally spoke. May I see your last monthly exam paper? There are still 4 months left. Significant improvements can be made. As long as the foundation isn't too weak and there are no subjects neglected, it's feasible to raise the score by 30 to 40 points. Marrying someone who scores below 600 would be embarrassing, right? Of course, Su-yin understood she didn't mean it that way, considering Tong Tong's future. The higher Su-yin scores, the more options they would have when selecting schools. Otherwise, they would have to lower their standards. All right, you can take a look when you come over tomorrow, Su-yin replied. But no matter how hard I study, I want to reach your score, just so you know. Wen Ning nodded. Then, I'll head back. After parting ways with her, Su-yin walked towards his classroom. By now, the classroom was bustling with students. Li Yuyu was seated, engrossed in her paper, while Chen Hao was napping on his desk. Su-yin spent some time reviewing his mistakes. English and Chinese were his weaker subjects. His attitude towards studying was relatively proper, but not particularly earnest, with his parents often absent and being a day student. He had no supervision once he returned home. He was the type of student that teachers considered somewhat clever yet a bit scatterbrained, while obedient in other aspects, a typical passerby. Su-yin grimaced at the English words, With a score of 688, I'm probably no match for Yu Yu. Unless, of course, Tong Tong truly awakened a miraculous system to help her father succeed. Li Yu Yu, overhearing their conversation, looked up sensitively. Is there really something going on between you and the campus flower, Wen? In the whole school, there was only one person with a total score of 688. Nothing much. Su Yin doodled on the paper. I have no interest in women. Li Yu Yu adjusted her glasses. Sensing something was off, then what are you interested in? Studying. It was hard to imagine hearing such a statement from Su Yin. It was somewhat rare. So, Li Yu Yu contemplated. Are you trying to pursue Wen in a peculiar way like surpassing her in academics? It's called surpassing her in academics. Please don't omit crucial words. However, Su Yin decided against clarifying his peculiar relationship with Wen Ning, especially since he himself was confused about it. They hadn't known each other long, but due to Tong Tong, many of their interactions had surpassed the typical dynamic between male and female classmates, yet they were not lovers. Hey Yu Yu, I want to ask you something. Su Yin shifted the topic. Is there any way for high school students to make money? If all else failed, he would have to seek part-time work. But on the other hand, he also needed to spend time with Tong Tong, making it complicated. Li Yu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Are you in need of money? Su Yin explained, there are some matters at home that require funds. Before he could finish, he saw Li Yu Yu swiftly pulling out her phone. How much do you need? I can transfer it to you right now. No. I was planning to borrow money from you. Am I supposed to raise a daughter using someone else's money? What does she take me for? Moreover, although you're a well-off girl with multiple restaurants, how much pocket money can a high school student have? I've saved over 200,000 from my red envelopes and allowances over the years. Li Yu Yu pulled up her good friend's Alipay account. Is this enough? No, girl. Where did you get all this money? Should I become your maid instead? With the college entrance exams approaching, how could she afford to waste time earning money instead of studying? Li Yu Yu frowned. I'm asking you, how much do you need? She thought something unfortunate had befallen Su Yin's family, which was why he was distressed. No need. Su Yin ultimately shook his head in refusal. I'll ask you when I truly need it. While he had a good relationship with Li Yu Yu, comparable to Chen Hao, he felt he should try on his own first. After all, the future self that could provide Tong Tong with a comfortable life should have no excuses for being unable to accomplish anything, let alone borrowing money from others for Tong Tong's sake. Are you really all right? Li Yu Yu understood his character. Su Yin was not stubborn. Rather, he was self-reliant and always had his own thoughts. Since he said so, it meant he genuinely didn't want to borrow money. All right then, let us go out for barbecue tonight. Li Yu Yu put away her phone. I'll treat. Typically, the three of them gathered for a meal every Friday evening, a rare moment of relaxation amidst the pressures of their senior year. Su Yin had also intended to take Tong Tong out to eat, and upon hearing her suggestion, he pondered for a moment. Can I bring someone along? Su Yin added, my 8-year-old cousin is staying at my house recently. It's a good opportunity for Tong Tong to experience life outside, since she had returned to the present. She needed to learn to live in this era. Let us begin with Li Yu Yu and Chen Hao. There was nothing of consequence, merely the three of us. Li Yu Yu expressed no objections and turned back to continue her examination. After school, Su Yin returned home to fetch Tong Tong. The little white dress she had previously worn had been washed clean, and fortunately, she was capable of changing her clothes on her own. An 8-year-old child should not require her parents' assistance for such matters. However, Su Yin was unable to style her hair, so she merely tied it back into a simple ponytail. Su Miaodong stood there adorably, playfully tugging at her ponytail with her fingers while sweetly calling out for her father. In that moment, she resembled Wen Ning even more. Like a miniature version of a pure and lovely school beauty standing before me. Su Yin could not resist capturing a photograph to send to Wen Ning. Truly, she looked like a little princess. My daughter is exceptionally beautiful. Spending time with Tong Tong undeniably fosters a sense of paternal affection. When descending the stairs with Tong Tong, Li Yu Yu and Chen Hao had already been waiting for quite some time. Why is it taking so long? You're dawdling like a woman, Chen Hao remarked impatiently. I could devour an entire pig right now. Do you believe me? However, he soon noticed the little girl holding Su Yan's hand, and his voice abruptly fell silent. What a beautiful little girl. I had no idea Yin had such an older cousin. Uncle Chen, Aunt Yu Yu, Su Miaodong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. It's been such a long time. Oh, Uncle, how did you suddenly grow hair? Li Yu Yu, Chen Hao. Chapter 13. How adorable you are. When did I ever lose my hair? Furthermore, why do you address me as uncle right off the bat? Young lady. Is that proper etiquette? Chen Hao cast a resentful glance at Su Yin. Did you teach her this? He had reason to suspect that Su Yin had instilled some peculiar notions in his cousin, such as the idea that Chuan Hao was a peculiar bald uncle. Su Yan's expression was one of astonishment as she looked at the thick hair atop Chen Hao's head. Only she understood the weight of Tong Tong's words. Middle-aged baldness? Bald? Indeed. Haozi is truly formidable. Cousin? Li Yuyu also regarded Su Miaoting with curiosity. She resembled a doll kissed by angels, exuding cuteness from every angle, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle her in one's arms. Not quite. Li Yuyu shook her head. Su Yan, momentarily taken aback, met her slightly scrutinizing gaze. This was his first time bringing Tong Tong out to meet friends, and judging by Tong Tong's reactions, it was clear that he, Chen Hao, and Li Yuyu would remain friends in the future. Hence, he felt a twinge of nervousness, concerned that the perceptive Li Yuyu might notice something unusual. What is the matter? She must be your biological sister, Li Yuyu stated with certainty. Su Miaodong had inherited all the virtues from both Su Yin and Wen Ning. Yet her face distinctly bore the features of both. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief and candidly admitted, "Indeed, but she is not my biological sister." He crouched down and embraced Tong Tong. "This is my daughter." Of course, Tong Tong resembled her father. Su Miaodong also joyfully wrapped her arms around Su Yan's neck. Li Yuyu's expression turned wooden. "Oh, come on. Let us hurry and eat." Chen Hao rolled his eyes. "What on earth are you teaching the child? Isn't her real dad going to scold you?" He assumed that the siblings were merely trying to amuse them. Su Yin replied earnestly, "She truly is my daughter. Don't you think we look alike?" "That's enough." Even Li Yuyu couldn't hold back. While it was enviable to be embraced by such a cute and beautiful girl, a little boasting was sufficient. Engaging in a never-ending game of house with a child was excessive, wasn't it? If you don't believe it, so be it. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Their disbelief was to be expected. Humans are such peculiar creatures. If he had concealed Tong Tong's identity, they might have suspected something. Yet, when Su Yin boldly declared it, they were inclined not to believe him. Li Yuyu had chosen a newly open mall as their destination. Being freshly constructed, it was bustling with promotional activities, predominantly attracting students. Tong Tong held her father's hand tightly, her curious, sparkling eyes scanning the surroundings. The little girl, having not been out with her father in a while, bounced with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with happiness. "Daddy, I want that." Su Miaodong pointed at a claw machine. Momentarily unable to move, Su Yin glanced and saw a small, fluffy white rabbit plush inside, quite adorable. "After we eat, I'll bring you back to catch one." He promised. "Yes, let us catch two. One for Tong Tong and one for Mommy." Su Yin recalled that Wen Ning had a tiny rabbit plush dangling from her backpack, swaying as she walked. Sometimes, while sitting on the bus at noon, she would unconsciously tug at the toy's ears. This habit was identical to Tong Tong's. It seemed that the mother and daughter shared similar tastes. Chen Hao, walking ahead, cheerfully inquired, "Little girl, who is your mother?" "Mommy is Mommy." "Uncle Chen Hao, your question is so strange." Su Miaodong's soft, childish voice filled the air. Chen Hao, hearing the 8-year-old call him uncle again, stiffened. "Call me brother, and I'll help you catch a doll later." "No." Su Miaodong pouted, displeased. "Little sister, don't mind him." Li Yuyu couldn't resist pinching her soft cheek. "This uncle isn't a good person. You should keep your distance." Yes, I am not a good person," Chen Hao said nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. "I wonder who it was that got bullied in elementary school and came running to me, crying and calling me Chen Hao Ge. That was many years ago." Li Yuyu, flustered, retorted, "Young and foolish. Back then, she was short and dark, quite introverted, suffering from severe rhinitis, often with a runny nose. She appeared rather unkempt. And the boys and girls in her class frequently bullied her, calling her snotty worm. No one wanted to play with her, except for Chen Hao, who always took her along. At that time, she genuinely followed behind him, calling him Chen Hao Ge. However, as she grew older, Li Yuyu refused to acknowledge it. Regardless, she would get irritated whenever someone brought it up. The title changed from Chen Hao Ge to Dog Thing. Chen Hao, with a frosty tone, remarked, "Did I ever complain when you wiped your nose on my sleeve?" "Shut up." Li Yuyu angrily pulled out a red bill, slamming it into his hand. "Go buy a bottle of mouthwash and clean your mouth." "Fine." Chen Hao nearly laughed in frustration, pulling her hat from behind and stuffing a 100 yuan bill inside. "If you get bullied again, don't come to me." Li Yuyu stumbled at the sudden tug. She pursed her lips, letting out a displeased snort. Su Miaodong cautiously leaned in to whisper to her father, "Daddy, do Uncle and Auntie still argue every day?" Su Yin shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" "Tong Tong? Uncle and Annie used to argue every day." Su Miaodong blinked innocently. Sometimes they would even fight, and you would have to mediate. Su Yan felt a sense of unease. Arguing every day? These two had graduated from university and still clung to each other? When they settled in a barbecue restaurant, Su Miaodong sweetly asked, "Auntie, why didn't T Minmin come today?" Li Yuyu, puzzled, replied, "Who is Minmin?" Su Miaodong paused, blinking. "She's Uncle Chun Hao and Aunt Yuyu's daughter. She's also my best friend." Chun Hao, drinking water, nearly choked. Li Yuyu was equally startled, immediately pulling Su Yan's face in irritation. "What on earth are you teaching the child?" Su Yan raised his hands in surrender. "I truly did not teach her." "Don't gross me out." Li Yuyu imagined the scenario and instinctively shuddered. Every morning seeing his face, I would throw up. "Is that so?" Chun Hao shot her a sideways glance. "I have plenty of girls chasing after me. It's nothing special." "Oh, then you better watch out. After all, you're old and ugly. They might just be lacking a father's love." Chun Hao was about to retort when he noticed the little girl across from him. Swallowing all his foul words, he raised his thumb, suppressing his temper. Impressive. Even during dinner, the two remained unyielding, eating with stern faces. Su Yan, accustomed to their demeanor, paid them no mind and focused on selecting Tong Tong's favorite dishes. The little girl's lips were smeared with grease, looking adorably plump and shiny. Afterward, Su Yan honored his promise and returned to the claw machine to help Tong Tong catch a rabbit plush. It was only at 8 in the evening that he held his daughter's hand and exited the mall. In Tong Tong's embrace, she held 2 fluffy rabbit dolls. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she couldn't help but rub her soft cheek against the rabbit's face, exclaiming, "You were so adorable." Afterward, the father and daughter bid farewell and walked home hand in hand. "Tong Tong, is what you said true?" Su Yan inquired while gently stroking Tong Tong's head. "Uncle Chun Hao and Aunt Li Yuyu, they have a daughter named Minmin?" Tong Tong, still preoccupied with the rabbit toys, playfully tugged at the rabbit's ears and replied, "Yes, Minmin is my best friend." Su Yan understood that many events had yet to unfold. Nevertheless, a sense of anxiety crept in. Would the future be altered by Tong Tong's presence? For instance, he and Wen Ning had met earlier because of Tong Tong. Or Chun Hao and Li Yuyu were already aware that their future daughter would be named Minmin. There is a term known as the butterfly effect. Yet, upon reflection, considering the absurdity of time travel, he mused why ponder so much. After all, others had systems and golden fingers, while Tong Tong, a rather embarrassing time traveler, would be dismissed by her peers. The February weather was quite chilly, prompting Su Yan to tighten his clothing. "Tong Tong, we are home." Daddy, carry me." "All right." The next morning at 8:30, when Ning arrived at Su Yan's doorstep, as it was the weekend, she was not in her school uniform, but wore a simple beige knit top paired with blue jeans, her long legs appearing youthful and vibrant. With a typical Jiangnan beauty, her presence was effortlessly captivating. Although she was not smiling, the slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes radiated charm and beauty. When Su Yan opened the door, his gaze lingered on her face for a moment. He ruffled his tousled hair, saying, "It's still early. Tong Tong hasn't woken up yet. Please come in." He then casually walked into the living room. Wen Ning couldn't help but feel that he seemed rather relaxed. During her previous visit, he had not appeared particularly anxious. After changing into slippers, she entered the living room, where Su Yan was pouring himself a glass of water in the kitchen. On the coffee table lay 2 white rabbit dolls, fluffy with short tails, one large and one small, leaning against each other in a cute manner. When Ning's attention was instantly captured, she stared for quite some time, resisting the urge to pick one up and play. Reluctantly, she bit her lip and slowly diverted her gaze, only to accidentally meet Su Yan's eyes as he emerged from the kitchen holding a cup. "Did you buy these for Tong Tong?" "What did you say?" Su Yan yawned, momentarily unaware of her question. He casually picked up one of the rabbit dolls and placed it in her hands. "This is for you." Slightly dazed, Wen Ning held the rabbit, feeling a bit flustered. It was difficult to refuse, yet accepting it was equally challenging. She could only clutch the rabbit tightly. In truth, she had found the doll endearing at first sight. "I'll go wake her up. Please have a seat for a moment." Su Yan, oblivious to her expression, walked into the room, calling, "Tong Tong, it's time to get up. Mommy's here." "Umph. You silly dad." A groggy but clearly irritated voice came from the bedroom, tinged with a hint of defiance. It was evident she was sulking at her father for waking her up. Wen Ning then lowered her gaze to the rabbit doll in her hands. The little rabbit appeared somewhat dazed, round and soft, undeniably adorable. So much so that even Wen Ning couldn't resist gently rubbing her cheek against the toy. Her eyes reflected a soft tenderness, mirroring the same joy as Tong Tong. "You are so cute." It had been a long time since anyone had gifted her a rabbit doll. The small rabbit charm on her backpack was a gift from her mother when she was in preschool, hung lovingly by her on the bag. Though it cost only 5 yuan, it was the most cherished possession she had from childhood. She had changed many backpacks, but that little rabbit had remained attached for many years. Almost a decade had passed, yet every time Wen Ning tugged on the rabbit's ear, memories of her mother would resurface. She adored rabbits, oh how she adored them. Chapter 14. When chilling after breakfast, Su Miaoting lethargically nestled in Wen Ning's embrace, her lips pouting almost to the heavens, resembling an irate pufferfish. Although the cause of her displeasure remained a mystery, Wen Ning felt a twinge of awkwardness. The girl's morning disdain mirrored that of a typical mother-daughter dynamic, especially evident right after waking. Her irritability and volatility were palpable, even as the cheerful pleasant goat played on the television, eliciting a desire for martial arts instead. Does mommy make you unhappy? Wen Ning attempted to soothe her. Pouting like that doesn't make you look pretty at all. I'm unhappy, Su Miaoting replied, burying her head deeper into her mother's arms. Mommy woke me up. Wen Ning pressed her lips together, feeling a vexation that she could not quite articulate, a warmth creeping up her neck. Su Miaoting's current demeanor was reminiscent of her grumpiness when awakened by the alarm. Su Yin, observing the scene, remarked, I told you. This little girl has quite the temper in the mornings. I wonder where she picked that up. Wen Ning's expression stiffened momentarily. After a long pause, she coolly responded, make a note of it. When you choose a wife, ensure she doesn't have morning grouchiness. Sure, Su Yin replied, organizing his backpack. I'll set a household rule. Anyone who brings morning grumpiness my way gets a spanking. Wen Ning scoffed, Tuntong, Daddy says he'll spank you. Su Yin quickly denied. I could never spank Tuntong. Then who would you spank? Wen Ning found his nonchalant demeanor particularly irksome. About half an hour later, Su Miaoting had shaken off her morning malaise, giggling in her mother's embrace. When she laughed, deep dimples appeared on her cheeks, enhancing her cuteness, prompting Wen Ning to playfully poke her. Su Yin squatted beside the coffee table, tidying up the scattered game console and discs before stowing them in his backpack. You two play for a bit longer. I'll step out for a moment and return shortly. He slung the backpack over his shoulder. I'm meeting my aunt this afternoon. I thought I'd take Tuntong shopping for some clothes. You, being a girl, should have a better eye for selection. When Ning paused, where are you going? To sell the game console and discs, Su Yin casually replied while putting on his shoes at the door. With the upcoming college entrance exams, I want to have time to play. Better to sell them while they still hold some value. Wen Ning, unfamiliar with boys' electronic gadgets and rarely engaging with games, didn't ponder his words further. Soon, the sound of the door closing echoed, leaving only the mother and daughter in the living room. It was only then that Wen Ning belatedly realized something. Tuntong, does Daddy really enjoy playing games? Very much. Su Miaoting chirped innocently. We have so many game consoles at home. Daddy wipes them down with a towel several times a day. My favorite thing is to sit in Daddy's lap and watch him play. Wen Ning gazed at the empty coffee table, silent. Indeed, it was all for Tuntong. He clearly cherished his hobbies, yet he pretended not to care in her presence. Wen Ning realized she never truly understood him. She had not delved into the complexities of this boy, whom she might come to love in the future. Due to her mother's early passing and the less than joyful dynamics of her new family, Wen Ning had always maintained a rather indifferent attitude toward love. She never believed she would ardently care for someone. Given her relationship with her stepmother and stepsister, she had never expected anyone to love her deeply. Yet now, it dawned on her that regardless of her current feelings towards Su Yin, in Tuntong's world, she must genuinely love him. Deeply love this thoughtful boy, who appeared somewhat awkward due to his slight machismo. With this thought, she gently pinched her daughter's cheek. Tuntong, promise me you won't be angry with Daddy in the mornings anymore, okay? Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Miaoting's little face scrunched up. She didn't want to be angry with Daddy. He was the best dad in the world. But mornings were so bothersome, especially when he had to wake her up for breakfast. Then let us make a pinky promise, Mommy. Su Miaoting extended her pinky. From now on, even if we're annoyed in the mornings, we won't be angry with Daddy. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, her emotions unexpectedly complex. If Tuntong felt this way, it seemed she would often exhibit morning grumpiness towards Su Yin in the future. After a substantial pause, she extended her pinky to seal the promise. Su Yin's absence was brief. He returned in less than half an hour, hanging the now empty backpack on the rack. He looked at the mother and daughter duo on the sofa. What were you two talking about? At the sound of his voice, Wen Ning and Su Miaoting turned in unison. Why are you looking at me? Su Yin inquired, suspiciously touching his cheek. Is there something on my face? It's a secret, Daddy, Su Miaodong exclaimed, leaping from the sofa into his arms, her bright eyes sparkling. Mommy and I made a pinky promise that one tea change for 100 years. Su Yin turned to Wen Ning. A secret. Wen Ning shifted her gaze, her ears inexplicably flushing. You can't know. For reasons unknown, Su Yin sensed that Wen Ning, the campus beauty, seemed a bit flustered. Make sure to keep track of the money you spend on Tantong. Understood. Su Yin paused but didn't press further. Let us go. We'll get Tantong some clothes first, then head to meet my aunt. Wen Ning skillfully braided Tantong's hair into 2 lovely pigtails, taking about 10 minutes. Then the 3 of them set off together. Su Yin chose the nearest mall, leading the way while checking his phone for his Alipay balance. The game console and discs had sold for over 3,000 yuan, which should suffice for their needs. Even after buying clothes for Tantong, there would still be a significant amount left. However, he was aware that Tantong would soon need to start school, and he pondered this in silence. Meanwhile, Wen Ning held Su Miaodong's hand, her expression unusually soft. Watching her daughter's joy brought her an inexplicable sense of happiness. The duo, a striking mother and daughter pair, attracted attention as they walked down the street. Wen Ning had made a slight effort in her appearance today, sporting straight, slender legs and jeans, giving her a youthful and vibrant look. The clumsy blue and white school uniform somewhat concealed her beauty. However, Wen Ning was utterly unprepared to encounter an acquaintance on this early weekend morning, especially someone she least wished to see at that moment. As she held Tantong's hand, she heard a familiar feminine voice call from a short distance behind. Wen Ning? The voice was unmistakable and carried its usual softness. Wen Ning turned stiffly, spotting a group of middle school girls dressed flamboyantly, each holding a cup of milk tea. At the center stood Wen Xiong, clad in a pale green pleated skirt. Her appearance is strikingly sweet and undeniably radiant, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that makes her stand out amongst a crowd of girls. However, a clear sense of bewilderment is evident on her face. It is only when she catches sight of the doll in Wen Ning's hands and the presence of Su Yin beside her that her smile gradually fades. Qiong, do you know them? A girl nearby inquires, somewhat astonished. She is an exquisitely beautiful girl, possessing a purity that seems to belong only in magazines. Yet, her captivating eyes impart an alluring quality that evokes envy even among other girls. Wen Ning, with her gaze lowered, remains silent, merely tightening her grip on the doll. She is my sister, Wen Xiong furrows her brow, adding, but she doesn't share the same mother as I do. However, didn't she mention this morning that she was going to the library to study? Chapter 15. How unhuman you are. Wen Xiong was acutely aware of the striking beauty of her non-biological sister, who had maintained her reign as the belle of the school since the onset of their first year. It was evident that she had taken some care in her appearance before stepping out today, donning a cashmere knit sweater paired with light blue jeans, an unusual choice for her. Are you at the mall? Did you tell Mom you were coming with your classmates to hang out? Wen Xiong inquired, her brow furrowing, her tone a mix of petulance and curiosity. Even if it's the weekend, Mom wouldn't scold you. So why deceive her by claiming you were at the library? Wen Ning offered a non-committal clearly reluctant to prolong the conversation. Sister, who is he? Wen Xiong pressed on, her gaze shifting to the young boy accompanying Wen Ning. And what about this little girl? Where did she come from? She glanced at the adorable Tong Tong, unable to suppress her genuine admiration for the child's cuteness. Tong Tong, upon being noticed, immediately buried her face in her mother's embrace, appearing somewhat sullen. Wen Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied softly, just a friend. I'm merely asking, don't be so stingy, Wen Xiong retorted, evidently unconvinced. She tossed her hair back, her interest piqued as she continued to pry. Don't worry. I want to tell Mom and Dad. It's just that there's a boy next to you. You know, it's the first time I've seen you hang out with a boy. Wen Ning remained silent. An inexplicable tension filled the air, and even the middle school girls accompanying Wen Xiong sensed the subtle dynamics between the sisters. Gradually, their lively chatter faded into an awkward silence. Feeling as though she had pressed her cheek against something cold, Wen Xiong was left with a sense of embarrassment. Do you really have to be this way all the time? She huffed, irritation evident in her voice. We're family after all. There's no need to hide everything from us. Why do you always give me and Mom the cold shoulder? Wen Ning found her words somewhat amusing. To be fair, she harbored no significant disdain for her stepsister. After all, Wen Xiong had grown up in a bubble of affection, her father's indulgence, and her mother's every whim catered to. From birth, she had known no troubles, resulting in her lively and self-centered disposition. She often failed to grasp the nuances of social dynamics, coming off as rather spoiled. In contrast, Wen Ning's life had taken a different trajectory. After their mother's passing, she had transformed from a cherished daughter into a girl reliant on the kindness of others. She had no room for caprice or self-assertion, especially in the presence of her stepsister. Her stepmother, Xiao Ziqin, doted on her biological daughter, naturally bestowing upon her the finest things, a reality Wen Ning had come to comprehend from a young age. Xiao Ziqin was indeed a good mother, albeit one with whom she had no connection. Though Wen Ning did not harbor animosity towards them, it was challenging for her to feel any affection. Honestly, it wouldn't matter if you told them, Wen Ning sighed, taking a deep breath. I'm 18 now, an adult who can lead her own life and have her own friends. Wen Xiong opened her mouth but faltered, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, she stomped her foot in frustration. Suit yourself. I can't be bothered with you. With your attitude, no wonder Mom and Dad don't like you. Who would? Wen Ning remained silent. Just then, Su Yin, who had been engrossed in his phone, lifted his gaze towards Wen Xiong. After a moment, he seemed to grasp something amusing, prompting a chuckle that echoed in Wen Ning's ears. Wen Ning turned to him, puzzled and frustrated. Was it really that funny? Su Yin, still chuckling, remarked. I didn't realize your sister had such a foul mouth. Crazy. I didn't insult her, Wen Xiong retorted, her ears perking up as she rolled her eyes. Young lady, could you tone it down a bit? Su Yin quipped, his smile widening. You're acting like a spoiled brat. Isn't that embarrassing? What did you say? Wen Xiong had never been spoken to in such a manner. Though devoid of profanity, the aggression was palpable enough to provoke ire in any girl. Sister, who is he? Wen Xiong shot back, her cheeks flushed, yet she stood her ground against Su Yan's imposing presence, even contemplating pushing him. However, he remained unmoved, and she stumbled back slightly. As she looked up, she caught Su Yan's thoughtful expression, making her acutely aware of the disparity in their physiques. Su Yan, accustomed to playing basketball with Chen Hao, stood tall at around 178 meters, while Wen Xiong barely reached 160 meters, creating an unintentional sense of intimidation. You're from Jiang Air Middle School, right? Su Yan said without irritation, lightly patting her shoulder. Make sure to get along with your sister. Don't bully her unnecessarily, understand? Wen Xiong met his gaze, feeling the slight tightening of his hand on her shoulder. Su Yan, dressed simply in a black jacket, with long hair and somewhat clumsy black-framed glasses, possessed strikingly dark pupils. Back when I was in middle school, you wouldn't have known me when I was the bully. Wen Xiong felt a sudden tightness in her chest at his gaze and instinctively recoiled. Despite his seemingly expressionless face, there was an inexplicable air of authority about him. Just listen and behave, and your sister will treat you to some delicious snacks, he added, his demeanor shifting to a more relaxed smile. It's nothing serious. Go enjoy your time with your classmates. Listening to his tone of reprimand directed at her, Wen Xiong opened her mouth to retort but wisely refrained from further argument. Ultimately, she returned silently to her group of classmates. Is that your sister's boyfriend? One of them asked. Not sure. Let us go. Wen Xiong's expression soured. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, still holding Tong Tong, snapped back to reality. She glanced at Su Yin, her voice barely above a whisper, earlier to be honest. She was slightly taken aback. For a moment, she feared Su Yin might actually strike Wen Xiong for her insolence. Behind that seemingly innocent face, he possessed a side she had never seen before. Perhaps he was just worried you might complain and make things difficult at home, Su Yin mused, showing little interest in arguing with a middle school girl. It's all bad habits from being spoiled. Wen Ning, leading Tong Tong, muttered softly. Why were you suddenly so fierce? In middle school, I used to run wild with Chen Hao, showing no mercy, Su Yin shrugged. But I turned over a new leaf eventually. Wen Ning pondered this for a moment before whispering, but she didn't really insult me. Su Yin shot her a glance and casually remarked, No, she said no one likes you. Wen Ning froze, a look of clear confusion crossing her delicate features. No one likes me? Why would that upset you? The remark seemed rather odd, and she felt a flush of embarrassment creeping up her neck. Before she could fully grasp Su Yin's meaning, he continued, Isn't that an insult to Tong Tong? Oh. Wen Ning realized she had misunderstood. She suddenly felt a surge of pent-up frustration and couldn't help but exclaim, Then you must be quite inhuman to think you would like me in the future? Su Yin? Chapter 16. Tong Tong and Xu Yin, is this even human conversation? Xu Yin pondered that getting to know this girl better would reveal another side of her. At times, her thought process seemed to exist on an entirely different wavelength than that of ordinary people. The things she said often made her appear somewhat naive, making it hard to believe she was a top student with a score of 688. As time passed, The two of them took Tong Tong out for an enjoyable morning of selecting clothes. The mother and daughter shared similar tastes. And Wen Ning found the children's outfits to be beautiful, much to Tong Tong's delight. As for Xiuyan, he believed his daughter would look lovely in anything. How about trying this one? Suggested the sales attendant, an older young woman whose heart melted at the sight of Tong Tong. This little girl was truly remarkable. To call her cute was an understatement. Additionally, there stood the stunning, eye-catching Wen Ning, the campus beauty. Following the attendant's gaze, Wen Ning's eyes landed on a sky-blue long-sleeved shirt hanging on the wall. The fabric was decent, suitable for outings or even as loungewear. But was this matching parent-child attire? And there were 3 pieces. It seems like it would suit you both perfectly, the attendant remarked, glancing at Xiuyan, who was sitting nearby engrossed in his phone. Come on, brother, be a little more serious. Mistakenly addressed as brother, Xiuyan looked up to see that the clothing featured an adorable design. Each piece depicted a different kitten. The children's outfit showcased a small white kitten, the mother's featured an elegant ragdoll, and the father's displayed a plump orange cat. How could a man of my stature possibly wear such attire? He gestured dismissively. Adopting a pose reminiscent of Wang Jingzi, I won't wear this unless I jump off this ledge. Daddy, Tong Tong likes it. The little girl began to pout. Xiuyan argued reasonably. But if I wear such childish clothing, Uncle Chun Hao will laugh at me. Please, Daddy, you're the best. Tong Tong pleaded with her soft, sweet voice, tugging at her father's hand with reluctance. The sales attendant, standing aside, felt her heart nearly melt at the sight. Just buy it for her, please. At such a tender age, Tong Tong already knew how to play her cards right. Xiuyan pinched her nose playfully. When you grow up, who knows how many boys you'll charm into submission. Wen Ning observed Tong Tong clinging to her father's embrace, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Tong Tong had mentioned before that her mother often asked her father whom he preferred more, his wife or daughter. At the time, Wen Ning had dismissed it as implausible. How could her personality allow her to utter such words? Would she really turn into that kind of trivial and troublesome woman after falling in love? Yet now, she found herself beginning to understand. Tong Tong was truly a master of coaxing affection, even more so than a little lover. You 3 can try these on first. If they don't suit you, that's perfectly fine, the attendant said, wearing a motherly smile. These 2 high school students were genuinely playing house with their little sister. Daddy, Mommy, and daughter, how adorable. We have cameras in our store, so even if you don't purchase anything, it would be lovely to capture a photo as a keepsake. This was the clever tactic of sales. Once they took the photo, the likelihood of them making a purchase would increase significantly. With such a tempting offer presented, Xiuyan and Wen Ning found it difficult to refuse. In truth, since Tong Tong had traveled back to the present, they had not yet taken a family photo together. Their 8-year-old daughter and her 2 18-year-old parents created a stark contrast in time, yet there were countless moments they could not afford to miss. Tong Tong would eventually grow up. If they allowed time to pass without capturing her current smile, it might lead to a hint of regret. 10 minutes later, Xiuyan changed into the outfit and stood before the hall mirror. After a while, Wen Ning emerged from the fitting room with Tong Tong in tow. Xiuyan couldn't help but linger his gaze on her for an extended moment. Wen Ning, who possessed a naturally cool demeanor and exquisitely beautiful features, had left her hair down instead of tying it back, allowing her glossy black hair to cascade down her back. This simple act transformed her into a figure of relaxed elegance, even while wearing clothes that leaned towards a cute style. Coupled with her striking eyes, she emanated an allure that made it difficult for Xiuyan to tear his gaze away. She resembled the Wen Ning in the photographs, the one who had already given birth to Tong Tong, radiating the softness typical of Jiangnan women. Stop staring at me. Wen Ning averted her gaze from Xiuyan, uncomfortably twirling a strand of hair that had fallen beside her ear. I merely left my hair down for convenience. When I take this outfit off, looks good, Xiuyan replied, pausing briefly. So, after marrying me, is this the hairstyle you plan to maintain at home for ease of undressing? Of course. He refrained from vocalizing the sort of absurd remark that could earn him a swift reprimand from Wen Ning. The sales attendant marveled once more at the beauty of both the mother and daughter. This family was simply too stunning. Come over for a photo, she urged joyfully, positioning the camera. You all look like a genuine family, not just playing house. Standing before the lens, the 3 were captured in a perfectly composed photograph. Soon after, the attendant sent the photo to Xiuyan and Wen Ning's WeChat accounts. Xiuyan glanced at the picture on his phone, said nothing, but ultimately decided to purchase the entire matching outfit. Wen Ning received it as well, lowering her head to view it. Tong Tong remained irresistibly adorable. In the photo, she stood beside Tong Tong, her hair cascading freely, her complexion fair and glowing. her eyes slightly downturned, with her lips curling into a subtle, nearly imperceptible smile. Her usually cool demeanor softened. Wen Ning hesitated. Did I really look this joyful during the photo? In contrast, Xu Yan appeared unchanged, carefree, with one hand resting on Tong Tong's head, lazily smiling. This was a family photo that was supposed to be taken when Tong Tong turned 5. Yet now, it had arrived a decade early, manifesting before her. Wen Ning created a new album on her phone and placed the photo inside. After naming the album Tong Tong, she turned off her phone screen and tucked it away in her pocket. When she looked up, she saw Xu Yan ahead, one hand clasping the exuberant Tong Tong while the other carried all the items they had bought for her. After a few seconds, Wen Ning retrieved her phone again. She accessed the album and slowly deleted the 2 characters of Tong Tong, renaming it Tong Tong and Xu Yan. However, this must remain a secret from others. Let me set a password that only I know. This album would be something she could cherish alone. Chapter 17. Did your father cheat? After lunch, Xu Yan returned home to drop off some things. To his dismay, the 3,000 yuan he had just received had dwindled to less than half. Since it was still early, Xu Yan decided to linger at home for a while before heading to his aunt's place. Wen Ning took out the hair ties and accessories she had purchased earlier and led her daughter to the bathroom. Tong Tong, sit here while mommy does your hair. Okay. Tong Tong wants little buns. The term little buns referred to a particular hairstyle, following the style from a picture Tong Tong had brought. Wen Ning skillfully styled her daughter's hair into an adorable bun, adorning it with a small bow. I really think Tong Tong should stay with you, Xu Yan remarked, lazily sipping water from the side. Some things are best done by a mother: braiding hair, changing clothes, bathing, and so on. Tong Tong is clever. She can bathe by herself. Yet, she loves playing with water and blowing bubbles, often spending more than half an hour in the bath. I have to knock on the door for a long time before she reluctantly comes out. This was, after all, the inconvenience of being a father. If it were Wen Ning, she could simply push the door open without hesitation. Yes, Wen Ning carefully arranged her daughter's hair. When I go to university, I will move out on my own. Once in college, she can finally have her own life, no longer living under someone else's roof and cautiously observing their moods. By then, I can have Tong Tong live with me. 19. A young woman, single and raising a child? I can't help but imagine that scenario. You might not have time for romantic pursuits during university. Wen Ning shot him a glance, choosing silence. Clearly, she had no interest in discussing the matter. Due to her experiences growing up, she did not share the typical girl's dreams of adolescence. She had never anticipated meeting someone she might truly adore, nor did she believe she would be fervently loved by anyone. Hence, even without Tong Tong, Wen Ning had no intention of pursuing romance during her college years. Seeing her silence, Xu Yan assumed his words had upset her. There's no need to feel so distressed. It's not like you can't date at all. Xu Yan found her reaction amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. When he laughed, he resembled Tong Tong, with a soft sound escaping his throat, his cheeks sinking in with 2 faint dimples. Wen Ning couldn't resist stealing another glance. What I mean is, if you do want to date, Xu Yan pointed to his own cheeks, it would probably have to be with me. Wen Ning actually pondered this seriously. After a moment, she replied, in that case, let's not. Tong Tong says you would deliberately kneel on a washboard to prevent me from doing laundry. Just thinking about it is quite irritating. What a deliberate kneel. The grand documentary continues to air the legend of the washboard. Xu Yan suddenly felt that this so-called campus beauty, Wen Ning, could be quite infuriating at times. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, stifling a laugh. Just you wait. He then turned to leave. Where are you going? To throw away the washboard. Xu Yan replied with mock annoyance. That thing will never set foot in my house again. Wen Ning couldn't help but slightly curl her lips in amusement. So silly, if you throw it away, I won't buy another one. Suddenly, Wen Ning, who had been inexplicably drawn into Xu Yan's antics, quickly composed her expression as time passed to 2 in the afternoon. Xu Yan texted his aunt in advance, and the 3 of them set out once more. Maybe I shouldn't go after all. Wen Ning squinted against the bright sunlight. You can take Tong Tong. It will be fine. Although she was somewhat concerned about Tong Tong's identity, it still felt a bit strange to visit Xu Yan's aunt. It's no big deal. It's just your aunt, not my mother. Xu Yan glanced down at his phone, casually remarking, it would be even stranger for me to take Tong Tong alone. At that moment, he was uncertain how to explain Tong Tong's situation to his family. After all, the truth was rather extraordinary. The more people who knew, the less favorable it might be. All right then. Wen Ning nodded, instructing, just say that Tong Tong is my younger sister, and this is something I've entrusted to you. Just make sure aunt and uncle don't find out. Huh. Xu Yan raised his head to scrutinize her. When talking in the future, Remember not to omit crucial words. What? Wen Ning looked puzzled. Was there something wrong with what I just said? You should say, don't let your aunt and uncle find out, Su Yin yawned. Don't get too familiar. You're not my wife yet. Wen Ning decided to ignore him, feeling that he was holding a grudge over the earlier washboard incident and trying to provoke her. Half an hour later, they arrived at a neighborhood. Ban Ban is here. The door was opened by a woman of striking elegance, dressed in white pajamas, as if she had just awoken from a nap. This was Su Yan's aunt, Su Lingling, a name that seemed somewhat youthful. Her appearance was sweet and charming, yet she was already in her 30s. The relationship between aunt and uncle had always been stable, and it was rumored they were even trying to conceive this year. What a surprise to see you. Su Lingling playfully poked her nephew's cheek, her smile radiant. Ban Ban, are you hoping your aunt will take you out to play? Ban Ban was Su Yan's childhood nickname. He had learned to walk late and often stumbled, so his aunt had always been the one to guide him. Consequently, she continued to call him Ban Ban. Aunt, you're not a little girl anymore. Please act your age. Su Yan sighed in exasperation. You're about to have a baby. You should be more composed. That's called maintaining a youthful spirit. Su Lingling placed her hands on her hips, a touch of pride in her demeanor. It keeps a woman forever young. It was hard to believe she was a woman in her 30s. However, before she could continue speaking, she abruptly paused. Her gaze fell upon the girl standing behind Su Yan. Su Lingling was unfamiliar with this girl, but couldn't help but notice her striking beauty. She was as fair as porcelain, a type that would stand out even on a television screen. Before she could ponder the girl's connection to her nephew, she spotted Su Miaodong, who was holding her mother's hand. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she giggled. Oh, so Daddy brought me to see Grandma. In fact, when Tong Tong was younger, she had called her great aunt, but Su Lingling had found it unappealing and had Tong Tong change it to Grandma. Su Lingling observed the deep dimples on Tong Tong's face, her expression gradually stiffening. Why does she remind me so much of our Su family? Before Su Yin could explain, he noticed his aunt's expression had grown unusually serious. Is she your father's child? Chapter 18. Are you surrendering? What is aunt thinking? Can my father really have such a beautiful child? Although Shi Yuan's words carried a hint of self-deprecation, they were indeed true. Su Lingling also realized this. She had thought that both of these lovely ladies belonged to the Su family. However, upon reflection, the ages didn't quite match. That's Ban Ban. And she's my friend's younger sister, Su Yuan explained. Aunt, I have important matters to discuss today. Let us not linger outside. Oh, come in then. Su Lingling hurriedly stepped aside. I'll fetch you some slippers. Why would Ban Ban bring a friend to meet aunt? She had a myriad of questions for her nephew. But considering the presence of outsiders, she decided to hold her tongue. The Su family's favored younger generation was a cherished lineage. Since childhood, Su Lingling had doted most on this nephew, so she didn't suspect he would bring back anyone unsavory. It was likely that there was indeed a matter of significance. When Ning sat silently on the sofa with Tong Tong, her gaze fixated on her toes. Please have some water, Su Lingling smiled, trying to ease the girl's tension. This girl was undeniably stunning, surpassing even the most beautiful campus queens found online. Thank you, Aunt Su, Wen Ning replied timidly, resembling a girl visiting her boyfriend's family for the first time. In truth, Su Yuan understood her concerns primarily about Tong Tong. Regardless of whether he and Wen Ning would eventually marry, Tong Tong required a healthy family environment. The Su family members were indeed Tong Tong's true kin. Concealing certain truths from her, preventing her from recognizing her loving grandparents and grandmother, would be a cruel act. By the way, your grandmother called me today, Su Lingling said. Her expression filled with suspicion as she shot her nephew a glance. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and walked toward the room. You two wait here for a moment. I'll have a word with my aunt. Seeing Wen Ning's anxiety, Su Yuan comforted her. It's nothing serious. Once Su Yuan stepped away, Tong Tong could no longer contain her curiosity and blinked her big eyes. Mom, why can't I call her Grandma? Grandma treats her so well. Because Grandma isn't officially your grandma yet, Wen Ning replied, sitting Tong Tong on her lap and gazing into her bright, delicate eyes. You'll have to wait another decade or so. Tong Tong bit her finger, clearly not fully understanding. Wen Ning gently patted her daughter's head. When you grow up, you'll understand. This was something that Tong Tong would need to learn over time. Entering a familiar yet foreign environment was her misfortune. She knew everyone. Yet those who once loved her did not recognize her. However, simultaneously, this was also Tong Tong's fortune. She could witness, through her innocent eyes, many moments from the past that she had missed. She could see her young parents and her grandmother before she had children meanwhile. After Su Lingling and her nephew entered the room, she promptly locked the door. "Speak," she commanded, her expression scrutinizing. "Who are those two girls?" "Aunt." "You might not believe this," Su Yuan said earnestly, meeting her gaze. "The little girl is my daughter." "Ah?" Su Lingling looked bewildered. After a moment, she shot her nephew an incredulous glance, exclaiming, "When she was born, you weren't even developed yet." "Aunt, I've checked all right." Su Yuan remembered that his aunt had indeed liked to inspect his pants when he was younger. He was well aware of her disbelief. Every matter requires a process of acceptance. Even if she was his closest relative, a gradual approach was necessary. "So who is that little girl?" Su Lingling demanded. Hands on her hips. "She is my sister. She was taken by human traffickers shortly after birth and was only recently found," Su Yuan replied without hesitation. "She doesn't have a household registration, so she can't go to school. You know Meng Gu is from the police station. He asked me to inquire." This was a premeditated explanation. "Meng Gu, don't be so casual." Su Lingling tugged at her nephew's ear. "He is your uncle now." Thinking of this matter, Su Yuan also frowned. "But I've always called him Meng Gu. I can't change that." "Aunt, you're the one who is dating someone younger." Su Lingling was 7 years older than her husband, Meng Yufei, who lived in the same community as the Su family. When Su Yuan was in elementary school, Meng Yufei was attending university. Tall and handsome, with a pleasant demeanor, he was well liked by the neighborhood children, including Su Yuan, who called him brother. To put it simply, although Meng Yufei was older, they were of the same generation, akin to brothers. At that time, Su Lingling was already working in her 20s and only returned home on weekends. Somehow, the two fell for each other, resulting in a real-life sibling romance. There was a little skit titled "My Nephew's Friend is Really Handsome" or "My Brother's Aunt. I want to be your brother. Yet you wish to be my uncle." Su Yuan recalled that during that time, Su Lingling and Meng Yufei were too afraid to let their families know. They would use weekends to take Su Yuan out as an excuse to secretly date. "Old cow eating young grass," Su Lingling blushed. "What do you, a little brat, know about love? You two tossed me into the arcade for the entire afternoon while you went to watch a movie." Su Yuan retorted. "Do you remember?" Su Lingling's face paled, a hint of guilt in her eyes. "That was so many years ago, I remember everything," Su Yuan smirked. "I just didn't want to argue with you." All right. And you dare to seek your uncle's help so brazenly?" Su Lingling waved her hand, quickly changing the topic. "But since this is a family matter, why are you so invested?" Su Yuan stretched out his hand. "Don't ask about the dog-licking business." The two of them exchanged glances. "Fine," Su Yuan sighed in resignation. "She is my girlfriend. Should have said so earlier." Su Lingling's expression relaxed. Ban has really blossomed. Dating such a beautiful girl. But wait, isn't Ban about to take the college entrance examination? Won't dating such a stunning girl affect her studies? So, don't tell my parents. Su Yuan seemed to know what she was thinking and shushed her. "Aunt, don't say anything indiscreet when you go out. A girl's reputation is delicate. If it weren't for her sister, she wouldn't have come here today." Su Lingling nodded, then began to ponder seriously. Being taken by human traffickers and lacking a household registration, although it sounded a bit far-fetched, it was entirely impossible. Yet, recalling the little girl's appearance, she thought, "But why do I feel she resembles our Su family? Right? I feel a connection too," Su Yuan inquired. "Aunt, can this matter be resolved? What about her family elders?" Su Lingling did not answer but continued to question, why did the older sister bring her younger sister over? That girl looks to be about Ban's age. She should also be preparing for the college entrance examination. Wouldn't such matters usually be handled by the elders? Her mother has passed away, and her father has formed a new family. Su Yin explained, "The stepmother is rather difficult, you understand, right? That poor little girl." Su Lingling pondered. "Is there any documentation that can establish the identity of that little girl?" To put it simply, proof that she did not just appear out of thin air. Su Yin shook his head. Yet, Tong Tong indeed seems to have emerged from nowhere, lacking even a trace of life. Aside from a solitary photograph, she brought nothing else with her. However, a paternity test cannot be casually shown to others. One can never predict the consequences. Without any evidence, it is certainly impossible to proceed, and there is no need to consult your uncle about this matter. Su Lingling shook her head, asserting confidently, in today's society, things are quite stringent. Even if someone is snatched away by human traffickers immediately after birth, there would still be a birth certificate or similar documentation. Otherwise, where do all those undocumented homeless individuals come from? With her aunt's subsequent explanation, Su Yin began to grasp the situation more clearly. In truth, there exists a rather straightforward method to resolve this issue. and he has already taken steps toward it. A paternity test that establishes a blood relation could serve as identification. Ideally, it should be from the parents, though a grandparents would suffice as well. However, this process is indeed quite cumbersome. While it could confirm that Tong Tong is his biological daughter, how should they explain her age? No, wait. You must be involved in something. Su Lingling, observing her nephew, lost in thought, sensed that something was amiss. Previously, he had sought her assistance in matters. For instance, when he got into a fight with other boys at school and middle school and was summoned by the teacher, he did not call anyone else but this very aunt. At that time, Su Lingling was reluctant to go. Although she cared for her nephew, it was undeniably an embarrassing situation. And his response back then was, "If it can't be resolved, then none of us should live." He flipped the table. How could he now be in such a silent state? So, who exactly is that little girl? Well, aunt, a friend of mine. Su Yin fell silent for a moment. You see, this friend of mine had an affair with a girl, passionate and irresistible. Su Lingling interjected, and then they had a daughter. Su Yin spoke cautiously, Aunt, do you think this is an appropriate way to convey it? Su Lingling looked at him with disbelief. So, you were here to confess to your uncle today? Chapter 19. How dare you criticize others? It's not me. It's a friend of mine, Su Yin explained. Don't be deceived by how mature that little girl seems. She is only 3 years old. Is this really a 3-year-old? Su Lingling thought her nephew was particularly cheeky today. It appeared that any mention of that girl and the little one made it exceedingly difficult to extract any truth from his lips. However, in reality, Su Yin had already disclosed the truth to his aunt from the very beginning. All right, if you don't wish to speak, that's fine. Su Lingling didn't want to keep her guests waiting too long. In any case, I've told you the methods. You can discuss it with her yourself. Understood, Su Yin nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned that his aunt would inform the family. In truth, it wouldn't matter if she did. Tong Tong would eventually need to meet her grandparents. Su Yin simply hadn't yet contemplated how to broach the subject with them. Now, you are an adult, Su Lingling said as she opened the door. Looking back at her nephew, her smile somewhat subdued. Annie may choose not to inquire, but whatever you do, you must consider the consequences. Su Yin remained silent. What I mean is, I have watched you grow little by little. Su Lingling's tone turned earnest. No matter what happens, you can trust your aunt. Su Yin nodded, acknowledging that he knew his aunt cared for him deeply. Su Lingling smiled again, reaching out to pat her nephew, who had grown taller than her. As they exited the room, Wen Ning was still sitting upright on the sofa, appearing somewhat anxious at the sight of the two. As for Ta Tong, having waited for a while, she was nestled in her mother's embrace, looking drowsy. Perhaps it was the long morning spent shopping at the mall, coupled with the sleepy afternoon hour, that caused Tong Tong's head to droop like a little chick. Auntie, there's something else. Su Yin, not wanting to awaken his daughter, lowered his voice. Auntie, aren't you a Chinese teacher at Chuyang Primary School? Could this little girl start school? She can't just stay at home at this age. She can't officially enroll, but attending as an auditor to make friends would be beneficial. Elementary and middle school are the most crucial times for shaping one's life. That won't work. A guardian's approval is required. Su Lingling shook her head. Moreover, I'm currently on leave. I haven't been to school for almost a week. Su Yin paused. As if some realization dawned upon him, his expression one of surprise. Su Lingling touched her flat abdomen, her face radiating happiness. Auntie's expecting a little baby. For a woman, this marks the beginning of an entirely new phase in life. Sorry, dear girl, I may not be able to assist you. Su Lingling turned to Wen Ning, somewhat apologetically. I feel bad for making you come all this way. Would you like to stay for dinner? That's all right, Wen Ning replied softly. I'll think of another solution. Su Lingling's curiosity deepened. Did it seem as though the two were genuinely caring for a child? Why do I feel like I'm conversing with my nephew's wife? Auntie, I just mentioned her family situation to you. Su Yin pondered for a moment. Her parents are irresponsible and unwilling to take care of her. She has to prepare for the college entrance examination and has no time to accompany the child. We can't leave the little girl alone. Su Lingling couldn't help but glance at Wen Ning. The extraordinarily beautiful girl nodded obediently, remaining silent. Auntie, how about this? Su Yin suggested. Since you are a teacher, you could help her with reading and writing during the day and take her out to play. We can pick her up in the evening. This way, it would also give you a chance to bond with Tong Tong. Afterward, you can teach Tong Tong how to communicate in front of you. Once you get accustomed to it, we can gradually share more about Tong Tong. Auntie is younger than Su Yan's parents and possibly more open to understanding certain things. That sounds fine. Su Lingling agreed without a second thought. Besides, your uncle is usually quite busy, and I have little to do at home. However, as she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Wen Ning, as if addressing her directly. Wen Ning's expression was evidently a bit awkward, her earlobes tinged with red. She was unaware of what Su Yin had just discussed with his aunt. But it was clear that after they exited the room, Su Lingling's gaze towards her had shifted. Lowering her eyes, she murmured, "Thank you," and Su Lingling merely smiled. "It's nothing. Annie is great with children, so don't worry. Why is she so shy? Such an innocent girl, not only beautiful but also with long legs." At that moment, the sound of the door opening interrupted their conversation. Meng Yufei entered, carrying several bags. He was tall and well-built, his features strikingly handsome, dressed in a neat uniform, exuding an air of vitality. There was a noticeable height difference between him and the petite Su Lingling. "My aunt's here?" He changed into slippers and stepped into the living room. "Stay for dinner tonight." "Brother Ming, congratulations," Su Yin said with a smile. "In the blink of an eye. You're about to become a father. I'm looking forward to holding your little one." However, unexpectedly, he realized he had already become a father before Meng Yufei. "Brother Ming? Call me uncle." Meng Yufei instinctively glanced at the girl on the sofa, a hint of suspicion crossing his face. Are you Yan's friends?" When Ning responded slowly, "Hello, uncle." "Then, Andy, we'll head back now. I still have test papers to finish. I'll bring Tong Tong over tomorrow morning." Su Yan cradled the now asleep Tong Tong, adjusting her into a more comfortable position. "Her name is Tong Tong? How adorable." Su Lingling poked the little girl's nose. Tong Tong slightly furrowed her brow, murmuring "daddy" in her sleep while clinging tightly to Su Yan's neck, a droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of her mouth. Afterward, Su Yan and Wen Ning put on their shoes, bid farewell to the two, and left together. Su Lingling watched them depart, her smile bright. "I have a feeling this girl might truly become our family's daughter-in-law." "What do you mean?" Meng Yufei pondered. "Why does that kid run away whenever he sees me?" As a police officer, his instinctual thought was that something seemed off about the two. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was amiss. "In the future, don't wander around the house wearing your uniform." Su Lingling shot him a glance, huffing, "You'll scare people." Meng Yufei was somewhat perplexed. "Then who is that little girl?" Su Lingling provided a brief explanation, not concealing anything from her husband. "Kidnapped by human traffickers? You want me to help take care of her?" Meng Yufei found the situation absurd yet sensed something was amiss. "We need to report this at the station." "What about that girl?" "I don't know. She said she was a girlfriend." "A girlfriend?" Meng Yufei recalled the girl's innocent and lovely appearance. Having been a police officer for a long time, he had encountered countless petty crimes and disputes. Whenever he came across a suspicious character, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Today, Su Yin seemed rather peculiar. In any case, something was definitely off. Moreover, Su Yin was living independently in an apartment now, right? "No, I need to bring that kid back for questioning." Meng Yufei's expression grew increasingly serious as he frowned deeply. He lowered his head, preparing to put on his shoes. Setting aside the matter of the young girl, Su Yin was on the cusp of the college entrance examination. What romance could possibly be discussed at this juncture? Adolescent boys, in the throes of puberty, are often impetuous, especially when left unsupervised by their families. The girl in question was exceedingly beautiful, her demeanor seemingly gentle and demure. Su Yin, however, was a fearless rascal, possessing an audacity that was astonishingly bold since childhood. What if he were to act recklessly and bring the girl home? "Come back here." Su Lingling grasped her husband's arm with a hint of irritation. "Are you bringing your meddling into my family affairs?" "That was not my intention." Meng Yufei's bravado diminished, and his voice softened. "We should at least clarify matters regarding the young girl." Su Lingling shot him a disapproving glare, defending her stance. "Ban Ban is already of age. What's the harm in a young couple exploring their feelings? It's not a grave matter. It's just that I fear it might adversely affect their studies." Meng Yufei weakly protested. "They are still in school. And when you and I were romantically involved, were we not also students?" Su Lingling promptly seized her husband's ear. "When you would come over on weekends and climb into my bed, where was the police then, Officer Meng?" Meng Yufei grew flustered. That was different." Su Lingling regarded him with a sidelong glance. "How was it different?" "Well," Meng Yufei's cheeks flushed as he struggled for words. "That was because you were the one who initiated it." Chapter 20. "Mother, someone will gift me a bunny on the way back." Wen Ning's expression was tinged with a hint of melancholy. If it turned out that even Su Yan's aunt was unable to help, Tong Tong might remain unregistered forever. Clearly, this was an outcome that neither she nor Su Yin could accept. Although, as a mother, her own life and family were in disarray, Wen Ning's thoughts were straightforward. Having not experienced a particularly happy childhood herself, she understood all too well what that felt like. Thus, when she became a mother, she was determined to provide Tong Tong with the very best. Do not overthink it. It's not that it cannot be done, merely that the timing is not right. Noticing her troubled demeanor, Su Yin recounted his aunt's words to Wen Ning. It sounded simple enough. Proving the blood relation should suffice. Yet, the practicalities posed some challenges. The core issue remained. Tong Tong's age was a difficult explanation. Su Yin held Tong Tong close, adjusting her hat to ensure she was comfortable nestled against his neck. Though she was merely an 8-year-old girl, she felt light in his embrace. There was no need for haste. They still had 4 months. Su Yin gazed into her beautiful eyes, stating, "Once we graduate from university and have settled on a city and school, we can find a school for Tong Tong then." Tong Tong would undoubtedly be reluctant to part from them, and they too would find it hard to leave her elsewhere. Wen Ning found his reasoning quite sound, which gradually eased her worries. Previously, her plans for the future revolved around attending university, achieving independence, and no longer having to tread carefully around her stepsister. Yet in reality, she held little expectation for what lay ahead. Each day was consumed by aimless study, watching one impressive score after another appear on her report card, without truly understanding the purpose behind it all. However, with the arrival of Tong Tong, she slowly began to nurture some hope for the future. It was as if something profoundly important had suddenly taken root in her heart. She could now focus on preparing for the college entrance examination without unnecessary distractions. Su Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "With your excellent grades, you could attend the finest universities in the country. Do not let anything sway you." Wen Ning shot him a glance. "What about you?" Su Yin chuckled. "A prestigious university scholar? Are you going to look down on a non-elite undergraduate now?" Wen Ning turned away, choosing not to engage further. Yet, after a moment, she turned back, her voice cool. "When we return, show me your last month's exam paper." By the time they arrived home with Tong Tong, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The little girl was still drowsy, half asleep. Su Yin gently placed her on the bed, allowing her to rest peacefully. Wen Ning wasted no time. She took his exam paper and settled at the desk to examine it thoroughly. After a considerable while, her expression gradually relaxed, and she let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, it was better than she had anticipated. Su Yin's foundation in the sciences was quite solid. He had managed to answer most of the questions correctly. However, his performance in English and Chinese was lacking, evident from the random selections made in the multiple-choice questions. This was a common issue among many boys, not due to difficulty, but sheer laziness and a penchant for play. "I'll take the paper home and review it carefully." Wen Ning meticulously folded the crumpled test sheets he had unearthed from who knows where and placed them in her backpack. "When I return, I will select some questions for you to tackle on Monday." Sitting across from her, Su Yin, distractedly scrolling through his phone, finally raised his eyelids. "Why are you so concerned about my grades? Even the two at home have never pressured me like this." After all, Su Yin had been notorious for his poor performance in middle school. It was only in the final year that he began to focus and study diligently. Having suddenly awakened to the possibility of entering a top school and meeting the undergraduate cutoff, both parents felt immensely grateful. Wen Ning did not respond, merely stating, "I need to head back." She glanced at the time, realizing she had been out all day, when Xiong should have returned home by now. "Hey, Wen, the campus bell." Su Yin called out as she put on her shoes. "Stop worrying about me. What if your grades decline? Then let them decline a bit." Wen Ning carefully tied her shoelaces before standing up. Her striking eyes met Su Yin's, and she compressed her lips slightly. "If I score too high, I fear you won't be able to keep up." "Oh, that's unnecessary." Su Yin's expression faltered for a moment. After a while, he chuckled again. "When I scored over 500 points, didn't I still manage to catch up with you? I meant in terms of scores." "Oh." Wen Ning shot him another glance before shouldering her canvas bag and leaving. As she stepped outside his home, the weather had grown somewhat dim. Given the distance, she waited downstairs for a bus and took a seat at the back. The bus had few passengers, and Wen Ning quietly gazed out at the passing scenery. After a while, she took out the bunny plushie from her backpack, holding it tightly in her hand. Everything that had transpired over the past few days had left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Tong Tong's arrival, meeting Su Yin. So many unexpected events had unfolded in her life. In Tong Tong's descriptions, her future appeared so radiant that any girl would envy it. A prosperous family, a sweet and lovely daughter, a decade-long romance with her husband showing no signs of fading, and an exceptionally stable relationship with her mother-in-law. Even now, she felt that uncanny sensation of unreality gradually spreading within her. It was as if, upon opening her eyes again, all of this would vanish entirely. She was uncertain whether Su Yin, the boy she might fall in love with at 27 or 28, was truly the one she would inevitably love at any age. Yet, Wen Ning still felt a profound joy within her, akin to the moment when her mother had personally hung a bunny doll on her backpack when she was 5. Mother. So many years have passed. Wen Ning squeezed the plushie's ears, her voice low. Aside from you, will anyone else gift me a bunny? Half an hour later, the bus reached her stop. Wen Ning carefully placed the bunny plushie back into her backpack and disembarked, heading home. She stood at the door for a moment before retrieving her keys from her pocket to unlock the door. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she sensed something was amiss. Her stepmother, Xiao Ziqin, sat alone in the living room, while Wen Xiong's door was tightly shut. The television was also muted to a whisper. Upon hearing the door open, Xiao Ziqin turned to glance at her. Wen Ning softly greeted her and was about to head to her room when Xiao Ziqin called out. Xiao Ning, come sit. Wen Ning hesitated briefly before obediently taking a seat on the sofa. Today's events were likely already relayed to her by Wen Xiong. Given Xiao Ziqin's temperament, Wen Ning had anticipated the outcome when she encountered her at the market. Noticing her stepmother's silence, Wen Ning had no choice but to speak up. Where's Dad? He has matters to attend to at the company and won't be returning today. Xiao Ziqin muted the television entirely. Where were you all day? Wen Ning fell silent, unsure of how to respond. I recall you telling me this morning that you were going to the library to study. Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her nominal eldest daughter, her tone betraying no discernible emotion. But your sister returned at noon and mentioned that you were actually out with a boy? Chapter 21. Just can't bring myself to like it. Wen Ning did not deny it. She was involved with a boy. In truth, her stepmother, while somewhat biased, rarely interfered in this aspect of her life, or rather, she was too lazy to do so. Wen Ning understood that if she did not acknowledge it, her stepmother would likely lose interest in pursuing the matter. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wen Ning was reluctant to conceal her relationship with Su Yan. Xiao Ziqin was taken aback by her admission and fell into an unusual silence. It was likely the first time she encountered such a situation, leaving her uncertain of how to address a daughter who was not of her own flesh and blood. After a lengthy pause, she continued, Are you dating? Wen Ning lowered her gaze. No. But I heard from Qiong that this boy is rather dubious. Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her for a while before responding calmly. Xiao Ning, how can you be friends with someone like that? In fact, when Wen Xiong returned home today, she had recounted her grievances in a tearful tone, claiming she had been bullied by her sister's friend. However, Xiao Ziqin was not entirely oblivious to her younger daughter's nature. Used to being spoiled, Wen Xiong sometimes exaggerated situations. Thus, Xiao Ziqin only half believed her words and did not show any displeasure towards Wen Ning, maintaining a notably calm demeanor. That's not true. Wen Ning had always adopted a somewhat submissive stance in front of her stepmother. She typically complied with whatever her stepmother said. However, now her tone was unusually earnest. He is not that kind of boy. I haven't told Dad about this yet. Xiao Ziqin frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure at her attitude. Don't let him worry about you. You are not to see that boy again, understand? At least not until you graduate high school. She was well aware of how beautiful Wen Ning had grown. It was unlikely that any boy approaching her had no ulterior motives. Given her father Wen Qiming's fine genes, even Wen Xiong was reasonably attractive, charming, and cute. But she paled in comparison to Wen Ning. Standing beside her, all eyes would inevitably be drawn to Wen Ning, rendering her own daughter rather ordinary. This disparity was a source of significant dissatisfaction for Xiao Ziqin. Wen Ning's mother was an exceptionally rare beauty. Even when she saw her photograph, it was difficult for her not to feel a sense of inferiority. I have excellent and stable grades. Wen Ning remained silent for a moment before tightening her grip on the canvas bag on her lap. And I am already of age. I have the ability to discern who is suitable to be friends with. You. Xiao Ziqin was genuinely a bit angry. Do you not understand what I mean? I am concerned that you might be deceived. Do you not realize that? Wen Ning was at a loss as to how to explain her relationship with Su Yin to her stepmother. She had previously considered asking Tong Tong about her future relationships with her family. From Tong Tong's few words, Wen Ning could envision the blissful life she would lead as a member of the Su family. Moreover, Su Yan's casual demeanor hinted at the kind of household he belonged to, one filled with particularly admirable individuals. Yet, she had never mentioned the elders from the Wen family, including her maternal grandfather. Although she had a vague idea of the outcome, she ultimately lacked the courage to voice the question. After the college entrance examination, you can go wherever you wish, but for now, that is not an option. Mother, I am not your mother. Xiao Ziqin, in the heat of anger, blurted out without thinking, I am not obliged to indulge you. Do you understand? Then she suddenly realized the inappropriateness of her words. Her lips moved, but she refrained from continuing. The two sat in silence on the sofa. Apart from the silent images on the television, everything seemed to have been paused. Please do not be angry. Take care of yourself. Wen Ning stood up, clutching her bag, her head bowed, long strands of hair cascading down. Her voice barely concealing her emotions. I will not bring shame to you and Dad during my college entrance examination. The term mother seemed to vanish from her lips, replaced by the more formal you. Xiao Ziqin wanted to say something, but ultimately found her words caught in her throat. She was acutely aware of how hurtful her previous statement had been. Even though Wen Ning was not her biological daughter, she had cared for her for over a decade. She wished to say something to ease the tension, but found herself unable to voice it. Finally, she watched helplessly as Wen Ning retreated to her own room, gently closing the door behind her. In truth, Xiao Ziqin often recalled the first time she met Wen Ning. At that time, she was merely a 9-year-old girl, having just experienced the loss of her mother, rendering her somewhat silent and introverted. When they first met, the little girl had sweetly tugged at her sleeve, softly calling her mama. Xiao Ziqin understood why a 6-year-old girl might display such an almost obsequious demeanor towards her. When her father brought home a new aunt, the girl felt insecure, fearing her father would abandon her like her mother had, as if she were a discarded rag doll. At that time, Xiao Ziqin had contemplated treating her well, raising her as her own daughter. But soon after, when Xiong was born, and Xiao Ziqin poured nearly all her love into her younger daughter. Gradually, the relationship between her and Wen Ning became somewhat awkward and distant. Deep down, she recognized that over the years, Wen Ning had caused her little trouble, always understanding and obedient. She never competed with her willful sister for fun or treats. On the contrary, she often assumed a rather accommodating attitude towards her sister. Yet, every time Xiao Ziqin looked at Wen Ning's increasingly beautiful face in those eyes, she found it hard to suppress thoughts of Wen Ning's deceased mother, who was also her husband's late wife. Moreover, since Wen Ning was not born of her own flesh, there were times her temper was difficult to control. For reasons unfathomable, she could not shower her with the same affection she would a biological daughter. Occasionally, when Wen Ning made mistakes, she could not resist reprimanding her with a stern expression. Each time she recalled the little girl who had followed her around, incessantly calling her mama, Xiao Ziqin felt a pang of sorrow. If Wen Ning's biological mother were still alive, she would undoubtedly be cherished by all and lead a life filled with happiness. Wen Ning was a wonderful child. However, she was not my daughter. After all these years, I simply cannot bring myself to like her. What can I do? Chapter 22. Can you be any more shameless? On Monday morning, Su Yin took Tong Tong to his aunt's house. The previous night, he had spent a full 4 hours explaining the concept of time travel to her. This idea, in essence, was not overly complex. To clarify things, Su Yin even showed her several episodes of a popular animated series. Upon arriving at his aunt's residence, Su Yin squatted down before Tong Tong and asked, Do you remember what Daddy told you last night? As winter was drawing to a close, the weather remained somewhat chilly. Concerned for his daughter's comfort, he had dressed her in a fluffy coat and wrapped a sky-blue scarf around her neck, making Tong Tong appear quite round and snug, with her hands tucked away in her sleeves like a little penguin. Yes, Tong Tong is a ding-dong cat, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed from the cold wind. I came back from the future in a time machine to help Mommy and Daddy fulfill their wishes. Was this a sign of understanding? Perhaps. She had grasped a bit of the concept. Su Yin was aware that Tong Tong was exceptionally intelligent for her age. However, he needed her to promise one thing. He gently pinched her cheek and said, This is Tong Tong's biggest secret. You must not tell anyone else, except for those you trust the most. Okay. They had already made a pact about this the previous night. Su Yin understood that leaving Tong Tong with his aunt carried certain risks. Children inevitably say the wrong thing, and it could be discovered one day. Yet, they could not conceal the truth forever. His aunt was, after all, a blood relative of Tong Tong. Upon hearing her nephew's knock, Su Lingling quickly opened the door. Why are you alone? She inquired, glancing behind him. Where's that girl? She lives quite far. So I entrusted her to me last night, Su Yin casually replied. Tong Tong, say hello. Good morning, little grandma. Tong Tong greeted cheerfully. Su Lingling was somewhat taken aback, puzzled as to why this little girl seemed so familiar with her. Did you teach her that? Yes, Su Yin chuckled. I wasn't sure how to introduce her, so I let her call you that. Su Lingling pondered for a moment but didn't mind. The title sounded quite pleasant, and she felt an innate fondness for the little girl, perhaps because she bore a striking resemblance to the children of the Su family, beautiful, almost excessively so. It was evident even at this tender age that she would grow up to be a great beauty. Tong Tong. Today you should be a bit more obedient while playing with little grandma. Su Yin finally released his daughter's hand. I'll come back to pick you up in the evening. Tong Tong nodded obediently and walked over to Su Lingling, taking her hand with a bright smile, radiating happiness and ease. It was clear that their future relationship would be very harmonious. Aunt, please take some time to teach her reading and writing, Su Yin said to his aunt. She's at the perfect age for elementary school. Su Lingling nodded with a smile, and as she looked down, she caught Tong Tong gazing back at her. Noticing her gaze, Tong Tong sweetly smiled. Little grandma, Tong Tong's grades are really good. Is that so? Su Lingling replied, intrigued. You're quite impressive. Yes. The teacher rewards me with little flowers every day. Su Lingling couldn't help but turn to her nephew, raising an eyebrow. Didn't you say she was abducted by human traffickers? How is she in school? Su Yin was at a loss for words. He shrugged. Perhaps even the traffickers recognize the importance of compulsory education. Seems like you're the one who resembles a trafficker, Su Lingling retorted, rolling her eyes at her nephew. All right, hurry off to school. After reminding her a couple of times, Su Yin zipped up his jacket, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left. He felt reassured knowing that Su Lingling, being a primary school teacher, would take good care of Tong Tong. Tong Tong, come in, Su Lingling said, fetching a pair of slippers for her. Then she untied the scarf around Tong Tong's neck and asked, what is your full name? Su Miaodong. You have the surname Su? Su Lingling's attention was instantly captured. Observing closely, she began to see that Tong Tong bore a striking resemblance to Su Yin as a child, especially when she smiled. Unfortunately, her eyes did not resemble his. Rather, they were akin to the girl who had accompanied them that day. Suddenly, the thought of a certain possibility struck Su Lingling as absurd. Meanwhile, Su Yin returned to school and resumed his regular classes. He excelled in mathematics and science, maintaining a commendable standard, yet his proficiency in language and English was unfortunately abysmal. During the second break, Wen Ning sent him a message. I probably won't be able to come to your place this week. Please apologize to Tong Tong for me. Su Yin thought for a moment and deemed it inconsequential. After all, she was a top student in the advanced class. It was normal for her to be busy. He casually replied, all right, and continued to review his grammar book without dwelling on it further. I picked out some exercise books for you, along with some materials I've organized. I can give them to you when you have time. He anticipated her quick response. A diligent student indeed, she exhibited no signs of procrastination. After school then. That won't work. My dad is coming to pick me up today. Even in high school, she still had her parents come to fetch her. Su Yin suddenly recalled something and his expression shifted. He guessed that her stepsister had probably spread some baseless rumors. I'll ask a girl to come get them. After sending that message, Su Yin didn't wait for her response and tucked his phone away. However, he soon noticed that Li Yuyu was staring intently at him, her expression enigmatic. Meanwhile, Chen Hao's seat was empty. He had likely wandered off to another classroom during break. I didn't mean to, Li Yuyu paused before explaining. I wanted to ask you about a math problem, but you were so focused that I couldn't help but sneak a glance. It's fine. As long as Chen Hao didn't see, Su Yin was unbothered. He had saved Li Yuyu's contact under the simple name of Wen Ning. Thus, although she knew it was wrong to eavesdrop, her gaze remained fixated on him, especially after hearing the message that she might not be able to visit this week. Li Yuyu felt that if she continued to stare, something inappropriate might occur. Can you do me a favor, Yuyu? Su Yin said without any psychological burden. Please go upstairs and find Wen Ning. She has something for me. Li Yuyu licked her dry lips, raised her brows, and replied evasively, Did you sleep in? Not yet. The moment those words escaped Su Yin's lips, he realized they sounded wrong. He quickly clarified, No, she's just an ordinary friend. Li Yuyu scrutinized him, clearly unconvinced. If she's just an ordinary friend, should I mention it to Chen Hao? No way. Is she not an ordinary friend then? Su Yan's expression grew serious. Yuyu, mind your own business regarding my personal affairs. A devoted admirer? Someone like you, so full of yourself, could never be a devoted admirer. But I see you both have a decent rapport. Li Yuyu continued to express her skepticism. It doesn't seem that way. Devoted admirers can be ranked, you know? Su Yin replied calmly. While most are unworthy of a place at the table, occasionally, there are those who manage to feast on the leftovers. Although it may seem absurd. Li Yuyu kindly reminded, Ian, when a sycophant and ague man sit at the same table, you ought to be cautious. I conveyed the same sentiment to her. Yet she remained unheeding. Su Yin let out a resigned sigh. However, For a young woman to be perceived as someone who is being flattered, how embarrassing that would be. Li Yu, silent and with a darkened expression, returned to her seat. How utterly shameless can one be? Chapter 23. You two keep bickering, however. Li Yu ultimately showed her generosity and lent a helping hand. It was akin to the behavior of the girls in class who assist boys in passing notes to another beautiful girl. There was no substantial benefit involved, yet it could yield a devoted admirer. Li Yu casually remarked to wait a moment before ascending the stairs. As a girl, her only impression of the rumored campus beauty, was that she ranked 6th in science across the school. Soon, she had another girl summon Wen Ning. Wen Ning appeared somewhat drowsy, as though she had not rested well the previous night. Ian sent me, Li Yu said, rubbing her hands and curiously surveying the girl in uniform before her. It was not that she found Wen Ning exceptionally beautiful. In fact, Li Yu held little interest in such matters. What truly weighed on her mind was that Wen Ning had scored 688 in the last monthly exam, a score even lower than Su Yan's. Standing before her, Li Yu felt a certain pressure, especially given her own obsessive dedication to academics. Wen Ning promptly handed over the items to her. Thank you for this. Li Yu discreetly examined the items to be taken, which were merely a stack of books, seemingly exercise workbooks. She couldn't help but remark, this is entirely unnecessary. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? If you aim to attend university, having Ian exert himself is futile. In truth, Wen Ning had also been quietly assessing the short-haired girl with glasses. Her understanding of Su Yan was limited, but it was evident that this girl shared a close bond with him. Unable to resist, she finally asked, Are you Su Yan's friend? Well, sort of like childhood friends, Li Yu replied with a smile. There's also a boy. We've been playing together since elementary school. Su Yan's laid-back demeanor often led to him being indifferent to what others said behind his back, thus maintaining a harmonious relationship with her. As for Chen Hao, the mere thought of him ignited her irritation. How could there be such an insufferable nuisance? Nonetheless, Ian had indeed changed recently. Li Yu reflected. He used to be quite indifferent towards studying, often dozing off during morning self-study sessions. Yet these past few days, he has been engrossed in reading and memorizing vocabulary. Wen Ning instinctively curved her lips into a slight smile but remained silent. Perhaps her earlier comment about fearing he wouldn't keep up had struck a nerve. Well, I must head back now. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Li Yu's voice softened, and she cast a glance at Wen Ning, filled with a mixture of envy and admiration. She was truly beautiful, with excellent grades. Wherever she stood, she was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Moreover, her height must be around 169 meters, quite remarkable. The length of her legs made Li Yu envious. Damn it, Ian, you are truly infuriating. In contrast, Li Yu barely reached 160 meters, appearing quite petite. Yet, alongside this, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Among the three who had grown up together, Su Yan was relatively standard in all aspects, standing at 178 meters, while Chen Hao towered at 183 meters. Over the years, Li Yu's parents had indeed provided her with various supplements in hopes of boosting her height. However, by the time she reached the 3rd year of middle school, her growth had largely plateaued. Chen Hao often teased her, calling her potato landmine, reminiscent of the character from Plants vs. Zombies that pops up to explode. Each time she thought of this, an uncomfortable feeling settled in her heart. Lost in these thoughts, she returned to the classroom. Chen Hao was seated in his place, turned around to converse with Su Yan, grumbling incessantly. Due to his tall stature, one of his legs was casually draped over the aisle, exuding a rather laid-back demeanor. Do you know that girl from the adjacent class? Chen Hao mentioned a name with evident impatience, the one with long hair. I know, Su Yan replied, barely lifting his eyelids. Isn't that your little girlfriend? I see you two together in the cafeteria every day. What little girlfriend? She's just a girl I get along with. Chen Hao pointed to his phone, his expression darkening. She's been messaging me daily, asking how I am, but when I inquire, she claims to only see me as a friend. What do you think? Am I being played? Haven't you always been? Su Yan took a sip of water. What kind of scenario allows for that? Stripped of any filters, Chen Hao was indeed quite handsome, coupled with his sunny, extroverted personality and sense of loyalty. Many girls in the grade were fond of him. During class basketball matches, numerous girls from other classes would come to watch. Chen Hao himself was also quite sociable, having many friends who were girls, yet none of those relationships were definitively established. He epitomized the quintessential popular boy in high school. If he didn't take relationships seriously, he might end up regretting it. Su Yan glanced at him. How's he? Just be careful. Are you sick? Chen Hao imagined that scenario and felt a wave of nausea. Can you not disgust me? Su Yin patted his shoulder, remaining silent. For some reason, Chen Hao felt a hint of pity in Su Yan's gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine. Before either could continue speaking, a stack of books was suddenly slammed onto Su Yan's desk with a loud thud, startling both of them. The commotion drew the attention of their classmates, who turned to see what had transpired. I brought this for you, Li Yuyu said nonchalantly. Remember to treat me to a soda next time. With that, she shot a cold glare at Chen Hao and returned to her seat without uttering another word. The atmosphere grew tense as Su Yin wondered if she had overheard their earlier conversation. Seriously, can you keep it down? Chen Hao appeared somewhat impatient. Aren't we old enough to act mature? Why do you care so much? Li Yuyu replied with a frosty demeanor. Recalling their earlier conversation, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. No. Chen Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his temper. What did I do to provoke you this early in the morning? Nothing. Li Yuyu's lips curved downward, revealing her displeasure. Move your legs. They're blocking the way. My legs are long and I enjoy it. What's wrong with that? After saying this, he defiantly nudged his legs further under her seat, using his foot to playfully jostle her chair, which made it difficult for her to sit steadily. This only exacerbated Li Yuyu's growing agitation. Chen Hao, unable to endure any longer, Li Yuyu turned to him. If you kick my chair again, I will tell the teacher to switch seats. Chen Hao paused for a moment, then slowly retracted his foot. Li Yuyu bowed her head, expressionless as she resumed her reading. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. After a while, Chen Hao rubbed his nose. He leaned in closer, tugging at Li Yuyu's sleeve. I was just teasing you. We're in high school now. Why are you still sulking like a child? Li Yuyu maintained her cold demeanor. I enjoy it. Don't be angry. I'll accompany you to play badminton during gym class. Who would care? Seated behind them, Su Yin let out a gentle sigh. They bickered daily. He had lost count of how many times he had witnessed such scenes. You two just keep bickering. Chapter 24. Waiting downstairs. The relationship between these two individuals is perplexing to Su Yin. Over the years, they have had their share of quarrels, often ignoring each other in moments of fury. Their personalities are remarkably divergent. Chen Hao is a carefree, boundaryless scamp who can easily mingle with anyone, while Li Yuyu is a sensitive and somewhat awkward girl, burdened with her own thoughts. Su Yin can somewhat discern Li Yuyu's feelings, despite being childhood friends. Her attitude towards Chen Hao starkly contrasts with her demeanor toward him. Perhaps they genuinely harbor mutual disdain, or perhaps she is merely concealing some undisclosed sentiment. According to Tong Tong, they are destined to be together in the future, but Su Yin suspects that their journey will be fraught with challenges. In comparison, his own relationship with Wen Ning, though complex, seems to be more effortless, primarily because of Tong Tong's presence between them. Dismissing other thoughts, Su Yin lowered his gaze to the materials Wen Ning had organized for him. Most of it comprised fundamental subjects like English and Chinese, where shortcuts are scarce. However, there was one particular grammar booklet that Wen Ning had compiled over the years. Although she is an academic prodigy, her notes are remarkably down-to-earth, progressing from simple to complex in a clear and methodical manner. Moreover, her handwriting is exquisite, the kind that would entice underclassmen to purchase it post-graduation. Suddenly, Su Yin recalled something, and with a hint of suspicion, he retrieved his phone. Did you forget to return my monthly exam papers? He texted. The reply came swiftly. Wen Ning? Wen Ning. The bell rang. Wen Ning, focus on class, not your phone. After that, she ceased to respond, seemingly engrossed in her studies. Su Yin chuckled. He was not particularly concerned about those discarded exam papers. What intrigued him was Wen Ning's demeanor. She appeared gentle and soft-spoken, yet at times exhibited a subtly assertive side in his presence. Choosing not to provoke her further, he tossed his phone into a drawer and resumed his attention on the lecture. However, in the following days, Wen Ning did not visit Su Yan's home again. Instead, she frequently prepared exercises and important knowledge points for Li Yuyu to deliver to him. Occasionally, after school, Su Yin spotted her beneath the teaching building, her expression somewhat weary. It seemed that Wen Ning was under considerable familial constraints, and he sensed that her stress transcended mere academic pressures, a troubling reality. Nevertheless, she called every night to hear Tong Tong's voice, listening to her recount daily life with her father and grandmother. Grandma taught Tong Tong how to write daddy and mommy's names today. Wen Ning glanced at the photo on WeChat, admiring the neat, childlike script. Su Yan's name was easy to write, and Tong Tong had perfected it beautifully. In contrast, Wen Ning was more intricate, and it was evident that Tong Tong had practiced diligently. Despite a bit of awkwardness, she managed to write it down. Tong Tong was impressive. When speaking with her daughter, Wen Ning's voice softened. But won't your aunt be suspicious? Not really. Su Yan's voice came through the phone and asked a few questions. But Tong Tong is clever and didn't give anything away. However, sometimes when I pick Tong Tong up at night, her gaze carries a hint of subtlety and doubt. Perhaps there were still some matters she had yet to clarify, such as why her sister bore the surname Wen while her younger sister and Su Yin carried the surname Su. Wen Ning saved the photo into her private album. Although it seemed odd that Tong Tong wrote Su Yin and Wen Ning, it was a cherished memento. Mom, when will you come to see Tong Tong? Her daughter's voice, filled with longing, came through the phone. I miss you so much. I miss you too, Tong Tong. Wen Ning replied softly, unsure of how to comfort her. Can you give mommy a little more time? That Saturday, her father had spoken with her in a gentle tone, expressing his desire for her to maintain distance from boys until she entered university. Xiaoning, your father knows that for years you have harbored resentment towards me. You blame me for starting a new family, for not liking Aunt Xiao, and for not embracing your little sister. While this may be my fault, I still hope for your well-being. If you refuse to accept that, I may have to contact that boy's parents. In truth, Wen Ning did not believe her father had erred. The passing of her mother had been a tremendous blow to him as well. The ability to create a new, happy family and to have a lively little daughter was his fortune. While her father had moved on from the past, Wen Ning remained trapped in her own struggles. She felt uncertain about how to navigate her relationship with him and how to explain her bond with Su Yin without prompting him to contact Su Yan's parents. Wen Yin. She wanted to say more when her father, Wen Qiming, knocked on her door from outside. Ning, get some rest. His tone was gentle. Don't stay on the phone so late. We can discuss things tomorrow morning. There was a brief silence on the other end. And then Su Yan's voice broke through. Hang up. Tong Tong is here with me. Take care of yourself. Before she could respond, Su Yan ended the call. Wen Ning finally set her phone down and turned around. Okay, Dad. Such a tense existence persisted for an entire week. As February came to a close, a spring rain washed over the few phoenix trees beneath the teaching building, hinting at a burgeoning green. On Friday evening, when Wen Ning returned home from school, the living room was empty. She paid little heed, focusing on her phone as she made her way to her room. Even if they could not meet, she found solace in seeing Tok Tong's photos and hearing her voice each day. However, Su Yin had not replied to her messages since yesterday, nor did he answer her calls. I'm coming to see Tong Tong this weekend, she texted, adding, is that all right? Once again, there was no response from Su Yin, and a wave of unease washed over her. Just then, Wen Qiming called her. Ning, are you home? His voice sounded weary. Today is your birthday. There's a gift on your desk. Happy birthday. It dawned on her that today was indeed her birthday. If not for her father's reminder, she might have completely forgotten, though her ID stated she was of age. This birthday marked her true transition into adulthood, welcoming her 18th year. Thank you, Dad, Wen Ning said, pressing the phone to her ear. Where did you go? Your father is accompanying Aunt and your little sister back to their hometown. Grandma's health is deteriorating, and she is currently in the hospital. Wen Qiming sighed softly. We probably won't return until late. Wen Ning paused for a moment. Which grandmother? Xiong's grandmother, Wen Qiming replied, slightly awkward. I initially planned to bring you along, but Aunt Xiao said you were busy with your studies, so you stayed behind. I see. Please take care of yourselves. Apologies, initially. Father intended to celebrate your birthday with you. It's quite all right. I appreciate the gift. Father, Wen Ning murmured, I am already quite happy. After ending the call, she returned to her room. The present from her father was a pair of pristine white women's sneakers, the box adorned with a note that read Happy Birthday, Daughter. Wen Ning gazed at it for a while before placing the box in her closet. She had never been particularly concerned about her birthday. Had her father not mentioned it, she might have entirely forgotten. After spending some time bent over her desk working on her assignments, she picked up her phone again, still awaiting a response from Su Yin. Can I come over now? After sending that message, Wen Ning lost the motivation to continue her exam preparation. She settled onto her bed, hugging her knees, and stared blankly at her phone. The recent tension had left her feeling weary. Before she realized it, she had drifted off, leaning against the headboard. When the ringtone jolted her awake, the sky outside had completely darkened. With bleary eyes, she stared, somewhat dazed, at the incessantly buzzing phone. After a moment of stupor, she sluggishly reached for it. What is going on? On the other end, Su Yin emitted a disinterested sound. I've called you several times, but you didn't answer. I accidentally fell asleep, Wen Ning replied, rubbing her eyes vigorously, feeling as though she had been scolded, which left her slightly displeased. You've been ignoring my messages. It's still early. Hurry up. Tong Tong. Hold on tighter. Don't sway while walking. From the other end came Tong Tong's mildly irritated, soft voice, I know. Can we go out now? Su Yin inquired further. Wen Ning, still dazed from her recent nap, lay on her bed. Struggling to gather her thoughts, she asked, Where are you? Hurry up and wash your face, get dressed, Su Yin continued. And then come downstairs to wait for us. Chapter 25. My desire, how did he know where I live? This question first crossed Wen Ning's mind, but gradually, she recalled that last Saturday, before leaving his house, Su Yin had inquired about her residence. After hanging up the phone, she rose and ambled to the bathroom, slowly drying her face with a towel. Yet, she still could not fully grasp the current situation. However, she did not linger after tidying her hair. She grabbed her coat from the rack and descended the stairs. Soon, she spotted Su Yin and Tong Tong conversing on a bench beside the flower bed. The dim yellow glow of the streetlight cast their shadows, stretching long and far into the distance. Wen Ning stood frozen, momentarily entranced by the sight. Mom. Tong Tong's attention was easily diverted, and she quickly bounced over, extending her chubby hands. Happy birthday. I wish you remain as young as you were yesterday, on every birthday. Wen Ning instinctively embraced her daughter, still somewhat disoriented. Su Yin stood nearby, holding a transparent box adorned with a blue ribbon. Noticing her gaze, he nodded and said, Happy birthday. I bought you a cake. Wen Ning stammered. How did you know today is my birthday? Tong Tong told me, Su Yin explained leisurely. The little one insisted on celebrating your birthday since yesterday morning. And she has been quite the handful these past few days. Wen Ning instinctively pulled her daughter closer, a wave of guilt crashing over her. Unsure of what to do, she crouched down and gently tucked a strand of hair behind Tong Tong's ear. Tong Tong, don't you resent me for not visiting you for so long? Huh? Su Miaoting blinked innocently, but Tong Tong came to see Mommy. Gazing at her daughter's naive and charming demeanor, Wen Ning's long-held emotions gradually transformed into something else, akin to the sudden appearance of something she had never dared to hope for. The persistent sense of unreality faded away like the receding tide in that moment. Wen Ning felt a sudden tightness in her throat. Her lips moved, but no words came forth. Mommy, we need to blow out the candles before eating the cake. Su Miaodong, like a playful kitten, nuzzled her soft cheek against her mother's. She then pulled out a pack of colorful candles from her pocket. Daddy said Tong Tong is a magical cat who helps make wishes come true for Mommy and Daddy. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, gently inhaling, All right. Mommy will make a wish. Su Yin placed the box on the bench and opened it to reveal a modest cake shaped like a rabbit's head, adorned with 2 red strawberries for eyes and a carrot for a nose. The frosting clumsily spelled out Happy Birthday Wen Ning. So, she had been practicing her writing diligently to prepare a birthday cake for me. Wen Ning found it hard to tear her gaze away, her vision blurred. She crouched beside the bench, staring at the cake as if she were a little girl with a new toy. Su Miaodong squatted beside her, resting her chin in her hands, her eyes squinting with delight. After a long moment, Wen Ning slowly remarked, So you can bake cakes too? She remembered that Su Yin lived in a well-furnished small apartment, complete with a kitchen equipped with everything, including a steam oven. Don't be ridiculous, I can't bake. Su Yin promptly denied it. I bought it from a store. What patience does a grown man like me have to bake a cake? How could you use a carrot for the rabbit's nose? Couldn't he find anything else? No, I already said it was store-bought. Where would you find such an ugly cake? Wen Ning suddenly wished that everything before her could unfold like a film, frame by frame, preserved forever. Perhaps, in the future, she would receive other birthday cakes. Maybe one day she could confidently walk into a bakery and select a cake she adored for herself. Yet, she would never forget the very ugly cake she received on her 18th birthday. Su Yin took the candles from Tong Tong and lit them, placing them atop the cake. In the glow of the streetlight, the candle flames flickered weakly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Yet they still illuminated Tong Tong and Wen Ning, who knelt before the candles, along with Su Yin standing nearby. Wen Ning suddenly felt reluctant to cut the cake. Su Yin, she cautiously spoke. May I take a photo before making a wish? Sure, Su Yin replied without hesitation. Go ahead. Wen Ning captured the image of the not-so-refined cake and treasured it in her private album. She realized that in such a short span of time, her album was becoming increasingly filled with memories, and there would surely be more to come. Mom, hurry and make a wish. Tong Tong playfully shook her mother's hand. If the candles go out, it will be too late. Wen Ning then focused on the flickering flames, quickly closing her eyes. In that moment, a profound desire surged within her, a wish she had never made nor dared to hope for over the years. I wish to study diligently, to attend a university of my choice, and to possess a life wholly my own. I wish to encounter someone who loves me and someone worthy of my affection. Then, I hope to have a true home that belongs to me. as she opened her eyes again. Tong Tong puffed her cheeks and blew out the candles in front of her mother. That was close. She patted her chest. Just a little more, and we would have missed it. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling her daughter's hair, yet she remained at a loss for words. Mom, let Tong Tong cut the cake. All right, but Tong Tong, be careful not to cut off its eyes. Wen Ning watched as the rabbit cake was sliced into pieces. Feeling a pang of sadness, Su Yan, who wasn't fond of sweets, picked up the carrot and sat beside them, nibbling on it while watching the mother and daughter enjoy their cake. Wen Ning ate quietly, taking small bites, while Tong Tong swung her legs joyfully, her cheeks stuffed with cake, occasionally getting frosting on her lips. Su Yan found it amusing. Tong Tong, what else with you? You stuff your mouth like a hamster when you eat. It's quite adorable. Wen Ning tenderly used the back of her hand to wipe her daughter's mouth. What did you wish for? Su Yan asked casually. Let us hear it. Wen Ning instinctively turned her head. He leaned back on the bench, adopting a casual posture, squinting at the distance. With slightly longer hair, he appeared rather relaxed. Wen Ning suddenly noticed that despite the dim streetlight, Su Yan's features were strikingly handsome, becoming more appealing the more she spent time with him. Perhaps it was also because he wasn't wearing his glasses today, which she had always thought were rather unattractive. Sensing her gaze, Su Yan turned to look at her unexpectedly. Wen Ning didn't shy away, discreetly licking the frosting from her lips. But if I say it, it won't come true, will it? Do you really think I'm still a little girl in kindergarten? Su Yan stifled a yawn, uttering without thought. How can I help you fulfill a wish that remains unspoken? Wen Ning paused, instinctively swallowing the cake in her mouth. She felt an inexplicable warmth at the back of her ears, and her cheeks flushed. There was a sense that Su Yan's words harbored some underlying issue, an issue of considerable magnitude. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly inquired, What did you just say? I said, Su Yan responded, having realized his oversight, as he took a crisp bite of carrot, if you do not voice it, how can this cat from the future, who has traveled back in time, assist you in realizing your wish? Wen Ning let out a soft "oh," lowering her gaze as she silently speared a piece of cake and brought it to her lips. The sweet, creamy flavor melted instantly in her mouth. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Su Yan refrained from probing further, casually observing Tong Tong stuffing cake into her mouth. In the tranquil night, the twinkling stars in the sky created an illusion that time itself had slowed to a crawl. After an indeterminate period, a voice as gentle as a distant breeze reached Su Yan's ears. My wish is to be able to make a wish upon a candle on my birthday next year, just as I do now. Chapter 26. The inescapable shadow of domestic violence. It seems quite feasible. However, by next year's birthday, both of them should already be at university. The future is unpredictable. Yet one certainty remains. With Tong Tong present, neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan could view each other merely as ordinary friends. Well then, should we forego the cake and just bring a pack of candles instead? Su Yan stood up, stretched lazily, and remarked, You're rather easy to please. Which certainly simplifies things. Wen Ning frowned, her tone displeased. Who said we won't need it? Let us sit a little longer before we head back. Su Yan ceased his jesting. Tong Tong is still young. She shouldn't stay up too late. Wen Ning acknowledged with a soft hum, slowly finishing the piece of cake in her hand. It had been several days since she and Su Yan last met. Although it was merely a simple birthday cake, not particularly delicious, and perhaps a tad too sweet, she felt undeniably happy and secure on this 18th birthday, especially with Su Yan and Tong Tong celebrating with her. Suddenly, Wen Ning recalled something. She glanced at Tong Tong beside her and lowered her voice awkwardly. Su Yan, do you intend to date anyone in university? Su Yan looked somewhat surprised. Why do you ask that? Wen Ning bit her lip, feeling that, given her current status, such a question might seem odd. Yet, it was imperative to address. As you know, Tong Tong's arrival was unexpected, but she is indeed our daughter. She gently patted her daughter's head before continuing, thus. Before Tong Tong becomes more aware, I hope you refrain from pursuing a girlfriend. Tong Tong believed wholeheartedly that her parents were deeply in love. Yet, regrettably, the relationship she currently witnessed between them had not yet reached that stage. Thus, a rather curious phenomenon emerged. Two individuals assuming the roles of parents yet not as lovers. Su Yan remained silent, observing her with keen interest. Wen Ning held his gaze without any hint of insecurity. Of course, I'm not trying to prevent you from dating. Rather, I wish to minimize any potential heartache for Tong Tong. If her parents were to part ways eventually, she would be the one most affected, and it could leave lasting scars. Su Yan nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying her statement. At this point, Wen Ning's expression grew serious. Rest assured, I will not seek a boyfriend. Until Tong Tong comprehends the complexities of our relationship, only then shall we consider other options. Naturally, there were alternatives, such as what Su Yin suggested. Only he could be the one to date her. At this thought, Wen Ning's breath hitched momentarily. Yet, she strove to suppress the peculiar feelings arising within her, maintaining a facade of calmness and composure, her demeanor appearing quite forthright and reasoned. Su Yin nodded. I can accept your perspective. However, before Wen Ning could exhale in relief, he abruptly shifted the conversation. But this also puts me in a difficult position. Wen Ning immediately focused intently on him. Difficult? Are you planning to cheat on Tong Tong? No. So, you genuinely intend to date in university? Who was it that previously asserted that Tong Tong's needs came first? I'm indifferent. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. But my mother has issued a strict decree. I must bring a girl home to meet her during university, to become a daughter-in-law of the Su family. Wen Ning gasped. Really? Indeed, Su Yin replied with a smile. Otherwise, I might not even be allowed to enter my own home during the new year. Left to sleep under a bridge instead. What can I do? Although he exaggerated slightly, the Su family held a rather traditional view. His mother was undoubtedly the matriarch, followed by Yuan Yuan, and then Su Yin himself, while the elder Su was virtually non-existent. Oh, Yuan Yuan was a rotund plush toy of a cat, raised by Lin Hui. Wen Ning's mind was in disarray. She sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the flaw in Su Yin's words. She averted her gaze slowly, falling into silence. Speak up, Su Yin insisted, unwilling to let her off the hook. Think of a solution. Wen Ning felt stifled, finally murmuring. Then, what should we do? Indeed, what should they do? Su Yin scrutinized her thoughtfully. Perhaps Wen Ning's brow furrowed slightly. Unsure how to respond. She forced a calm facade. Perhaps what? Please finish your thought. Since Tong Tong's arrival, this topic had become quite sensitive. Both Su Yin and Wen Ning had tacitly avoided discussing it. But now, it felt as if something was about to be uncovered, causing a surge of panic within Wen Ning. She waited silently for Su Yin to speak, contemplating how to tactfully refuse him later. I cannot pretend to be your girlfriend to meet your mother. Our relationship hasn't reached that level. However, Su Yin remained silent. Several minutes passed before she heard him finally relax. How about I bring Chen Hao home instead? After all, my mother has long suspected we are a couple. Wen Ning's lips, which had been tense with anxiety, gradually relaxed. She looked up at him, her voice cool. Chen Hao? Although unfamiliar. She had seen the boy a few times in the cafeteria, always walking alongside Su Yin. She then caught the mischievous glint in Su Yin's eyes. What were you thinking just now? At that moment, Wen Ning suddenly realized. The talk of bringing a girl home, of sleeping under a bridge, had all been mere fabrications. From the very beginning, he had not truly been in a predicament. He simply wished to tease her. Wen Ning maintained a stern expression, her stubbornness flaring up. I wasn't thinking about anything at all. Is that so? Then why is your face flushed? Perhaps the cold wind made me flush. I'm not blushing. It seems I misjudged. How could there be such an irritating person in this world? Tong Tong, tell your mother the truth. Do you ever feel your future mother might have impulses toward domestic violence? Chapter 27. Tomorrow, I will definitely go home. Why are you still thinking about hitting someone? Su Yin pushed his bicycle out of the community. His earlier bravado entirely vanished. I'm not joking with you. He merely sensed that Wen Ning had been under considerable stress lately and wanted to lighten her mood with a jest. Wen Ning walked beside him, holding Tong Tong's hand, her expression still taut. It appeared that she wasn't particularly angry, but rather inexplicably flustered by his antics. After a considerable pause, Wen Ning calmly inquired, So, is Chen Hao very close to you? Indeed, we are as close as brothers, Su Yin replied without a second thought. There is also Yu, whom you've met. According to Tong Tong, I've maintained a good relationship with them even after my marriage. In truth, Wen Ning had often observed Su Yin and Chen Hao together during meals in the cafeteria, while fetching water during breaks, or playing basketball on the field. Chen Hao, with his carefree demeanor, was slightly taller than Su Yin and would likely be the type of boy that girls of their age were naturally drawn to. However, Wen Ning was particularly fond of those who were overly familiar and got along with everyone. In contrast, she found Su Yin's seemingly carefree yet somewhat distant manner more comfortable. Of course, she harbored no interest in Su Yin's close friends, primarily because, Are you two truly a pair? Wen Ning asked, noting their constant companionship, even in the restroom. What nonsense is that? Su Yin frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Due to her preconceived notions, Wen Ning felt he appeared somewhat embarrassed. Then why did your mother say that? She asked slowly. Normal parents wouldn't be very upset, would they? After all, as a girl, she couldn't fathom such dynamics. She had few friends and found it challenging to forge intimate relationships where almost any secret could be shared. Well, Wen Ning pondered, two 18-year-old boys, always with their arms draped over each other, does seem a bit ambiguous, doesn't it? Su Yin found this absurd. What about my Yu sister? Can't you see her towering presence? He gestured to his own face. Do you know why I wear glasses? And why I have this rather unflattering hairstyle? Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. As for the hairstyle, it wasn't that bad. Su Yin's bangs might have been a tad long, hanging over his eyebrows. But it wasn't outrageous, and, in fact, his hair had a good texture. Perhaps it simply lacked regular grooming, giving him a somewhat disheveled and listless appearance. Regarding the glasses, are you nearsighted? Wen Ning queried, contemplating. I find it embarrassing, Su Yin replied with irritation. Back then, people would say we were a couple. Who could stand that? Wen Ning understood with a soft O. His glasses had an enormous frame, nearly covering half his face, with dull yellow anti-radiation lenses. When worn, it was exceedingly difficult to see his eyes behind the lenses, rendering them quite unappealing. Thus, it was only today that Wen Ning realized he possessed a remarkably delicate and refined face, which was quite handsome. No wonder Tong Tong inherited such striking features from her parents. So, does anyone say anything now? Oh, that is long gone. People are more interested in good-looking boys. Who would bother with a brooding four-eyed fellow? This was a rather pragmatic fact. In middle school, Su Yin had many friends. Whenever they went out, it was a lively crowd, including Shen Hao. However, the appearance of his other friends was rather ordinary, leading others to overlook them. Thus, from an outsider's perspective, Su Yin and Shen Hao's constant companionship, especially among the girls, often inspired romantic tales. This phenomenon had irritated both Su Yin and Shen Hao for quite some time. Wen Ning gradually diverted her gaze. After hearing his explanation, she felt a bit relieved, even though she couldn't quite grasp why such matters were worth fretting over. Should I add another rule? Observing his displeased expression, Wen Ning deliberately paused for a second before slowly continuing. While you're in university, you're not allowed to find a boyfriend? Fine, Su Yin replied, almost laughing in exasperation. While studying at university, I can't have a boyfriend or girlfriend. I'll see if I can find an opportunity to study abroad in Thailand tomorrow. Wen Ning couldn't help but bite her lip, suppressing a smile. Finally, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the community. Su Yin lifted Tong Tong and placed her on the back seat of the bicycle. To prevent her from falling, he secured her waist with a strap. Don't see us off. This is far enough. Su Yin turned back. We're heading home. It's late, and you should rest early. After a brief pause, he added, don't let Tong Tong worry. If anything comes up, you can talk to me. Wen Ning nodded. These days, her mood hadn't been particularly good, and Su Yin could tell. Wen Ning wasn't surprised. However, his utterance of those words seemed equally unsurprising. She bent down and gently stroked Tong Tong's head, saying, Tong Tong needs to listen to Daddy and be happy every day. Tong Tong responded with a vigorous Yet, she still appeared reluctant, sniffling slightly. Mommy, will you come home with Tong Tong tomorrow? Home. Wen Ning understood that her daughter was referring to Su Yin's house. However, faced with her daughter's pitiful expression, she hesitated to correct her. Moreover, Daddy would miss Mommy too. Tong Tong clung to her hand, unwilling to let go. In the past, no matter how busy Daddy was, he would always pick Mommy up. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning instinctively looked up. Su Yin's fingers, which had been typing on his phone, momentarily froze. Nevertheless, he remained silent, acting as if nothing had happened, and continued replying to messages on WeChat. Tong Tong was always obedient, listening well. Her nose turned red, her eyes drooping, and her eyelids gradually reddening. I just really miss Mommy every day. Although she had Daddy and Grandma with her every day, she longed for Mommy's cooking, for the stories Mommy would tell her. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had slept beside Mommy. Don't cry, Tong Tong. Wen Ning felt a pang of heartache, unable to resist pinching Tong Tong's little face. Mommy promises you, I will definitely come home tomorrow. Chapter 28. Mengu wants to hit me. By the time I returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Yin had helped Tong Tong finish her evening routine and coaxed her into bed. The little girl, likely exhausted, soon fell into a deep slumber, clutching her pillow. Su Yin, moving quietly, took his laptop and settled at the dining table. As a student facing the pressure of the college entrance examination, ordinary part-time jobs were too time-consuming, and business ventures were not his forte. Yet, he couldn't rely on Lin Hui for assistance every day. Nevertheless, in recent days, Su Yin had discovered his own path. He had been exposed to computers since he was around 10 years old, initially engaging in simple online games and watching animations. As he matured, his interest deepened, shifting from mere play to a curiosity about the underlying logic that governed games and websites. Over the years, he had read countless books on computer science and often self-studied through pirated online courses. In middle school, he even participated in a citywide youth software design competition, securing first place. That certificate still hangs in the living room of the Su family home. Recently, he had been assisting university students in the computer science department with their project designs. As he typed away on his keyboard, he couldn't help but reflect, are today's university students truly lacking in skill? Such simple tasks seem beyond their grasp. He mused that in a few years, it wouldn't be surprising to see a pig sitting in a university classroom. The living room was silent, the passage of time marked only by the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard. When he finally lifted his sore neck, it was nearly midnight. Su Yin logged onto WeChat, packaged the files, and sent them over. Hey, I'm done. Run it on your computer and see if there are any issues. The recipient promptly accepted the files, responding quickly, evidently surprised. You finished it that quickly? Didn't you say it was due tomorrow? I pulled an all-nighter to expedite it for you. It seemed the other party was checking the work, and Su Yin leaned back in his chair, waiting for a reply while taking a moment to rest. About 10 minutes later, a voice call came through. To his astonishment, it was a girl's voice, casual and carefree. I ran it, no issues. The background noise was quite loud, punctuated by the clicking of a mouse. She must have been gaming. Oh. A computer science girl who enjoys gaming and has a northeastern accent. Su Yin began to understand. Are you free now? Su Yin inquired. There are some details I need to explain to you. I fear you might not be able to answer if the teacher asks. Sure, go ahead. She replied with a casual bravado. I'll send you more money later. The sound of her keyboard clattering continued as Su Yin addressed a few issues in the program. Suddenly, her voice erupted through the microphone, frustrated. Press B, press B. Did you all go deaf? Flash. Oh, sorry. Where were we? Regarding your project. What project? After a moment, the girl seemed to realize. Oh, that's my project? Su Yin felt as though he was squandering his time. You don't even know what your project is? All right, if there's nothing else, just confirm the payment. The girl appeared slightly impatient. I'm off the game now. I'll look for you next time if I need help. Wait a moment, Su Yin hurriedly said. I marked some comments for you. Make sure to check them and delete them afterward. He soon realized the call had ended. Almost immediately, he received a notification of a completed order and a payment of 1,000 yuan. She was likely quite eager to return to her game. Well, one cannot prevent those intent on self-destruction. Since the payment had been received, Su Yin decided not to concern himself with her fate. There were plenty of foolish, lazy university students out there. Su Yin calculated that, based on this income, supporting Tong Tong shouldn't pose a major issue. Thus, he had, in some respects, resolved his living expenses. However, with the dual demands of studying and earning money, he had little time left for anything else. He closed his laptop, took a shower, and retreated to his room to rest. In truth, he had asked Tong Tong before what kind of work her future father would do. Tong Tong had no idea. Only knowing that her father worked at a computer. Given Tong Tong's privileged upbringing, Su Yin believed he would not merely be a bald programmer in the future. Ultimately, it would depend on the opportunities presented during his university years. The next morning, Su Yin awoke with a yawn and went downstairs to buy breakfast. Although he didn't usually have this habit, it was mainly for Tong Tong's sake. While waiting, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw Meng Yufei, dressed casually, sitting at a stall with a half-eaten plate of rice rolls in front of him. Though not in uniform, he still sat upright, radiating vitality. What are you doing here? Su Yin asked, slightly annoyed. Is the rice roll here better than the one downstairs at your place? What are you talking about? Didn't you think to call me first? Meng Yufei waved him over. Come on, your uncle wants to have a word. With no choice, Su Yin approached, feeling a familiar sense of dread as if he were back in middle school, caught after a fight. What do you want to say? Su Yin, unperturbed, casually inserted his straw into his soy milk. That girl, who is she to you? Meng Yufei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Yin's reaction. Don't think that just because you're being evasive, I want to notice. You've been taking her to your aunt's house every day. Do you think I'm blind? It's been a week now. Meng Yufei had been observing closely. He was no fool. Everything about this situation seemed odd. I'm just dating. Dating? Meng Yufei clearly found this hard to believe. You're dating and also taking care of a child? I'm just helping out. Su Yin sipped his soy milk slowly. Her family situation is a bit special. She has nowhere to stay, so I'm just lending a hand. Running away from home? Meng Yufei pondered. Then you need to contact her parents. Su Yin felt a bit displeased. Why do you sound like you're interrogating me? Meng Yufei realized he might be overreacting. After all, the girl didn't seem like a wild child. She appeared to come from a well-off family. Her demeanor and appearance quite exceptional. Yet, he thought it necessary to clarify the situation. I'm not interrogating you. I'm just looking out for my nephew. Meng Yufei tapped the table with his chopsticks. So either tell me the truth or give me her contact information, and I'll ask her myself. Are you just speculating that I have ulterior motives? Su Yin shot him a sideways glance. All right, wait a moment. I'll call my aunt. Meng Yufei was taken aback. What are you calling your aunt for? To tell her that you're bullying me. Su Yin pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts for his aunt's number, his finger hovering over the call button. At this moment, Meng Yufei's expression shifted slightly. When have I ever bullied you? Asking for my girlfriend's phone number. Isn't that bullying me? You little rascal, so you can twist my words, can you? Fine, go ahead and strike. Meng Yufei was not particularly intimidated. It was only because of this boy's affair that he was willing to make the trip. For others, he would hardly bother. Every day. There are countless trivial matters in this society, many more absurd than this one. As a neighborhood officer, how could he possibly manage them all? It was indeed due to his long-standing friendship with Su Yin, coupled with his relationship with Su's aunt, that Meng Yufei would ponder a bit more. So what if I really hit you? If you have the guts, then do it. Meng Yufei scoffed. At your age, still only capable of whining. If it were Chen Hao, I would have smacked him first and then asked questions. Su Yin quickly dialed his aunt's number. Andy, he said. Holding the phone to his ear, speaking earnestly, Meng Gu just said he wants to hit me. Meng Yufei? Immediately after, he heard the furious voice of Su Lingling emanating from Su Yan's phone. Meng Yufei, have you grown some audacity, huh? Chapter 29. In the blink of an eye. Grown-up Lingling, please let me explain. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Meng Yufei hurriedly answered the phone, flustered. He never imagined that this rascal would be so unprincipled. What is there to explain? Su Lingling's voice was soft and youthful, lacking significant authority. Yet, to Meng Yufei's ears, it struck a note of trepidation. Fan Fan was raised by our family. How could you bully him? I did not bully him. Meng Yufei attempted to reclaim some dignity, though his voice noticeably faltered. I merely wanted to inquire about that little girl. Tong Tong? She is my grandniece. Su Lingling huffed. So, you intend to investigate me as well? At her age, as an expectant mother, she naturally exuded maternal instincts waiting to be expressed. Moreover, Tong Tong was charming and adept at being endearing. It was evident that after spending a week with Tong Tong, Su Lingling had been thoroughly indoctrinated. At times, she even lamented why Tong Tong couldn't be her biological grandniece. Su Yin silently commended his own daughter. Well done, Tong Tong. First, win over Grandma. Lingling. No, my dear. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Su Lingling's voice took on a tone of grievance, sounding delicate. Meng Yufei, do you not love me anymore? How could that be? Meng Yufei quickly replied. I would never dare bully Ban Fan. I was just joking with him. I don't care. You bullied him. Su Lingling's voice quivered with unshed tears. I am upset, and all you do is explain. You don't even comfort me. All right, Lingling. I will come home immediately. Just wait for me. Humph. It's too late to comfort me now. After approximately 10 minutes, Meng Yufei, feeling lost, finally hung up the phone. Holding Su Yan's phone, he appeared utterly deflated, his earlier bravado completely diminished. This upright officer Meng, when confronted with his wife, resembled a docile lamb. Meng, you truly are impressive. Su Yin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then, he added fuel to the fire. I've never seen a man of 1.8 meters so afraid of his wife. Are you looking to stir trouble? Meng Yufei shot him a glare. Every time you just run to tell your aunt. Next time, try a different tactic. As long as it works, who cares? Su Yin chuckled. After all, you are my uncle now. It was at this moment that Meng Yufei returned the phone to him, snorting softly. This is not fear. It is affection for my wife. What do you know? Your aunt has married me. Who else should I pamper? Although there was an age difference between the two, Su Lingling possessed a somewhat girlish demeanor. She was adept at being playful, sulking, and seeking affection, effortlessly embodying these traits. Thus, it was often the younger Meng Yufei who indulged her whims. Strangely enough, over the years, their relationship flourished, becoming increasingly intimate. They were practically inseparable. Even as they prepared for marriage and children, they behaved like young lovers, a sight that sometimes made Su Yin feel a bit nauseated. However, it was quite heartwarming. Despite Su Yin's teasing, he genuinely felt joy for his aunt. It was rare for her to maintain a childlike spirit, indulging in whims before her beloved, preserving the anticipation of love. After all, not everyone possesses Meng Yufei's boundless patience and tenderness towards his wife. All right, Meng, you should return home soon. Su Yin picked up his rice rolls. I'll call my aunt later to let her know, so you don't end up locked out. Do you really need to do that? Meng Yufei retorted. My aunt wouldn't genuinely be angry with me. I can handle comforting her myself. Why do you need to meddle? Seems like you are quite eager for it, Su Yin remarked. The two had been in a relationship for nearly 8 years. How could they still be this enamored? Is that little girl really fine? It was only then that Meng Yufei straightened his expression. Xiaoyan. You know I mean no harm. None at all, Su Yin nodded. When the time is right, I will inform you and my aunt. Meng Yufei scrutinized him for a moment before slightly raising his chin and huffing. Well then, today, Uncle will trust you just this once. Thank you. Su Yin finally exhaled in relief. During the new year, I'll hide my mother's bottle of aged Maotai mint for my wedding and sneak some for you. She will kill you for that. Not to worry, I'll say it was my father who drank it. At that moment, Meng Yufei recalled that being afraid of one's wife seemed to be a tradition in the Su family. He straightened his attire, stood up, and, feeling a twinge of concern, reminded him, study well. Once the college entrance exams are over, you can pursue whatever you wish without anyone holding you back. You're more nagging than my mother. Su Yin scratched his face. I got it. Just take care of yourself. Chronic gastritis is still an ailment. Though Meng Yufei was merely a beat cop, he was often busy, sometimes getting called to resolve domestic disputes. He was quite responsible, easily losing track of time when engrossed in work, frequently forgetting to eat. Thus, his stomach had never been quite right. Because of this, he was often checked on by his aunt during meal times. If she discovered he hadn't eaten, she would bombard him with accusations of not loving her anymore. Now, that sounds like a human remark. Meng Yufei huffed proudly. When I was dating your aunt, you were barely 1.5 meters tall. I watched you grow up bit by bit. How could your uncle harm you? This fellow was now 18 years old. He could only remind him to focus on his studies, as there was little else to say. Su Yin nodded. Addressing him as uncle indeed felt a bit awkward. Of course, it was that he looked down on Meng Yufei and his aunt's relationship. In fact, it was because Meng Yufei had always been an exemplary older brother figure. Back then, the children in the community enjoyed playing with him. He always thought of his younger siblings when it came to treats and fun. He was a remarkably gentle, sunny boy, with an astonishingly good temper and patience. It was no surprise that his aunt fell for someone so much younger than herself. As an only child, Su Yin had always regarded Meng Yufei as a half-brother. Well, I came to see you today. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Meng Yufei seemed to recall something and finally smiled, patting his shoulder. Your girlfriend is beautiful. She seems like a fine young lady. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up, you little rascal. Chapter 30. Being manipulated, Meng Yufei departed, and it was evident that he still harbored some concern, yet ultimately refrained from inquiring further. Su Yin ascended the stairs while carrying breakfast, then proceeded to rouse Tong Tong from her slumber. The little girl, still bleary-eyed, cast a glance at him before defiantly covering her ears with a pillow and turning away, ignoring him. Just a moment, your mother will be coming soon, Su Yin urged. Tugging at the blanket, Tong Tong yanked the blanket back over her head, then turned her back to him, declaring, Daddy, I want to sleep. Get up quickly. With no other option, Su Yin gently extracted her from the bedding, akin to lifting a kitten by the scruff of its neck. How is it that she is utterly unlovable right after waking up? It took him 10 minutes to assist his still pouty daughter in getting dressed and washed up. By the time Tong Tong finished her rice rolls, Wen Ning arrived, having changed her shoes. Wen Ning entered the living room to find Tong Tong playfully throwing mock punches at her father. Su Yin, unperturbed, sat on the sofa, joining in her play. What's the matter? Did I wake you up this morning and now you're unhappy? He playfully pressed his palm against Tong Tong's forehead, watching with amusement as she flailed her little fist at the air. Wen Ning felt a chuckle rising within her but maintained an air of seriousness. Tong Tong, didn't you promise your mother you would behave? Pouting, Tong Tong ceased her antics and dashed into her mother's embrace. Su Yin, feeling lethargic, remained on the sofa, observing them. Wen Ning's attire was quite simple today. She wore light blue straight-leg jeans paired with the matching outfit they had bought during their last shopping trip. Due to her developing figure, the plush cat design on her top appeared a touch more pronounced, giving her a slightly plumper look. When Ning noticed Su Yan's gaze lingering on her, For some reason, she felt his eyes held an odd intensity. After a moment of contemplation, she calmly remarked, "I bought it, so what?" Su-yin raised an eyebrow. "Who asked you? How could you go out today? Dad took your stepmother and stepsister back to the countryside. It seems there has been some health issue with the elder." Wen Ning explained that when Qiming had called the previous night, indicating they wouldn't return until the next day. Thus, she avoided the hassle of explaining herself to her family. Today, she brought her assignments, intending to spend the whole day with Tong Tong and return home in the evening. "Is there anything left in the fridge?" Wen Ning glanced at the empty dining table. "I'll make something delicious for Tong Tong at noon." Su-yin pondered for a moment, realizing the pantry was nearly bare, and stood to head to the supermarket downstairs. As Tong Tong adored strawberries, he made it a point to purchase 2 boxes each day. "I'll go with you," Wen Ning quickly suggested. "Let us take Tong Tong along to see what she likes." Su-yin nodded, retrieving a jacket from the rack. Across the street, there was a large supermarket stocked with various daily necessities, fresh vegetables, and a wide array of meats. It was Wen Ning's first time bringing her daughter to the supermarket, and seeing Tong Tong skip happily brought her a sense of novelty. Su-yin pushed a shopping cart, walking behind them. His shopping style was eye-opening for Wen Ning. Essentially, whenever Tong Tong sweetly declared, "I want this," Su-yin would toss it into the cart without hesitation. Wen Ning, on the other hand, was more cautious with her limited allowance, scrutinizing prices for an extended period before making a decision. "Daddy, Tong Tong wants chips," Tong Tong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "I want tomato flavor and seaweed flavor." Just as Su-yin picked up a bag of chips, Wen Ning snatched it from him, her expression taut with discontent. The usually gentle Wen Ning, with her slightly slanted fox-like eyes, appeared unexpectedly striking when narrowed. "Why are you buying her this?" Su-yin hesitated. "But she likes them." "Just because she likes them, you'll buy them for her?" She turned and placed the chips back on the shelf. "Children shouldn't eat too many snacks. It's not good for them, and they can easily gain weight. Plus, it's not very healthy." Wen Ning was quite firm on this principle. Tong Tong was at a critical stage of growth, and if she became chubby, it could be difficult for her to slim down later. "You spoil her too much. This isn't right. Be mindful not to let her eat junk food. Even strawberries should be left out for a while before giving them to her. Otherwise, they'll be too cold." Tong Tong listened, looking quite aggrieved, her lips pouting. However, it was evident that her mother's stern demeanor had a certain degree of authority over her. "Daddy, I want it. You're the best." Tong Tong was not allowed to indulge her father with sweet words. Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek playfully and took her hand. "Su-yin, you just carry the items. I will decide what we buy." Su-yin was left momentarily speechless. When Wen Ning and her daughter had walked a short distance, he realized he had remained stationary. Turning back to see him placing several bags of chips into the cart. "I'm buying them for myself," Su-yin retorted, glancing at her. "I'm not Tong Tong. You can't dictate me. You also like chips?" "I don't." Wen Ning found Su-yin somewhat petty at times, as if he had a certain fixation on his family status. Whenever the topic arose, he would stubbornly oppose her. If she forbade him from buying something, he would insist on purchasing it, as if to assert his position as the head of the household. "When you eat them, Tong Tong will surely beg you for some." Wen Ning pondered for a moment and patiently explained, "You spoil her too much. When she sweet-talks you, you'll certainly give in." "It's fine." Su-yin nodded. "Later, I'll eat them in front of Tong Tong. You'll see whether I share with her or not." Tong Tong's expression fell, and she suddenly looked as though she might cry. "Daddy is so mean." Wen Ning's brows twitched. How could he be so childlike? However, after spending time together, she had gleaned some understanding of Su-yin's character. He was indeed a typical case of someone who responded better to gentle persuasion than to strictness. "Su-yin." Wen Ning took a deep breath, pressed her lips together, and softened her tone as much as possible. "If you want to eat something, I'll make it for you at noon. Let us not buy chips." Her sudden shift in tone and demeanor caused Su-yin to pause noticeably. Then, as if sensing the atmosphere, Wen Ning added sweetly, "Okay?" Su-yin silently removed all the chips from the cart, returning them to the shelf. You made a valid point." It felt as though he had been cleverly maneuvered by her. Chapter 31. Who said that afterward, it was all about Wen Ning shopping with her daughter. The distinction between a mother and a father in raising a child is quite pronounced. A mother tends to approach life with greater attentiveness and seriousness. Even purchasing a cabbage requires her to compare and deliberate for quite some time, embodying the essence of a devoted homemaker. This meticulousness is undoubtedly influenced by Wen Ning's upbringing. Although she excels academically, she is no mere bookworm. She has often had to fend for herself. Once the groceries are placed in the kitchen, She engages in a moment of play with Tong Tong. Upon returning home, Wen Ning ties her hair up neatly and dons an apron, declaring her intention to prepare dinner. Su Yan, recognizing the effort it took for her to come over, refrains from further comment. Tong Tong lounges on the sofa, swinging her legs while enjoying strawberries and watching cartoons, occasionally plucking off leaves to offer to her father. After a while of watching, Su Yan finds it somewhat tedious. Just as he contemplates opening his laptop to write some code, his phone rings, displaying Lin Hui's name. Mom? Su Yan glances at Wen Ning in the kitchen and answers casually, "Nothing, I'll hang up." The first sentence almost causes Lin Hui to lose her composure. "Your phone etiquette is quite unique, little rascal. How are you speaking?" Lin Hui responds with impatience, "Hurry and get up. I'm downstairs." Su Yan is taken aback. "Why didn't you tell me in advance? I have to report to you that I'm coming to see you?" Lin Hui scoffs. "We're making dumplings at home today. I'm bringing some over to spare you from daily takeout, given that it's not a holiday." Su Yan suspects she prepared the dumplings specifically for him, perhaps taking the opportunity of the weekend to visit her son whom she has seen in a while. Yet, Lin Hui, known for her sharp tongue, would never admit to worrying about her son. "Mom," the thought stirs some emotion in Su Yan. "Why don't you just turn around and go back? There is still time." Lin Hui, her tone laced with absurdity, retorts, "Is that how you speak?" "No. I'm not home today. Open the door. I can hear the cartoons playing." Su Yan falls silent. He glances at Tong Tong sprawled on the sofa and then at Wen Ning cooking in the kitchen, feeling as though he has been caught in a compromising situation. While he is lost in thought, Lin Hui outside has already begun knocking. "Open the door." Hearing the noise, Wen Ning emerges, casting a puzzled glance at Su Yan. "My mom is here." Wen Ning's expression changes as she looks down at her attire. "What should we do?" Su Yan, honest as ever, replies, "I don't know. This apartment is small, and once Lin Hui blocks the door, Wen Ning has no means of hiding. Moreover, with Tong Tong present, concealment is impractical. Just act natural and say a classmate is visiting." The knocking on the door grows increasingly insistent. With no other option, Su Yan reluctantly approaches to open the door. As he reluctantly opens the door, Lin Hui, clad in a brown trench coat, stands outside. Though in her 40s, she appears quite fashionable with her wine-red waves, exuding an aura of sophistication. "Why did you keep me waiting? Didn't you know to open the door for your mother?" Lin Hui, with a hint of disdain, enters carrying a bag. "Did you just wake up? What time is it? Were you up all night cooking?" Su Yan takes the dumplings from her and gently turns her around. "All right, Mom, you can go back now. The dumplings are delicious." "Hey, you little rascal." Lin Hui genuinely seems annoyed. "Am I not even allowed to enter my own son's home anymore?" At this point, Su Yan finds himself at a loss. Lin Hui slips into a pair of slippers and walks into the living room, continuing her complaints. "How old are you, still watching cartoons? Your cousin next door is over 30 and still lazing around watching anime." Without a job before she can finish, she suddenly falls silent, frozen in place. "Ah, hello." Auntie Wen Ning stands at the kitchen doorway, drying her hands on her apron, unsure of how to explain. Lin Hui stands there, seemingly unable to comprehend why this elegantly attired young woman, resembling a domestic goddess, is in her son's home. It would have been more reasonable if a male chef had emerged from the kitchen. Did I enter incorrectly? Lin Hui instinctively glances behind Wen Ning to see a table laden with dishes. The rich aroma still lingers in the air, and the kitchen exhaust fan is working vigorously. On the sofa, a charming little girl giggles while watching cartoons. Have I stepped into another world? Why does it feel like a family of three? The moment Tong Tong spots her grandmother, she leaps off the sofa, eager to greet her. "Mom," she is saying hello to you. "Ah, hello, hello." Lin Hui finally reacts, hastily adding, "Who are you?" "I'm Su Yan's classmate, and this is my younger sister Wen Ning." Feeling inexplicably nervous, lightly grips her apron. "We came to play together." "Classmate? You're visiting a dog-est inn and cooking for it?" Lin Hui's gaze falls on Wen Ning's captivating face, and she slowly begins to piece things together. "Have I seen you somewhere before?" This girl possesses a beauty that would leave a lasting impression on anyone who crossed her path. "Mom, this is Wen Ning. You met her at the parent-teacher conference during the campus awards ceremony." Su Yan interjects, "You even remarked how lovely she was, long legs and a slim waist. And you couldn't stop talking about her on the way home." "Wen Ning." Lin Hui's expression gradually shifts. "Sixth in the grade?" Wen Ning, feeling a bit shy with flushed ears, replies, "Yes." At this moment, Lin Hui's memory sharpens as she recalls catching a glimpse of Wen Ning from the audience. She had thought to herself how wonderful it would be if such a girl were to marry into the Su family, producing an adorable granddaughter. Seeing such a beautiful girl cooking for her son at his home, surely these two aren't dating, right? Lin Hui's expression darkens instantly. With only 4 months until the college entrance examination, why is he wasting time now? Lin Hui's tone suddenly shifts to one of seriousness. How can you associate with someone like this? Even after the exams, don't pursue such individuals. Su Yin frowns immediately. Mom, how can you say that about her? He recalls that his mother was never this harsh. Go look in the mirror. Lin Hui rolls her eyes, looking quite disdainful. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about you. Su Yin? Dear girl, your grades are outstanding, and you're exceptionally beautiful. You have a bright future ahead. Lin Hui turns to Wen Ning, a warm smile gracing her lips. You must focus on preparing for the college entrance exam now. Don't think about anything else. With your standards, you could have any boy you want, but don't let this little rascal deceive you. Su Yin? Chapter 32, The Empress Dowager's Blessing Auntie. Wen Ning's expression was rather awkward. Su Yin is quite a nice person, to be honest. She had never encountered a mother like this. Though her words were often blunt and straightforward, they surprisingly alleviated Wen Ning's anxiety significantly. Moreover, despite her continual criticisms of her son, Wen Ning could sense that their relationship was, in fact, quite harmonious. This was a rather endearing aunt. Has he mistreated you? I mean, has he laid hands on you? No, not at all, Wen Ning replied softly. We have a traitor among us, Su Yin grumbled. Why do you despise me so much? Don't you remember all the trouble you caused in middle school? Lin Hui scoffed, her disdain palpable. Do you expect me to treat you kindly? Su Yin waved his hand dismissively. Well, he's your own little rascal. Setting aside the facts, you bear half the responsibility. Lin Hui was too disinterested to engage further. I came to deliver dumplings. You can all share a meal together at noon. She smiled. This little girl is truly adorable, just as pretty as her sister. Upon hearing the compliment, Tong Tong peeked out from behind her mother, her voice bright. Grandma is beautiful too. Lin Hui maintained her smile. Grandma? Well, she is quite familial. Wen Ning hugged Tong Tong closer, explaining, when she encounters beautiful aunties, she likes to call them grandma. Beautiful aunties. This phrase only served to enhance Lin Hui's smile. However, her gaze lingered on Tong Tong's face for a while. Her expression tinged with curiosity. She couldn't shake the feeling that this little girl seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. As she placed the dumplings on the dining table, she subtly surveyed the array of dishes before her. There was an abundance, nearly 6 dishes and a soup. As lavish as a festival feast. Wow, this girl has quite the culinary skills. She seems very homely. Lin Hui thought to herself. Sensing that her visit was perhaps ill-timed, she resolved to inquire with her son later via WeChat. I have no particular business here today, just delivering some food. Lin Hui returned to the doorway, her smile unwavering. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. She sensed that Wen Ning was somewhat tense, akin to a young bride meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. Hearing this, Wen Ning felt a bit uneasy and softly suggested, Auntie, why not stay for a meal? Though she realized how odd it would be to say this to Su Yan's mother. As if she were the hostess of the home herself. No, Lin Hui said, hastily putting on her shoes. I already had something to eat before coming here. With that, Wen Ning felt it inappropriate to press further. She placed her hands on her apron, looking exceedingly docile. Su Yan glanced at her, inexplicably feeling that at that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to the gentlewoman in Tong Tong's photographs, the quintessential devoted wife and mother. Why leave so soon? Su Yin expressed his displeasure at Lin Hui's haste. His tone was less than pleasant. You went out of your way to bring dumplings. If you wanted to see me, you could have just called, and I would have returned. Lin Hui dismissed his concerns. You'll only be home for one night, and classes resume on Monday. It's too troublesome. And your visit isn't troublesome? Su Yin retorted. Do you have a say in what I do? Lin Hui contemplated giving him advice, but found it overly sentimental, ultimately settling for a huff. With such a beautiful girl as a friend, be sure not to bully her. How could I possibly bully her? Su Yin began putting on his shoes. I'll see you off. All right. Lin Hui did not refuse. Although her son was already an adult, he was still a high school student. She, as a mother, felt the need to inquire about his relationship with the girl. Wen Ning squeezed her apron and whispered, Goodbye, Auntie. Tong Tong waved reluctantly. Goodbye, Grandma. Grandma and Grandpa were always so kind to her. Whenever her parents were busy with work, it was Grandma and Grandpa who took care of her, picking her up from school every day. But back then, Grandma's hair had turned quite gray. Now she looked so young and beautiful. Goodbye, little one. Lin Hui smiled, not paying much mind. Su Yin accompanied her to the hallway, pressing the elevator button. Just classmates? Nothing more? Yes. Classmates who come home to cook for you? Then Lin Hui paused for a long moment before continuing, is a dog lover. As for whether it would affect her son, she truly did not worry too much. After all, the girl was ranked 6th in her grade. Perhaps it was Su Yin who might influence her more. To be blunt, there wasn't much room for improvement in her son's grades. Getting into college was already a blessing. Classmates, she mused, with her excellent grades, she can help you with your studies. That's quite beneficial. However, Lin Hui felt a twinge of unease. Just because she's beautiful doesn't mean you can take liberties. I wasn't joking earlier. Don't affect her chances of getting into a prestigious university, understood? Do you think I'm some sort of rogue? Su Yin replied, exasperated. As he walked her out of the community, you came here, and I didn't rush you out. Why the hurry? Who was it that wouldn't let me in earlier? A ghost? We're merely sharing a meal. Su Yin frowned. If you're only going to stay 10 minutes, then why come at all? Since the start of his senior year, he hadn't returned home, and it had been almost a month. Lin Hui was usually busy with work, seldom calling him, but she did consistently transfer money to his account every month. Thus, although Lin Hui had been somewhat critical upon her arrival, Su Yin was nonetheless pleased to see her. Am I losing my mind? Lin Hui opened the car door, casually stating, your female classmate comes to visit. Why would I want to be a bothersome mother-in-law? Besides, if I were present, it would only make the girl feel uneasy. All right, hurry up and eat. Don't keep her waiting. Remember to eat the dumplings. Lin Hui waved her hand. I'm off. She had always been a decisive mother, with a strong and efficient personality, leaving Su Yin with little choice but to watch her drive away. Don't cause trouble before graduation. I can't be bothered. Lin Hui said, resting her hand on the car door. You're not a child anymore. You know what you should and shouldn't do. Then, with a flourish, she drove away. When Su Yin returned home, Wen Ning emerged from the kitchen, spatula in hand, her expression still slightly anxious. Did your mother say anything? Su Yin shook his head. No. At that moment, a new message arrived on his phone. The Empress Dowager has transferred you 3,000 yuan. Big boys shouldn't be too stingy. Let me know if you need more. Oh. Su Yin graciously showed her his phone. My mom sent me money. Wen Ning leaned in, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear to take a closer look, whispering, what does your mom mean by this? Su Yin pondered, wondering what exactly their Lin Empress Dowager intended. After all, International Women's Day was approaching. He hesitated for a moment. Perhaps she wants me to buy you a gift for Women's Day? Chapter 33. The living room is yours. When Ning chose to ignore those words. To be honest, her encounter with Lin Hui was somewhat different from her expectations. In fact, Lin Hui was not like an ordinary mother. She did not carry the airs of a matriarch in front of her son or his peers. This quality stood in stark contrast to the domineering personality of Xiao Ziqing. Even when Qiong would never speak to her mother so casually at home. Thus, when Ning felt a twinge of envy towards the relationship shared by the Su mother and son, they could express their thoughts freely without any reservations. In summary, despite having met only once, when Ning found herself quite fond of this aunt. Although she knew she shouldn't think this way, an oddly delightful notion emerged. Being her daughter-in-law might be a rather enjoyable experience. This sentiment was validated by Tong Tong's earlier remarks. When Ning absent-mindedly touched her ear and shyly averted her gaze. Let's eat first. To speak candidly, Wen de Xiaohua indeed possessed an innate quality that made her an exemplary wife. The simple ingredients she used resulted in ordinary home-cooked meals. Yet Tong Tong savored every bite with immense joy, her playful hair sticking up in excitement. Su Yin also felt that her culinary skills could rival those of Lin Hui. Perhaps it was the sight of the pure and beautiful Wen de Xiaohua quietly eating across from him that not only satisfied his palate, but also delighted his eyes. After lunch, Su Yin took the initiative to wash the dishes. Wen Ning spent some time playing with Tong Tong before leading the little girl to her room, coaxing her into an afternoon nap. Just as Su Yin emerged from the kitchen, Wen Ning quietly closed the bedroom door. She's asleep, Wen Ning whispered, raising a finger to her lips. We should keep our voices down. There was an odd feeling, as if the couple had lulled their child to sleep and were now sneaking off to another room for some private moments. What shall we do this afternoon? Su Yin asked, wiping his hands with a towel. In the past, their interactions were often interrupted by Tong Tong, but now that she was napping, he found himself at a loss for what to do alone with Wen Ning. Let's review some test papers, she suggested, casting him a curious glance. I brought my backpack. We can check if you've been diligent in studying grammar and vocabulary this week. English is a subject that requires consistent accumulation, and if you stick with it, you will surely see progress. Bring out the papers you've worked on these past few days. Let me take a look. Wen Ning settled beside the freshly cleaned dining table, unpacking her belongings. Seeing Su Yin remain still, she couldn't help but tap the table with her pen. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. When it came to academics, she felt quite confident in her abilities in front of Su Yin. Su Yin replied, she has 100 points more than you. She certainly qualifies as your teacher. With that thought, Su Yin felt his annoyance dissipate, and he retrieved his papers for her to review. Wen Ning examined them closely, occasionally tucking her hair behind her ear. The afternoon unfolded in a serene quiet. After reviewing the papers, Wen Ning's expression softened considerably. She could tell that Su Yin had indeed put in effort. His intelligence and memory were commendable. Though his English results remained somewhat disheartening, they had improved significantly since the last time. Were there any questions you didn't understand? Wen Ning asked earnestly. I can explain them to you. Sure. Su Yin leaned back in his chair, casually twirling a pen, and confidently replied. I generally don't repeat mistakes on questions I've already encountered. Is that so impressive? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Then why are your scores so low? Students whose scores fluctuated around the threshold for undergraduate admission were considered to be in the lower tier at their school. My mother doesn't supervise me much. And when I get home, I play video games until midnight. I hardly have time to study, Su Yin admitted while straightening up and flipping through his papers. Lin Hui did not hold overly high expectations for him either. Do you enjoy gaming? Wen Ning inquired. Not bad. Su Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Just a way to pass the time. Wen Ning fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. She recalled the day Su Yin had carried his backpack to sell video game consoles and discs. It seemed he truly enjoyed those things. Are you still studying? Su Yin mimicked her earlier gesture, tapping the table with a bit more force. If you want to watch me, feel free. There is no need to use studying as an excuse. He countered her teasing. Who was watching you? Wen Ning snapped back to reality. I was just daydreaming. You were practically staring at me, Su Yin teased. Haven't you ever seen someone so brazen with a score below 600? Wen Ning smirked. You really are something else. Just wait. I'll surpass you in the next monthly exam, Su Yin declared, feeling slightly irritated at her mockery. Wen Ning found his occasional immaturity amusing, realizing he was quite endearing. But I scored 688. She couldn't help but smile, teasing him. I'll be waiting for you to surpass me, he retorted. Though he felt a bit chastened by her score. Don't say it if you can't follow through, Wen Ning replied, enunciating deliberately, big man. Upon hearing the score of 688, Su Yin fell silent. He was not a sage capable of enlightenment and had already anticipated the outcome of the next monthly exam. He genuinely felt sorry for not allowing Wanda to enjoy herself. After that, Wen Ning focused on explaining the incorrect answers to Su Yin. Despite being an academic achiever, she was patient, breaking down concepts for him without displaying any signs of impatience. Her explanations were clear and even rivaled those of his own teachers. Her voice, though soft, was melodious, making it easy for Su Yin to absorb the information. It must be said, a beautiful woman certainly possesses advantages in many aspects. Likewise, Wen Ning noticed that Su Yin's earlier bravado was not unfounded. His comprehension skills were impressive, and his memory was remarkable. Whenever she revisited topics they had discussed, he could articulate them smoothly. Such brilliance, yet he scored so poorly. Had he truly not been paying attention in class before? This realization left Wen Ning feeling somewhat regretful. This guy was, indeed, quite capable. As they both regained their focus, the wall clock signaled that evening had arrived. When Tong Tong emerged from the room, rubbing her eyes, Wen Ning was already packing her backpack. After leaning against her mother for a moment, Tong Tong sleepily asked, Mommy, where are you going? Mommy has to go home, Wen Ning said, playfully pinching her cheek. I can't just steal your bed from you and Daddy. Although the family was away today, she could not stay too late. Oh, Tong Tong pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I thought Mommy would cuddle with me tonight. If only Daddy were here. Mommy, please come visit again soon. But once Mommy goes home, it will be a long time before you see me again. Tong Tong's nose was a rosy hue. Her soft cheeks nestled in her mother's embrace. She adored lying in her mother's arms. Wen Ning pursed her lips, clearly softened by the sight. Holding the tender, fragrant Tong Tong while sleeping must be incredibly comforting. Perhaps when Tong Tong was being mischievous, she would strive to embody the role of a strict mother. Yet, in reality, she found it difficult to resist Tong Tong's charms and little grievances. Moreover, she had just promised Tong Tong yesterday to spend quality time with her. With her stepmother and stepsister away this week, such moments might become scarce thereafter. Su Yin, initially absorbed in his phone, couldn't help but glance up. Tong Tong, be good. No. Tong Tong clung tightly to her mother. Tong Tong wants to sleep with Mommy. But I'm just a girl. Wen Ning hesitated. contemplating. Staying at your house doesn't seem appropriate, does it? It wasn't that she doubted Su Yan's intentions. Strangely enough, after this period of interaction, she had developed a considerable trust in him. Inappropriate? Su Yan looked at her quizzically, sensing an ambiguity in her tone. Besides, my house has only one bed. Hurry home, or I'll have to drive you back. Therefore, tonight? Wen Ning bit her lip, glancing at the little Tongong in her arms. Tongong pouted adorably, sweetly whining, Mommy is the best. So, tonight? Wen Ning paused. Is the living room yours then? Su Yan? Chapter 34. Supporting the family. What nonsense is this? The living room is mine after all. I spent thousands to rent this house. Su Yan found it absurd. Given our current relationship, do you think this is appropriate? You expect to take the blanket and roll off to the living room before we are even married? Am I supposed to endure this humiliation? Wen Ning pinched Tong Tong's little face. I'm staying to accompany Tong Tong. She will help her mother too. She truly wasn't overly concerned about the situation. As Lin Hui put it, if Su Yan wanted to cause trouble, he would have done so long ago. There were plenty of opportunities. However, since they met, Su Yan, though occasionally teasing her, rarely engaged in any physical contact. But what if you lose control in the middle of the night and want to do something bad? Su Yan, half convinced, replied, My mom told you not to lay a hand on me today. Your mother, is that really what she said? Wen Ning, looking at his height of 1.79 m, also found it absurd. Am I supposed to force you? Su Yan pondered for a long time, finally managing to say, But didn't you just say that Tong Tong would help you? Are Tong Tong and I strong enough to force you? Wen Ning felt as if he had led her astray. Dad, Tong Tong, sensing her father's attempt to disrupt her plans, grew anxious. Don't bully Mommy. Su Yan fell silent. In truth, he was entirely opposed to the idea. After all, it should be her who feels embarrassed about wanting to stay over to accompany her daughter. The main issue was, he felt that Wen Ning seemed to trust him a bit too readily. Although, perhaps, this was necessarily a bad thing. Even Su Yan himself was puzzled by the source of her trust. However, Tong Tong was quite insistent, gripping her mother's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. The little girl, thrilled that her mother agreed to stay with her, followed her around like a little tail, her joy evident on her face. She bounced around until evening, her smile never fading. Su Yan sat on the sofa, typing a message to Chun Hao on his phone, occasionally glancing up to see Wen Ning sitting at the table, teaching Tong Tong to write. In reality, while Wen Ning's personality was gentle, her striking eyes gave her a somewhat cold beauty. Thus, during their school days, although many referred to her as a moonlight goddess, there were few who dared to openly express their affection for her. To outsiders, she appeared to be a somewhat aloof beauty. Yet now, as she lowered her gaze and patiently spoke softly, there was an abundance of gentle warmth in her demeanor. Tong Tong, your strokes are incorrect. Then Mommy will hold my hand and teach me how to write. Good. The sight of these two somewhat resembling beauties, one larger hand clasping a smaller one, truly evoked a sense of homeliness for Su Yan. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion, as Tong Tong indeed shared a blood connection with him. Furthermore, from the moment Tong Tong arrived, Wen Ning had woven an intricate and complex relationship with him. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Tong Tong finally began to feel drowsy, her eyes squinting as she yawned repeatedly, resembling a sleepy little kitten. Wen Ning tidied up a bit and then took Tong Tong to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yan contemplated for a moment before rising to fetch her a new toothbrush and towel from the cabinet. You're not taking a shower, right? You just washed yesterday. Wen Ning gently helped Tong Tong wash her face. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face, then just rinse my feet. Yes, this is Tong Tong's foot basin. You can use it directly. Su Yan felt that everything was settled, so he returned to his room, bringing out the blanket he had previously used in the living room. He then retrieved a new blanket from the cabinet, preparing it for Wen Ning. It was evident that Tong Tong was exceedingly happy. Her joy stemmed not only from her mother's willingness to stay longer, but also from the fact that there were both a father and mother in this home. For her, a house with both parents present felt complete. After washing up, Wen Ning let her hair down. She thought for a moment before wrapping a hair tie around her wrist, so it wouldn't be lost. Well, let us head inside. As she took Tong Tong by the hand and walked into the room, Su Yan finally looked up. The door was still ajar, and Wen Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, with Tong Tong nestled in her arms, half asleep, yet still requesting bedtime stories from her mother. Wen Ning's voice was soft, her long hair cascading down. Indeed, being a mother requires an extra measure of attentiveness. Mommy used to tell me stories every day about her time with Daddy. Tong Tong mumbled sleepily. Why aren't you telling them today? Because those stories haven't happened yet. When will they happen? Wen Ning gently pinched her daughter's cheek and remained silent. After perhaps another half hour, Tong Tong finally fell into a deep slumber, even in her dreams. Her face bore a sweet smile, clutching her mother's hand as if it were a precious treasure. Wen Ning carefully withdrew her hand and approached the door to close it. Tong Tong and I are resting now. You should also turn in early. Remember to lock the door. Su Yin, sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, casually replied, that way, if you open the door at night, I'll hear it. Wen Ning chose not to respond. She simply pressed the door lock and returned to bed. In the darkness, Wen Ning felt her daughter's warm, soft body tightly holding onto her, softly murmuring mommy. In the living room, there were occasional faint sounds of movement, yet it was clear that they were intentionally subdued. These subtle noises, combined with her daughter's gentle breathing, inexplicably soothed Wen Ning. Perhaps, in her own home, she had never felt this level of peace. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, holding her daughter, she quickly fell asleep. When she awoke again, it was deep into the night. The outside was pitch black, and everything around was so quiet that it seemed devoid of any sound. Wen Ning felt a burning thirst in her throat. After lying in bed for a while, unable to bear it any longer, she slowly and carefully moved Tong Tong's hand aside. She intended to go to the kitchen for some water, still feeling somewhat dazed. Wen Ning didn't think much of it. Stealthily exiting the room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa, quietly making her way to the kitchen. To her surprise, Su Yin was still awake. He sat at the dining table, typing away at the keyboard, turning his head when he heard the noise. Su Yin gazed at her with a somewhat meaningful expression. Why don't you go back and wait a bit longer? I just came out for some water. Wen Ning finally felt more alert. Late at night, Su Yin didn't tease her further, merely nodding. Go ahead and pour yourself some. There's warm water in the bottle. After pouring the water, she glanced at the computer screen. Why are you still awake? The screen displayed a black interface filled with a dense array of code. It looked rather complex, not something a high school student of his age would typically handle. Su Yin offered little explanation, merely ruffling his hair and swiftly typing away, appearing somewhat weary. Are you working? Not really, just creating something simple. Su Yin replied lazily. It's easy and pays quickly. When Tong Tong goes to school, it will cost quite a bit. Wen Ning paused, the glow from the computer screen stinging her eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. This marks the first time she has experienced a profound sense of disappearance. A long interval suspended between two realms of time. It appears vividly before her, yet an unsettling feeling of unreality lingers. Although Su Yan's visage bears a youthful quality, it seems that, in that fleeting moment, under the dim light, he truly overlapped with the gentle middle-aged man from Tong Tong's photograph. Please, go rest, he urged. Even as his fingers continued to dance across the keyboard, suddenly, a hand descended upon his keyboard, interrupting him. It's quite late. You should sleep soon. Tong Tong is my daughter as well. Wen Ning pressed her lips together and hesitantly replied, when she begins school, I will contribute to supporting the family. By then, I will certainly repay you for all that I owe. Supporting the family? Is it not for Tong Tong's sake? Are you implying that you intend to support me as well? Chapter 35. Are you no longer angry? All right, go to sleep. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Yin refrained from arguing with her. He turned off the computer and stood up. You need to earn more money. Tong Tong has mentioned that my worth will be quite high in the future. And I'm afraid you won't be able to afford to support me. Who said anything about supporting you? Wen Ning suddenly recalled her earlier words. Realizing they were somewhat misguided, a sense of embarrassment washed over her, and she felt compelled to retort. Well, you should acquire more skills, like singing or dancing. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, otherwise, I will be at a loss. Such beauty of yours. Standing by the sink. Su Yin washed his face and replied, I sell my body, not my talent. Wen Ning found it difficult to respond to this. Holding her cup of water, she retreated to her room. Su Yin paid her little mind and, after finishing his grooming, lay down on the sofa for a rest. He had no trouble adjusting to different beds and soon fell into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already morning. The gentle rays of the sun pierced through, making Su Yin squint. He reached for his phone on the coffee table and noted the time, 9 o'clock. The bedroom door was tightly shut, and the living room was eerily quiet. In order to maintain Tong Tong's healthy routine, Su Yin reluctantly sat up. However, when he went downstairs to buy breakfast, he found both mother and daughter still fast asleep. What time is it? In the room. Wen Ning cradled the soft and cuddly Su Miaodong as if she were a delightful plush doll, her lips pursed gently as she drifted in a dream. Dimly, she heard a persistent knocking at the door. I bought you breakfast. Get Tong Tong up. Didn't you say your family would be back today? You need to get moving. It was Su Yan's voice. Wen Ning had no desire to move or respond. The previous night, she returned to her room and barely slept well until dawn. Now, she felt utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy, nearly succumbing to sleep once more. But after half a minute, the knocking persisted. This time, even Tong Tong in her arms seemed displeased. "Mom, please open the door." Tong Tong frowned, groggily pulling the blanket over her head. So noisy, so noisy, so noisy. Wen Ning felt her irritation rising. Half awake and half asleep, a wave of frustration surged within her. She coldly climbed out of bed and walked over to open the door. At that moment, she was dressed only in her matching parent-child pajama set, thinly clad, revealing that the renowned beauty of one was not without her own curves. Perhaps it was her slender waist that accentuated certain features even further. Why so silent? Su Yin observed the red imprint on her face from sleep. "You don't look like someone who is lazy. What time is it?" Wen Ning shot him a glance and silently turned to retreat into her room. She lay back down, mimicking Tong Tong by pulling the blanket over her head. Su Yin stood bewildered. "Wait, are you really going to sulk? How could such a grown woman behave like Tong Tong in the morning?" In the early hours, Su Yin had no inclination to provoke her. "Dear daughter, it's time to rise." He approached, reaching under the covers to lift Tong Tong from her cozy nest effortlessly, as if pulling a radish from the ground. "Dad, you're so annoying." "Tong Tong, anyone who has tea gotten up at this hour is lazy, useless." Of course, this was not directed at Tong Tong. Who else would it be about but the girl hidden beneath the covers? Wen Ning, smothered under the blanket, could not bear it any longer. "Su Yan." She tossed the covers aside, sitting up with her chest heaving, taking a couple of deep breaths. "No wonder Tong Tong gets angry with you every morning. You are truly bothersome." Su Yin was equally displeased. How could a growing child skip breakfast? "I'm not thrilled about waking up early to fetch it every day." His reasoning left Wen Ning with no rebuttal. Her sleep had always been light and of poor quality, and now that she was awakened, there was no chance of falling back asleep. Reluctantly, she got up and quickly dressed. The mother and daughter entered the bathroom to wash up, brushing their teeth side by side in silence. Wen Ning's morning demeanor differed slightly from Tong Tong's. She had tied her hair into a ponytail. Her face devoid of expression, her lips pressed into a straight line, enhancing her cold and alluring aura. Through the mirror, she noticed Su Yin leaning outside, sipping water and occasionally glancing her way. After washing her face, her irritation had significantly subsided, though she still felt reluctant to speak. It was not until they walked over to the dining table, noticing the still warm milk and corn, that Wen Ning finally registered what was before her. Her earlier annoyance evaporated in an instant, replaced by a sudden sense of guilt. "Don't pretend it didn't happen," Su Yin said with a smirk. "You just threw a fit at me. I was just..." Wen Ning felt a rush of heat to her ears, instinctively wanting to say something conciliatory. But the words seemed to stick in her throat. Her voice faltered. "I didn't sleep well last night. I didn't mean to take it out on you. No. I bought you breakfast, and you still gave me the cold shoulder this early." Su Yin poured milk into 2 glasses and added several spoonfuls of cereal before slowly saying, "I'm not happy." "Huh?" Wen Ning lowered her gaze, steeling herself to say, "I just didn't see clearly this morning and didn't realize it was you." The implication being, had she known it was him, she wouldn't have reacted that way. "Fine." Su Yin scrutinized her for a moment, lazily responding, "So, you're going to play the victim now? How about this?" Wen Ning licked her slightly dry lips. "Next time you wake up in the morning, just ignore me, or you can even take out your frustrations on me. You want to have a next time?" Su Yin nearly chuckled at her audacity. "I'm not one to complain. I mean, why should I be the one waking up to your antics every morning?" Wen Ning felt increasingly guilty, nervously tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. She realized she had indeed been in the wrong. She had made a promise to Tong Tong, yet as a mother, she had failed to uphold it. It was indeed unfair to Su Yin. "Well," Wen Ning hesitated for a long moment before finally gathering her resolve. "You could give my face a squeeze like you do with Tong Tong when you're teaching her a lesson. I won't resist. Let us just not be angry anymore. All right?" Su Yin was taken aback. He hadn't expected the usually composed Wen Ning to speak in such a soft and somewhat conciliatory tone. "Are you trying to charm me like you do Tong Tong?" After a lengthy pause, he pushed the 2 bowls of cereal and milk toward her. "Here are some breakfast for both of you. Enjoy." Chapter 36. Bad temper for Wen Ning. This weekend was filled with numerous activities. She accompanied Tong Tong and observed Su Yan's current academic state. Soon, when her family returned, she would no longer have such freedom. Although Xiao Ziqin did not harbor fondness for her eldest daughter, she had nurtured her for over a decade. While it may not be familial affection, It certainly constituted a debt of gratitude for her upbringing. Thus, after breakfast, she donned her backpack, preparing to head home. Her next meeting with Tong Tong might not occur until the weekend. In the following week, Su Yin resolved to begin practicing the 9-in manual in reverse. Time was of the essence. Only a few months remained. For him, the focus was on diligent memorization and practice. He did not aspire to achieve exceptionally high marks. The presence of Tong Tong had already altered his perception of the future, including the universities he and Wen Ning would attend. Therefore, Su Yin hoped that during the school selection process, his lower scores would not hinder Wen Ning's choices. This was, in a sense, a matter of his dignity as a man. At noon, Li Yuyu returned with her meal and immediately spotted Su Yin seated in the corner, eating while engrossed in a book. "What has motivated you of late?" she inquired, settling down and pulling out her vocabulary notebook. "You never studied when I pressed you. Why the sudden interest in English? Isn't it the rebellious phase?" Su Yin replied nonchalantly. "It's only when the English teacher deemed me hopeless that I found the motivation to learn." Li Yuyu sighed. "You truly are something." These days, she felt that Su Yin's dedication to studying surpassed even her own. He could be seen poring over his vocabulary app even while walking, as if he had become obsessed. "Yuyu, I actually want to ask you something," Su Yin said, sipping his egg drop soup. "Why didn't you choose the humanities stream when classes were divided?" Li Yuyu lowered her gaze, continuing to eat while reading. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Her reactions were often sluggish across various aspects. Her logical reasoning and ability to draw inferences were rather dismal. Mathematics and sciences posed immense challenges, and she was simply torturing herself and her teachers. Despite putting in more effort than others, she relied heavily on rote memorization to barely keep up. "Hey, why are you two hiding here to eat?" Chen Hao, carrying a tray, noticed them. Su Yin remained silent, for behind him stood a girl, dressed in a simple school uniform with bangs reminiscent of a comic book heroine. Her large eyes sparkled with a charming smile, exuding a cheerful and endearing presence. Su Yin recognized her slightly, perhaps from a humanities class. She seemed to get along well with Chen Hao. "I'm dining with my friend," he replied. Chen Hao smiled at her. "You can go find them over there." "Not at all. Let's eat together," the girl said, batting her eyelashes. Li Yuyu lifted her gaze to glance at her before quickly looking down again, entirely disregarding the interaction as if it were of no concern to her. "I know you," Su Yin acknowledged with a nod. "Chen Hao has mentioned you frequently lately." Chen Hao appeared puzzled. "When have I mentioned her?" "Really?" The girl seemed surprised, her smile brightening. "I'm just a regular friend of Hao. We met while he was playing basketball on the playground." "Yes," Su Yin affirmed sincerely. "He said you were quite a lovely girl." "Thank you." "But that's really not the case," she replied, momentarily stunned. "By the way, I'm Su Chan from Class 11. The atmosphere turned awkward. Su Yin remained silent for a moment. "My apologies. I must have mistaken you for someone else," he said, his tone flat. "Chen Hao hasn't mentioned you to me." Cough. Li Yuyu, who had been eating a boiled egg, nearly choked at that moment. She coughed violently, her face turning crimson. She suppressed a laugh, lowering her head to hide her smirk. Feeling the awkwardness, the girl excused herself softly. "I'll head over there now," and took her food tray to find her classmates. "What's with that girl?" Chen Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Taking a seat. I just met her during gym class yesterday. She's from the humanities class." "I know," Su Yin replied dismissively. "You should refrain from causing trouble for her." "How is that causing trouble?" Chen Hao leaned back in his seat. "I was just going to find the boys from her class to play basketball, and she came over asking for my WeChat. Clearly, she seemed quite happy about it." "Just don't bring her around us," Li Yuyu said, pulling out a tissue and sharing half with Su Yin before wiping her mouth. "You've changed partners like outfits in the past half-month. If you have that much free time, we certainly can't keep track of them." "Only you would dare to speak to me like that," Chen Hao remarked, poking her playfully. "Bad temper. How's your mood today?" Li Yuyu's expression remained impassive as she cleared her tray. "I'm leaving now. You can keep him company." Without waiting for their responses, she turned and walked away. "What was that about?" Chen Hao felt somewhat displeased. "I saw you two chatting happily just a moment ago. Why the sudden change upon seeing me?" It's as if they both disapprove of each other. Recalling the question he had posed to Yuyu earlier, Su Yin asked, "How's he? Why do you think Yuyu chose the science stream during class divisions?" "How would I know?" Chen Hao bit into a chicken leg. "Her temper is horrendous, and she never listens. I told her numerous times, yet she insisted on choosing science." Su Yin felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed unlikely for the two of them to. Chen Hao was a good friend in many ways, loyal, enthusiastic, and generous, but there were limits to what could be said about him. At this age, everything seemed trivial, without significant consequence. Su Yin shook his head. There will come a day when regrets set in. Exactly, Chen Hao concurred. Yu Yu's temperament has always been slow to react, and she lacks quick wit. She is ill-suited for the sciences. Yet, she possesses a genuine passion for writing and reading various books, coupled with a diligent approach to her studies and exquisite calligraphy. Had she pursued the humanities, she might have excelled. He refrained from further comments regarding Yu Yu. Su Yin sighed, patting Chen Hao's shoulder. I was referring to you. Chapter 37. It certainly isn't me. Chen Hao stands out as a rather conspicuous anomaly at number 1 high school. His academic performance is lackluster, and he approaches his studies with a casual indifference, spending his time either at internet cafes or playing basketball. Nearly every teacher who has encountered him has remarked upon his lack of focus. They all agree that if he were to apply himself more diligently, his situation would be markedly different. Yet, Chen Hao merely feigns humility, showing no inclination to amend his ways. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Yuyu settled herself at her desk, engrossed in her book, dismissing thoughts of the girl she had encountered in the cafeteria. Suddenly, someone yanked on the hood of her sweatshirt, pulling it back with a forceful tug. Are you planning to keep your eyes intact while reading with your head down on the desk? Chen Hao, having just finished his meal, stood behind her with his hands in his pockets. Sit up straight. Li Yuyu felt a bit breathless, her face reddening slightly. Let go, or I will lose my temper. I've told you countless times. Do not write while hunched over your desk, and do not read in bed, he replied lazily, disregarding her protests. Don't you know how to take care of your eyes? Those thick lenses look good, don't they? Do you need me to babysit you? Li Yuyu, clearly annoyed, muttered under her breath, what does it matter to you if they look good or not? Nevertheless, she straightened her posture. Due to their height difference, Chen Hao had developed a penchant for tugging at her hood, akin to a turtle clinging to its shell. He finally settled beside her, carelessly pushing aside the items on her desk. Let me copy your notes from this morning. He turned to tap on Su Yan's desk. Hurry up. You haven't written a single word yet. Su Yan, engrossed in replying to a message from Wen Ning on her phone, barely lifted her eyelids. Figure it out yourself. Cursing under his breath, Chen Hao turned back to Li Yuyu. I won't give them to you. Li Yuyu guarded her notebook with her hand. Undeterred, Chen Hao seized her arm with one hand and effortlessly snatched the notebook away with the other. Her handwriting was graceful and clear, each character meticulously recorded. Why is your temper so foul, girl? Chen Hao remarked casually while copying. When I was younger, I treated you so well, like a little sister. And yet you seem to have forgotten all the kindness I showed you. In her interactions with Su Yin, she appeared perfectly normal, sometimes even breaking into a smile when teased. Although she might not be conventionally beautiful, there were moments when her joy was truly captivating. Once accustomed to her features, seeing her smile could effortlessly brighten one's mood. Li Yuyu pouted, her annoyance palpable. Must you dwell on this trivial matter for so many years? It's so irritating. Speak with some conscience. Chen Hao shrugged, twirling his pen as he continued writing. I have plenty of friends, both male and female. And only you dare to give me attitude every day. Li Yuyu scoffed, so where are they now? Chen Hao instinctively wanted to retort, but realized she was not entirely wrong. Over the years, amidst the transitions from middle school to high school, it was only Yu Yu and Su Yin who had remained by his side. With that fierce temperament, how do you expect to get married when you grow up? Chen Hao returned her notebook, scrutinizing her eyes peeking from behind her bangs. When you hit 30 and are still single, you'll be left sobbing alone at home. Li Yuyu, uninterested in the banter, kept her gaze fixed on her book. She was well aware of her lack of conventional beauty, recognizing that most boys preferred attractive girls. It was girls like Wen Ning, who were both beautiful and intelligent, that garnered the most admiration. Deep down, she felt a twinge of discontent. She could not transform herself into a stunning girl, and thus, she couldn't help but feel a sense of envy, noticing that the little potato was ignoring him. Chen Hao felt bored. His inherently restless nature made it difficult for him to sit still, prompting him to lean in closer to Li Yuyu. Hey, I was just teasing you earlier. Are you still angry? No, Li Yuyu replied flatly. I have a bad temper and am not attractive. So what you said holds true. During the lunch break, the old-fashioned radio played soothing music, yet it only heightened her restlessness. Chen Hao paused, taken aback. I merely mentioned that your temper would prevent you from marrying. I didn't say you weren't pretty, but I'm just not good-looking. Li Yuyu's expression remained unchanged. That is the truth. How about this? Chen Hao said, bending his leg to nudge her chair playfully. When you're 30 and still at home, unable to get married, I'll reluctantly marry you. Li Yuyu rolled her eyes. Even if you're 30 and Haven T managed to charm a wife with that face, I would never consider you, you scoundrel. With that, she returned to her textbook. Upon hearing her words, Su Yan's hand trembled, causing the ink pen to smudge a blot on the paper. One should not speak with such certainty, nor should one establish flags so conspicuously. However, Su Yan realized that, given his daughter's age, he and Wen Ning were also in their 30s when they married. From Tong Tong's description, his relationship with Wen Ning had endured many trials and was akin to a long-distance race. To this day, he remained perplexed as to how two completely unrelated individuals had fallen in love after graduating from university and eventually ventured into marriage. Su Yan took out his phone and sent a message to the campus beauty, Wen Ning. Ning, I have a question for you, Wen Ning. Su Yan had never addressed her in such a manner before. Perhaps his tone was a bit too solemn, for Wen Ning responded swiftly, albeit puzzled by his intent. Do you remember who pursued whom in the beginning? Wen Ning. Wen Ning, you mean the future, right? This referred to the time belonging to Tong Tong. After a long pause, Wen Ning finally replied, How would I know? This is something you should ask Tong Tong. Su Yan pondered, recalling every word Tong Tong had shared with him in recent days, eventually arriving at a conclusion. Tong Tong said you always compete with her for daddy. It seems you must have pursued me fervently back then, to the point where even our daughter feels jealous. This was a reasonable deduction. Yet, Wen Ning fell silent. The WeChat chat box displayed typing, as if she were momentarily stuck. After a considerable time, she finally responded. Tong Tong also said that if I asked you to kneel on a washboard, you would obediently do so. Why can't it be that you pursued me? Wen Ning's character was such that if she didn't genuinely like someone, no amount of pursuit would make her relent. Throughout their 3 years of high school, there had been no rumors of her being accompanied by any boys. She did not believe she would ever fall head over heels for someone, nor did she envision herself pursuing someone with the fervor of a young girl. Of course, Su Yan shared this perspective. I'll ask Tong Tong about it tonight. Yes. Clarify it. Both of them simultaneously sent a message in the chat box. Su Yan, it certainly isn't me. Wen Ning, it certainly isn't me. Chapter 38. I accompany you upon returning home that evening. Su Yan inquired about the matter with Tong Tong. It was evident that Tong Tong's mother frequently recounted tales from the past, particularly the love story between her parents, which Tong Tong had likely heard countless times. She boasted that during her mother's school days, she was quite popular among the boys. But her mother had no affection for any of them until she met her father at graduation. Su Yan switched to speakerphone. On the other end, Wen Ning patiently awaited her daughter's response. Unfortunately, even Tong Tong was unaware of who pursued whom. Her mother claimed that her father was the one who liked her first and pursued her for a long time before she finally agreed. Tong Tong nibbled on her fingers. But her father insisted that on the day they got together, it was her mother who took the initiative to confess her feelings and tiptoed to kiss him. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Was this a mystery that would remain unresolved even as they formed a family in the future? Were these two proud souls simply in love? Perhaps, in a way, one could sense a certain dynamic between them. After a prolonged pause, Wen Ning decided to take the initiative. She remarked, to have pursued for so long, you certainly possess remarkable perseverance. Su Yan replied lazily, on the day of your confession. You had to tiptoe to kiss him. What a struggle that must have been. Wen Ning felt a surge of irritation and chose to remain silent. It was difficult for her to imagine herself engaging in such assertive behavior. Yet, Tong Tong's words lingered in her mind, given their respective heights. If Su Yan did not lower himself, she would indeed need to rise on her toes to reach him. Meanwhile, Su Yan experienced his own frustration. After pursuing for so long, only to finally receive an affirmative response. Tong Tong, are you certain that your father is the one who was knocked senseless by a frying pan? Of course, Su Yan did not believe Tong Tong was lying. Perhaps it was simply that both of them were unaware of what it truly felt like to fall in love with someone. In the following days, despite speaking on the phone daily, their opportunities to meet dwindled significantly, one due to academic obligations, the other due to Wen Ning's need to consider her family's circumstances. Until one day, near the end of March, Su Yan suddenly felt a discomfort in his abdomen. Initially, he thought he might have eaten something amiss and did not give it much thought. However, the discomfort gradually intensified, accompanied by nausea and a slight fever. Feeling increasingly unwell, Su Yan decided to visit the hospital after school. Chen Hao and Li Yuyu noticed his pale lips and the sheen of sweat on his forehead as he sat slumped in his chair, unable to rise. Alarmed, they quickly accompanied him, resembling concerned family members. You must hold on, Yan, Chen Hao exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. How could I survive without you? Stop with the melodrama, Su Yan grimaced through the pain. I won't die from this. After registering at the hospital, the doctor instructed Su Yan to undergo a scan. Such a young fellow, What a pity, the doctor remarked after reviewing the results. Let's schedule a surgery. Su Yin responded in confusion. Huh? Appendicitis, the doctor clarified. A smile breaking through. Do not worry, it's not a serious issue, and you arrived in a timely manner. The final diagnosis was acute appendicitis, a common affliction among young individuals, with numerous potential triggers. Due to the prompt treatment, the situation was manageable. The surgery could be completed in less than 2 hours with minimal risk involved. A few days of rest and dietary control would suffice for recovery. You nearly scared me to death just now, Li Yu exhaled in relief. I'll go handle the payment, and Chen Hao, please call a Yin-S aunt. Wen Ning was only informed of the situation the following day. Believing it to be trivial, Su Yin had not mentioned it to her. It was Tong Tong, in tears, who called to inform her that her father had fallen ill. Tong Tong's inconsolable sobs made it difficult for Wen Ning to breathe, her heart tightening with anxiety. Having experienced her mother's ordeal, she was particularly sensitive to words like hospital and illness. After confirming the hospital's name, she rushed there immediately after school. In the modest hospital room, Su Yin lay in a white gown, wearing a resigned expression. Tong Tong was beside him, clutching his hand, her voice hoarse from crying. Tong Tong, darling, please stop crying. Su Yin gently squeezed her face. I'm perfectly fine. Just then, Su Lingling entered, carrying a basin. Upon hearing Tong Tong's weeping, her heart ached, and she too began to cry. My dear, seeing you like this breaks my heart, Su Lingling sniffled. You have never been seriously ill. How could this happen now? You are the only boy in our family. Aunt, Su Yin interjected after a moment of silence, I'm merely having my appendix removed. It's not a castration. Su Lingling choked back tears, but a cut on the abdomen must hurt tremendously. They administered anesthesia. I didn't feel a thing. Anesthesia still hurts. Just think of the size of that needle. She lamented, crying even harder. At that moment, Wen Ning hurriedly entered the room. Su Yin was leaning against the bed, looking relatively well, though his lips were slightly pale, and N4 was connected to his hand. What happened to you? Wen Ning asked, her voice laced with concern. Hearing the cries, she felt a surge of panic. You seemed fine just last week. It's just appendicitis, Su Yin replied, surprised by her reaction. Little girls can be so easily frightened, thinking something serious has occurred. Wen Ning bit her lip, but Aunt. Su Yin chuckled softly. Aunt is still just a little girl too. When Su Yin finally retrieved the scan results for her to examine closely, she relaxed considerably. It took a considerable amount of time for Su Yin to reassure his aunt and Tong Tong that he was completely fine. Tong Tong, why don't you stay at Aunt's house for a few days? Su Yin suggested, squeezing his daughter's ear. If you keep crying, it will make me sad too. With Aunt present, he refrained from referring to himself as her father. Aunt, since you are pregnant, you should take Tong Tong home to rest. Wen Ning glanced at the evening sky outside and noted the numerous missed calls on her phone. Before coming, she had only mentioned to her father and stepmother that she was visiting a classmate in the hospital. She texted her father and then locked her phone, placing it in her pocket. I will stay here with him tonight. Su Lingling hesitated. Is that wise? Wen Ning nodded. It's fine. If I am here, Tong Tong will feel more at ease. Tong Tong's eyes were still red, but she nodded in agreement. Su Yin observed her silently, choosing not to say much. After Aunt took Tong Tong home to rest, Su Yin glanced at the time. It was 9:30 in the evening. Wen Ning, you should head back, he said. You have class tomorrow. Please send me a message when you get home. Wen Ning ignored him, instead removing her coat and placing it on the nearby chair, preparing to boil some water. It appeared she was genuinely intent on staying. Didn't you say your family has been strict lately? Your stepmother and stepsister will give you a hard time. Su Yin frowned. I really don't have any major issues. A few days of rest will suffice. Wen Ning paused for a moment, turning to look at Su Yin, an inexplicable ache filling her heart. When I was 7, after my mother left, she said the same thing to me. Su Yin's throat quivered slightly as he found himself at a loss for words. That night, she had urged him to return home, her voice gentle as she reassured him, just sleep, and when you wake, mother will be healthy and everything will be well. Thus, she had harbored a lingering fear of hospitals, having spent several years accompanying her mother during her childhood. Such sentiments are known only to those who have endured similar experiences. Xia Ziqin and Wen Xiong would never comprehend these feelings. Su Yin was reluctant to draw her attention back to those painful memories. Hadn't it been previously stated that his family forbade her from associating with boys before her graduation? He attempted to muster a smile. Yet the movement tugged at the wound on his abdomen, causing him discomfort. What will you do when your stepmother reports me for early romance at school? He inquired. You shall simply declare that I was the one pursuing you, for that has always been your belief, She replied with a laugh. I shall not leave until you have completely healed. Chapter 39. This is his wife. Wen Ning did not afford him the opportunity to refuse. After speaking, she turned and headed straight for the bathroom to fetch hot water. Once in the corridor, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from her father. Ning, where are you now? Wen Qiming's calm voice resonated through the line. Dad, I'm at the hospital. She glanced back at the ward, where Su Yin was leaning against the bed, engrossed in sending a message, oblivious to her presence. After a moment, Wen Ning withdrew her gaze. A classmate of mine is unwell. He has helped me quite a bit in the past, so I wanted to look after him. Is it that boy from before? Wen Ning remained silent. But this is not something that a student should concern herself with, Wen Qiming replied patiently. He has his family and people who care for him. You are merely a high school student, and your priority should be studying? Wen Ning interrupted. But, Dad, I graduate in a few months. What will truly matter to me then? Wen Qiming was rendered speechless. Dad, please do not worry, Wen Ning said softly, holding her phone. There are some things that I simply do not know how to discuss with you. Ever since childhood, Wen Ning had always wished for her father to favor her once in his decisions. However, from the moment he brought Aunt Xiao into their lives, to Wen Xiong's birth, and now this, he had never once done so. Regarding Tong Tong, Wen Ning felt utterly at a loss for words. Her father and Su Yan's family were worlds apart. He had his own wife, family, and a daughter who was in her first year of junior high. Consequently, her father was likely more concerned with their feelings rather than her own. Ning, you. Her father's voice trailed off. Her demeanor had always been quiet and reserved. Growing up, she rarely expressed her desires or contradicted his and Xiao Ziqin's words. This was the first time he had heard her speak to him in such a tone. Wen Qiming was well aware that Ning had always been a headstrong child. Perhaps it was because her childhood had been too blissful with her mother around, leading her to prefer not to rely on anyone if she discovered she was not her parents' sole and steadfast choice. In this respect, Ning's character mirrored that of her mother, in familial love and romantic affection alike. It was only now that Wen Qiming truly realized something vital. His daughter had grown up. She was beginning to make choices for herself rather than for her stepmother or stepsister. The conversation lasted for half an hour, during which Wen Qiming found himself at a loss for words. Whenever he opened his mouth, he could only utter phrases about how she should focus on her studies at her age. Both of them sadly recognized the widening chasm that had developed between them over time. What happened? Su Yin inquired as Wen Ning returned from outside. You were gone for quite a while. Wen Ning shook her head. I had a call with Dad and also bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a towel. She placed the bag down and chose not to mention the matter further. I just spoke with the nurse, Wen Ning said, pouring hot water into a basin and testing the temperature with her hand. You need to rest in bed today and tomorrow and can only consume liquid food. Furthermore, for 2 weeks after discharge, you must avoid vigorous activities and keep the wound dry. It is not a serious illness, but caution is necessary. Are you hungry? Wen Ning casually asked. Would you like something to eat? No, just sit beside me and read, Su Yin replied, shaking his head. And could you bring my laptop from the bag? What do you intend to do? I still have work that needs completing. No way, Wen Ning said, feeling a bit irritated at his defiance. The nurse said you must stay in bed. Why do you always argue? And no phone either. After you wash your face, lie down immediately. Taken aback by her sudden reprimand, Su Yin was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, Wen Ning snatched his phone away, locked the screen, and set it on the small table beside him. You. Su Yin was bewildered. You seem rather bold in front of me lately. And you're not even my wife yet. Indeed, Wen Ning remarked, twisting a warm towel and spreading it out. I have a penchant for teasing the fragile patient. Come. Lean in and roll your face in the towel. Fragile? Su Yin grumbled as he accepted the towel. I'll do it myself. After he had finished washing up, Wen Ning disposed of the water and took a seat in the companion chair. If you need anything, just call me, she said, turning off the light and retrieving her jacket from the rack. Su Yin turned his head to watch her settle into the companion chair, then carefully draped the jacket over himself, tucking his feet in and leaving only his head exposed, with one hand free to use his phone. The dim glow of the screen illuminated her face, and Wen Ning's already striking features appeared even more solitary in the light. This gesture was familiar to her, as though she had done it countless times before. She had spent many nights in hospital companion chairs. As a child, Wen Ning must have been able to curl up tightly like a ball. Now, she had grown up, and the person she used to fold herself under the jacket to watch over throughout the night was no longer there. The thought of it left Su Yin with an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Wen Ning, perceptive as ever, lifted her gaze. You should rest early. You have classes tomorrow. Not wanting to bring up her sorrow, Su Yin said little and lay down. Later in the night, he woke again due to thirst. The ward was eerily quiet, with faint moonlight streaming in from outside and occasional footsteps echoing in the corridor. Without much thought, Su Yin sat up to pour himself a glass of water. Since they were in a hospital, Wen Ning had not been sleeping deeply and was jolted awake. What's wrong? I'm just getting some water. Go back to sleep, he replied. Just as he prepared to get out of bed, Wen Ning had already stood up. Can't you call someone when you're thirsty? Don't you know you're the patient? Wen Ning walked to the table beside him. What's with that tone? Su Yin remarked, slightly displeased. Why are you mimicking my words? Ignoring him, Wen Ning placed the warm cup in his hand before returning to her chair to lie down again. In the early hours of the morning, Su Yin quietly got up once more. However, he was met with Wen Ning's beautiful eyes once again. Do you need help to use the restroom? Wen Ning shut her eyes once more, tugging her jacket up. Just go. The next morning, Wen Ning prepared to head to school. Drink your kanji, and you can study a bit in the morning, but don't use the computer, she instructed as she slung her backpack over her shoulder. I'll come back at noon. Su Yin nodded. Go to class. There's no need to keep coming back. I'm not a child anymore. Wen Ning glanced at him, folded the companion chair, and then left with her backpack. At noon, after school, she checked the time and decided to buy a meal on her way to the hospital. Upon arriving, she discovered that an elderly gentleman had been admitted to the ward. A middle-aged woman, presumably his daughter, sat beside him. At that moment, Su Yin was casually chatting with the old man. Sir, how old are you? 52. The woman helplessly peeled an apple for him, asking, if you were 52, would I call you dad or brother? The old man chuckled, his spirit seemingly vibrant, showing no signs of illness. Wen Ning paid little mind, walking in to place her backpack on the table. Have you eaten? She inquired, pulling the curtain aside to allow some sunlight to warm Su Yin's blanket. I've eaten. My aunt just visited, he replied. Wen Ning nodded, opening her lunchbox and settling down to eat beside him. She consumed her meal quietly, yet not hastily. Suddenly, the old man beamed and remarked, young man, is this your wife? Wen Ning's hand paused noticeably. She glanced at Su Yin, silently swallowing her food. No, sir, she is not my wife. Su Yin chuckled. She is just a good classmate who came to see me. Oh, not married yet. The old man nodded. That young lady treats you so well. You should hurry and take her home as your bride. Su Yin. Wen Ning. My father has a bit of dementia, the woman said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she hurriedly pressed the apple into his hand. Dad, she is his friend, not his wife. Not his wife. You're the one with dementia. Your whole family is demented, the old man retorted angrily. I can tell at a glance that this young lady is his wife. Chapter 40. Quite similar, indeed. Wen Ning still wished to struggle against the situation. However, the elderly gentleman seemed utterly unconvinced, firmly believing that the two were a couple, and he sat on the bed, chuckling incessantly. When are you two getting married? He asked. Sir, we are still children, she replied. Well, it's about time for you to have a little one. He nodded. If your relationship is stable, you should hurry and have a chubby baby. How adorable that would be. Wen Ning found it increasingly difficult to endure. She wanted to clarify the matter, but sensed that it would be futile. Faced with this chatty yet well-meaning old man, she could not bring herself to utter anything harsh. Stuffing a boiled egg into her mouth, she mumbled, who would want to give him a chubby baby? Oh, so you prefer girls? The old man chuckled. Girls are nice. They tend to be obedient and affectionate. Su Yin also laughed, saying that that's quite true. Wen Ning could no longer tolerate it. I'm leaving, she declared, gathering her lunchbox and preparing to dispose of the trash. In truth, she had come by earlier without any specific purpose, which made her actions appear rather peculiar, merely stopping by to see Su Yin while eating her lunch. It was no wonder the old gentleman had misunderstood. Nevertheless, by the third afternoon, Su Yin was discharged from the hospital. His physical condition was robust, and he had recovered well. After resting at home for a couple of days and returning to have his stitches removed, he would be just fine. So you're leaving? The old man, witnessing their preparations, felt a tinge of reluctance. At his age, he relished conversing with others, though his children were often busy. Thus, Su Yin had been his sole companion during these days. Yes, I have to get back to studying, Su Yin replied, holding onto his backpack. Take care of yourself, sir, and recover quickly. Ah, you two must take good care of each other, the old man beamed. Once you return, don't forget to have a child soon after all. Youth is what matters. Having been subjected to the old man's incessant chatter for 2 days, Wen Ning could no longer keep silent. Sir, please stop. We're getting a divorce when we return. Su-yin nearly chuckled but stifled the laughter as he felt a twinge of pain from his wound. Hearing such words from her mouth was rather novel. Once outside the hospital, Wen Ning stood by the roadside, attempting to hail a taxi to take Su-yin home. You should go back to school, he said as he took his belongings. I'll be back in class tomorrow morning. Just a few days' absence won't set me back much. We are in the final stretch now. He was somewhat concerned about Wen Ning, who had been visiting the hospital frequently, fearing it might affect her studies. Wen Ning, lost in thought, casually replied, "It's fine. I can catch up." Seeing her insistence, Su-yin chose not to press the matter further. Upon returning home, the two entered the living room, effortlessly retrieving their slippers from the rack. Having been away for several days, Tong Tong was staying with Su Lingling, leaving the house feeling a touch desolate. Wen Ning sat at the dining table, pulling out a stack of sticky notes from her bag. As she meticulously checked her phone, she began to jot down notes. "What are you doing?" Su-yin asked, lounging on the sofa and observing her leisurely. Making a list of precautions, she replied, "You are not to eat anything cold, spicy, or greasy. In short, avoid all stimulating foods. Also, it's best to stick to porridge for a few more days." Though it was a minor surgery with low risk, post-operative care regarding diet and rest is crucial. I'll stick it on the kitchen door so you can see it as soon as you open it. After a moment's thought, Wen Ning also placed a note on the upper left corner of the computer screen. No computer use after midnight. Another note was affixed to the shoe cabinet. You may engage in light activities for the next 2 months, but avoid strenuous exercises. In essence, Wen Ning believed that anything of importance should be noted and displayed prominently. Watching her move about the house, placing sticky notes and appearing deep in thought, Su-yin found himself somewhat entranced. It was as if he were experiencing a peculiar distortion of time. Perhaps, in 10 or 20 years, such scenes would become a daily occurrence in his life. He wondered if the Su-yin and Wen Ning from Tong Tong's world would ever share such thoughts. By that time, they would have stepped into the realm of marriage, blessed with a lovely, obedient daughter, living a life of bliss. Yet, perhaps during those sweet moments of life, they might also harbor a hint of regret for missing the most beautiful years of their youth, for never having experienced each other's youth. But for now, when Su-yin came back to reality, he discovered that Wen Ning was standing before him, ready to leave with her backpack. "Were you even listening to me?" she asked. Su-yin shook his head honestly, "No?" Wen Ning sighed, pulling out another sticky note from her pocket. She quickly jotted down something, tore it off, and said, "Here's another note for you." Su-yin felt something cold brush against his cheek, and a sticky note was affixed to his face. "I'm heading back now," Wen Ning said, "unless something comes up. I probably won't be visiting much anymore. You need to take care of yourself." Su-yin paused, removing the note from his face. The handwriting was elegant and neat. No late nights, no junk food, and no getting sick. Besides the exclamation marks, she had doodled a rabbit's head in the bottom right corner, capturing an angry expression with just a few strokes. The ears stood upright, giving it a rather displeased look. As Wen Ning sat down, lowering her head to put on her shoes, Su-yin chuckled softly behind her, perhaps due to the wound on his abdomen. He couldn't laugh too loudly, but it sounded as if he was holding back discomfort. "It really does look quite similar." Wen Ning was puzzled by his laughter and replied hesitantly, "I think I do resemble your mother." "My mother isn't this meticulous," he responded, laughing casually. "I meant, you truly resemble my wife." Wen Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She could vaguely see the dimples on Su-yin's face when he smiled. They were strikingly similar to Tong Tong's. Primarily, Wen Ning felt that her actions did indeed carry a hint of that sentiment. It was essential to retort properly. "What wife? Your condition seems more akin to that of the old gentleman." Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. "Are you perhaps a bit senile too?" Chapter 41. Let us be good friends tomorrow. Su-yin found this girl to be quite amusing, wondering why she had suddenly become so agitated. After that, the end of March passed without a trace. The early spring of April arrived, marked by the tender green shoots on the trees. A mild illness did not disrupt Su-yin's daily routine. He continued to attend school and pick up Tong Dong in the evenings, although Wen Ning visited infrequently. Each time Su-yin opened the refrigerator, he would find notes stuck to it. Subsequently, Su Lingling once again proposed the idea of enrolling Tong Tong in school. Through their recent interactions, she had realized that Tong Tong was exceptionally intelligent and clever. The arithmetic problems intended for 3rd and 4th graders posed no challenge for the 8-year-old girl. One day, as he came to pick up Tong Tong, Su Lingling handed him a set of school uniforms and a badge, allowing Tong Tong to audit classes alongside her peers. Really? In truth, Su Yin had always wished for Tong Tong to attend school, primarily because she needed to integrate into society and forge friendships beyond her family. However, he considered this only a temporary arrangement. Su Lingling nodded, expressing her concern that a few months of delay could potentially affect the girl's future. The implication was clear. They needed to resolve Tongtong's enrollment issues before the summer break ended, ideally in time for her to start school in September. Any further delay could be detrimental. Su Yin was unsure if his aunt had sensed something, but he had been contemplating this plan all along. Coincidentally, he and Wen Ning had just completed their college entrance exams, and it seemed they might need to take Tongdong with them to university. "Aunt, did you spend much?" "Not too much," Su Lingling replied casually. "Just a bit for the registration fee. Everything else was minimal." Su Yin nodded and squatted down to ask his daughter, "Do you want to go to school, Tong?" "Yes," Tong replied, holding her father's hand, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like grapes. The concepts of reincarnation and time travel felt too surreal. However, after reflecting on her experiences during this time, she began to grasp certain truths. She understood that she was different from other children. This was a significant secret that she could not share with anyone except her parents. Therefore, when others were around, she behaved obediently and refrained from calling out for her father too loudly. Since Tongdong was willing, Su Yin chose not to elaborate further. The next day, Su Lingling arranged for Su Miaoting to audit second-grade classes at Chaoyang Primary School. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Hu, a woman in her 30s, shared a good rapport with Su Lingling. Ms. Hu immediately took a liking to the little girl, exclaiming in admiration, "I have never seen such a beautiful little girl before." Su Lingling merely smiled. Her sister is even more beautiful. On this day, Su Miaoting wore a white dress, which was rare for children her age due to the likelihood of dirt. Yet, she remained pristine, her soft hair styled into 2 braids, looking like a little princess. As a new student, she was surrounded by curious classmates after the first class, all eager to ask her questions. Her beauty and lively personality made her particularly popular among her peers. Su Lingling observed this and felt relieved to leave the school. "Tong, your braids are lovely. They were done by my little aunt. Your dress is beautiful too." "Yes, my mother bought it for me." Su Miaoting's eyes sparkled with joy as she produced rabbit-shaped gummies from her bag, distributing them to her classmates. When she reached the last row, she encountered a scruffy-looking girl with unkempt hair. The girl, thin and wearing dirty clothes, sat alone at the back, writing quietly without a desk partner. And no one spoke to her during recess. "I'm Su Miaoting. You can call me Tong," she said, placing a candy on the girl's desk. Her voice sweet and gentle. The girl glanced at her but remained silent, simply pushing the candy back. Although Su Miaoting felt a tinge of disappointment, she was determined not to give up. She generously pulled out a handful of gummies from her bag and continued, "What's your name?" The scruffy girl instinctively lifted her gaze, meeting Su Miaoting's bright, sparkling eyes and cherubic face, fair and delicate, with long, fluttery eyelashes. Upon catching her glance, Su Miaoting beamed a pure smile. Suddenly, the girl stood up and slapped Su Miaoting's palm forcefully before running outside. Observant classmates quickly noticed. "You Yao, you're bullying someone again. Tong, don't play with her. She doesn't even have parents. She's a bad child." Su Miaoting looked at the distinct red mark on her soft hand, feeling quite wronged. It seemed that the girl did not like her. Yet, at the same time, the name Yu Yao felt oddly familiar, as if she had heard it before. However, after pondering for a long time, Tong could not recall where. During the last activity class, a group of children played hide-and-seek on the playground while waiting for their parents to pick them up. After playing for a while, Su Miaoting turned around and spotted Yu Yao sitting alone at a distance, not joining the others, but instead drawing on the ground with a piece of chalk. Hesitating for a moment, Su Miaoting decided to approach her. Yu Yao was engrossed in her drawing, which depicted a simple scene of a small house, a river, grass, clouds, a sun, and a smiling family holding hands. "Yao, what are you drawing?" Su Miaoting inquired. Startled, Yu Yao instinctively turned around, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Su Miaoting, as she instinctively tried to shield her chalk drawing with her body. "Let us play together, Yao," Su Miaoting blinked, her almond eyes twinkling with a smile. "Or I can join you in drawing. How does that sound?" Yu Yao remained silent, her demeanor turning cautious. Just as Su Miaoting attempted to squat beside her, Yu Yao abruptly stood up and pushed her away. Su Miaoting lost her balance, stumbling and bumping her head against the wall nearby. After regaining her footing, she felt a slight sting in her nose. All the surrounding children quickly gathered around, their expressions anxious. "Tong is bleeding. Go tell the teacher. It was Yu Yao who pushed her. I saw it. She is a bully. Don't let her leave." Only then did Su Miaodong realize she was bleeding as she touched her nose and found her hand damp. Her eyes reddened, but she held back her tears, determined not to cry on her first day of school, knowing that both Su Yin and Wen Ning were worried about her. They came to pick her up together after school. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not taking good care of Tong Tong." Ms. Hu apologized profusely to them. Su Miaodong, with her refined appearance and demeanor, clearly resembled a little princess from a wealthy family, and Su Lingling had specifically instructed her to look after Tong Dong. It was rather embarrassing for Ms. Hu to encounter such an incident on the very first day of school. Additionally, she had not anticipated that the ones coming to pick up Su Miaodong would be two high school students in uniforms from the same school. Wen Ning quickly knelt down to carefully check her daughter. Tongtong's nose was still stuffed with 2 wads of tissue, faintly stained with crimson. However, this little darling was unusually quiet today, blinking her large eyes while obediently nestled in her mother's embrace. Su Yin had likely conversed with Teacher Hu regarding the situation. The child responsible for bumping into Tong Tong was a scruffy girl named Yu Yao Yao. Her parents worked far away and often could not return even for the new year. She lived with her grandmother, thus categorized as a left-behind child. Typically taciturn and reluctant to engage, she was solitary and withdrawn, often shunned by her peers. At this moment, the petite and frail Yu Yao Yao stood beside Teacher Hu, her head bowed, not uttering a word. Alas, with parents indifferent and a grandmother in frail health, it was indeed lamentable to witness a child develop such a disposition. Yu Yao Yao's head sank even lower. Su Yin noticed that, prompted by the teacher's words. Her eyes subtly glistened with unshed tears. Su Yin reached out to gently ruffle her daughter's hair. "Tong Dong, has someone bullied you today?" Tong Dong glanced at the reticent, scruffy girl and whispered, "No, not at all." "Really?" Tong Dong scratched her face, appearing somewhat guilty. "It was just, when I was playing with the other kids, I bumped my nose." Su Yin scrutinized his daughter's expression, pondering deeply. Tong Dong seemed anxious, her gaze timid. "Tong Dong, you mustn't tell lies," Wen Ning said softly. "Your nose will grow longer." "Well, Tong Tong's ears flushed a deep crimson. "Yu Yao Yao accidentally pushed me." Her demeanor mirrored that of her mother when she felt shy. Tong Dong was remarkably brave today, not shedding a tear. Su Yin gently pinched her soft cheek. "Hand me your backpack. Let us go home and bid farewell to the teacher and Yao Yao." Tong Dong finally smiled, scampering over to Yu Yao Yao, taking her slightly dirty hand and giving it a gentle pat. "Yao Yao, you mustn't be naughty." Tong Dong was upset today. "Let's be good friends tomorrow." Yu Yao Yao stared at this princess-like, beautiful girl, momentarily taken aback. Then, as if jolted, she instinctively withdrew her hand. "Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye, Yao Yao." Once Tong Dong finished her farewells, Su Yin smiled and took her daughter's hand, departing with Wen Ning. Teacher Hu finally sighed in relief. "Yao Yao, is your grandmother coming to pick you up today?" She lowered her head, only to discover that Yu Yao Yao's gaze was fixed on the distance, her pupils shimmering with a glimmer of yearning. Following the direction of the girl's gaze, they saw 3 figures nearly fading away into the distance. Tong Tong seemed to desire a hug, bouncing with her soft arms outstretched. Unable to resist her daughter's charm, Su Yin handed the little rabbit backpack to Wen Ning, then bent down to lift her, allowing her to comfortably cling to his neck. Wen Ning smiled as she accepted the backpack, casually plucking a white flower from nearby and tucking it into Tong Tong's hair. The girl's almond-shaped eyes instantly brightened, as if filled with clear water. Her melodic laughter rang like wind chimes, embodying innocence and joy. Yu Yao Yao quietly withdrew her gaze, opening her palm. Just moments ago, when Tong Dong had tapped her, she had stealthily hidden a small rabbit-shaped candy in her hand. Chapter 42. That must be asked of my wife initially. Yu Yao Yu believed she would be like the other children. At first, she approached them with curiosity, but gradually she began to despise them. Everyone was like this. However, what she did not anticipate was that the very next day, Su Miaodong seemed to have completely forgotten about the previous day's events. During the break, Yu Yao Yao remained seated at her desk, practicing her writing, completely undisturbed by the playful sounds of her peers around her. Suddenly, a soft, gentle voice floated down from above. "Yao Yao, I brought strawberries today." Miaodong leaned over her desk. "Let us eat them together." In her hands, she held a box of washed strawberries, their vibrant colors being a luxury that Yu Yao Yao's grandmother seldom indulged in. This was the 3rd time. The first time, Miaodong offered her candies, only to receive a sharp slap on her hand. The second time, when Miaodong wanted to join her in drawing, she was pushed away. Yu Yao Yao was perplexed by this princess-like girl who seemed to grow up in such a blissful family, able to continuously embrace her own aloofness and introversion with such pure and unblemished kindness. Once again, Yu Yao Yao pushed the strawberries back. Miao Ding pouted, her large eyes glistening. But I want to be friends with Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao remained silent. Feeling a bit disheartened, Miao Dong prepared to walk away with the strawberries. Just then, her braid was suddenly tugged. Turning around, she met Yu Yao Yao's distinctly indifferent gaze. Miao Dong felt a flutter of anxiety, her expression softening. Without uttering a word, Yu Yao Yao placed a mechanical pencil into Miao Dong's pocket. After this act, Yu Yao Yao silently released her hand, lowering her head to continue gazing at her draft book. Miao Dong felt the mechanical pencil in her pocket and looked up at her in confusion. It was the very pencil Yu Yao Yao used daily for writing and drawing, somewhat worn, lacking any embellishments, in stark contrast to the beautiful mechanical pencils used by the other girls in the class. Yet, it was something she truly cherished. Miao Ding's eyes brightened once more, and she smiled. Yao Yao, let us eat strawberries together. Yu Yao Yao initially intended to ignore her, but upon seeing Miao Dong bite into a strawberry with her small white teeth, her heart softened with an irresistible warmth. All right, Yao Yao, have we met somewhere before? No. Really? Miao Dong shook her little head, feeling that the name Yu Yao Yao seemed strangely familiar. Perhaps she had heard it from her father or mother. Su Yin felt at ease regarding his daughter's experiences at school. At Miao Dong's age, the desire to share was at its peak. She was eager to recount every little detail of her day, every joy and sorrow, to her parents. Thus, Su Yin knew that his daughter was thriving at school. In mid-April, Su Yin decided to cut his hair short and discard the glasses he had worn for nearly 3 years, primarily due to his impending graduation. He had little interest in remaining an unnoticed figure in class. This change significantly increased the attention he received from his peers, particularly because his appearance bore a resemblance to Su Lingling, fair-skinned, and possessing a delicate, elegant disposition, especially when he smiled. As Lin Hui remarked, my son appears a bit effeminate. Because of this, Su Yin had always been reluctant to have others comment on his looks. Wen Ning noticed this but paid it no mind. After all, she had always been aware of Su Yan's striking appearance. One afternoon, as Wen Ning had just finished her meal and sat down, she spotted Su Yin queuing at the window. Beside him stood an unfamiliar girl, quite pretty and exuding a confident demeanor. The two seemed to be engaged in conversation. The venue for the graduation banquet must be booked in advance, class monitor Zhang Ruoxuan stated seriously. In addition to our classmates, there will be 6 teachers. Su Yin pondered for a moment. 4 tables should suffice. As the life committee member, this task was delegated to him and the class monitor by their homeroom teacher. It was crucial to reserve the banquet early. Otherwise, by June, all restaurants would be fully booked with no available space. You and Yu are close, right? Could you ask if we can reserve a better private room? Zhang Ruoxuan inquired cautiously. Her family's restaurant is quite successful. I heard the class monitor from the neighboring class had to pull many strings to secure a reservation. All right, Su Yin nodded. I will ask you later if we can get a discount. Zhang Ruoxuan remarked, having a super rich girl with a restaurant in our class is certainly advantageous. I can report to Old Wu this afternoon. As the college entrance examination loomed, they had little time to discuss this matter and needed to finalize it during their lunch break. Let us add each other on WeChat. We can communicate directly about any matters. Zhang Ruoxuan turned her head politely to smile. Thanks for the trouble. Despite having been classmates for 3 years in high school, they had never exchanged WeChat contacts and had not kept in touch outside of school. Su Yin simply replied, no trouble at all. I'll report it to you directly. As Zhang Ruoxuan smiled, she appeared relaxed and carefree, as if shedding a burden. Her cheeks were plump and rather charming. The afternoon sunlight bathed her face, bestowing a gentle halo. Noticing the girl taking out her phone, Wen Ning's lips finally straightened. Who is this? Just then, as Su Yin finished sharing his WeChat ID, he heard someone calling him from not far away. Su Yin. Wen Ning stood up, her expression impassive as she waved at him. Come here. Su Yin was taken aback. This was the first time Wen Ning had called him out in school. Hadn't they agreed to keep their relationship a secret? Zhang Ruoxuan froze, quickly recognizing her as the renowned school beauty from their institution. Come over, sit next to me and eat. Wen Ning's voice was cool, devoid of much emotion. I also want to ask you something. Su Yin was perplexed. Zhang Ruoxuan, pondering their relationship, dared not linger and hurriedly took her meal tray and left. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yin reluctantly approached. Just then, Chen Hao and Li Yu came over to invite their close friend to join them for lunch. Hey, Yin. Why are you sitting here alone? Upon seeing the girl sitting opposite him, Chen Hao froze. Li Yu, however, greeted her naturally. Wen Ning remained silent for a moment. You too, moved to the table beside. Chen Hao was taken aback. Li Yu was equally stunned. Chen Hao, caught in a state of confusion. Was about to ask something when Li Yu swiftly pulled him away. "What's up with you today?" Su Yin felt somewhat displeased. Only then did Wen Ning realize what she had just done. Instinctively, she had called out to him. Regardless, she felt an unshakable discomfort in her heart. By the time she collected her thoughts, they were already seated across from each other in the cafeteria. Wen Ning's ears turned instantly warm. She lowered her head, pretending to nonchalantly nibble on her chopsticks, calmly stating, "Have you forgotten so quickly about what you promised?" Su Yin immediately grasped the situation but felt no guilt. Instead, he found it quite amusing. What was this girl thinking? Unable to suppress his laughter, he lounged back, leisurely appraising her from head to toe. Wen Ning was slightly irritated by his laughter, uncertain about what was so funny. This guy seemed to always find reason to laugh at her. "You made a mistake. And now you're secretly enjoying it, huh?" She pondered for a moment, deciding she needed to find a way to make him uncomfortable. Ultimately, Wen Ning extended her chopsticks and deftly snatched the sold chicken leg from the plate across from her. It was about the graduation banquet. Su Yin, however, seemed unfazed, chuckling as he explained, "Aside from this, I hardly ever spoke with her." Wen Ning appeared somewhat skeptical. Witnessing it firsthand, the girl laughed while retrieving her phone. "Didn't you just add her on WeChat?" "No, she wanted to add me, and we agreed to keep in touch." "Did you give it to her?" "I did, but you owe me that chicken leg first." Su Yin's gaze fixated on his chicken leg as he casually explained, showing no signs of guilt. Wen Ning's lips tightened once more, her expression darkening slightly. Initially prepared to return the chicken leg to him, she now reconsidered. "No, I'm still hungry." Su Yin found her reaction amusing. In truth, his interactions with Zhang Ruoxuan were purely professional. A young lady, yet quite petty. He laughed again, the lightness of his laughter grating on Wen Ning's nerves, reminiscent of the irritation one feels after waking up in a foul mood. Once he had laughed sufficiently, Su Yin ceased his teasing and tapped her rice bowl with his chopsticks. "Take a look at your phone." "What for?" "Just look when I tell you to." With a stern expression, Wen Ning pulled out her phone. It was then she noticed a red dot indicating a new friend request on WeChat. "Hello, Su Yin. I am Zhang Ruoxuan. Please accept my request when you see it. Ovo?" Wen Ning was perplexed. "What is this?" Su Yin replied nonchalantly. "I casually gave her your WeChat just now." At this, Wen Ning's confusion deepened. "Why did you give it to her? Didn't you promise to ask Tong Tong first?" Su Yin paused momentarily, then slowly replied, "If a girl wants my contact information, shouldn't I first ask my wife for her consent?" Wen Ning was taken aback. "Huh?" After a brief delay, her fair ears suddenly flushed a deep crimson as she glanced around, feeling quite embarrassed. "Who is your wife? Are you out of your mind?" Wen Ning lowered her voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. "What nonsense are you spouting in school?" Su Yin raised an eyebrow. "So outside of school, it's acceptable to shout?" Wen Ning instinctively pressed her tongue against her right cheek, attempting to quell the tingling sensation in her ears. This guy. Ever since returning from the hospital, he had taken to teasing her with the term wife. After a considerable pause, Wen Ning finally composed herself again and returned the chicken leg to the plate across from her. "That is not acceptable." Chapter 43. Mutual Supervision. What are you doing? Perhaps feeling that her earlier actions were somewhat impulsive, Wen Ning sought to remedy the situation. With a generous spirit, she placed her phone on the table. "You should add her. Otherwise, what will you do if she needs you later?" The wallpaper on her phone featured Tong Tong, a photo taken during their last outing at the mall. It felt unnecessary to communicate on WeChat since they were not very familiar. Su Yin, however, seemed indifferent, sizing her up as he replied, "If there's something significant, just forward it to me. Otherwise, ignore her. Besides, aren't you the one who is worried?" "I'm not worried at all," Wen Ning immediately countered. "I'm just supervising you on Tong Tong's behalf." "Fine, then supervise away," Su Yin said, picking at the meat on his plate with his chopsticks. "It seems I must remain chaste for Tong Tong for the rest of my life." Wen Ning nearly laughed, but managed to maintain her composure. "By the way, I have something to discuss with you." As if struck by a sudden realization, Su Yin sobered up. "My mother asked me to return home this week, and I was thinking of bringing Tong Tong along." Wen Ning paused in surprise. "Is that appropriate?" Upon reflection, she noted that Tong Tong had been with them for nearly 2 months. "I don't know," Su Yin sighed inwardly. "But my aunt has hinted at it several times. Tong Tong is clever enough not to give anything away. My aunt isn't foolish. After spending so much time with Tong Tong, she must have noticed something. She merely hopes I will bring it up myself. I think." Su Yin tapped the table. "My aunt genuinely suspects that I'm raising my father's illegitimate daughter." Wen Ning murmured softly, "How do you plan to explain it?" After a moment of silence, Su Yin shook his head. We'll see. For now, let's take Tong Tong back. We can't hide her forever. After all, she is the granddaughter we share by blood, and it wouldn't be fair to the two elders. With the bloodline report in hand, we can clarify everything. The main issue is how to make it easier for my family to accept this situation and devise a more suitable explanation for Tong Tong's origins. Wen Ning hesitated. Should I go now? Would that be inappropriate? Logically, she should accompany him since her name was on that bloodline report. Matters concerning Tong Tong should indeed be addressed by both parents together. But how could she explain to Su Yan's family, "I am your future daughter-in-law"? She decided to wait until she could clarify Tong Tong's situation first. Su Yan seemed to sense her thoughts. Regardless, before we head off to university, you must meet them. Not as a daughter-in-law, but as Tong Tong's mother, to reassure the elders. Noticing her serious expression, Su Yan reassured her, "Don't worry. My parents are very easy to talk to." Wen Ning nodded, her voice softening. All right. Once they concluded their discussion, Su Yan glanced at the time, tidied up the dishes on the table, and stood to return to class. Su Yan, Wen Ning called out, "I feel like I haven't hugged Tong Tong in ages." Su Yan paused momentarily. "Just say what you want to say. Could you apologize to Tong Tong for me?" Wen Ning lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. She had promised Tong Tong she would spend time with her. However, with the impending college entrance examination, everything had become a whirlwind, leaving Wen Ning overwhelmed. Moreover, ever since the incident at the hospital, the atmosphere at home had grown increasingly peculiar. Apologize for what? Tong Tong wouldn't be upset with you, Su Yan replied, glancing at her. If you're busy, just focus on your studies. I'll take good care of Tong Tong. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, still not appearing very happy. Suddenly, she felt something cool against her cheek, rolling back and forth. Looking up, she saw Su Yan tossing a can of ice-cold cola in his hand. You're only 18. You can still spend another 20 years with Tong Tong, unlike me, who is over 30. Su Yan chuckled. Is missing a few days that critical? Wen Ning thought for a moment, her brow visibly relaxing. She smiled slightly. You're right. There is still much time ahead. With only 20 minutes left in their lunch break, Wen Ning hurried back to the classroom after parting with Su Yan. The room was nearly full, with only a few students resting while others quietly focused on their exercises. Wen Ning settled into her seat, absent-mindedly squeezing the bunny ears on her backpack before unfolding her test paper. However, she had barely written a few words when someone gently tapped her desk. Wen Ning. She looked up to see a boy named Lin Wenyuan, the class monitor from the honors class. Our class committee created a graduation group, and everyone is in it except you. I thought I'd DE'd you while there's still time. The boy smiled enthusiastically. Let me bring you in. Though Wen Ning appeared warm and friendly on the surface, she maintained a healthy distance from everyone, including the girls. Despite her gentle demeanor, she was rather hard to approach. With a polite smile, Wen Ning replied, "That's unnecessary. I'm not fond of large groups. We probably won't keep in touch after graduation anyway." At times, Wen Ning wondered if she came off as too cold. However, it was a lesson learned from her middle school years. Adding classmates on WeChat, especially boys, often led to complications. Then just add me on WeChat, Lin Wenyuan said, unfazed. After graduation, we'll need to organize reunions and inform everyone about visiting teachers. I wouldn't want you to miss out. Wen Ning remained silent for a while. Additionally, we'll need to notify everyone about the graduation banquet and photo sessions. So it's essential that everyone receives the information, he continued. Wen Ning, please understand. As the class monitor, I have to report back to the teacher. Such reasoning was indeed hard to refuse. Finally, Wen Ning nodded. All right, just a moment. Lin Wenyuan looked pleasantly surprised and quickly took out his phone. No need for formalities. Just give me your number. No, wait, Wen Ning said as she rummaged for her phone under the desk. Let me check my WeChat ID. On the other side. As Su Yan had just settled down, a red notification popped up on his WeChat. I'm Lin Wenyuan. I'll notify you directly about anything in the group from now on. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, momentarily puzzled, when another message appeared from Wen Ning. Wen Ning, I can't let you suffer any loss, can I? Chapter 44. Significant progress. Su Yan. Why do you always like to mimic my actions? Su Yan, what if he is a boy and wants to pursue a romantic relationship? Wen Ning, then just go ahead and date him. Su Yan? At that moment, there was no response from the other side, likely because he was busy with his test papers. Su Yan contemplated for a moment and decided to add the boy named Lin Wenyuan. Since Tong Tong's appearance, his profile picture had changed to that of a cartoon character, which made him appear quite feminine. Su Yan glanced through his social media feed and found nothing unusual. So he locked his phone and placed it in the drawer. Although the school prohibited mobile phone usage, the enforcement was rather lax. Playing on phones was restricted during class and breaks, but it was allowed during lunch. After a while, the back door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open. Chen Hao walked in with a serious expression, followed closely by Li Yuyu. He dragged a chair from his seat and noisily plopped down in front of Su Yan, resting his chin on the desk. Su Yan's expression remained impassive. Yin, speak honestly. Have I treated you well over the years? Chen Hao demanded, his face sour. I suppose. Su Yan reflected briefly. When you came to my house for New Year's, you secretly took 300 yuan from my red envelope to buy skins. Didn't you also take mine? Chen Hao coughed forcefully, such a significant matter. And you dare to keep it from both of us? Although he was quite sociable in the grade, he had never dared to provoke the school beauty, Wen Ning. Primarily, Chen Hao was merely a superficial admirer. Wen Ning was the type of girl who excelled academically, was beautiful, and never interacted with boys, making it clear that she belonged to a different world. How on earth could you have lunch and chat with the school beauty so happily? Chen Hao banged the table with his fist. What does she see in you? Is her grandfather's tea garden struggling? Su Yan shook his head. I haven't kept anything from you too. How could that be? I haven't hidden anything from you. Su Yan paused. I'm only keeping it from you. Li Yuyu sat beside them, propping her chin up and enjoying the spectacle. Upon noticing Chen Hao's gaze, she raised an eyebrow. Yes. You are the only one in the dark. Chen Hao's lips tightened. He rose, threateningly grasping Su Yan by the neck. So you're sneaking around with girls? I'll tell your mother, and you're finished. Are you insane? Su Yan finally lost his patience and pushed his hand away. As more classmates entered the room, Chen Hao straightened his clothes and returned to his seat, though his eyes remained fixed on Su Yan. So tell me, have you made a move? It was that he couldn't accept it. He genuinely wanted his friend to thrive. However, if Su Yan had acquired a Porsche, he couldn't simply abandon his previous vehicle. Li Yuyu glanced at Chen Hao and couldn't help but chuckle. Made a move? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Can you please not impose your standards on me? In truth, his perspective on love was likely quite similar to Wen Ning's. Otherwise, they wouldn't both be nearing 30 and still single. Chen Hao considered this. That makes sense. This temperament of Su Yan's isn't exactly pleasant. Since childhood, the Su family has spoiled him, and coupled with Lin Hui's influence, he has developed his own set of principles. If he dislikes someone, he won't engage much. But if he likes someone, he doesn't shy away from making it known. Thus, upon first meeting, he displayed a gentle and patient demeanor towards girls, often smiling at them. Once you graduate, let us introduce you to someone, Chen Hao remarked with a pointed finger at Su Yan's forehead. Make sure to teach her to call you by your name. First, fix your bad habits. Su Yan believed he understood Wen Ning to some extent. That stubborn girl wouldn't be drawn to someone with Chen Hao's personality. On the contrary, she would likely be quite averse to it. You should tell those girls. Chen Hao reclined in his chair, appearing as though he had lost all rigidity. I'm just good looking. What can I do? Indeed, Su Yan replied lazily. When girls see a pretty dog on the street, they can't help but want to pet it. Li Yuyu gave him a thumbs up. That's true. Just then, the class bell rang. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, entered and began distributing the previous month's exam papers. He was a rather traditional middle-aged teacher, often seen with a thermos, and commanded respect in class. Although the foundation had been laid in previous years, there was still room for improvement over the past few months. Mr. Wu sternly tapped the desk. As for whether I'm referring to Chen Hao, I won't name names here. Chen Hao, are you targeting me, old man? Su Yan glanced at his score, not particularly concerned, and diligently noted down his mistakes. He then asked Yu to deliver his exam paper to Wen Ning. Upon receiving it, Wen Ning immediately began calculating the scores. If the elective module accounted for 50 points, the total would exceed 620. Notably, his English score had risen by 30 points in a short span. This was indeed a remarkable improvement. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. She herself was uncertain of her feelings at that moment. Although it was merely an ordinary monthly exam, a score of 620 was not particularly high for her. In the past, regardless of how well she performed, she would approach her papers with a sense of calm, devoid of excessive emotions. Yet now, she felt quite pleased. He had promised to do his utmost, regardless of whether he could fulfill it. Unable to contain her joy, Wen Ning's eyes curved into a gentle smile, and she discreetly used her thick textbook to hide her flushed cheeks. Seizing the opportunity during the break, she sent him 2 messages on her phone. However, after hitting send, she suddenly felt foolish. Why did I send such silly messages? So, she quickly retracted her message and sent a new one. Wen Ning, not bad, just mediocre. Wen Ning, in our class, it didn't even reach the average score. Wen Ning, compared to me, you're still far off. So this is your level? Wen Ning reviewed her messages, confident that this tone was appropriate. Almost instantly, a reply came from the other side. Su Yen, I saw that just now. He even sent back a screenshot of their chat, showcasing the two messages she had retracted in a split second. Wen Ning, there has been significant progress. Wen Ning, chapter 45. Love you. Mom. Su Yen never anticipated that she would possess such a side. Swiftly, he took a screenshot. A behavior that perfectly aligned with Wen Ning's character, exuding a sense of feigned calmness and seriousness. This girl, in truth, still harbored a hint of idol-like self-consciousness. Amidst the hectic academic pressures, Friday evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Su Yen summoned a car, bringing Tong Tong along as they headed home. This might very well be his last return before the rigorous college entrance examinations, after which his parents would likely prohibit him from darting about. Hand in hand with his daughter, he strolled through the community, casually inquiring, Tong Tong, do you remember this place? Yes. Tong Tong, bouncing with joy, replied. This is Grandpa and Grandma's home. Su Yen guided his daughter upstairs and retrieved the keys from his pocket to unlock the door. Just as he made a sound, a plush ragdoll cat, resembling a gas canister, dashed out from the room, meowing. Upon seeing Su Yen, it abruptly halted, suspiciously sniffing the air. Then, lifting its rear, it prepared to take its leave. Did you fail to recognize me? Or is it simply that you've forgotten after a few months? Su Yen found himself almost laughing in exasperation as he reached down to pick it up. Don't you know to greet someone? The ragdoll cat struggled with its paws, meowing softly. Wow. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled. A kitty. Its name is Yuan Yuan. Su Yen placed Yuan Yuan on the floor. This little female cat was a gift from Lin Hui when Su Yen was just a teenager, and given Lin Hui's affection for it, in a sense, it could be considered Su Yen's little cat sister. With a delightful temperament and an affectionate disposition, it was truly a remarkable feline. However, cats do not have long lifespans. By the time Tong Tong was born, Yuan Yuan would likely no longer be around. Unable to resist, Tong Tong crouched down, extending her hand to pet the cat. Yuan Yuan sniffed her, then promptly lay down, exposing its fluffy belly while purring contentedly. Tong Tong was overjoyed, playing with it on the floor. You're back? Lin Hui, emerging from the kitchen with an apron still tied around her waist, remarked, your dad keeps nagging me, saying if you don't come home soon, he'll make me have another child. Su Yen caught a whiff of a delicious aroma and glanced at the dining table, which was laden with an array of dishes. Mostly his favorites. I don't think he misses me, Su Yen remarked as he rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a pair of slippers. He merely wants to have another child with you. Where's Dad? On the balcony, hanging the clothes, Lin Hui replied. Before she could say anything further, she suddenly noticed the little girl following behind Su Yen, cradling Yuan Yuan. Her gaze swept across, not spotting the last overly beautiful girl, and her expression turned slightly astonished. If you're bringing someone home to meet the parents, bringing the older one is one thing, but what's the deal with bringing the younger one? Are you craving purple eggs? Hello, Grandma. Tong Tong chimed sweetly. Hello, your name is Tong Tong, right? You even call me Grandma. Though Lin Hui was somewhat puzzled by the situation, she wiped her hands, her tone softening immediately. Is your sister not here today? Tong Tong scratched her face. Mom. Sister is busy. Lin Hui cast a doubtful glance at Su Yen. Let us talk about it later. I'm starving. Su Yen urged. Mom, let her sleep with you tonight, while Dad goes to my place. Let these two granddaughters bond a bit. You've always adored cute children. Suppressing her myriad of questions, Lin Hui turned back to the kitchen. All right. At that moment, Su Minghui walked in from the balcony, wearing glasses and possessing a gentle, refined demeanor, quite the charming middle-aged gentleman. He glanced at his son, then his gaze landed on the porcelain doll like Tong Tong, pausing for a significant moment. Tong Tong, call Grandpa. He prompted. Su Minghui then returned his gaze, nodding. Hello, little one. Don't teach the child to shout randomly. Regarding the girl named Wen Ning, Lin Hui had previously mentioned her to him, also mentioning a particularly stunning girl who had lingered in her thoughts for days. However, he had not anticipated that Su Yen would actually bring her home. Su Yen squatted down, whispering something into his daughter's ear. Subsequently, Tong Tong scampered off to the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you. Lin Hui looked down at the little girl, her head tilted back, still shorter than the table, and her heart softened. When the little girl smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth suddenly made Lin Hui realize something. No wonder she felt the little girl was familiar the last time she saw her. She resembled Yin at the age of 7 or 8. So adorable. Lin Hui instinctively remarked, if I had known, I would have had a daughter earlier. In the living room, Su Minghui settled onto the sofa. Reaching for the thermos on the table, what is the situation with this little girl? Why did you bring her home? She likes me, I suppose. Su Yin observed his father's frantic drinking pattern, then glanced at his mother, still graceful in the kitchen. Dad, your life isn't easy either. Su Minghui, unable to suppress his annoyance, coughed lightly. I'm just thirsty. Thirsty? Why are you adding so many goji berries? Do you intend to eat this as a meal? Being older, shouldn't you be more health conscious? Su Minghui's head throbbed in irritation. Why is it that as soon as you come home, you become so unbearable? If I had known, I would have preferred a daughter. No, even a daughter wouldn't do. She'd probably be ruined by that Chin kid. Before long, Lin Hui called both of them to dinner. Despite the couple being filled with questions for their son, they restrained themselves from asking too much during the meal. However, their eyes couldn't help but dart toward Tong Tong, who was buried in her bowl. Tong Tong, eat slowly. Su Yin handed her a tissue to wipe her face. Swallow it down before you stuff more in. Delicious. Tong Tong's cheeks puffed out like a goldfish. It had been a long time since she had tasted her grandmother's cooking. After dinner, Su Yin settled onto the sofa with his daughter, finding a nighttime animated show for her to watch. The couple exchanged glances. Su Minghui lowered his voice. What is going on? I don't know, Lin Hui frowned. I'll ask him later. I still have to go out and play chess with old Chun. Go ahead. Lin Hui replied with an Anyway, you're of no use. Su Minghui endured the irritation, refraining from retorting against his wife. In a huff, he greeted his son and took his keys, stepping out. Yet today, it seemed Tong Tong's attention was not on the animated show. She appeared somewhat dazed. Tong Tong, what is wrong? Dad, Tong Tong remembers something. She bit her finger. Grandma seems to be a little unwell. But she is fine. Su Yin began, only to halt abruptly. Tong Tong was likely referring to the Lin Hui of the future, saying, Grandma often says her legs and back hurt. And when she wants to bend down to pick things up, she often asks Tong Tong for help. Dad says it's because Grandma didn't take care of herself when she was young. Tong Tong believed this was an exceedingly important matter. Su Yin was taken aback. Glancing back, didn't take care of herself when she was young? Just then, Lin Hui emerged from the kitchen, her hands still wet. Initially, I intended to inquire about Tong Tong, yet my gaze was unexpectedly drawn to my son. I noticed you seem to have lost some weight recently. It was only at this moment that Lin Hui found the opportunity to observe him. Before your next return, be sure to weigh yourself. She settled beside him, stating, if you've indeed slimmed down, make sure to wear more clothing when you come back. Not really, I've actually gained a bit, he replied. When are you heading back? Probably Sunday morning. I need to rush back to tackle some assignments. Lin Hui thought to interject, but ultimately nodded. That is fine. You've been at home long enough, and I find it a bit tiresome to keep watching you. Su Yin swallowed hard, but remained silent. I've tidied your thin blanket for you, Lin Hui remarked, placing her legs on the coffee table, lazily massaging her calves. Take it with you when you return to school. If it gets too warm at night, just pull it out to cover yourself. I also bought you 2 new pairs of pants. They're on sale for the season change. I'll have you try them on shortly. If they don't fit, I'll exchange them. Also, your father had slightly elevated blood pressure previously. Lin Hui casually glanced at the animated show on television, adding, remember to ask him about it later. It'll show you care, and I reckon it'll brighten his mood for a month. After saying this, she added, but don't mention I told you. Feeling that she had conveyed enough, Lin Hui pondered for a moment. By nature, she found it difficult to express overly sentimental words, especially since her son had made a rare trip home. When you leave, don't forget to take your thin blanket. You just said that. Did I? Lin Hui shrugged it off. Then pretend you didn't hear it. After all, you're always letting things go in one ear and out the other. She lounged on the sofa, relaxed and casual. Much of Su Yin's temperament was, in fact, inherited from her. I'll remember, he assured her, pulling her legs onto his lap and beginning to knead them. What are you doing? Lin Hui shot him a sidelong glance. With a free hand. Su Yin rummaged through a bag on the coffee table and produced an orange, placing it in her hand. Mom, could you peel this orange for me? There was a hint of childlike innocence in his tone, a rarity for an 18-year-old. Lin Hui rolled her eyes before accepting it. Lowering her head to begin peeling the fruit, the distinct, refreshing aroma wafting through the air. Her son was becoming increasingly bothersome as he grew older. Had she known, she might have preferred a daughter. This orange was sent by your second aunt a few days ago. If you're keen on it, you can take it all. There is too much stuff. It's heavy to carry. What is heavy about it? You can share with your classmates. Every time Su Yin returned home, it unfolded in this manner, arriving empty-handed, pockets filled with nothing, only to leave days later burdened with an overflowing assortment of bags. It's not that he truly needed these items. Perhaps he could easily purchase them from the supermarket downstairs. Maybe it was simply that. No matter how much he left home with, she would always feel it was insufficient. She wished he could empty the house every time he returned. Chapter 46. Now it's my turn. Once the conversation between mother and son concluded, Lin Hui's gaze finally settled on Tong Tong. She harbored far more questions regarding this little girl who had promptly addressed her as grandma than Su Yin had anticipated. As a woman, her emotional depth was more intricate than Su Minghui's. Mom, take a good look at her, Su Yin said, lifting Tong Tong into his lap. Doesn't she bear a striking resemblance to that young lady? Especially in her features, they appear to have been cast from the same mold. Though still quite youthful, one can discern that she possesses the makings of a beauty. Am I blind? Lin Hui retorted with a hint of irritation. Sisters do not resemble each other. Who does she resemble? Upon hearing this, Tong Tong's eyes sparkled as she revealed her tiny white teeth. Lin Hui paused momentarily. And she somewhat resembles me, doesn't she? Indeed, she surpasses your youthful beauty, Su Yin replied. Don't you find it peculiar that she shares a special connection with our Su family? Lin Hui furrowed her brow, pondering her son's unusual behavior that day. Having resolved to be forthright with Lin Hui, Su Yin no longer hesitated. He presented the family photo, the paternity test results, and recounted all the events that had transpired since Tong Tong's arrival. Lin Hui was nearly taken aback by the avalanche of revelations. She had never imagined that her son had returned to inform her that she was now a grandmother. However, this was swiftly followed by recollections of the perplexing statements made by her son during his previous phone call asking for money, especially when she laid eyes on the family photo Tong Tong had brought. At first glance, her son's youthful exuberance had faded, replaced by a demeanor of humility. He bore a striking resemblance to Su Minghui, now a charming middle-aged gentleman. Nonetheless, Lin Hui's reaction was more intense than Su Yin had expected. This fashionably attractive mother displayed an extraordinary degree of disbelief towards the photo, even more so than when she first encountered Wen Ning. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hui remarked, gazing down at the time-traveling family portrait. How could you possibly marry such a stunning woman? What would compel her to choose you? Your looks? Your perpetual scowl? So your disbelief lies here? Besides the fact that our granddaughter has traveled back from the future, you also doubt my ability to find a girlfriend. Don't you? Su Yin shot back, feeling aggrieved. Am I ugly? He continued, asserting, after all, I am the ugliest in our family. Lin Hui scrutinized her son, firmly pinching his cheek. The older you get, the less you resemble me. Your nose and eyes are all inherited from your father. Su Yin, unfazed, handed her the paternity test results. See for yourself. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving Lin Hui with little room for further argument. Initially, she had thought her son was merely jesting with her, but the more she examined the situation, the more unsettling it became. Lin Hui glanced between Tong Tong and her son, her expression gradually cooling. This situation was beyond her comprehension. This is too surreal. After a moment's contemplation, she took out her phone and called her husband. You need to come home immediately. On the other end, Su Minghui's surroundings were noisy, filled with the raucous laughter of elderly men. What's wrong? Your son is under immense academic pressure and seems to be losing his mind. Su Minghui paused. Then perhaps you should chain him up to prevent him from biting anyone. I'll be home after this round. Lin Hui remained silent for a moment. 10 minutes. No, I just sat down. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. If you're not back in time, you can find a place to sleep outside tonight. Dear, I'm on my way. Moments later, Su Minghui returned, drenched in sweat and breathless, glancing nervously at the time on his phone. What is going on? Lin Hui maintained a stoic expression as she handed him the materials. You should take a look for yourself. Soon, Su Minghui was equally bewildered. Is the situation truly this severe? Su Yin did not expect his parents to accept the news instantaneously. Throughout the night, he answered their questions candidly, even pulling up the online report from the testing agency to substantiate his claims. As night deepened, Su Yin first took Tong Tong to bed before returning to the living room, settling onto the sofa. The following morning, as Tong Tong emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes, she found the family still gathered in the living room. After an extensive conversation and ample evidence, Lin Hui and Su Minghui's perspective had shifted from questioning their son's sanity to contemplating their own. Grandpa and Grandma, why aren't you asleep? Go find Grandma, Su Yin encouraged, ruffling his daughter's hair. Okay, Tong Tong sleepily wandered over, nestling into Lin Hui's embrace. Lin Hui glanced down, momentarily frozen. Su Minghui stepped onto the balcony for a smoke, his disheveled hair and stubble evident. He took a drag and soon erupted into a fit of coughs. When their son was born, he had stopped smoking for fear of affecting his wife and hadn't touched a cigarette in years. Yet today he couldn't resist. Lin Hui, unusually, refrained from chastising him, still in a daze. After some time, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Yin, how am I to believe this? Su Yin, sporting dark circles under his eyes and appearing fatigued, replied, either you and Tong Tong should get tested, or I have another method of proof. Dad, come inside. What is going on? Su Minghui extinguished his cigarette and entered. He hesitated to meet the gaze of the little one nestled in Lin Hui's arms. Unable to ascertain whether the situation was genuine or if he feared it was a fabrication. Dad, don't you believe me? Who could believe this? Fine. Su Yin was direct. Where do you hide your secret stash? The abrupt change in topic left Su Minghui momentarily speechless, then his voice rose slightly. I don't have a secret stash. My salary goes to you every month. Just ask your mother. Lin Hui, regaining her composure, glanced at her husband but remained silent. What are you nervous about? Su Yin nodded. Yes, so neither my mother nor I know. Su Minghui? Lin Hui lowered her head. Tong Tong? Tong Tong, with innocence, shook her head. Grandpa didn't tell me anything. Her head bobbed like a drum, her voice soft and naive. Grandpa had once taken money from his secret stash to buy her many treats that Grandma forbade, instructing her not to tell Grandma. Lin Hui's expression gradually softened as she leaned in closer to Tong Tong's ear. If you keep secrets from me, I will be displeased with you. Su Minghui instinctively straightened, recognizing that Grandma still held authority in Tong Tong's eyes. This statement clearly struck a chord with the little girl. She hesitated, biting her finger, her voice weak. It's in the second drawer beneath the television in the room. That's all right, Su Yin reassured her. Perhaps my dad has a habit of changing hiding spots every few days. Su Minghui. Lin Hui stood and walked into the room. Moments later, she emerged with 2 thick red envelopes. She pinched them to gauge their weight, finally smiling. Over 20,000. Well done, old Su, you know how to manage finances. That's not mine. Lin Hui's smile remained, her voice gentle. Why so anxious? No one is forbidding you from having your own secret stash. Su Minghui took a deep breath and explained, I assure you, it is not mine. Understanding that men feel more confident when they have money while out and about, Lin Hui placed a red envelope in his hand, her tone tinged with affectionate reproach. Please don't hide it anymore. Otherwise, what will I become? A wicked daughter-in-law? If you wish to go out for a drink or play mahjong with old Shin, just ask me directly. Really? Su Minghui was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. How can you be so generous, my dear wife? So, is this money yours? Well, last month, the unit issued bonuses. Fine, as long as it's yours. Lin Hui rose to draw the curtains, then picked up a feather duster from the counter, her demeanor languid. Have you finished? Now it's my turn. Chapter 47, yearning to see the daughter-in-law this matter. Su Minghui could assure, had never been disclosed to anyone. Even in dreams, he would likely keep his lips tightly sealed. However, when it came to his granddaughter, he harbored uncertainties. Affection across generations was a tradition in the Su family. Su Yan's grandparents had little regard for him, yet they were exceedingly fond of their grandson. Yet, to expect someone to believe such a brief statement was utterly absurd. One might as well claim that the little girl was born when you were merely 10 years old. That would seem far more credible. Go downstairs and play for a while, Lin Hui said coolly. I'll message you when I return. Su Yin complied, cradling his daughter as they departed. Half an hour later, he returned home, expecting to witness a spectacle akin to a legendary tale involving a washboard. Instead, he found the two of them sitting calmly on the sofa. Lin Hui was folding clothes, her face slightly flushed. Old Su sat beside her, meekly sipping water. What are you angry about? He inquired. Lin Hui shot him a glare. Go away. Su Yin, taken aback, asked, what were you two up to just now? Lin Hui remained silent, casting a frosty glance at her husband. Men often hide their pocket money. But what truly concerns her is not the act of concealing funds, but the fear that he might have too much money, leading him to indulge in mischief. Lin Hui did not collect his salary for personal indulgence. Rather, it was to save for their son to purchase a home in the city. Thus, after returning the 2 hefty red envelopes to her husband, she chose not to broach the subject of his hidden funds again. Ironically, her generosity made Su Minghui feel increasingly awkward about his secret stash. Take this, dear, and buy some cosmetics and clothes, he urged, a grin on his face. Lin Hui retorted, I can earn my own money. Why would I need you to buy for me? If you're going to hide it, just don't let me see it. No hiding at all, Su Minghui chuckled. If I earn money, it is meant for you to spend. If you hide it, wouldn't that make you a truly wicked daughter-in-law? Lin Hui raised her chin proudly. Then give it to our son or keep it for yourself. Who else? Su Minghui frowned. Su Yan pointed to himself, saying, what about me? Who is speaking? Su Minghui didn't even glance his way. Son? Do we have a son? Aren't we just raising a cat and a dog? Lin Hui rolled her eyes, too weary to engage, instead to tidy her clothes. Let us go to the hospital for the assessment. Until there was a definitive and truthful result, she remained unconvinced. Then, she would ponder whether to refer their son to a psychiatrist. The outcome was revealed on a Sunday morning. After collecting the report from the assessment center, the couple sat in the car, peering through the rearview mirror at the drowsy little Tong Tong. The atmosphere in the vehicle was unusually quiet. Su Yan remained silent, granting them space to collect their thoughts. When he had first received the report, he too had taken nearly half an hour to regain composure on the steps outside before returning home. Say something, Su Minghui urged. Turning to his wife in the passenger seat, Lin Hui was engrossed in the report, her head bowed, unable to respond. The shock rendered her speechless, left with no option. Su Minghui turned to their son. Aside from us four, who else knows? No one, Su Yan replied, shaking his head. And he doesn't know either. I initially didn't want to tell you, but it felt unfair not to. How can it be like this? Lin Hui glanced at Tong Tong, who was leaning against her father's shoulder, pausing for a moment. I never even saw the little one right after she was born, nor have I held her. 8 precious years have slipped away, from swaddling to standing, and to the first time she calls out for her grandparents. Ah Yin, step out of the car with me. Su Minghui said, opening the door. I have something to discuss. Su Yin carefully lifted their daughter, allowing her to lean against the seat back before exiting the vehicle. The two moved away from the car, stopping in a secluded spot once they were out of earshot. What concerns Tong Tong is a matter that your mother and I will keep to ourselves, Su Minghui said, his expression turning serious. You and that girl should focus on your college entrance exams and not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Su Yin nodded in understanding. My mother and I will consider how to handle this matter. In such significant affairs, it is the responsibility of the parents to exercise sound judgment and rationality. Compared to you and Wen Ning, we, as the elders, may require more time to accept this unexpected addition to our family. The notion of suddenly having a blood-related child brought not only surprise and astonishment, but also a sense of responsibility. Mishandling the situation could lead to significant repercussions, affecting that girl, Wen Ning, as well. Su Minghui observed his son, hesitating to speak further. They could not deny the reality before them. Su Miaodong, their granddaughter. Su Minghui glanced at his car and moved a bit further away. Come here, he called to his son, waving. Su Yan rolled his eyes. Are you summoning a dog? His father pulled out 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket, gazing at them with a hint of reluctance, as if they were a cherished secret lover. After a moment, he closed his eyes and placed them in his son's hands. Here is your living allowance. Take it. Isn't this a bit much? Su Yan questioned, eyeing him suspiciously. What about your own needs? Can I stash it all in one place? Su Minghui retorted, a frown on his face. You just love to torment your old man. Once you're married, let us see if you can still hide money. I don't need to hide it, Su Yan protested, attempting to return the envelopes. I'll be graduating soon. I can manage on my own. This is for Tong Tong's living expenses, not for you. Su Minghui was insistent. Moreover, this money was not a gift. He continued, let Tong Tong stay with us for a couple of days, and then next week. Your mother and I will take her to visit. Aside from Tong Tong, there was another matter weighing on their minds, the woman in the photograph, smiling gently and radiating kindness. We wish to meet our daughter-in-law. Chapter 48. Tong Tong's mother. She is no longer your daughter-in-law. Su Yan quickly grasped the old man's intentions. Su Minghui cast a meaningful glance at his son. Now that they have a daughter, there is no escaping it, is there? He merely wished to meet Tong Tong's mother. Su Minghui switched his reasoning. Is that acceptable? After all, as grandparents, it is only natural for them to care about such matters. The father and son exchanged a few more words before Lin Hui, beaming with joy, helped Tong Tong out of the car. Having such a beautiful and adorable granddaughter, it still felt like a dream to her. Even more astonishing was the realization that the enchanting girl, capable of becoming a superstar, was indeed her future daughter-in-law. It was as if a toad had unexpectedly dined on swan meat. Lin Hui playfully pinched her granddaughter's soft, delicate cheek. What a world we live in. Tong Tong tilted her head in contemplation, her eyes curving with delight, and surprisingly did not protest. Future grandma often said the same. Su Yan, uninterested in engaging further, simply reminded her to remember to take Tong Tong to school on Monday. Lin Hui readily agreed. What is the current status between you and that girl? Wen Ning. The girl I met last time? She is smart, beautiful, and well-behaved, a type that any elder would immediately find pleasing. Therefore, it would be best to settle things sooner rather than later. Once you finish your university studies, you can. You're thinking too far ahead. Su Yin explained. Our connection exists solely because of Tong Tong. Ordinarily, it would be a decade before I would consider pursuing her. She pursued you? Indeed. Su Yin remained unfazed. She pursued me for several years. Lin Hui scoffed dismissively. That would mean all the men in the world are gone. That seems about right. You're referring to my mother? Aren't you? Having completed most of the errands for the return trip, Su Yin ascended the stairs to tidy up in preparation for returning to school. Mom, please take care of yourself. Su Yin admonished with some concern. You often sit for long hours at work. It's easy for your back and joints to suffer. Don't wait until you're older to regret it. This is what Tong Tong told me. I know. No need to nag. Lin Hui replied. Though it was evident she was not particularly concerned. Su Yin planned to accompany his parents for a thorough checkup after the college entrance exams. Addressing any minor issues early is a prudent choice. Don't bother seeing me off. I'll take the bus back myself. Su Yin, with both hands full of bags, instructed. Tong Tong, be good while you're with your grandparents. Yes. Tong Tong helped her father carry a bag larger than her face. Puffing as she took small strides. Tong Tong will behave. I will think of Daddy every day. She was not unfamiliar with living with her grandparents. There were many times when they missed her so much that they called daily. Then, her mother would take her back to spend time with them. After bidding farewell to her parents and daughter, Su Yin returned to his rented place in the afternoon. At long last, the weight on his heart had lifted. This visit home, bringing Tong Tong to meet his parents, had gone far more smoothly than he had anticipated. It could only be said that Lin Hui and Su Ming were more open-minded and modern than traditional parents. At this moment, Su Yin finally had time to check his phone. Numerous unread messages awaited him, but the one at the top was from someone named Lin Weiyuan. Who was that? Lin Weiyuan. Wen Ning's classmate, he had sent a promotional poster. It seemed to be for the opening of a new commercial district, featuring a raffle and consumer discounts, half-price movie tickets, and even free Haagen-Dazs, toys, and a PS5 gaming console. Su Yin skimmed through the lengthy message, which implied that, with the college entrance exams approaching and everyone under pressure, it would be a good opportunity to unwind next weekend. The insinuation was quite evident. While pouring himself a glass of ice water in the kitchen, he responded to the message. Opening next weekend? Perhaps Lin Weiyuan had not expected a reply. As a few seconds later, he responded with an emoji. Lin Weiyuan? Yes, interested. Su Yin glanced at the poster again and replied with a simple thank you. Lin Weiyuan, Wen Ning, what is the thank you for? Su Yin closed the chat window and forwarded the poster to Wen Ning. Tong Tong's mom. Should we take Tong Tong out to play? There was a moment of silence on the other end, until Su Yin sat down at the table to work on some exam papers, when his phone rang again. Wen Ning called him. She had just woken from a nap. After a long time without hearing her voice, it now carried a hint of softness and confusion. Are you back? Yes. Su Yin redirected the conversation. Are you going or not? On the other end, Wen Ning lay on her bed, her eyes half closed and somewhat dazed. After a while, she murmured with a slight nasal tone, I'll try my best. After the recent monthly exam results, her grades had not declined at all, maintaining her position as 6th in the science category. Consequently, her father's attitude had softened considerably. At least he no longer treated her classmates like potential thieves, as he had before. However, her relationships with Xiao Ziqin and Wen Xiong remained quite strained. You brought Tong Tong back this time. Wen Ning then recalled the matter at hand, becoming more alert. Did your parents say anything? It took a long time for them to accept this. Su Yin chuckled. Well, my mom said you're like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. What a world. I've never seen such a shameless swan. To prove something trivial, she even smeared my mother's reputation. Given Wen Ning's understanding of him, it was highly likely that his mother's toad reference was aimed at him. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Anything else? Su Yin casually flipped through a book. They want to meet you. They said to find a time this week to come over. There was a long pause on the other end before Wen Ning, taken by surprise, exclaimed, Meet me? Her breathing had become slightly erratic. Su Yin found it curious. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you meet her last time? Although Lin Hui was straightforward, she wasn't that intimidating. Was she? It's different. The last time I met Lin Hui, I was in the role of a classmate. Although it was awkward, I was flustered. This time, your parents are coming together, And they're bringing Tong Tong. That's a different matter entirely. Even though she is not Su Yin's girlfriend, she is Tong Tong's mother. This peculiar relationship might lead both parents to view her through the lens of a prospective daughter-in-law. Yet, for both emotional and logical reasons, Wen Ning had to meet them. After all, Tong Tong was not solely Su Yin's concern. What day are they coming? Wen Ning quickly scrambled off her bed and sat at her desk. Should I buy something? I can't meet them empty-handed. No need. Su Yin replied casually. Just dress casually. It's not a big deal. That won't do. She opened her wardrobe, examining her clothes. Mumbling, this is the first time meeting your parents. Your parents. Chapter 49. Is that not right here? Are you not nervous about meeting my parents? In an attempt to ease the tension, Wen Ning casually retorted, perhaps fearing that Su Yin would find her reaction peculiar. Su Yin pondered for a moment. It should be fine. Then let us find an opportunity for you to meet my mother. Mother? My mother's grave is in the southern suburbs of Yuan. Wen Ning held the phone between her ear and shoulder while rummaging through her wardrobe for clothes. Let her see Tong Tong. Most of her outfits were school uniforms. She rarely bought new casual wear. Su Yin paused, his voice lowering slightly. All right, my mother will like Tong Tong. Make sure not to say anything foolish. My mother would appreciate Tong Tong. I'll dress nicely. Otherwise, your mother might think I'm a toad yearning for a swan. At this point, Su Yin ceased his playful banter with Wen Ning. She couldn't help but chuckle. That one tea happened. She held up an outfit in front of the mirror. My mother is very gentle, and besides, I am not a swan. Su Yin is. From birth, he had basked in the affection of his entire family. Growing up beloved from his first words to his 18th birthday, no one ever failed to love him. Thus, he inherently possessed a straightforwardness and a strong sense of self, starkly contrasting with Wen Ning's cautious demeanor as a guest in someone else's home. Shall we set it for next Saturday? Wen Ning contemplated carefully. I'll try to negotiate with my family to free up a day, but I must return home by 6 in the evening. That works. But honestly, Su Yin glanced around, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. I've lived alone for 2 years during high school. I never thought the house felt empty. But now, it's rather lonely. His life transformed dramatically with the arrival of his daughter. Tong Tong's lively antics filled the house, bouncing about, lounging on the sofa, devouring strawberries while watching cartoons, demanding cuddles and kisses from her father. At times, he found her a bit clingy. Yet after just 2 months without her presence, Su Yin truly felt the absence. A pure, paternal sentiment. When Ning squinted playfully, it's wonderful. You will be a great father. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. I already am. The upcoming week at school remained uneventful. Though the rise in monthly exam scores undeniably garnered Su Yin considerable attention within his class. Mr. Wu, the homeroom teacher, frequently cited Su Yin to motivate those students who felt overwhelmed and inclined to give up. Look at Su Yin. It's still possible to catch up. Ultimately, the week passed without incident. Yet, with his daughter absent, Su Yin felt a certain lack of vitality in his days. Each night, he could only listen to the sweet, melodious voice of his little girl over the phone, from the youthful exuberance radiating from Lin Hui and Su Mingwei. It was evident they had completely fallen in love with their adorable granddaughter in just a few days. How can you have such a delightful child? Lin Hui even bluntly remarked over the phone, why couldn't I have one? Why did I only have you? Su Yin yawned, because sons usually take after their mothers, while daughters tend to resemble their fathers. This retort left Lin Hui momentarily speechless. On Saturday morning, Su Yin and Wen Ning arranged to meet downstairs. Today, the campus bell. Wen Ning donned an outfit never before seen by anyone. She wore a flowing white dress paired with pristine white sneakers, her neck elegantly revealing a crescent-shaped collarbone, while her earlobes shimmered with a hint of rosy glow. What do you think? Wen Ning nervously brushed her hair back. Not very good at dressing up. This is quite suitable. Su Yin considered for a moment and gently removed her hair tie. Wen Ning froze briefly, allowing her long black hair, once tied up, to cascade down freely. She exuded an untouched purity, her bright eyes sparkling with innocence yet subtly alluring. A hint of the charm from Tong Tong's photographs. Half an hour later, Su Mingwei arrived, driving his wife and granddaughter. Tong Tong leaped from the car and flung herself into her mother's embrace. Her voice resembled sweet cotton candy. Mama, I missed you so much. Wen Ning hugged her tightly. Smiling, I missed you too, Tong Tong. You've gotten a bit chubby lately. Yes, Grandma said being a little chubby makes me cuter. Even Lin Hui and Su Mingwei were momentarily taken aback as they got out of the car. What a truly beautiful little girl. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking. Ning, you were simply stunning. Lin Hui warmly grasped her hand, like a star. No. Stars can't compare to your beauty. You must be the belle of the school. No, no. Wen Ning blushed. Andy, you are also very beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely girl as you, Xiaoning. Lin Hui said with a smile, since I don't have a daughter, why not become my daughter? Su Yin had already discussed Wen Ning's family situation with her a couple of days prior, even mentioning the topic of a stepmother and stepsister. To be honest, Lin Hui felt quite sympathetic towards her, losing a mother at such a young age. Only to have her father another child with another woman, such a situation would be hard to endure. She can be your daughter? Su Yin chuckled, that's wonderful. Now I have an extra sister. Wen Ning shot him a glance, mildly annoyed at his casual demeanor. I'm older than you. In fact, Wen Ning was indeed a few months older than him. Once in the car, Su Yin took the passenger seat while the three women chatted in the back. I took a look. Su Ming spoke softly to his son. A 100-plus square meter apartment in the city requires a down payment of about 600,000. By the time you graduate, we should have saved enough. Do you even need to save? Su Yin turned to him. I'll save up for my own house. Besides, Dad, why the hurry? Well, Su Ming glanced through the rearview mirror at Lin Hui, who was engaged in conversation with Wen Ning. She was not pleased either. Such a beautiful and well-behaved daughter-in-law. Why not settle down sooner? Just save. Can you not manage that? Lin Hui glanced at her son. Besides, who said this is for you? I'm saving to buy a house in the city center for my daughter as dowry. Is that not feasible? Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, her ears flushing. Wait. Auntie, is your implication too obvious? Chapter 50. Surely the best. Su Ming glanced at his wife. So, you intend to provide a dowry for our daughter and marry her off to our Su family, is that right? I feel almost embarrassed to address it directly. He had heard that Yan's grades had significantly improved recently. Lin Hui chuckled. Do you still encourage him to study regularly? His foundation is quite solid. Though he does have a slight tendency to focus on certain subjects, she added. Wen Ning softly remarked, if he puts in the effort, he'll catch up quickly. It really has nothing to do with me. How wonderful it is. These two are not only studying together, but are also uplifting each other in the process. This clearly demonstrates their compatibility in terms of character. As noon approached, the group found a quieter restaurant to settle into. Lin Hui and Su Ming hurriedly ushered their granddaughter to sit down, leaving the row of empty seats opposite for the two young people. Su Yin was unfazed, removing his jacket and hanging it on the chair before sitting beside Wen Ning. The waiter brought two menus, and Wen Ning instinctively pushed hers towards him. You order. She said, what does a Ning like to eat? Lin Hui chimed in, please, don't be polite with us. Today, Annie and Uncle are treating you to a meal. Wen Ning quickly shook her head. Annie, I'm really not picky. Su Yin held the menu. Is this how you behave when dining out with others as well? Wen Ning paused. Is there a problem? In such matters, she indeed followed the lead of others, content to eat whatever was chosen, even during family gatherings. Just order what you think is best, he suggested. Su Yin studied her for a moment before opening the menu. This one enjoys sour and sweet flavors, but avoid anything spicy. Oh, and she absolutely loves cilantro. Wen Ning licked her lips, concealing the peculiar sensation within her. It must have been Tong Tong who informed him. Tong Tong also adores cilantro. At this moment, Tong Tong excitedly raised her hand to chime in. Daddy loves it too. Our whole family is crazy about it. Upon hearing this, Su Yin appeared slightly taken aback. He pondered for a moment before slowly responding, Tong Tong must have inherited that from me. Hiki. Lin Hui and Su Ming exchanged surprised glances. They looked at Su Yin and then at Wen Ning, hesitating to speak. Noticing Su Yin ordering, Wen Ning instinctively picked up a disposable bowl and chopsticks from in front of him, preparing to rinse them with hot water. Su Yin, ever perceptive, lifted his gaze. What are you doing? Wen Ning hesitated, just washing them. Disposables might be a bit dirty. Su Yin was not very pleased. Are you here to dine or to serve? Wen Ning licked her lips. I'm just used to it. During family gatherings, she would help her sister with these tasks. Although her stepmother had suggested that when Qiang handle it herself, Wen Ning often took the initiative to assist with these trivial matters. The more she did, the less she had to speak, thus avoiding awkwardness. It's just a small matter. I can manage it myself. Su Yin regarded her for a moment, placing his hand on the bowl and reclaiming it for himself. Lin Hui chuckled softly but remained silent. During the meal, conversation was sparse, with only casual exchanges. However, they were amused several times by Tong Tong's adorably puffed cheeks, reminiscent of a pufferfish. What a delightful little girl. How did she transform into this during mealtime? Once everyone had finished eating, Wen Ning composed herself. She understood that the two parents had come today to gauge what kind of person Tong Tong's mother was. Auntie, Uncle. Wen Ning spoke slowly, carefully articulating her thoughts. I believe Su Yin has already informed you about my situation, but there are some matters I feel compelled to clarify. Lin Hui nodded. Go ahead. My mother left when I was very young, and my father has a new family to support now. Annie Xiao, my stepmother. I do not wish for her to quarrel with my father over my issues. Wen Ning paused, her voice steadying, thus. I might find it difficult to rely on my father's financial support without feeling guilty. Lin Hui and Su Ming we exchanged a glance. There may be some financial difficulties for the time being, but after I graduate from high school, I will find a way to be independent. Wen Ning took a deep breath, her expression earnest. I may not have much, but I will certainly give the best to Tong Tong. The future is uncertain. And all she could do at this moment was make such a promise. Su Yin finally diverted his attention from his phone. It was rare for her to express so much at once. It was evident that she had contemplated this matter for a long time. After the meal, the group planned to take Tong Tong out for some fun. Su Yin was momentarily ushered away by the parents, carrying Tong Tong to a toy store nearby. Xiaoning, I want to clarify that my intentions in coming here with Yan's mother today are not as you might think. Su Ming we began, breaking the silence. We were merely told suddenly that we have a granddaughter, and we felt a bit uncertain, so we wanted to see you. Wen Ning nodded obediently. She had long understood that Su Yan's parents were genuinely good people. It's just that we only have Yan as our child. Su Ming we hesitated. Though we often criticize him, we truly do not want him to suffer even a little, fearing he might encounter the wrong people or struggle in life after starting a family. Hence, we felt compelled to come and see you. Having seen you, we are reassured. You are well-mannered, gentle, and courteous, and you take Tong Tong's matters seriously. Beyond family affairs, Wen Ning indeed aligns with their expectations of a daughter-in-law. Ultimately, however, it is up to the two children themselves. After nearly half an hour, Wen Ning finally re-entered. Where are my parents? Su Yin was holding a white bunny-eared hat, preparing to place it on Tong Tong. The little girl stood still at the first sight of it. However, the hat seemed a bit large, sliding down her head and nearly obscuring her face with its floppy ears. Noticing her struggle, Su Yin reached out to adjust the hat for her. They said they would browse over there first and would come find us shortly. Su Yin paid little mind. What did you talk about earlier? Wen Ning's voice softened quite a bit. Though Su Yan's family may not be extravagantly wealthy, it was enough to provoke her envy. Wen Ning bit her lip, slowly asking, why are you so good to me? Su Yin looked at her, puzzled. When have I been good to you? But you don't eat cilantro, right? You completely avoid it. Earlier, when Tong Tong mentioned that Daddy liked it, the expressions of the parents had seemed off. This indicated that he had never mentioned this to his wife and child. It's not a big deal, Su Yin shrugged, unbothered. Can eating cilantro really be the end of me? Wen Ning swallowed slightly, but I don't want you to accommodate me. You could just tell me. If you don't like it, I can avoid it. As a grown man, I can't have my wife and child catering to me. Su Yin adjusted the hat on Tong Tong's head, preparing to switch it for a smaller one. How embarrassing. You always act this way. Wen Ning felt slightly sulky, wanting to pinch him playfully. Sometimes, it's truly annoying. Annoying? Yes. Wen Ning murmured softly. I wonder how someone so conceited could possibly take a liking to me. Upon hearing her words, Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders gently rising and falling, clearly amused. You laugh at me again. You always laugh at me. Wen Ning finally grew irked, firmly pinching his arm and tugging at it. What on earth is so funny about this? You are absolutely right, Su Yin replied, his laughter subsiding after a considerable while. I must confess, I have quite the inflated ego and hold very high standards for my girlfriend. He placed a bunny-eared hat upon Wen Ning's head, his voice laced with playful inflection. Those who have caught my eye are undoubtedly the very best. Chapter 51. Enemies from the past. The best? Wen Ning instinctively adjusted her hat, feeling a slight warmth at her ears. This fellow, does he even realize he often utters outrageous remarks? Yet, in truth, she too was not entirely innocent in this regard. It wasn't that her standards were overly high, but she seldom found herself attracted to anyone easily. However, once she did, it was likely to be a lifelong commitment. Both of them were of the purest love, stubborn as a bull. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached nearly 30 without experiencing romance, remaining blissfully untouched in their first loves. Wen Ning glanced at her reflection in the mirror and found herself feeling a bit childish. Her appearance was not particularly suited for the sweet and adorable style of adornment. On the contrary, Tong Tong was different. She possessed all the virtues inherited from Su Yin. The little girl was growing up and might even surpass her mother in beauty. Little bunny. Tong Tong mimicked her mother, donning a smaller bunny-eared hat atop her head. Wen Ning crouched down to embrace her daughter, nuzzling her soft cheek. Mommy, we should each have a bunny ear hat. All right, Wen Ning replied. Tong Tong giggled. Then Daddy will have 2 little bunnies. Wen Ning paused for a moment, slowly removing the hat and holding it in her hands. What kind of talk is that? Tong Tong, Mommy is a bit shy. Su Yin earnestly advised. Next time, wait until Daddy buys it before saying such things. Do you understand? I understand. After spending a long time playing in the toy store, they took her to a milk tea shop to rest for a while. Lin Hui and Su Ming we had already wandered off to who knows where. Tong Tong, feeling a bit tired from playing, nestled in Wen Ning's embrace, her eyes fluttering as she dozed off. Su Yin paid no mind and ordered 2 cups of ordinary milk tea, also requesting a fresh juice for Tong Tong. Before the college entrance examination, let's find a time to visit my mother, Wen Ning suggested, poking her daughter's cheek. I've always wanted her to see you. Su Yin nodded, spinning the milk tea on the table with his hand. What kind of person is your mother? I imagine her eyes must resemble yours. Wen Ning rested her chin in her hand, studying Su Yin across the table. The sunlight illuminated his hair, and with his languid demeanor, he exuded a sense of leisure on this afternoon. Hearing him mention her mother, Wen Ning's eyes involuntarily softened, her expression becoming much gentler. Yes, my mother is more beautiful than I am, and she is also gentler. Wen Ning smiled softly. It's just that I find it increasingly difficult to recall her voice. It's been far too long. The memories had faded to the point that sometimes, in her dreams, her mother's visage appeared only as a blur. Su Yin, I rarely share my family matters with you, Wen Ning remarked, gazing out the window, her voice calm. In truth, I cannot claim to be an easy daughter to get along with. Su Yin remained silent, listening intently as she reminisced at a leisurely pace. Perhaps having met Su Yin's parents today had stirred her to share some thoughts she had never voiced to anyone else. When I was 6, Aunt Xiao came to our home, Wen Ning recounted softly. At first, she was incredibly kind to me. When I called her mom, she would be very happy. But soon after, Qiong Qiong was born. Xiao Ziqin was just an ordinary woman who yearned for a happier family and wished for her daughter to excel. What mother does not love her own child? Naturally, no child from another family could compare to her own. With their modest means, raising 2 children inevitably brought pressure. Wen Ning understood that she and Xiao Ziqin lacked a mother-daughter bond. Yet, despite the occasional disputes with Wen Qiming regarding her eldest daughter, Xiao Ziqin did indeed raise Wen Ning. Perhaps in certain respects, she favored her younger daughter, enough to honor the memory of Wen Ning's biological mother, who had departed so early. Thus, in comparison, the estrangement with her father might be even more pronounced. Wen Ning lightly pursed her lips, often. I feel it is my own issue. Somehow, I remain distant from everyone at home. In fact, father has not done anything wrong. He was still quite young when mother left. No, it has nothing to do with you. Su Yin considered reaching out to ruffle the girl's hair, but ultimately, he only sighed. You were too young to comprehend it, which is entirely normal. As an adult, you might understand, but for a child, emotions often outweigh reason. That is how many rifts are formed. I can understand that. Wen Ning replied softly, but perhaps I am just too stubborn in every way. Su Yin did not quite grasp her meaning. Wen Ning, not in a hurry, remained lost in thought for quite some time. After a considerable pause, she glanced at Su Yin with an inexplicable emotion. What is it? Well, it might sound a bit sentimental. Wen Ning took a sip of milk tea, then licked the white residue from her lips. Perhaps when I fall in love with someone, even if they're no longer by my side, I will continue to love them indefinitely. Yet, such sentiments were difficult for Wen Ning to express directly, given her nature. You are quite persistent, aren't you? Su Yin chuckled, narrowing his eyes in amusement. If someone were to be ensnared by you, they might very well consider you their enemy from a past life. Wen Ning laughed, her narrow eyes squinting like a sly fox. That would be quite fine. However, if you leave me here alone, I cannot bear it. Su Yin pondered for a moment. Ning, when we grow old, I must walk ahead of my wife. This was the first time Su Yin referred to her as Ning. Wen Ning felt a tinge of strangeness, yet it did not seem entirely out of place, as though he was meant to address her in such a manner. But soon, she realized the implications of his words. What are you saying? Wen Ning felt a headache coming on from his words. Do you ever think before you speak? Let us rephrase that. Su Yin said with intrigue. Ning, I wish you a long life. Then, Wen Ning suddenly grew annoyed. I wish you to live one day longer than me. Why? Weren't you the one who said I am your enemy from a past life? Wen Ning pointed at him, mimicking a gesture of pinching his ear. Then you must keep an eye on me to feel at ease, right? The girl's voice carried a hint of playful threat, ringing like a chime in the afternoon sunlight. The cicadas chorus, accompanied by the rising temperature, began to resonate throughout the city. In this passage of time, Their college entrance examinations and graduation season were swiftly approaching. Chapter 52. Mother, this is Ian. As the college entrance examination draws near, time becomes increasingly pressing. The fleeting 2 months seem to pass in the blink of an eye, filled with an ever-growing number of exams mainly intended for practice. Su-yin, an anomaly with a penchant for certain subjects, has reached a bottleneck. With the inclusion of elective modules, his scores fluctuate around 630. This is achieved only due to his sharp intellect and exceptional memory. If he wishes to improve further, it is quite clear that the limited time left will not suffice for significant enhancement. Nevertheless, this score is adequate if it stabilizes. It would enable him to gain admission to a commendable university. Recently, Chen Hao continues to exhibit a carefree demeanor. His scores remain stable, hovering just below the first-tier threshold but above the minimum for undergraduate admission. The one who seems most troubled is Li Yuyu. Each day, she gazes at her paper, silently sighing. She feels the weight of pressure has become overwhelming. At times, even problems she knows how to solve leave her mind blank when she picks up her pen, particularly in physics. Ian, I truly envy you, Li Yuyu muses, turning to glance at Su-yin's paper. Since childhood, her dear friend has always been like this, approaching tasks purely based on interest, including his studies. Yet, whenever he chooses to learn, he grasps concepts swiftly and retains them effortlessly. Such a person, it seems, will not falter in whatever path he takes in the future. Of course, Li Yuyu is aware that he will strive fervently to enhance his scores in these upcoming months. His true passion likely lies elsewhere rather than in the act of studying. Chen Hao, too, is intelligent, though his focus is predominantly elsewhere. Keep a calm mindset. Su-yin reassures, I want to reiterate the glitch about doing your best. Regardless, you and Chen Hao will undoubtedly attend university together. It seems curious that a girl from a wealthy family, owning several restaurants, appears to bear even more pressure than we ordinary folk. With whom? Li Yuyu ponders. If that is the case, I want to be attending university, but I can still see him every day, right? However, her scores are indeed quite similar to Chen Hao's, both lingering in the lower ranks of their class. Su-yin chuckles, according to Tong Dong's words, that is highly probable. You little rascal, Chen Hao, who had been absorbed in his phone, finally turns around. What are you talking about? Li Yuyu gives him a playful gesture. I just don't want to part ways with you guys. She sighs wistfully. If only we could be in the same city, that would be wonderful. Perhaps we could still see each other often. Her personality is rather introverted, with few friends. The bond she shares with these two is indeed precious. This is also why she insisted on pursuing the sciences. It's not a big deal. Chen Hao casually snatches the test paper from her desk. As for Ian, he has to chase after his girlfriend. After our exams, we'll compare scores and make plans. Li Yuyu shakes her head. Scores will fluctuate. Who can predict that? Not much difference. If you can solve it, I can too. Chen Hao yawns. If you can't do it, I want to be able to either. Li Yuyu pauses, then scrunches her nose. You're just boasting. How can you be so sure? Su-yin listens, feeling a pang of discomfort. As time passes, more junior students with cameras appear in the corridors, capturing moments in class. Teacher Wu concludes the final lesson. For the next 3 days, the school will allow students to return home and rest, preventing exhaustion and anxiety from prolonged preparation. Su-yin and Wen Ning have agreed to take Tong Tong to visit her mother before the exams. Why are you carrying so much? At the station, Wen Ning notices Su-yin approaching with various bags, accompanied by Tong Tong. It's the first time meeting her mother. Su-yin smiles. One must bring something. Wen Ning does not correct him, but instead peers into the bags, discovering an assortment of fresh fruits and some sweets and pastries, offerings she usually brings to the cemetery. Items her mother cherished in life. You're quite knowledgeable. Wen Ning playfully pinches her daughter's cheek. Isn't that impressive? Of course. Tong Tong kisses her mother's cheek. Every year, Mom and Dad take me to visit Grandma, and I remember what she likes. Such a good girl. Wen Ning smiles, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Hand in hand with her daughter, the three of them board the bus to the South Suburban Crane Garden. The cemetery is located on the outskirts. At the end of the bus route, Wen Ning has traversed this path countless times. Once on the bus, she suddenly falls silent, staring out the window, lost in thought. The weather appears overcast, hinting at an impending rain. Upon arrival, Wen Ning leads them to the cemetery. Her mother's grave is situated in a quieter section, surrounded by tranquility. The tombstone bears a photograph of a woman with lustrous black hair, smiling gently, her cheeks strikingly beautiful, a mirror image of Wen Ning, a quintessential Jiang beauty. Mother, today, Xiao Ning has brought Tong Tong and Su Yin to see you. Wen Ning kneels before the grave, gazing at her mother's youthful visage. So much has happened recently, you might not believe it if I told you. The last time she visited with her father during Qiming. She couldn't share her thoughts. Grandma, Tongtong is here to see you. Kneeling, Tongtong bows twice deeply. Wen Ning feels a twinge of heartache as she pulls her daughter up, gently rubbing her reddened forehead. This is your granddaughter. Wen Ning leans close to Tongtong's cheek. Isn't she adorable? She resembles both of us. Mother, can you see her? The woman in the photograph possesses the same eyes as Wen Ning and Tongtong. Still smiling softly. In hushed tone, Wen Ning recounts all that has transpired during this time. Mother, I didn't understand before. Her voice grows softer. I always thought you were heartless, abandoning me, until Tongtong came along and made me realize. It was you who must have felt the most sorrow in leaving your daughter. To this day, she vividly remembers the night her mother told her to go home, reassuring her that everything would improve when she woke the next morning, despite enduring immense suffering. Mother. Tongtong touches her mother's face, nestling in her embrace like a little rabbit. Tongtong and Daddy will always take good care of you on Grandma's behalf. Her daughter's words make Wen Ning's heart ache suddenly. Su Yan, standing to the side, removes the contents from the bags, observing the mother-daughter interaction with a rare expression of bewilderment. Though it is merely a tombstone that has stood for many years, it remains the most significant presence in Wen Ning's life. She has likely never brought anyone else to meet her mother. At that moment, Wen Ning turns and sees Su Yan, typically fearless, standing still, staring at the photograph on the tombstone in a daze. Why are you suddenly so lost? Wen Ning cannot help but tug at his sleeve. Say hello to my mother. Mother, I am Su Yan. Only then does Su Yan snap back to reality, pausing momentarily. I am Tongtong's father. Wen Ning gently presses her lips together. Why don't you kneel down as well? She grasped Su Yan's sleeve. I haven't even introduced you to my mother yet. All right. Su Yan knelt beside her, their shoulders touching as they gazed at the woman in the photograph. He was Su Yan. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. When my father was still here, I never mentioned to you that he was someone who treated me very well. Someone whom Xiaoning encountered. Mom. Su Yan pondered for a considerable time before finally saying, from now on, I will take good care of her. And I hope you will bless her with perpetual happiness and well-being. But you still haven't told my mother who you are. Are you Tongtong's father? You need to explain your relationship with me to her. Su Yan hesitated. How should I convey our relationship to my mother? In front of her. His thoughts seemed unusually slow. The truth was, neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan could clearly articulate the nature of their bond. They were not yet lovers. And yet they had already begun to embrace the responsibilities of parenthood. Fool. Perhaps irritated by his lack of understanding, Wen Ning seized his arm with a firm grip. She turned her gaze back to the woman in the photograph, her ears suddenly flushing with warmth. Mom, he is Xiaoning's future husband. Chapter 53. The regret of missing even one thing. Wen Ning is, in truth, a person of modest disposition. Generally, she does not overtly express her emotions. Thus, it was a novel experience for Su Yan to hear her refer to him as her future husband. The term future husband indeed bears a resemblance to boyfriend in the present context. This prompted Su Yan to ponder, has my mother already regarded me as her son-in-law? Wen Ning's gaze gradually shifted away. Aren't you nervous? Su Yan touched his face, remaining silent. The couple knelt before the tomb with their daughter for a while longer before rising to sit upon the adjacent stone steps. Their conversation meandered lightly. Yet it was also meant for Wen Ning's mother to hear. In her youth, Wen Ning often found herself thinking of her mother every single day. Supporting her chin with her hand, she gazed gently at her daughter, who was hopping down the steps. Seeing other mothers pick up their children often made me cry alone. My mother loved strawberries as well. When I was in elementary school, I saved my pocket money for quite some time to buy a box of strawberries for her. I sat right here at that time. Wen Ning lowered her head with a smile. The more I ate, the sadder I became. After many years, no matter how many strawberries I consumed, they never tasted the same until Tongtong arrived. That day at Su Yan's home. When Tongtong plucked the strawberry leaves and fed them to me, it was a familiar taste that I experienced once more. From now on, I shall not cry anymore, Su Yan remarked, unable to find comforting words, merely supporting himself against the stone steps. Otherwise, Mother will blame me for not taking good care of her little Ning. When Ning snapped back to reality, and those words made her nose tingle, she reached into her pocket, retrieving a familiar little rabbit doll. Haven't you always hung this on your backpack? Su Yan inquired, surprised. Why did you take it down? Wen Ning reluctantly tugged at the rabbit's ear before placing it in his hand. This is for you. The diminutive plush rabbit, already quite old with a tattered belly, had been sewn together stitch by stitch. It sat in Su Yan's palm, looking somewhat foolish. This patched-up rabbit could not compare to the beautiful toys that filled Wen Qiang's room, yet it remained Wen Ning's most cherished possession. Bring it with you for the college entrance examination. It will bless you. Wen Ning earnestly instructed. This was given to me by your mother, so Tongtong must address it as auntie. Return it to me after the exams. Su Yin gently stroked the doll with his fingers. After a long pause, he placed it in his pocket. With this, I shall surely perform splendidly. Wen Ning squinted her eyes, responding with a soft then I shall await your success. However, Su Yin looked her up and down. Why are you wearing your school uniform today? You want to wear it much longer. Wen Ning paused. After I go to university, mother may not see me for quite some time. I want to show her once more. The high school belle. Wen De was always seen in a high ponytail and school uniform jacket. No matter how many times one beheld her, that fresh, unadorned purity remained breathtaking. Why went you see Grandma? At that moment, Tongtong hopped up the steps. She looked a bit tired, her cheeks flushed, and she nestled into her father's embrace for a rest. Wen Ning reached out, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Because mommy and daddy will go to university, possibly far away. Far away? Tongtong grasped her mother's hand. Will daddy and mommy leave Tongtong behind? Of course. We will bring Tongtong along. Wen Ning replied gently, her voice filled with affection. How could daddy and mommy bear to leave you? So, Tongtong can finally live with daddy and mommy? Tongtong exclaimed joyfully, almost jumping up. Yay, daddy and mommy are the best. She had always found it strange why her young parents didn't live together. While she enjoyed being with her father, she often felt something was missing when her mother was absent. Wen Ning keenly grasped the underlying sentiment in her daughter's words. Daddy and mommy live together? Yet, after entering university, if they were to bring Tongtong along, they would indeed need to rent a place. She glanced at Su Yin, pursing her lips, remaining silent. Sensing her mother's inexplicable emotions, Tongtong fidgeted with her palm. Mommy, are you unwilling? Wen Ning. She finally came to her senses. Daddy and mommy must first fall in love before living together, and then Tongtong will come along. Though girls might mature earlier, she still found it challenging to explain this to her daughter. After all, having a daughter before truly knowing one another transcended common understanding. Upon reflection, cohabiting with a daughter didn't seem an insurmountable matter. Then daddy and mommy should hurry and fall in love. It's not that simple. Does mommy not like daddy? It's not that I don't like him. Suddenly meeting Su Yan's gaze, her words caught in her throat. Mommy, what constitutes being in love? Tongtong, you little imp, why are you so persistent? You should ask daddy too. It's about two people truly liking each other. Under the pressure of her daughter's pouting lips, Wen Ning hesitated before continuing. Then, they hold hands, embrace, kiss, and declare their feelings for one another. Only then can it be considered true love. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite the handful, aren't you? Wen Ning raised her chin, letting out a small hum. Then I suppose I am troublesome. Su Yin clicked his tongue. Well, a little trouble is good. We can take it step by step. After all, there is still time. Wen Ning licked her lips. This truly reflected their emotional compatibility. Yet, as she articulated her thoughts, she understood that Su Yin shared the same sentiment. Thus, they were united in their ideals. In Tongtong's world, the future Su Yin and Wen Ning would undoubtedly regret missing out on each other's youth. When Tongtong grows up, she will realize that her parents are alike. Su Yin tousled his daughter's hair. When you like someone, you must love them earnestly. Tongtong, somewhat bewildered, glanced between her parents. Biting her finger, what does it mean to love earnestly? Perhaps it is. Wen Ning cradled her chin, extending a finger to poke at the dimple on her daughter's cheek. It means loving someone so much that even missing one moment would bring regret. Chapter 54. Taking the girl home amidst the tumultuous waves of countless examination papers, summer quietly arrived. In the face of the college entrance examination, Su Yin found himself surprisingly calm, more so than he had anticipated. Just like any other day, he entered the examination hall, tackled the questions, and submitted his paper when time was called. It was not until the final bell rang that he felt satisfied with his performance, believing he had achieved a score that met his expectations. As for Wen Ning, it seemed she had exceeded her own limits, thanks to her relationship with Tongtong. Her mindset during this period was the most positive it had ever been. Thus, for both of them, Tongtong was indeed a lucky star. What followed were trivial matters, graduation banquets, photographs, and then the quiet anticipation of results. As for Tongtong's identity and household registration, Old Su and Lin Hui were nearing completion of the necessary arrangements. Although there was a blood relation verification, Tongtong's sudden appearance posed challenges in terms of social connections and age, necessitating their efforts to navigate various relationships over the past few months. Wen Ning had also begun to seriously contemplate and plan her independence. She needed to save for living expenses, tuition, and the cost of raising a daughter. When the time came, she would see if she could secure a scholarship in college. In fact, after the college entrance examination, many parents had already reached out to her homeroom teacher, given that Wen Ning was a standout student in the elite class of the first high school. A rare female science prodigy. This summer, she was the most sought-after tutor in the home tutoring market, commanding the highest hourly rates. With diligent effort, she could save a considerable sum of money, but that would have to wait until the examination results were released in half a month. Therefore, Wen Ning contemplated taking on a part-time job in the meantime, hoping to save a little more for the expenses that lay ahead. Part-time job? Su Yin was at the market, conversing with Wen Ning over the phone while assisting his aunt with grocery shopping. During this time, Ming Yufei was away for training, leaving Su Yin and Tong Tong to keep his aunt company. The prospect of working hard for little reward, while potentially facing undue stress, prompted Su Yin to dismiss the idea outright. Absolutely not. Moreover, the part-time job market was notoriously chaotic, and Wen Ning was quite attractive. Su Yin simply could not bear the thought of her running around in the sweltering heat. But I'm different from you. Wen Ning's voice trailed off, tinged with embarrassment. After all these years, aside from studying, I seem to know nothing else. Recently, she had heard that Su Yin was helping a university with a performance analysis program, working late into the night, which sounded quite impressive. In truth, Wen Ning had long recognized that he was a remarkably independent and capable individual. If you don't know something, just take your time to learn. I want to help you raise Tong Tong too. If you feel unoccupied, come over to cook for her and assist with her homework. Su Yin, somewhat displeased, replied, "Stop worrying about unnecessary things." Nearby, Su Lingling cast a subtle glance at her nephew, amused. Ah, he has grown up, learning to care for his girl. There are plenty of girls with poor grades. If you're willing to tutor, go ahead. I won't interfere. Su Yan's tone was unusually serious. If you dare to take a part-time job, I will immediately come and bring you back. Understood? Did you hear me? Yes. On the other end of the line, Wen Ning instinctively licked her dry lips. I want to go then. After exchanging a few more words, Su Yan finally ended the call. You've kept secrets from me for too long. Su Lingling tugged at her nephew. If you don't believe your aunt, it will break my heart. Assuming we had already found an opportunity to speak with her about Tong Tong, having spent considerable time with the little girl, Su Lingling's reaction was minimal. I was wrong, Aunt. Su Yin quickly took the bags from her hands, lying down in a sincere manner. After all, when Tong Tong first came into my life, I was a bit overwhelmed. Humph. Su Lingling playfully poked her nephew's forehead. Next time, bring that girl to meet your aunt again. A few nights later, when Ning attended her class graduation banquet, the elite class had a larger turnout, with 2 tables for girls, 3 for boys, and the teachers, making the private room quite boisterous. Many boys approached to toast their teachers, and the atmosphere was lively. Wen Ning sat in a more secluded spot, occasionally chatting with the girls beside her. Throughout the evening, numerous boys came to toast her, even some who, after drinking too much, drunkenly confessed their feelings. Initially, Wen Ning politely declined. Eventually, she merely pressed her lips together, gesturing to the juice in her glass, and spoke less. She found the noise overwhelming and the experience rather dull. Perhaps it seemed a bit heartless to say so, but during her 3 years of high school, Wen Ning had focused solely on her studies, lacking emotional connections with her classmates. Though she had a few friends among the girls, their relationships were not particularly intimate. Moreover, she possessed a body that was particularly sensitive to alcohol. She was the type who could not drink at all, turning red and feeling unwell at the slightest touch of alcohol. After eating a bit and feeling somewhat full, she began to scroll through her phone to message Su Yin to pass the time. During a trip to the restroom, upon returning, she noticed her homeroom teacher approaching her with a glass. The teacher, a middle-aged woman with pronounced crow's feet, looked at Wen Ning with evident warmth. Wen Ning, may I propose a toast to you? I wish you a brilliant future. With a cheerful demeanor, the teacher continued, as your homeroom teacher, I hold great expectations for this group of students. Wen Ning quickly stood up. Teacher, I should be the one to toast you. Apologetically, she held her cup. I'm sorry. I can't drink alcohol. That's quite all right. It's a good thing for a girl not to drink. The homeroom teacher gently patted her shoulder. As you journey onward, do come back to visit occasionally. You will always be one of my favorite students. Knowing that this child had grown up without a mother, she felt a particular tenderness towards her. Now, witnessing her success brought a sense of comfort to her heart. Thank you, teacher. Finally, Wen Ning smiled slightly, raising her glass to down the juice in one go. However, as soon as the liquid touched her lips, she sensed something was amiss. The taste of juice was swiftly overpowered by a strong alcoholic flavor, causing her to choke involuntarily. What's wrong? The homeroom teacher noticed the redness in her eyes, visibly taken aback. Nothing. All right, then I'll head over there. Okay. After gulping down a sizable amount, Wen Ning had just sat down when she began to feel unwell. Next to her, the class monitor, Wen Ning, noticed that the face of the renowned Wen Ning seemed to suddenly flush. Wen Ning, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Wen Ning pressed her lips together. I just went to the restroom. Did someone pour alcohol into my juice? Wen Ning was taken aback and quickly grabbed Wen Ning's empty cup to sniff it. A sharp, pungent alcohol smell wafted up. Who mixed white wine into her juice? Wen Ning was nearly infuriated. She just said she can't drink. Her voice was loud enough that a girl across the room raised her hand nonchalantly. Sorry, Wen Ning. I accidentally poured the wrong drink. The girls exchanged glances. But it's graduation. Don't be so serious. Exactly. Just a little bit ISNTA problem. Wen Ning remained silent. Wen Ning, call your family. Wen Ning shot a glare at the others, lowering her voice. They're just jealous that the boys are only toasting you. I'll take you down in a bit. The evening of the graduation banquet, with the presence of the campus belle, Wenda. The other girls indeed seemed to fade into insignificance. When Ning felt increasingly unwell, her reaction slightly delayed. Clutching her phone, she attempted to retrieve her father's number, but inexplicably. Another contact surfaced. Ting Ting, I feel a bit unwell. Could you please convey this to him? Wen Ting nodded, taking the phone to dial the number. Unexpectedly, a young man's voice answered. What's the matter? Wen Ning accidentally consumed a bit of alcohol. Although Wen Ting was puzzled, she refrained from probing further. Can you come to pick her up? She drank? All right. She mentioned feeling a bit unwell. Please provide me with the address and room number. The other party said little else. Take care of her for 10 minutes. I'll be there shortly. When Su Yen arrived, Wen Ting was seated beside Wen Ning on a sofa tucked away in a corner, distanced from the crowd. Wen Ning's cheeks were slightly flushed. Her brows knitted as she gazed with uncertainty at the unfamiliar young man who had just entered. What was I thinking? That I should call him? The atmosphere shifted to a hush as an unfamiliar young man pushed the door open and strode into the room, heading towards the farthest corner. Young student. It seems you have taken a wrong turn, kindly reminded their benevolent homeroom teacher. Given the frequency of graduation banquets lately, such mix-ups were not uncommon. Some boys, having taken a wrong turn, simply chose to sit down and join others from different classes for drinks. I haven't gone astray, teacher, Su Yen replied with a smile, gesturing towards Wen Ning seated at the back. I have come to escort my girl. Chapter 55, except for me due to Su Yen's words, several teachers exchanged glances, finding the situation rather amusing. Wen Ning's delicate, fair ears flushed a deep crimson, revealing her slight embarrassment. Su Yen observed her, noting the rosy hue of her cheeks and the glistening in her eyes. Feeling somewhat unwell, her reaction seemed a tad slower than usual, yet she remained coherent, suggesting the issue was not overly serious. How much did you drink? He inquired. Just a little, she replied. Well, let's go. Su Yen grasped her arm gently, prompting her to rise awkwardly under the gazes of the teachers, feeling somewhat shy about speaking. The previously vibrant atmosphere around them momentarily fell into silence. The renowned beauty of Wen University, known for her aloofness, was not unkind. In fact, she was generally amiable, though her emotions often appeared subdued. It was rare for her to be seen closely interacting with either boys or girls, as she typically preferred solitude. Is this your daughter? The homeroom teacher asked with a smile, looking at Wen Ning. So, how long have you two been together? Su Yen raised an eyebrow. Only a few months. You seem quite proud of it, the teacher said, scrutinizing Su Yen with a mock-stern expression. Were you aware of the consequences of early romance while still in school? Be careful, or I might just make you read a love letter in front of everyone. Previously, students in relationships would scurry away from teachers like mice fleeing a cat. Yet now, those who had graduated behaved with audacity. I haven't even written one yet, Su Yen replied with a chuckle. I left in a hurry today, maybe next time. Fine, but make sure to write at least 800 words when you do. The teacher finally broke into a smile. Wen Ning, you can help me check it later. Su Yen nodded. All right, I'll write it when I get home. Wen Ning, unable to restrain herself, pinched his arm, stopped joking in front of the teacher. Let us hurry back. The teacher waved them off graciously. There won't be anyone urging you along like high school teachers anymore. Take care of yourselves. She had always thought that while Wen Ning excelled academically, she possessed a somewhat reclusive personality. Watching her demeanor in front of Su Yen, however, gave her hope that the girl would flourish in the future. Su Yin smiled. You're a wonderful teacher. We will come back to visit you often. Sure. I'll take you seriously, the teacher replied. After exchanging farewells with the teachers and expressing her gratitude, the two finally exited the private room. I noticed how those boys from your class looked at me just now, Su Yin said as he pressed the elevator button. I thought they were going to rush over and force me to drink. Having spent considerable time with Wen Ning, Su Yin was beginning to forget that she was the cool and distant campus beauty at school. It was evident that there was a significant contrast between her private persona and her public one. Wen Ning still felt a bit unwell, swallowing hard to suppress the discomfort. Are you feeling that bad? Yes, she replied, rubbing her flushed cheeks. Is my face very red? A bit. Where do you want to go now? Concerned about her catching a chill, Su Yin took out his phone to call for a ride. Where? Wen Ning pondered for a moment. I want to go home. All right, I'll send a message to your family and then we can head to my place. On the way, Su Yin stopped to buy some medicine. Once they arrived, he settled her on the sofa and opened a window to let in some fresh air. Feeling more comfortable? Still a little. Wen Ning shook her head vigorously, glancing around. Where's Tong Tong? She's south at my parents' place for a few days. So, the little one wants tea there, leaving just the two of them? Wen Ning cautiously touched her face. In truth, opportunities for her to be alone with Su Yin were rare, as Tong Tong usually accompanied them. Su Yin approached her, rolling up her sleeve to check, then squatted down to examine her cheeks. You shouldn't have touched alcohol. Who made you drink? I just accidentally. Wen Ning explained the events of the day. Su Yin frowned. Why didn't you just spit it out? It didn't feel right with the teacher there. Su Yin pondered for a moment. Well, at least you remembered to call me, so you're not entirely foolish. Wen Ning remained silent. Perhaps it was psychological. But after Su Yin brought her home, she indeed felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Take your medicine first. Su Yin poured some hot water and retrieved a hangover remedy from the bag. Then sit and rest for a bit. After completing these tasks, he pulled out his phone and turned to head into the kitchen. Soon, Wen Ning could hear the sound of something cooking along with Su Yan's voice on the phone. I've never done that before. How could I know nothing? Aren't we learning? It's nothing serious, she asked right beside me. Honey and orange peels, right? Just give me a moment to find them. Unable to resist her curiosity, Wen Ning tiptoed to the kitchen door and leaned against it to watch. Su Yin hung up the phone and lazily began preparing the dish in his slippers. What are you making? She inquired, sniffing the air. A hangover soup. Su Yin glanced at her. My dad drinks, and my mom always makes this for him to protect his stomach. It helps him feel much better. You can make this? I didn't know how before, he replied casually. But now I do. Wen Ning sensed an underlying meaning in his words. The reason he hadn't done such things before was that no one needed him to. Before long, Su Yin turned off the heat and poured the remedy into a small bowl. He returned to the living room and sat back down on the sofa. Drink up. Wen Ning cradled the bowl, taking a slow sip before licking her lips in contemplation. Is it bad? It's good, sweet. Wen Ning blew on the steam rising from the bowl. It's just a bit hot. Su Yin watched her for a while, then swirl it around while you drink. Wen Ning huffed in mild annoyance. I'll blow on it to cool it down first. Sitting on the sofa, as she leisurely finished the soup, the flush on her cheeks gradually faded, which eased Su Yin's worries. Put the bowl down, wash your face, brush your teeth, and then rest. Seeing that she was no longer in any significant distress, Su Yin relaxed and leaned back on the sofa to play with his phone. Treasure this time. In half a month, I'll be moving out. Wen Ning was taken aback. You're not renting anymore? Well, what is the point after graduation? In truth, Wen Ning had visited this place very often before. Yet, for some reason, she suddenly recalled how he looked in the kitchen, clad in pajamas and slippers, exuding an air of lazy nonchalance while attentively caring for himself. It dawned on her that this was likely a scene she would only see many years later, after they had both settled into married life. Oh. Su Yin got up and went in his room, retrieving a small rabbit plushie. I said I would give this back to you after the exams. Wen Ning remained silent, not reaching out for it. She stared at the silly rabbit for a moment before speaking. Ah Yin. This was the first time Su Yin had heard her call him that. Once our scores are out, we'll align our choices and attend the same university in the same city. Isn't that what we agreed upon long ago? What I meant to say is, Wen Ning's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Once we complete our applications, we should take Tong Tong along early. And then perhaps rent an apartment? I still wish to spend more time with Tong Tong each day. In response to his subtly probing gaze, Wen Ning endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, extending one finger from each hand. We could rent 2 rooms, splitting the rent equally. Yet, Su Yin was not particularly astonished. Instead, he regarded her with a knowing glint in his eyes. Was this not a matter we had already deliberated? One cannot deny that when Ning's pure and delicate features combined with her slightly aloof gaze become increasingly captivating with each glance. When did we ever come to an agreement? When Ning felt somewhat dazed, recalling haltingly, what I mentioned previously was that we should only cohabitate after entering a relationship, right? Isn't that tantamount to consent? Su Yan's tone was nonchalant, yet undeniably arrogant as he playfully shook the tail of the rabbit doll. Aside from me, whom else do you wish to date? Chapter 56. Bringing a family member indeed. This statement left Wen Ning at a loss for words. Both of them were acutely aware of the unspoken truth. Given their current attitude towards Tong Tong, embarking on a romantic relationship was merely a matter of time. Wen Ning lightly patted her cheeks, deciding to abandon the topic as she prepared to freshen up. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of alcohol or some other reason, but she felt an unusual warmth on her face and ears that evening. Upon exiting the bathroom, she discovered that Su Yin had already arranged the blankets on the sofa. Why not just sleep in the room tonight? Wen Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Su Yin had gone out of his way to pick her up, visited the pharmacy for medicine, and prepared a hangover soup. It seemed unfair to make him sleep on the sofa. No need, Su Yin replied, glancing at his phone. Let us wait until the day I can openly sleep in your room. Wen Ning hesitated, sensing he might have misunderstood her. I meant I could sleep on the sofa. Su Yin finally raised his gaze, teasingly asking, what if I sneak out in the middle of the night to do something mischievous? You are not that kind of person. Not in the past, Su Yin chuckled softly, but you may want to ponder what that implies for the future. Wen Ning felt her heart flutter at his familiar banter. Ultimately, Su Yin took to the sofa, while she retreated to her room, closing the door behind her and burying her face in the blankets. Ever since introducing Su Yin to her mother, the dynamics between them had shifted rapidly. Wen Ning was not particularly prone to whimsical thoughts. Yet she found herself reminiscing about their first encounter, her mind drifting to the present. Time slipped away until, amidst the occasional sound of footsteps in the living room, she finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Su Yin awoke to find it was nearly 9 o'clock. After checking his phone, he sat up to see Wen Ning seated at the dining table, breakfast laid out before her. She was quietly engrossed in her phone, not making a sound. Why didn't you wake me? Su Yin ruffled his hair. I set an alarm. Well, Tong Tong has been here, and she's gotten me into the habit of eating breakfast every day. Even though she is not around these past few days, I've retained the routine, he explained. When the alarm went off, I turned it off for you, Wen Ning said, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at him. You've been staying up late recently. I wanted you to get a bit more rest. Su Yin glanced at the breakfast spread. Did you go out to buy this? Yes, it's still warm, she replied. Have you eaten yet? Wen Ning nodded. I was a bit hungry. I didn't wait for you after not eating enough last night. Oh, I see. Su Yin finally stood up. Do you have any plans for today? None. Wen Ning thought for a moment. My dad called this morning and expressed a desire to meet you. During this phone call, Wen Ning and Wen Qiming had shared many thoughts, but ultimately it was one sentence from her that rendered her father speechless. Dad, I've already taken him to meet Mom. Your father? Su Yin pondered. Choose a time and let me know. Why are you so calm? Wen Ning couldn't help but inquire. My stepmother and Wen Qiong may also be there. That's just fine, Su Yin said as he stood to wash his face. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with them as well. His composed demeanor eased Wen Ning's apprehensions. Su Yin had always handled matters with remarkable tranquility. If he was willing to meet, then surely there were no issues. After washing up, Su Yin returned to the table to begin his breakfast. He bit into a bun and remarked, I have a graduation banquet tonight. Wen Ning, ever perceptive, asked, Are you going to drink? Su Yin considered it for a moment. Undoubtedly. For boys, unless in special circumstances, drinking is customary. Especially with my good friends Shen Hao and Li Yuyu present. There is no escaping it. I see. Wen Ning grasped her cup, feeling its warmth as she pondered deeply. The graduation banquet. It would be filled with his teachers, friends from high school, and classmates. It symbolized the definitive end of one of life's most significant phases. Su Yin, not dwelling on the matter, continued to eat quietly. Wen Ning hesitated, then softly called out, Ah Yin. He glanced at her. Tonight. After a long pause, Wen Ning cautiously asked, May I accompany you? Su Yin appeared genuinely surprised. You wish to go? It's not that I can't bring a guest. After all, it's reserved at Yuyu's family restaurant, and she could easily arrange an extra seat. But aren't you usually not fond of such events? True, Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft and delicate. But this time, I genuinely want to attend. Why is that? Well, Wen Ning touched her face, momentarily at a loss for words. Because of Tong Tong's presence. We've known each other for over a decade. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. The future Tong Tong envisions, as a 30-something Wen Ning can only glimpse through graduation photos of Su Yin as a high school student. Thus, I feel that if I miss this graduation, I would surely regret it later. I want to experience all the things she couldn't do with you. To witness firsthand how you evolve from a spirited youth into a composed, mature man. Wen Ning bit her lip. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Su Yin set down his bun, his gaze momentarily pausing. However, what role will you assume while attending? Well, Wen Ning earnestly contemplated for a moment. What do you think? Su Yin could not suppress his laughter. I believe that having the illustrious Wen, the campus belle, accompany me to the graduation banquet. Others would only perceive you as my girlfriend. While it was relatively rare for guests to bring their significant others to graduation banquets, it was not unheard of. Then, any title will suffice. Whenever Wen Ning's emotions surged, she instinctively licked her lips, as if trying to mask something. Why should I care what others believe? I'm not attending for them. Su Yin chuckled heartily, eliciting a feigned annoyance from Wen Ning, who eventually relented with a nod. All right. He picked up his phone and sent a voice message on WeChat. Yu, please add an extra chair beside me tonight. Li Yu quickly replied, What's up? Want to bring a guest? Chapter 57. No drinking to excess at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yin and Wen Ning arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Li Yu stood casually on the stone steps, scrolling through her phone. When she saw the two of them together, her expression was not one of surprise. She had anticipated their arrival when Su Yin sent her a voice message. I was just waiting for you. Her gaze fell upon Wen Ning. You look stunning today. Sorry to interrupt you, Yu. Wen Ning replied with a slight smile, feeling a bit fond of the girl. School bell Wen, may I sit beside you today? Li Yu pointed at Su Yin. I'm very good friends with a Yin, and in a sense, I've played the role of matchmaker for you too. Haven't Ti? She had been the one running back and forth whenever they needed to exchange something. No need for that. Wen Ning quickly waved her hand. Just call me Wen Ning. The three of them ascended the stairs together. Even before entering, the lively atmosphere from the private room was palpable. They had already ordered dishes in advance, and some boys were already scurrying around with bottles of alcohol. Chen Hao sat on the sofa with a group of boys. When a Yin arrives, each of you should go over and have a drink with him. Chen Hao instructed in a low voice. We can't let him escape today. Got it? Sure, Haozi. One chubby boy chuckled, even getting your own brother drunk. We all came alone, but he brought a +1. Chen Hao raised his chin. If we don't drink with him, who else will? Speaking of which, have you seen the girl Su Yin brought? Yeah. He hasn't been close to any girl for 3 years in high school. Turns out he was hiding one at home? Chen Hao chuckled. You've all seen her. Who has seen the school bell one? Her photo has been hanging on the academic excellence wall for years. The chubby boy pondered. But if we get a Yin drunk, who will take him home? Why worry about him? He has a girlfriend. Chen Hao clapped the boy's shoulder. Getting drunk is the best. When they get married, you all can sit at the main table. The boys on the sofa exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. So when Su Yin arrives, should we go over and drink with him? Wait until a Yin sits down and eats something first. Drinking on an empty stomach isn't good for the stomach, Chen Hao remarked, somewhat displeased. I'm just looking out for my good brother. As they spoke, the door swung open. When Wen Ning and Su Yin stepped inside, every gaze in the room fixated on them, including the girls. All eyes were on Wen Ning. Despite her minimal makeup and simple attire of a t-shirt and jeans, she radiated an allure reminiscent of a character from a television drama. Only Chen Hao noticed Su Yin standing beside her. Damn, these two actually make a fine pair. Amidst the many gazes, Wen Ning felt slightly shy, though not overwhelmed. She tugged at Su Yan's arm. Once everyone noticed Su Yan, who was smiling nonchalantly beside her, they snapped back to reality. Wait, Haozi, you didn't tell me it was Wen Ning. Su Yan, your girlfriend is the school belle? One bolder girl inquired. How come we've never seen you two together before? I've seen them. Class monitor Zhang Ruoxuan timidly raised her hand a few months ago. Stop staring. Su Yan chuckled. Don't hold on to that thought. The boys erupted into a chorus of playful boos, and the once quiet room buzzed with noise once more. Now, even those who initially hesitated to drink were resolute. Tonight, they must get him drunk. Wen Ning sensed that the atmosphere among the ordinary class seemed more vibrant than that of the elite class. Perhaps it was because both boys and girls felt more relaxed. Su Yin led Wen Ning to a table at the back, where Li Yu had intentionally saved a few spots. Unlike the elite class, the graduation banquet for Su Yan's group was less formal, with no strict separation between tables for boys and girls. Friends simply gathered at tables together. Su Yin and Wen Ning sat side by side, with Li Yu on Wen Ning's other side. Chen Hao plopped down next to Su Yin. We brothers need to drink a lot today. Such opportunities will be rare in the future. Sure, Su Yin smiled, as long as we can go home. He and Chen Hao had been classmates since elementary school, all the way through high school. But now that they were heading to college, they would likely be parting ways. Future meetings would probably only occur during holidays. After a few minutes, the dishes began to arrive. Just as Su Yin was about to fill his stomach, a boy carrying a beer bottle approached. Everyone here is single, but you brought a +1. He raised his glass. I hope that at the next reunion, you both can come together again. Su Yin chuckled. When is the next time? It might be hard to find another. He laughed. Then I wish you both stay together. Su Yin glanced at Wen Ning. She lowered her head, sipping her juice, saying little. Thank you, Su Yin replied, standing up with his glass. Just a bit of beer will do. If I pass out, she won't be able to handle it. After they clinked glasses and drank, Su Yin had just sat down to take a few bites when another group of boys approached, even with a few eager girls among them. When Ning had expected such a crowd to come over. She quickly wiped her mouth and took Su Yin's glass. Let me pour for you. You're pouring him drinks already? Li Yu teased. Who listens to whom between you two? When Ning pursed her lips, usually, I listened to him. The others couldn't help but exclaim, both envious and teasing. Su Yin, how did you manage to win her over? Seriously, you've quietly taken the school's white moonlight away. Noticing her amiable demeanor and gentle personality, which starkly contrasted the rumored coldness of the school belle one. Some classmates began to feel bolder. Su Yin turned to look at Wen Ning. I didn't pursue her. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, then rephrased. Well, I haven't started to pursue him yet. Wait, a yin, Li Yu exclaimed, somewhat stunned. You haven't started pursuing her, yet you brought her to the graduation party? Are you waiting for Wen Ning to chase you? Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not that oblivious. Before he could say more, he noticed Wen Ning hesitating. Actually, she bit her lip. I didn't say it's impossible. As soon as those words left her lips, the room fell into an unexpected silence. Even Li Yu looked bewildered. The impact of this statement from the school belle one was quite significant. Wen Ning remained composed, leaning in to pour Su Yin more wine. Su Yin lowered his voice. You really know how to maintain my dignity in public, don't you? Are you pleased now? Wen Ning squinted playfully, whispering, but if you get drunk, be prepared to kneel on the washboard when we get home. Chapter 58. I did not deceive you. As the night unfolded, Wen found himself unaware of how many glasses he had consumed. Waves of toasts came his way, with even some of the less enthusiastic drinkers joining in the revelry. The atmosphere was filled with well wishes. Wen Ning observed that although the academic performance of the class might not be particularly stellar, the camaraderie and warmth were palpable. By the time it was past 9, many had already departed, leaving behind a scattered few in the private room, creating a tranquil silence after the earlier exuberance. Fill it up, Ian. Chen Hao rejoined Wen at this moment. Let us have a drink. I'm not taking advantage of you. I've had my fair share too. What about you? Li Yu appeared somewhat preoccupied that day and had also indulged quite a bit. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered, cheers. Chen Hao glanced at Wen Ning and inquired, where's your partner? She cannot drink. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Wen spoke slowly, yet remained coherent. I'll cover her share. All right then, Chen Hao chuckled, lifting his glass towards Wen Ning. This guy can be quite stubborn at times, but he is genuinely good-hearted. He reflected. He enjoys gaming and tinkering with his programming, staying up late. After university, please look after him. Wen Ning nodded. I will. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of Chen Hao's personality. He had an innate charm with the ladies, was extroverted, and had a multitude of ambiguous relationships. Wen had remarked that Chen Hao was fond of attractive women, yet throughout the evening, he hadn't so much as glanced at Wen Ning or exchanged a word with her. Now, she could comprehend why Wen deemed Chen Hao a suitable friend. You sound like my ex-wife, Wen teased. Chen Hao clicked his tongue. Ex-wife? If I were a woman, do you think Wen Ning would stand a chance? That's quite repulsive, Wen conceded. Chen Hao pondered that imagery, swallowing hard. Li Yu, cradling her cup, burst into laughter. Didn't you used to call in on his second mom when you were young? Wen Ning could only remain silent, as Wen and Chen Hao continued their revelry. Chen Hao remarked, last time your mom invited me over, she said she wanted to introduce me to a little one. You've met her before. It's Tong Tong. That little girl? Is she really your cousin? I suppose so. They didn't bother with glasses, simply clinking bottles as they conversed. As the number of empty bottles piled up before him, Wen Ning grew concerned and tugged at his sleeve. Take it easy. Don't mind them. Just enjoy today. Li Yuyo sipped daintily from her cup, already swaying slightly. In a bit, I'll have Dad book us a room upstairs. Wen Ning turned to support Li Yuyo. Yuyo, you should drink less too. I'm not happy. Li Yuyo nearly buried her nose in her cup. I really can't bear it. Why must I graduate? ISNT graduation a good thing? Yes, but it means I have to part ways with I and them. Wen Ning found it hard to grasp the profound bond between the three, yet she felt an earnest twinge of envy. Growing up together was indeed a precious experience. Make sure to treat Ian well. Li Yuyo's eyes glistened. Yes, wonderful. Whenever I was bullied as a child, he always stood up for me. Meanwhile, Chen Hao set the bottle down on the table. And what about me? Do I not matter? You. Li Yuyo regarded him for a moment, her voice nasally. Who are you? I'm your Chen Hao brother. Who else would I be? Chen Hao brother. Li Yuyo pondered for a long while, her expression sullen. Why do you share a name with my dog? Chen Hao was uncertain whether it was the alcohol or irritation that clouded his mind, feeling himself becoming lightheaded. Fine, even inebriated, you still remember Chen Hao as a dog. Chen Hao brother. I feel nauseous. Li Yuyo's throat rolled as she glanced around. It's the last day of high school, and I still have to take care of you. Chen Hao stood up, swaying slightly. I'll take you. Where's the restroom? I forgot. You're asking me about your family's restaurant? Can I throw up on the floor? That's too embarrassing. No. I fear I won't hold it back. Can I throw up on you? I just bought this shirt yesterday. Chen Hao walked over, grasping Li Yuyo's arm. His steps unsteady as he guided her to the restroom. Although it was merely beer, too much would still take its toll. Xuyin sat in contemplation, sipping the remnants of his bottle. You shouldn't drink alone. Wen Ning could no longer tolerate it and snatched the bottle away. How can you drink so much? Since their acquaintance, he had always appeared remarkably composed and steady. This was her first glimpse of him in such a state. Xuyin seemed somewhat dazed and slow to respond. I need to use the restroom. Observing him struggle to rise, Wen Ning felt uneasy. She promptly stood beside him. I'll help you. You can go in by yourself later. I'm not drunk. Xuyin managed to stand steadily, albeit with difficulty. I just can't see clearly. Wen Ning ignored him, moving in to grasp his arm. If you truly can't stand, lean on me. Whereas Tong Tong? I haven't seen her in ages. Wen Ning was taken aback that he still thought of their daughter at this point. Just 2 days. Tong Tong is at home. Why didn't she come? She said her dad is a drunkard. Xuyin's posture straightened at once, turning to her. Then, I won't drink anymore. Wen Ning found it both amusing and exasperating. Your precious Tong Tong is coming back tomorrow to take graduation photos with us. Xuyin regarded her intently. So you were lying to me. I did not deceive you. You did. As Xuyin was led outside, he murmured, Tong Tong wouldn't dislike me. Wen Ning found it puzzling how a person with high emotional intelligence could become so bothersome when intoxicated. Yet, she couldn't help but find it rather amusing. However, she resolved not to allow him to drink so excessively again. This is the last time. I meant, Tong Tong thinks her dad is a drunkard. Tong Tong never said that. She did. I just called her. Since we met, when have I ever lied to you? You have lied. Xuyin focused on her face. You just said you wanted to pursue me. I don't believe it. Wen Ning paused, slowly turning her head. I didn't You didn't say it? Xuyin pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat disoriented. I must have misremembered. Wen Ning remained silent, guiding him forward. After they had walked a considerable distance, she could no longer suppress her laughter, the soft sound escaping her lips like a gentle breeze. I did not deceive you. Chapter 59. Perhaps I should pursue you after indulging in some drinks. Su Yin was not overly boisterous. He merely tended to be more talkative than usual. Upon washing his hands and freshening up at the sink, he sauntered out at a leisurely pace. Wen Ning was still waiting outside, and she observed Su Yan's complexion, noting it had improved significantly since earlier, which gradually eased her worries. Upon returning to the private room, Li Yuyu and Chun Hao were already lounging on the sofa, clearly inebriated. After Wen Ning settled Su Yan onto the couch, her phone rang. Your father has business matters at the company today. Should I come to pick you up? The voice of Xiao Ziqin came through the line, sounding somewhat distant. Wen Ning glanced at Su Yan, who was squinting, hesitating for a moment. Though he seemed fine, a nagging concern lingered in her mind. If I don't reply, he might think I'm ignoring him, she mused. Xiao Ziqin's tone was rather curt. I'll bring you some clothes. No need, Auntie. Don't you have your graduation photos tomorrow? Your uniform is still at home, and you didn't shower yesterday, did you? Xiao Ziqin's speech was succinct. Just give me the address. After ending the call, Wen Ning sat with Su Yin for a while longer before finally rising to head downstairs. A few minutes later, Xiao Ziqin parked by the roadside and approached with a backpack in hand. "Thank you," Wen Ning said softly. Xiao Ziqin regarded her for a moment before handing over the bag. "Your father and I will take a leave tomorrow to accompany Cheng Qiong for your graduation photos and to meet that boy." "All right, I will inform him." The two stood silently on the steps outside the restaurant for a while. "Since he has met your mother, I shall refrain from saying much." Xiao Ziqin was the first to break the silence. "But you are beautiful and gentle. Please take care of yourself." Her voice trailed off, a hint of complexity in her expression. Ultimately, she shook her head. "Forget it. It's nothing." Wen Ning pressed her lips together. "I understand." Xiao Ziqin arrived quickly but departed just as swiftly. It was clear she wished to impart something, yet the words remained unspoken. Wen Ning stood for a moment, watching until the taillights vanished, before making her way upstairs with the backpack. Inside the room, everyone had already dispersed, leaving only Su Yin on the sofa, eyes half closed, appearing rather fatigued. "Where are they?" "Aunt Fu. Yu Yu's mother took them upstairs." Su Yin placed a room card in her hand. "I'll wait for you to go up together." When Ning clutched the card, her expression slightly puzzled. Is it really that natural to share a room? However, she said nothing further and led him up to the room indicated by the number. The room was immaculate. A double occupancy with 2 sets of pajamas hanging on the wall. It was evident that Li Yuyu's mother had made suitable arrangements, perhaps indicative of considerable life experience. Even for the closest of couples, having separate beds was sometimes necessary. "Do you want a shower?" Su Yin sat on the bed, nonchalantly replying. "I'll just sit for a while. Then I'll go first?" Wen Ning sniffed her sleeve, then proceeded to boil a kettle of water. "If you wish to drink, help yourself to pour it out to cool." "Okay." Wen Ning, still feeling somewhat uneasy, glanced at him once more before retreating into the bathroom. She shut the door behind her, a sense of inexplicable nervousness enveloping her. After a moment of gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she retrieved a white undergarment from her backpack, preparing to lift it off with both hands. Suddenly, she realized something. After a while, the bathroom door swung open again. When Ning peered out, her cheeks flushed, the door, ISNT locked. Su Yin struggled to open his eyes. "I know. I was just reminding you, not trying to inform you of something." Noting his demeanor, Wen Ning slowly closed the door once more. As the sound of running water filled the air, Su Yin lifted his eyelids. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, his throat felt parched, prompting him to move to the table for a drink. After downing a glass of warm water, he began to contemplate the events of the evening. When Wen Ning emerged, Su Yan's gaze lingered on her for an extended moment. Having just bathed, her hair was still damp, and the steam had given her cheeks a noticeable flush. She appeared unusually languid. Sitting at the table, she held a comb in one hand while using a hairdryer to dry her hair. Upon realizing Su Yin was watching her intently, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Su Yin remained silent, taking a large gulp of water. His head felt fuzzy, and fatigue threatened to close his eyes. When Ning instinctively licked her lips, "Do you remember what I said to you tonight?" "Huh?" Su Yin's expression was one of confusion. "What?" When Ning felt a wave of inexplicable exasperation as she slowly dried her hair. "It's nothing. You should go take your shower." Having never been in a relationship or harbored feelings for anyone, she often felt shy in Su Yin's presence, revealing her bashful nature. Some things were difficult for her to articulate. Unfortunately, it seemed he was genuinely intoxicated, and by morning, he might not remember a thing. "You said." Su Yin pondered for a moment. "You wanted to pursue me." "Oh." Wen Ning's tone was remarkably calm and natural, yet the flush on her cheeks was creeping down to her neck. "Did I say that?" "You did." Su Yin's thoughts were sluggish due to the alcohol, but I remember Tong Tong saying, "It was the father who pursued the mother. Isn't that right?" When Ning felt her ears heat up, her fingers playfully scratching the edge of the table, producing a delicate scratching sound. "You pursue me." Su Yin squinted, contemplating for quite a while. "Perhaps it's best to let it be." When Ning's expression faltered, her pressed lips gradually straightened, her voice turning somewhat frosty. "What do you mean?" Su Yin ignored her, his eyelids drooping. The effects of the alcohol seemed to be returning, rendering him drowsy. "Don't fall asleep." When Ning was genuinely irritated, she reached out to grasp his face, pulling it to either side. "Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you drank. Clarify your thoughts." "What do you mean by let it be?" When Ning pinched his cheek firmly. "Well, you are rather shy. And then, do you prefer someone with thicker skin? Worried you dawdle and take forever to decide." Su Yin struggled to open his eyes, his speech fragmented. "Perhaps I should take the lead." Chapter 60. No pursuits when Su Yin fully regained consciousness. It was already the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the room in a serene glow. He slowly sat up, rubbing his temples. It seemed he had indulged excessively in drink the previous night, consuming one round after another without respite. However, it had not reached the point of blackout. He could still recall some fragments of the evening, particularly the moment when Wen Ning had guided him back to rest. After a brief moment of composure, he turned his gaze to the adjacent bed. Wen Ning was still in repose, curled up under the covers, her figure gently rising and falling. Only half of her head was visible, her lustrous black hair cascading over the pristine pillow, with her delicate lashes utterly still. Su Yin reached for his phone to check the time. Indeed, it could be said that drinking had its consequences. After rising, he donned his slippers and approached Wen Ning. It was time to wake her. They had graduation photos to take in the afternoon. Wen Ning scrunched her nose, her sleepy eyes barely lifting as she struggled to shake off the remnants of slumber. "Don't bother me," she mumbled, swatting Su Yan's hand away. Just 10 more minutes. She had stayed up late the previous night, only climbing into bed after Su Yin had finished his shower and fallen asleep. Unfortunately, the unfamiliar surroundings had made it difficult for her to drift off. And due to Su Yin's earlier remark, she had not succumbed to sleep until after 3 in the morning. "Then you can go by yourself in the afternoon?" Su Yin pondered for a moment. "I'll go home to fetch my school uniform. Just make sure you don't miss the time. I'm so tired. I don't want to get up." Wen Ning replied, her voice a mere whisper of reluctance. "Graduation photos. You and Tong Tong can take them." "I want to go," she added dismissively. Su Yin could only reach out to pull the covers off her face. "But Tong Tong will cry," he insisted. At the mention of this, Wen Ning half opened her eyes, her expression sluggish as she contemplated his words. After a while, she sat up, looking somewhat displeased as she fixed her gaze on him. "I also want you to sleep a little longer," she retorted. Su Yin attempted to reason with her. "It's not like I'm deliberately disturbing you. You'll just have to get used to it." This usually gentle girl, so amiable in the mornings, was exhibiting quite the temper. "What will happen when we're married? Will I have to coax you every morning?" Wen Ning lifted her pillow and tossed it forcefully into his arms. "That's your fault. You kept me awake last night. Why are you so bothersome when you're drunk?" she added, her hair being swept back. "How can you repeat one phrase 10 times? Su Yin thought to himself, feeling inexplicably embarrassed as he placed the pillow back on the bed. "What did I even say?" Wen Ning shot him a glance but remained silent, getting up to slip her feet into her slippers and heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Yin paid little attention, brushing his teeth and washing his face beside her. Through the mirror, Wen Ning scrutinized him. "You really don't remember? I talked to you a lot yesterday." "Quite a bit," he replied nonchalantly. "Then tell me." She picked out some trivial remarks, noticing his lethargic expression and lack of significant reaction. After a moment's pause, she suddenly said, "You said you wanted to pursue me." Then, she observed his reaction intently. Su Yin contemplated for a moment. "What else? Why are you so calm?" "Oh, I remember that line." Wen Ning coughed lightly, and any residual annoyance from being awakened evaporated in an instant. The other details aren't important. After both had completed their morning routines, they shared a meal downstairs. Su Yin then returned home to change into his school uniform before they set off for school together. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Tong Tong was already waiting on the lawn of the playground. The little girl was dressed in a small white dress and matching shoes, her silky black hair cascading down her shoulders. Lin Hui and Su Minghui stood behind her, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. Su Lingling was nearby, capturing the moments with her camera. Upon spotting her parents, Tong Tong's porcelain-like face lit up with joy as she rushed over, a bouquet of flowers in hand. "Mommy, Daddy, these are for you." Wen Ning's expression softened as she bent down to inhale the fragrance. "They smell lovely." Has Tong Tong gained weight? Su Yin took both bouquets and placed them in Wen Ning's hands before lifting their daughter into the air, spinning her around. "Yes," Tong Tong pouted, pinching her soft little belly. "Grandma makes me delicious food every day." Lin Hui proudly raised her chin. "A yen," Su Minghui said, retrieving something from his pocket. "This is your graduation gift." Su Yin accepted it and looked it over. It was the household registration book of the Su family, clearly inscribed with the name Su Miaodong. "Is it already processed?" "Yes, it was done a few days ago," Su Minghui chuckled. "Your mother and I went to many places to obtain a birth certificate, even seeking assistance from numerous acquaintances back in our hometown." He did not elaborate further, but it was evident that the process had not been entirely smooth. Su Yin glanced at it. "So now Tong Tong is my sister?" "Yes, as a granddaughter. Her age doesn't quite match," Lin Hui added. "Your father and I can only do so much. When you and Wen Ning are capable, You can handle it yourselves. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle. Wen Ning gazed at the name Su Miaodong for quite some time, feeling as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. Are we still being polite? Lin Hui chuckled. Besides, Tong Tong is also our granddaughter. After taking photos of the students on the playground for a while, Su Lingling returned. Upon seeing her nephew and Wen Ning in their uniforms, her eyes brightened. Let me take some pictures of you and Tong Tong. Excitedly adjusting her camera, she exclaimed, who would believe that my daughter gets to graduate high school with her parents and even brings flowers? Su Yin and Wen Ning exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Auntie, how should we pose? Just like in Tong Tong's photo, she instructed. Su Lingling made a reassuring gesture. Let me capture a youthful family portrait. Great. Tong Tong beamed, nearly bouncing with joy as she dashed between her parents, holding one hand of each. As Su Lingling pressed the shutter, the scene was immortalized, a striking picture of Su Yin and Wen Ning in their blue and white school uniforms, with little Tong Tong in her white dress, encapsulating a moment that would remain cherished forever. Once the photos were taken, the family huddled together to review the images. On the soft grass, under the bright summer sun, Su Yin appeared relaxed and nonchalant, while Tong Tong radiated vivacity. As for Wen Ning, she stared at the photo for a moment, pondering, did I really smile that happily just now? Su Yin remained silent, his gaze lingering on the image of Wen Ning for quite a while. Clad in youthful, pristine school attire and sporting a lively ponytail, her smile unmistakably bore the essence of a devoted wife. Her slightly upturned eyes shimmered with warmth, and her soft, thin lips curved into a gentle, tender smile. After an indeterminate span of time, Su Yin suddenly declared, I'll check online when I get back. What for? For someone who has never pursued anyone before, this is a first. Chapter 61. Be better to her in the future after taking several family portraits. Su Yin and Wen Ning returned to their respective classes to join their teachers and classmates for graduation photos. As graduation approached, everyone was busy capturing memories with friends and classmates. During this time, many people approached Wen Ning for pictures, but she politely declined each request, maintaining a rather aloof demeanor in front of strangers. Xiong, take a photo with your sister. When Qiming had taken a day off to accompany his wife and youngest daughter, hoping to take pictures with their eldest daughter. It's so hot. When Xiong, sitting beneath a tree for shade, stuck out her tongue to cool off. Do I have to go? Just hurry up, Xiao Ziqin urged her daughter. Your sister will be off to university soon. You might not see her for a year. Well, if I don't see her, I don't see her. She doesn't want to see me anyway. Reluctantly, when Xiong stood up under her mother's insistence and sauntered over. Sis, happy graduation. May your future be bright. Shielding her eyes from the glaring sun, she added, let us wrap this up quickly. I want ice cream afterward. Should I treat you to one? When Ning shook her head, no, thank you, Xiong. After the two sisters finished their photos, the couple joined their eldest daughter for a picture. When Qiming observed his daughter's graceful demeanor in the photograph and felt a wave of nostalgia. Ning, it's rare for us all to have time together today. And Xiong doesn't he have to attend extra classes? When the moment was right, when Qiming smiled, let us invite him over for dinner tonight. Don't worry. Auntie and I want to make things difficult for him. Xiao Ziqin's gaze fell on her eldest daughter. I'll go buy some groceries soon. Prepare a little more. This plan had already been discussed between Wen Ning and Su Yin, so she readily agreed. On Su Yan's side, it seemed he also wished to introduce his parents to Wen Ning. After spending the entire afternoon together, Su Yin sent his parents and aunt off in a car, reminding them to send the photos to his phone before taking Tong Tong to find Wen Ning. Let us go to your house now. Should we take Tong Tong along? She should meet him at least once. Su Yin nodded. After all, he is her grandfather. I'd like to see your father's reaction. As for whether to mention Tong Tong, that could wait. He had already inquired about her. She had some contact with her grandfather, though they were not particularly close. Of course, this was not to say that when Qiming and Xiao Ziqin were unkind. Perhaps it was because the old Su family treated Tong Tong so well, showering her with affection and always prioritizing her needs. In comparison, it made her feel less intimate with them. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the familiar neighborhood. The one who opened the door was Wen Qiming, whose demeanor remained unchanged as he greeted Su Yin with warmth. You must be a Ning's classmate, right? Su Yin. Is it? The character for language? He had already asked his daughter about his name. Yes, Su Yin replied with a smile, offering a small gift. I didn't bring much. Just some tea and fruit for you. This was the first meeting between the two men, yet their expressions were calm and natural, resembling a typical encounter between elder and younger generations. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ziqin emerged from the kitchen, casting a slightly scrutinizing glance at Su Yan. Dinner will be ready shortly. You two sit and chat for a bit. After nodding, she returned to the kitchen. Her first impression of Su Yan was rather positive. He was tall and handsome, and his demeanor suggested he was a well-mannered young man, not at all nervous about meeting his partner's parents. When standing next to Wen Ning, they seemed to complement each other quite well. As for the rest, she would need to observe further. When Qiming's gaze shifted to Tong Tong, pausing momentarily. And this little girl is? Tong Tong looked up at him, her eyes blinking innocently. Daddy, she is Su Yan's sister, and we get along very well. Wen Ning explained, that's why I wanted to bring her to play. Well, that's fine. Ning hasn't brought anyone home to play before. Although when Qiming appeared puzzled, he observed the little girl a few more times but ultimately said nothing more, which left Wen Ning feeling a twinge of disappointment. In truth, Tong Tong bore a striking resemblance to Wen Ning as a child, especially her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder if it was inappropriate to think so. But she felt that if her mother were still alive, she would have recognized her granddaughter at first glance. Once they changed into slippers, they led their daughter into the living room. Ning. When Qiming hesitated before softly speaking, can we have a talk? Okay. They settled on the sofa, and when Qiming poured a cup of tea for Su Yan, his expression remaining gentle, Tong Tong nestled comfortably in Wen Ning's arms, quietly listening. Actually, Ning has always been a bit reclusive. I've never seen her so close to anyone. When Qiming began, you were the one she cared for in the hospital, right? She is very attentive and kind towards you. Yes, Su Yan nodded. I think she has a good temperament. She is just a bit stubborn, but overall, she is a wonderful girl. Wen Ning bit her lip, listening silently. She had always been solitary, preferring to keep to herself at school. When Qiming seemed to reminisce, she has been like this since her mother left. She often sits alone in silence. Qiong was frail as a child, frequently falling ill. When Qiming sighed softly, Auntie Xiao and I were constantly running to the hospital, sometimes staying all night. Ning became very obedient and mature during that time, doing her homework at home and warming meals. After school, she would even take the initiative to visit her sister in the hospital. Su Yan paused, his expression gradually growing somber. At that age, Wen Ning must have been younger than Tong Tong, having undergone such a tumultuous family upheaval, compounded by her sister's arrival. She was forced to sacrifice her share of paternal love during a time when she needed it most. In her childhood, when love and affection were paramount, she had already begun to shoulder responsibilities to avoid adding to her family's burdens. Meanwhile, Su Yan was still enjoying the carefree days of childhood, only to return home for a stern lecture from his parents. In the blink of an eye, Ning had grown into a young woman. When Qiming exhaled, if only Qiong had half your intelligence and maturity, Annie and I would be at ease. His youngest daughter was willful and mischievous, wanting everything she laid her eyes upon. When Ning lowered her gaze, actually, that's not true, Dad. When Qiming hesitated, Ning? I was not at all understanding as a child. When Ning spoke softly, I couldn't do anything right, yet I was afraid you would find out. As soon as she finished her sentence, an unexpected silence enveloped the living room. Even Xiao Ziqin, who had just emerged from the kitchen, paused in her tracks. When you and Annie Xiao went to the hospital with Qiong, I would often lock myself in my room and cry while doing my homework at home. There was one time I was reheating my meal, and I accidentally knocked the pot over, spilling everything Auntie Xiao had prepared for me. I was so frightened that I burst into tears. When Ning gently caressed her daughter's head and continued in a dazed manner, it took me a long time to tidy up afterward, and when you returned, I deceived you by saying I had already eaten. When Qiming's lips quivered, Ning. In the first grade, my rabbit doll was torn, and all the cotton inside fell out. When Ning's voice was slightly hoarse, I cried while holding the doll and went to find the old lady at the convenience store. She helped me stuff the cotton back in and sewed it up little by little. On my 10th birthday, you gifted me a crayon Shinchan hairpin. I loved it. But later, it was broken by Qiong. I told Aunt Xiao that Qiong didn't do it on purpose, but after returning home, I tried to glue it back for a long time, yet it never held. During middle school, I missed you so much that I couldn't bear it. So I wrote you a letter. In the end, I walked outside crying with the letter for an entire afternoon, unsure of where to send it. When Qiming's throat tightened, and his lips trembled. These were words his daughter had never shared with him, yet she had remembered them all. Father, I truly am not as understanding as you think. When Ning's eyes reddened, holding her daughter even tighter, I was just afraid you would think I was ungrateful, afraid you wouldn't want me. At some point, Xiao Ziqin sat beside Wen Qiming, equally at a loss for words. She had always thought their eldest daughter was a very mature and well-behaved child. Moreover, I am rather greedy. Wen Ning rubbed her swollen eyes, forcing back her tears. I simply cannot be neglected at all. I need someone to treat me well, to indulge me continuously, just like how you and mother used to. I am just an ordinary girl with ordinary desires, yearning for many, many things. Tears rapidly welled up in Tong Tong's eyes, her nose turning red, and she soon began to cry. Wen Ning used her sleeve to wipe her daughter's face. Why did Tong Tong cry first? Tong Tong's tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sad. In truth, Tong Tong is just like me. When I was little, I was also a child who couldn't stop crying. It's just that I didn't dare to let others know. Su Yin felt a dryness in his throat, finding it hard to breathe. If not for Tong Tong's appearance, he and Wen Ning might not have met for another decade. And these words, she too would keep buried deep within her heart, never to be voiced. Someone should treat her better. I will strive to be kinder to her in the future. Chapter 62. Fortunately, Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming found themselves at a loss for words. They felt a sense of reassurance that their eldest daughter was mature and capable of taking care of herself. At times, they unconsciously directed their attention towards their more willful youngest daughter. Yet, this perception was misleading. She had once been the center of the family's universe, much like Wen Qiong. When Wen Qiong returned home, she noticed several individuals seated on the sofa, enveloped in an oppressive silence. What was amiss? She plopped down on the sofa, her slouching posture betraying her casual demeanor. Why aren't we eating yet? I'm starving. Where have you been? At that moment, Xiao Ziqin glared at her youngest daughter. Feeling exasperated, do you not realize we have guests today? When Xiong cast a glance at Su Yan, her expression indifferent. If he stays, he might annoy me. Xiao Ziqin's head throbbed with frustration, her face clouded with displeasure. Xiao Ning, let's eat first. She chose to ignore Wen Qiong. Turning her gaze to her eldest daughter, do not blame your father. It is Annie's fault. I should have fulfilled my responsibilities better. That's not true. Wen Ning shook her head. You are right to care for Qiong. Xiao Ning. Wen Qiming's lips moved slightly. It is your father who has let you down. Compared to Xiao Ziqin, he was the one who instilled a sense of unease in their daughters. During dinner, conversation was scarce, with Wen Ning quietly serving food to Tong Tong. After the meal, Wen Ning assisted her stepmother in washing the dishes before taking her daughter to play in her room, while Su Yan conversed with the two parents on the balcony. Uncle Wen, Aunt Xiao, may I ask you something? Go ahead. She was so young at the time. Su Yan gazed out at the night sky below before turning back. Why not employ a gentler approach for her acceptance, or wait until she matures a bit more? Wen Ning's mother had passed away not long before Wen Qiming brought Xiao Ziqin home. During a time when the little girl was particularly sensitive, Su Yan did not demand unwavering loyalty in matters of the heart, yet he believed that the duration of such affections should not be so fleeting. After Tong Tong's arrival, Su Yan had assumed the role of a father, which made it difficult for him to comprehend the situation. This was a question he had long wished to pose to Wen Qiming. Xiao Ziqin sighed softly. Xiao Ning's mother had been ill for a long time, often hospitalized. Wen Qiming remained silent for an extended period. To afford her treatment, we sold our home and traveled to the capital for medical care. I borrowed heavily from various sources. Su Yan listened quietly, absorbing the weight of his words. In the end, Xiao Ning's mother passed away. Wen Qiming's voice grew heavy as he recounted. At that time, life was incredibly challenging for us. I had nothing, yet I was responsible for a daughter. Then I met Ziqin. She did not shun me, willingly sharing the burden of debt. In their most desperate moments, he recalled having less than 200 yuan in his bank account. Even the thought of buying a new dress for his daughter required him to linger outside the shop, contemplating for a long while. From that period, Xiao Ning had already shown remarkable maturity, never once asking for anything. This was also the reason why, even now, she meticulously considered every purchase, even something as simple as shampoo. Only after Xiao Ziqin joined their family, and with the birth of Qiong, did they gradually settle their debts and improve their financial situation. Thus, he had poured a great deal of care into both his wife and youngest daughter. Reflecting on it now, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Xiao Ning. Xiao Ziqin squeezed his hand gently. No more of this. I am the one who has wronged Xiao Ning. Su Yan remained silent for a while, observing the couple before him. After an extended pause, he finally spoke. Uncle Wen, if this were to happen to someone else, I might understand. Adults have their own struggles. But when it happens to her, I still feel a profound discomfort. Leaning against the railing, Su Yan sighed. He also wondered if, without Tong Tong's presence, she would have had to wait much longer for him. Wen Qiming swallowed hard. His words were quite candid. I am an only child from a happy family, where my parents are devoted to each other and the elders are in good health. Every relative has treated me well. Su Yin spoke slowly, earnestly articulating his thoughts. This has led me to act rather casually, as they largely indulge my whims. Wen Qiming and Xiao Ziqin listened intently. My father is just an ordinary man. He endured considerable hardship in his youth. Su Yin paused for a long while before continuing. He hoped that I could live a life of ease and happiness. The very essence of being a father is something he imparted to me. For me personally, if I were to have a daughter. Su Yin gazed into Wen Qiming's eyes. I would likely find it difficult to allow her to endure even the slightest distress. Wen Qiming remained silent for a long time, appearing somewhat defeated. Uncle Wen, I do not hold a position of excessive condemnation against you. Su Yin nodded. I merely find it difficult to harbor any fondness for you. And I am determined to do better for Wen Ning than you have. By the time they left the Wen household, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The distant streetlights cast a dim glow, and Wen Ning held her daughter's hand as they walked together along familiar paths. Wen Ning was uncertain about what had transpired between Su Yin and her parents, but upon exiting, the three of them exhibited distinct emotions. Even Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming encouraged Su Yin to visit again soon. However, it was evident that Su Yin's demeanor was somewhat off. He pocketed his hands, gazing distantly, lost in thought. Tong Tong still appeared a bit downcast, tightly gripping her mother's hand. What is the matter? Wen Ning tugged at him. Why the long face? What did you discuss with Dad? Su Yin turned his head to assess her. Wen Ning's eyes were slightly reddened, her expression tinged with concern. Nothing. I'll take Tong Tong home now. He took his daughter's hand and walked a few steps, then could not resist turning back to wave at Wen Ning, who stood still. Ning, come here. What is it? Wen Ning approached. What is going on with you today? I just feel a bit rattled. Su Yin looked at her for a moment before suddenly raising his hand to ruffle her hair, quite unapologetically. In the face of Wen Ning's bewildered expression, he tousled her hair until it became disheveled, then withdrew his hand. Fortunately, this affectionate gesture caused Wen Ning's heart to flutter. She instinctively held her head for a while before gradually processing what had just occurred. She licked her lips, her eyes involuntarily curving with a smile. Her voice unusually soft. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I met you now. I didn't have to wait long. Chapter 63. Then I must go. The results of the college entrance examination would be released in half a month. Having already estimated their scores in advance, the two were not particularly anxious. As usual, they cared for their daughter daily. On the day of checking the scores, Wen Ning deliberately visited Su Yin's home, and the two nestled on the sofa, gazing at the laptop before them. They first checked Wen Ning's score, which ultimately was 698. It was somewhat disappointing for her not to break the 700 barrier in the final year before the reform of the Gaokao in Jiang province. However, this year's exam papers were relatively more challenging. Compared to the mock exams, Wen Ning's provincial ranking might even be higher. She could still gain admission to the top tier of universities in the country. Next came Su Yan's score. Su Yan handed her the examination admission ticket and said, "Please check it for me." Wen Ning entered the score twice, but made mistakes both times. She deleted each character one by one and retyped it. Su Yan found it amusing. Why are you more nervous than I am? Wen Ning remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. The final result was 640 points. Wow. Tong Tong clapped her hands. Although she did not fully comprehend the meaning of the score, she was still very supportive. Wen Ning cross-checked the score several times and even pulled out her calculator to do some calculations. Finally, her tense expression began to relax. "Ah Yin, you were truly impressive," Wen Ning said with a joyful tone, tinged with a hint of reproach. This can easily discourage others. Raising her score by 50 points in 4 months was not merely a testament to hard work. This guy, indeed, was quite remarkable. Then came the most crucial part, filling out the college application. You should fill in according to your score, and let me see once you're done. Su Yin smiled. Then we can study it carefully to ensure we can be in the same city. Have you thought about what major you want to pursue? Wen Ning contemplated for a moment. I need to think it over. Unlike Su Yin, she had not exhibited exceptional talents in any particular area. Thus, choosing a major was a more challenging decision for her. Just choose what you like, Su Yin suggested. He took a photo of their scores and sent it to his family. A few days earlier, he had already added Wen Ning to the group chat, and now it was bustling with activity. Su Lingling and Lin Hui were discussing the children's scores. Although separated by a screen, one could feel their joy, especially since Ban Ban had also performed well. Su Minghui said nothing, but simply sent a red envelope. Written on it were the 4 characters, "Set sail." Su Yin. Thank you, Dad. He opened it to find that it was an exclusive red envelope meant only for Wen Ning. Su Yin paused for a moment. Precious daughter and son. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh and peeked at it too, perhaps to alleviate any pressure on her. The amount was not large, conveying more of a blessing. After thanking Uncle, Wen Ning happily accepted it. It wasn't that receiving the red envelope brought her immense joy, but rather, she relished the warm atmosphere of Su Yan's family. There was no sense of pressure in their interactions. In this small group, parents would directly share whatever they wanted. It was common to see Lin Hui posting adorable photos of their cat, Yuan Yuan. Well, the college entrance exam matters could be set aside for now. Su Yan tossed his phone into his pocket and suddenly changed the subject. But, Ning, you are so beautiful and outstanding. You will surely be the campus belle at university, and you'll have people pursuing you every day. You know me too well. Wen Ning instinctively scrunched her nose. If it's not a boy I like, I want to even bother to talk to them. No, that's not what I meant. Listening to this sounded a bit like a confession. In any case, Wen Ning was a girl who firmly held on to her beliefs. From first love to marriage. What I mean is, Su Yan reached out to pull Tong Tong onto his lap. Then he pinched their daughter's nose and murmured, before heading off to university, Dad needs to quickly win over Mom and make her my girlfriend. Dad, you must work hard. Tong Tong felt a little ticklish and sneezed. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly, her expression turning flustered. Tong Tong, would you like to go out to play with Dad tomorrow? Sure. Where to? How about Wuzhen? Have you been there before? Wuzhen was not far, a round trip. Including playtime, would only take 2 to 3 days, perfectly fitting into the summer vacation, allowing Tong Tong to enjoy an outing. Tong Tong pondered, raising her rosy face and thinking carefully. It didn't matter where they went. As long as Mom and Dad were there, she would be happy. Ning, do you want to come too? Do you want to take Tong Tong out to play? Wen Ning suppressed her unusual feelings and replied slowly, that's fine. I just happen to have a few days before my tutoring starts. I'll go home and pack some clothes. Su Yan looked at her for a moment, his gaze somewhat enigmatic. Why was this girl still, pretending not to hear? Although they were taking Tong Tong out to play, this time might be different than before. After a long pause, Su Yan finally spoke. What I mean is, I want to ask the girl I like to go out with us. Please give me an answer. You know, it's not easy for me to say such mushy things. The two fell into a sudden silence, neither speaking. Only Tong Tong looked back and forth between her mother and father with her big, shiny eyes. It was evident that Mom's face instantly turned crimson, a rosy hue spreading all the way to the little bit of collarbone that was exposed. This was the first time when Ning had heard those 2 words from his lips. One could also sense that Su Yan seemed a bit uncomfortable. It was his first time expressing such sentiments to a girl. After a long while, when Ning seemed to finally come to her senses, her face still rapidly warming. But I am Tong Tong's mother. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. How could I not be there when you take Tong Tong out to play? I just said, this time is different. I also haven't been to Wuzhen, and I've heard it's fun. If I don't go, I wouldn't be a Jiang province person. When Ning's responses became a bit scattered. Moreover, she had already begun to throw shade at those Jiang province people who had never been to Wuzhen. Indeed, she was a good girl. Does that mean you've agreed? Then, when Ning nervously licked her lips, unable to contain a soft gasp, I must go. Tong Tong was overjoyed. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she ran into her mother's embrace, wrapping her arms around her neck. Mommy, is that Wuzhen really as fun as you said? When Ning looked at her daughter's innocent and adorable expression, feeling a bit guilty, and softly replied, yes. What is so fun about it? Mommy hasn't been there either. When Ning lowered her eyes, took out her phone, and searched for a while. There are wooden boats, opera performances, ancient academies, and osmanthus cake. Tong Tong will definitely love it. Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. What else? When Ning focused on a recommendation for checking in at Wuzhen, which featured a renowned scenic spot, a small temple adorned with countless wish cards hanging from trees, courtyard walls, and railings, all bright red and exuding a festive air. And the Temple of the Matchmaker. Chapter 64. How long to chase thus? Although this time accompanied by Tong Tong, the underlying intention was indeed to engage in a date. Was it not? When Ning cast a couple of glances in his direction but remained silent, Su Yan, concerned that the girl might feel anxious and flee, began to slowly shift the topic. Speaking of which, my mother invited you over to our house a few days ago. Once we return, let us find a time to go together. It was only then that when Ning realized, I have yet to visit your home. Indeed, it would be appropriate to seize an opportunity to pay a visit to your parents. Neither of them brought up the idea of going out again. yet it was implicitly settled. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and Li Yuyu's college entrance examination results had been released. Their scores were slightly above the admission line, with a mere 10-point difference. Whether it was fate or mere coincidence, their connection had endured from kindergarten through university. In the upcoming days, these two would likely spend every moment together, filling out applications and selecting majors. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Su Yin's home together. Upon hearing that they would be heading to Wuzhen the following day, Li Yuyu's eyes visibly brightened. I have long wanted to go there. Chen Hao, feeling quite hot from the journey, deftly entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. To his surprise, he found 2 boxes of luscious strawberries, several bottles of fresh milk, along with some vegetables and meats. Chen Hao clicked his tongue, unable to suppress his astonishment. In the past, whenever I visited, the refrigerator was always brimming with cola. Assuming this was a purchase made by Wen Ning, he hesitated to take any directly, opting instead to pour himself a glass of cool water. Previously, visiting Su Yin's home felt like returning home. Now, life seemed to be deteriorating day by day. Having a girlfriend certainly makes a difference. Yu, do you wish to visit Wuzhen as well? Wen Ning engaged her from the sofa, her tone gentle and warm. Yes, I want to see the Temple of the Matchmaker. Li Yu nodded. I've heard it's quite effective. Many people go there to hang wish cards seeking love. And it's said to be the most effective matchmaking temple in the country, granting every wish. Although it could be mere hype from the tourist site. I've seen countless photos of those densely packed red wish cards online. How about we go together? When Ning pondered for a moment, just right, Tongtong enjoys lively places. Would it disturb you? Li Yu hesitated, adjusting her glasses. Perhaps it's better not to. It's fine. When Ning was not overly concerned. You and Su Yin share such a close bond. Wouldn't it be regrettable not to go together? Li Yu appeared visibly tempted. You believe in this? Chen Hao emerged from the kitchen with his cup. You don't strike me as a superstitious person. Well, I too wish for someone to like me and pursue me. Is there a problem with that? Li Yu frowned with determination. I'm also a girl, you know. It feels as though Chen Hao has never regarded her as a girl. In that case, Chen Hao scrutinized her thoughtfully. How about I accompany you? We can find a place to enjoy ourselves, so you want to feel like a third wheel beside the couple. Su Yin lounged languidly on the sofa, basking in the air conditioning. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. You? Li Yu scoffed. Others go to seek the matchmaker for love, and if you went, the matchmaker would think the Erling god had arrived. The celestial hound, right? Chen Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance, opting not to engage with her any further. Su Yin, let us head to the arcade for a while. Chen Hao placed his cup on the coffee table. How long has it been since we played games together? Now that exams are over, let us unwind a bit. Hearing this, Su Yin straightened slightly, glancing at Wen Ning. Let us go play. Wen Ning nodded. Her voice soft. Come home early. Tong and I will wait for you to have dinner together. It was evident that this fellow had been cooped up for too long. According to Tong, Dad adored playing games, yet Su Yin hadn't touched one for quite a while. At that moment, Wen Ning was reminded of the gaming console and discs he had sold. Her gaze lingered, contemplating for a brief moment. All right. Su Yin couldn't help but smile. I'll play for a bit, and then return. After the two boys left, Wen Ning took Tong to her room. After soothing her for a while and watching her gradually drift into slumber in the afternoon, she carefully closed the door behind her. Yu, would you like to stay for dinner with Chen Hao tonight? Wen Ning's voice carried a hint of amusement. Li Yu stuck out her tongue. Wen Ning, you are truly remarkable. Beautiful, academically accomplished, with such a gentle character. I can only imagine you cook splendidly as well. Where on earth can one find such a girl these days? By the way, Yu. At this juncture, Wen Ning paused, her voice softening considerably. May I ask you something? A question that had been troubling her for quite some time. What is it? Well, Wen Ning bashfully touched her face, then sat beside her. Do you know what it's like for a girl when she is being pursued by a boy? Li Yu gazed at her fair and exquisite face, somewhat taken aback. You are the school beauty, and you're asking me? Yes. Wen Ning instinctively tugged at her sleeve. I mean, what should a girl do when being pursued? In high school, someone did confess to her. But due to her aloof demeanor, she had never truly been pursued. She hadn't even interacted with boys much. Therefore, while spending time with Su Yin, she would sometimes feel nervous and embarrassed due to his actions and words. Consequently, she would unconsciously stiffen her expression, intentionally adopting a cool tone, attempting to conceal her emotions tightly within. Yet, such behavior seemed somewhat inappropriate. Oh, I understand. Ning Bao. Li Yu's expression brightened, breaking into a giggle. You mean being pursued by a boy you like, right? When Ning's ears flushed, and she remained silent. Li Yuyu considered it a splendid question. So, how would I know? I've never been pursued either. Why would you think to ask me? Of course. It could be that among the girls Wen Ning is close to, she is the only one. In truth, Wen Ning had researched online for quite some time, yet found no definite answers. Actually, if it were Su Yin, if it were a boy who liked you. Li Yuyu pondered for a long while. You don't need to deliberately learn from other girls. He likes you, not someone else. That sounds quite reasonable. Wen Ning bit her lip, contemplating for a while, before her brows gradually relaxed. She continued to inquire, what do you think? Is an appropriate duration for a boy to pursue a girl? What? I mean, how long should a girl take to respond for it to feel right? These are rather peculiar questions. Li Yuyu scratched her head. Perhaps half a month. A month. It still depends on the person and the level of affection. Some girls might intentionally prolong the chase, relishing that feeling, as during that time. It could be the best a boy treats her in his lifetime. Li Yuyu was quite well versed in surfing the internet. Although she hadn't experienced romance herself, she certainly had a repertoire of insights. Wen Ning appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend. So, you mean to say one should let him pursue for a bit longer? However, it seems rather unfair to the young man. Li Yuyu shook her head. Clearly harboring affection yet continuously withholding consent, dangling hopes before him, such behavior is rather unkind. What if it is overdone? And he mistakenly believes you do not harbor feelings for him? That would be unfortunate. It feels more challenging than a math problem. Wen Ning remained uncertain. I do not comprehend. Li Yuyu paused, taken aback. So Ning Bao. Do you wish for a yin to pursue you for a longer duration? Or would you prefer he swiftly wins your heart? I am not quite sure. Wen Ning cleared her throat softly. Well, being pursued by him would undoubtedly bring joy, but I fear that if he pursues for too long, it may become somewhat. Li Yuyu contemplated. In that case, wait until you can no longer resist the urge to accept him, then be with him. When I can no longer resist? What do you mean? Just now, he told me he wishes to pursue me. Wen Ning, her face slightly flushed, licked her lips. I found myself unable to resist the immediate desire to agree to him. Chapter 65. The Jade Rabbit wished token hello, Ning Bao. You seem a bit naive. Li Yuyu remained silent for a considerable time, her mind conjuring vivid images akin to those found in Japanese games. Just as the brave warrior grasped the sword, ready to confront the dragon, in the next moment, the princess returned from the dragon's castle, taking the warrior's hand and declaring, "Let us marry at once." It was utterly absurd. The first experiences shared with someone you cherish naturally evoke a sense of nervousness. Such reactions are entirely normal. Li Yuyu reassured her, this indicates your desire to present your best self. Just let things unfold naturally. Ning Bao pondered for a moment. But why did you hold back at that time? Li Yuyu, curious, replied, seeing how naive you are. I fear that after a few flirtations from Ah Yin, you might just end up having his child. That was my first experience of being pursued as well. Ah, do you also think that Ah Yin won't treat you as well in the future? Not exactly, Ning Bao hesitated. This might just be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't want to miss it. It is not merely a possibility, it is certain. However, Ning Bao felt too shy to voice it outright. In her eyes, the love letters and confessions received during high school hardly counted as courtship. They were more akin to harassment. What's wrong, Yuyu? You seem to understand quite a bit, huh? Li Yuyu's face fell. You too understand quite a lot, huh? You are experiencing your first pursuit, while I have never been pursued at all. I am merely an ordinary single dog. Why must I endure such torment? It is simply too cruel. It was surprising to see that her usually gentle nature could also be quite exasperating when she spoke. Li Yuyu disregarded it, reaching out to tickle her waist. I must take you away. Such a wonderful girl should not belong to Ah Yin. Ning Bao, a tad ticklish, blushed and dodged, saying, stop it. Nonetheless, it is truly delightful, Li Yuyu remarked enviously. The person you adore just happens to adore you back. Ning Bao was aware of her own situation with Chen Hao and knew that in the future, they would have a daughter named Minmin, who would become Tongtong's best friend. Yuyu, do you currently have someone you like? No, Li Yuyu replied decisively, shaking her head. Ning Bao contemplated. I think Chen Hao is quite fond of you. She did not intend to meddle in others' feelings but was somewhat concerned about her childhood friend. Fearing that with Chen Hao away at university, they might encounter unforeseen complications. Yet, as a male, it was not easy to inquire directly. Thus, Ning Bao thought to subtly help him gain insight. Li Yuyu was taken aback. Is Chen Hao even human? Fine. Ning Bao decided to act as if she had not asked. Just as Su Yin had said, the relationship between these two was not something others could interfere with. The two girls spent the afternoon chatting on the sofa, and by dinner time, the two boys returned. Make sure to practice more, Chen Hao said, appearing in good spirits. Why have you become so inept? Did your wife forbid you from playing? That's impossible, Su Yin replied, somewhat unwillingly. I'm just letting you have a turn. Chen Hao clearly did not believe him. What about your PS5? You used to play games far more fiercely than I did. Su Yin scoffed. The guy next door is 30, yet he spends every day lying around playing games and watching cartoons, with no girlfriend and no job. All right, stop it. Chen Hao interjected, feeling a bit nauseated by Su Yan's words learned from Lin Hui. However, Su Yan truly had not had much time to play games lately. During the day, he had to accompany Tong Tong and Ning Bao, and at night, he was busy coding to earn money. Once in university, expenses piled up, Tong Tong's tuition, living expenses, and future rent. Although Lin Hui and Su Minghui were assisting him, Su Yan, as a father, still hoped to handle as much as he could on his own. He indeed loved playing games, but it felt like a waste of time. You're back? Ning Bao, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. We've been waiting for you. Tong Tong and Li Yuyu were already seated at the dining table, waiting for the meal to begin. After washing his hands, Chen Hao sat down, gazing in awe at the bountiful spread before him. Su Yan, you are truly fortunate. When will I ever get to taste your cooking? Li Yuyu pouted. Go eat your own dog food. It must be said that Ning Bao's culinary skills were nothing short of exceptional. Even Li Yuyu, whose family owned a restaurant, found little to criticize in her home-cooked dishes. At her age, achieving such prowess was remarkable. She truly embodied the ideal type to bring home as a wife. After dinner, Li Yuyu and Chen Hao departed. Ning Bao did not hesitate and decided to stay behind. After all, they were destined to live together during university. It was better to adapt sooner rather than later. Before bedtime, the two sat on the sofa, perusing a travel guide for Wuzhen. However, their gazes lingered on the various images of the Moon Elder Temple for quite some time. Whether by coincidence or genuine interest, it was unclear. That night, Ning Bao experienced a peculiar dream. She envisioned a clear night, the Moon Elder Temple captured in her dream, along with a woman nearing 30. She wore a brown coat, her simple ponytail framing a face that, though mature, remained porcelain smooth and delicate, exuding an air of cold yet captivating beauty. She stood before a rather festive-looking small temple, its plaque inscribed with the words Eternal Union. Surrounding her was a bustling crowd, vibrant and lively. The trees, courtyard walls, and railings were adorned with countless wish tokens, their bright red hues radiating joy. After a long while, she stepped forward, making her way to the stall selling wish tokens, intent on purchasing one. An elderly woman stood behind the table, surrounded by a plethora of intricately carved red wooden tokens of various shapes. Would you like to buy a wish token? Yes. The woman selected one, taking her time before choosing a token shaped like a jade rabbit. I'll take this one. Oh, that one do. The elderly woman produced another jade rabbit, shaking her head in refusal. This jade rabbit pair is designed as a set. You cannot buy just one. You may look at others. The woman gazed at the jade rabbit wish token for a long while. Ultimately, she reached out, caressing the rabbit's ear, then placed the token back down. However, her voice remained cold. Then I shall forego it. Hey, dear, come back, come back. The elderly woman's heart softened at the sight of her. Never mind. If you want it, I shall sell it to you. The woman paused, her gaze softening slightly. Thank you. She paid and left, returning to the tree beneath which she had been standing. Then, with some effort, she tiptoed to tie the token's ribbon to the drooping branch. As the wind blew, the jade rabbit wish token, with its long ears, round eyes, and plump mouth, spun gracefully beneath the night sky. When Ning Bao awoke, the morning light was already faintly illuminating the room. Tong Tong remained fast asleep, drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Sitting up, she was drenched in sweat. Strangely, despite having awakened, the events of her dream remained vividly clear in her mind. In her dreams, there existed a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, yet appeared considerably older. Still, she retained her beauty, complemented by those captivating eyes. However, her expressions and voice were notably more aloof, emanating a distinct air of solitude and detachment. She resembled the version of herself that Wen Ning envisioned, one who had never encountered Su Yin at this age. Wen Ning tousled her hair, suddenly feeling an urge to catch a glimpse of Su Yin. She rose quietly, tiptoeing to the door, which she opened softly. To her surprise, she found Su Yin seated on the sofa, looking weary and somewhat unrest. He stifled a yawn, his demeanor languid. You're up quite early. Su Yin nodded. I had a dream, one about the matchmaker temple. Wen Ning couldn't help but exclaim, me too. Both of them paused, momentarily taken aback. You dreamed about it as well? Wen Ning hesitated. Is it a coincidence? It was as if she were observing, from a divine perspective, the world of Tong Tong, hanging like a jade rabbit she had purchased, perched atop the treetops. Su Yin scratched his head in confusion. The intricacies of time eluded explanation. Yet, with Tong Tong's appearance, they found themselves entwined with that future. If one were to occasionally dream of events from that realm, it was not entirely absurd, especially in comparison to the living Tong Tong before them. Indeed, some films depicted such scenarios, and the fact that both had dreamed of it made it all the more compelling. Su Yin preferred to believe this was a narrative from that future. However, at that moment, Wen Ning's curiosity was piqued by another matter. What did you dream about? The difficulty of the future Su Yin and Wen Ning coming together was likely magnitudes greater than the challenges faced by the two before her. With Tong Tong only privy to a fraction of it. I was alone, visiting that place, Su Yin pondered aloud, standing beneath the matchmaker temple. As he described it, vivid imagery began to unfold. A man stood idly before the small temple, gazing up at the wish tablet swaying and clashing in the wind among the tree branches. Countless couples nestled together, making wishes at the matchmaker temple. After a considerable time, he emitted a scornful chuckle. Eventually, when the crowd had mostly dispersed, he sauntered over to the stall selling the wish tablets. He lazily perused the selection, appearing somewhat disinterested. The elderly vendor rubbed her hands together. Do you not fancy any? Let me browse a bit more, since I'm here. It would be nice to take a memento. He sighed. Oh well, it's cold, and it must be tough for you too. I'll just take one at random. He casually picked up a jade rabbit-shaped tablet from the assortment. The elderly woman seemed momentarily taken aback. You want this jade rabbit tablet too? Why do you say two? This was originally a pair. Just now, a very beautiful girl bought one. I see. The man chuckled nonchalantly, not overly concerned. I just thought it looked rather lonely. Quite pitiable, in fact. Chapter 66. The matchmaker. As Wen Ning listened, she found herself lost in thought, connecting the tale to her own dreams. Such encounters seemed remarkably beautiful. Despite the absence of words exchanged or even a meeting, a peculiar fate bound them together, evoking a sense of destiny. In comparison to the future couple, her acquaintance with Su Yin felt more mundane and commonplace. It was through Tong Tong's appearance that Su Yin sought her out, making everything seem effortlessly destined. Indeed, they were two individuals who would inevitably fall in love, no matter when they met. With that thought, she decided to search for the pair of jade rabbit-shaped wish tokens. Su Yin paused momentarily, reflecting that having found hope all these years in advance was rather slim. The more likely scenario was that they might have to wait another decade to encounter those jade rabbits. Wen Ning pressed her lips together in silence. In the morning, they packed their belongings and embarked on their journey together. Wuzhen, a quintessential water town in Jiangnan, is often referred to as the last haven of water-dwelling families, boasting numerous scenic spots. Consequently, it attracted throngs of visitors, bustling with life. Li Yuyu quickly revealed her affluent nature, having pre-booked tickets for all the attractions. Although Wen Ning and Su Yin intended to calculate their expenses and transfer her the money, she firmly refused, asserting, "You didn't consider me a friend," thereby silencing them both. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Tong Tong, who, clad in a little white dress, skipped joyfully, her eyes sparkling as she alternated between holding her mother's hand and asking her father for a hug. In the afternoon, the four of them took Tong Tong to the Wuzhen Folk Museum, where they immersed themselves in local customs and culture. However, their primary interest lay in the Moon Matchmaker Temple in the Shijia scenic area. After dinner, as the lanterns flickered to life, they set off together. Li Yuyu preferred not to accompany Chun Hao to the Moon Matchmaker Temple, so they ventured towards the Balian Pagoda instead. The so-called Moon Matchmaker Temple was, in fact, a modest earthen structure draped in vines, indistinguishable from the one Su Yin and Wen Ning had seen the previous night. An elderly woman, familiar to them, stood outside selling wish tokens, her cheerful demeanor welcoming the young passers-by. Her health and vitality appeared to have significantly improved. Exchanging glances, Su Yin and Wen Ning turned their attention to the stall, which was adorned with an array of red tokens. "Wow, they're so beautiful," Tong Tong exclaimed. Su Yin smiled and engaged the grandmother. "How long have you been here?" The old lady scrutinized the two young people, her expression somewhat puzzled. "I can't recall. I've been selling wish tokens here since I was young, and it's been many years now." Wen Ning searched the stall for quite a while, and then gestured. "Do you have any jade rabbit-shaped tokens?" A pair of symmetrical jade rabbits holding two small pestles? Su Yin pulled up a similar image from the internet to show her. The old lady pondered briefly before declaring, I don't have any like that. Wen Ning could not disguise her disappointment. Oh, I see. Although the old woman was unsure why these two young people were so insistent on the jade rabbits, she remained warm and encouraging. Why not look for something else? These Pisces tokens are quite lovely too. Let me take a look. Thank you. Wen Ning and Tong Tong perused the stall for a long time, yet nothing caught their fancy. Should we consider buying something else? Let us wait a bit. Su Yan replied, shaking his head. Let us keep looking. Though they understood the chances were slim. Perhaps they would indeed have to wait another decade to reclaim the two jade rabbits that had been separated by fate. In the following 2 days, they lingered in the vicinity, taking Tong Tong to various attractions such as the Coin Museum, Woodcarving Museum, and the Ancient Opera Stage. It truly was a beautiful ancient town. Each night, they returned to the Moon Matchmaker Temple. Back again. After 2 days, even the old lady recognized them, greeting the young couple with a smile. Still looking for those jade rabbits? Wen Ning lowered her gaze. They're still not available today? Actually, the same types are displayed every day. The old lady replied with a sigh. No matter how hard you look, you probably won't find them. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what you hang. What's truly important is that you two are happy together. Wen Ning understood this sentiment perfectly. Nonetheless, she had developed a fondness for the jade rabbits. Perhaps it was merely a few vague images from her dreams, but she felt an immediate affinity upon seeing them. Once again, they found nothing that day. On the third evening, Su Yan and Wen Ning brought Tong Tong to the stall as usual. Tong Tong eagerly leaned over the table, helping her parents search. Grandma, do you have any little rabbits from the moon today? The old lady smiled kindly. Will you come again tomorrow? We'll be heading to Dongjia tomorrow. And then we might go home. Wen Ning replied with a light laugh, though her tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. If we can't find anything today, we'll choose something else to hang up. If we can't find it now, we can always come back with Tong Tong later, Su Yan said, turning to her. I'll accompany you whenever you wish, all right? Wen Ning's eyes sparkled, her voice soft. All right. The three of them spent a long time at the stall without making a selection. Once the crowd began to thin, Wen Ning gently patted Tong Tong's head. Why don't you help us choose one? If it's your choice, I like it too. But I also like the little rabbits from the moon. Hearing their exchange, the old lady couldn't help but chuckle. They had spent 4 days here. Yet she remained puzzled as to why this young couple was so persistent. Girls, come here, she beckoned them. Help me tidy up. And then I'll chat with you for a while. Sure, you sit and rest. We'll help you clean up. Su Yan and Wen Ning agreed without hesitation, assisting in packing the stall and loading the wish tokens onto the old lady's tricycle. Why are you so set on the jade rabbits? The old lady, appearing a bit weary, sat on a stone stool beneath the tree. You're the first to come here for 4 or 5 consecutive days. The entrance fee is quite high, you know. Su Yan chuckled. We both like them. Wen Ning added with a smile, exactly. The old lady observed them for a moment. That is wonderful. Su Yan and Wen Ning listened as she reminisced about her life. My stubborn old man has been making wish tokens. The old lady, tapping her legs, continued. He has been carving wood all his life. In his youth, he was encouraged to venture out and earn more money, yet he preferred to stay and carve. Her tone carried a tinge of nostalgia, as if recalling something deeply personal. What could I do? He has done it for a lifetime. And I've sold them for just as long. Now, he is finding it hard to keep up, and I'm struggling to sell them too. Soon enough, you might not find handmade wooden wish tokens anymore. Machines can make them quickly, but they can't compare to my husband's meticulous craftsmanship. Over the years, she had witnessed countless young people come and go. She continued languidly, many couples with strong feelings come here to hang their wishes, and numerous girls come crying, saying they have broken up with their boyfriends and wish to take down the wishes they previously hung. Wen Ning stood beside Su Yan, her gaze pausing momentarily. Would you feel regret for them? Perhaps. The old lady chuckled softly. When I see them toss the wishes they once hung into the trash, I can't help but wonder what emotions stir within me. Su Yan sincerely remarked, you truly are a matchmaker. I am not. I am merely an ordinary old lady. The old lady seemed amused by his words, laughing heartily for a while. But today, I wish to play that role. Su Yan and Wen Ning were momentarily taken aback. Then, they watched as the old lady took out a parcel wrapped in red cloth from her bosom. As she peeled away the layers, 2 smooth, polished wish plaques emerged. I had my husband craft them just as you described. The old lady squinted her eyes with a smile. What do you think? Tong Tong gasped. They are adorable, right? The old lady appeared quite pleased. They are a perfectly symmetrical pair. It took my husband quite a bit of effort. If I were to sell them, I could fetch a handsome sum. Wen Ning stood frozen, her eyes fixated on the 2 chubby jade rabbits. The two wish plaques were intricately carved in the shape of long-eared, round-eyed jade rabbits, cutely clutching two small mortars. My dear, do you like them? Wen Ning nodded eagerly. Grandma, would you be willing to sell them to me? Did I say I would sell them to you? The old lady carefully tucked the jade rabbits away again. How could I bear to sell such exquisite creatures? Wen Ning lingered in place, feeling somewhat flustered. After a moment, she tugged at Su Yan's sleeve, her tone soft. You must buy them. Ah Yan, I want this so much. Su Yan promptly took out his phone. Grandma, I will buy them no matter the price. No price will suffice. They are not for sale. The old lady finally burst into laughter at their bewildered expressions. Her joy reminiscent of childhood. Consider them a gift to you. Chapter 67. Hanging at the highest place, the elderly lady's smile was incessant, her face etched with deep wrinkles. Without hesitation, she handed a pair of wishing plaques to the two young individuals. She might have been an ordinary old woman, yet for Su Yan and Wen Ning, she was undeniably the connecting thread in their lives, both in the present and the future. Had it been someone else, this pair of jade rabbit plaques would have likely cost them several hundred yuan. She tapped her leg and stood up, saying, So, do not take the old lady's goodwill lightly. Over the years, she had witnessed numerous couples seeking fortunes, and upon seeing the young pair, she instinctively felt they were destined to walk together for a long time, although she couldn't quite articulate why. Wen Ning clasped the two wishing plaques in her hand, feeling their smooth, cool texture. Grandma, wait for me. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke softly. When I get married, I will definitely invite you and Grandpa. Why are you so shy? The old lady chuckled. Ah, youth is wonderful. With that, she added, when the time comes, come back here to find me. If you can't find me, then it means I am truly gone. Her smile was warm and gentle as she ambled away on her tricycle, the sound of its wheels echoing softly. Ever since I met you, my luck has improved tremendously. Wen Ning's eyes squinted with joy as she raised the plaques towards Su Yan. The people we meet are all truly wonderful. What about me? What about me? Tong Tong, feeling somewhat neglected, jumped up to snatch the plaques. Mommy has forgotten about me. It seemed that her parents had once again been captivated by each other, momentarily forgetting their daughter, a recurring theme. Yes, Tong Tong is indeed wonderful. Wen Ning quickly patted her daughter's head. You've given all your good fortune to Mommy. Humph. Tong Tong crossed her arms defiantly. Then you were Tong Tong's mommy, so I can only spoil you. Both parents chuckled at their daughter's antics. They chose the best spot beneath a tree to hang the wishing plaques. The two jade rabbit plaques, cradled in a small mortar, clinked together in the breeze beneath the night sky, turning and swaying. From the moment they were carved, they had never been apart. After playing with their daughter for a while longer, the night grew deep. When they returned to the hotel with Tong Tong, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The moment they entered, Tong Tong, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, almost falling asleep instantly. With a sigh, Wen Ning had to gently pull her daughter up. Su Yan sat on a chair, watching the mother-daughter duo as they prepared for bed in the bathroom. Yin, do you think? Wen Ning crouched down, helping her daughter untangle her hair. Should we rent 3 rooms? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yan replied, Why? We need to nurture Tong Tong's independence, Wen Ning said, using a towel to dry her daughter's little feet. Being too attached to mommy and daddy isn't ideal. She is already 8 years old. Tong Tong was gradually starting to engage in activities akin to those of a 30-something Wen Ning. She was no longer just a child. In a few years, she would blossom into a graceful young lady. Half asleep, Tong Tong suddenly stirred, her eyes wide open. Mommy, are you starting again? She realized that when Wen Ning was younger, she too had to sleep alone next door. However, Tong Tong had grown accustomed to it. When I grow up a bit more, I will slowly learn to sleep alone, right? Su Yan pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound. Then let us rent 3 rooms. Wen Ning nodded with a smile. Yes, occasionally letting her sleep alone will help her adjust. Tong Tong puffed up her cheeks. Mommy and Daddy are so silly, just wasting money. Wen Ning was taken aback. What did Tong Tong say? 2 rooms would suffice. Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. When the time comes, Daddy and Mommy will surely have an even better relationship. Mommy's room can be for Tong Tong. Then where will Mommy sleep? Wen Ning began, only to realize the implication. Tong Tong would have her own room, while her parents would share one. Nonsense, Wen Ning teased, playfully tugging at her daughter's ear. Then it settled. We will rent a small apartment or suite with 3 bedrooms. Mommy, you will definitely regret this later. Tong Tong shook her head. Sometimes, Daddy comes home exhausted from work and wants to sleep in the study. But Mommy insists on bringing him to the bedroom to sleep together. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Su Yan merely smiled. The Wen Ning and Tong Tong's words seemed to be around 37 or 38, the prime age for a devoted wife. As for Su Yan, He was at the age where he needed to take care of his health and enjoy goji berries. Who how? Tong Tong exclaimed, her words nonsensical. Wen Ning playfully poked her daughter's forehead, a hint of an unnatural blush gracing her cheeks. Mommy wouldn't regret it at all. Meanwhile, after visiting the White Lotus Pagoda, Chen Hao and Li Yuyu also arrived at the marriage god temple. The lively crowd had dispersed as the night deepened. I told you to come earlier, Chen Hao remarked, surveying the area. Now we can't even buy a wishing plaque. I bought one already. Li Yuyu fished a vibrant red plaque from her pocket, wiping it on her clothing. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you get one for me? Go buy your own, she replied nonchalantly. Besides, what do you need a matchmaking god for? Aren't you already swimming in romantic prospects? Chen Hao pondered but remained silent. Li Yuyu approached the tree, seeking a good spot to hang her plaque. Everyone else was hanging theirs higher up. Chen Hao popped a mint into his mouth, casually pocketing his hands. Are you really going to hang it that low for the ants on the ground? What can I do? I'm short. Li Yuyu pouted. Actually, the matchmaker is rather biased. He only ties beautiful girls to their fates. Just look at Ning Bao and a Yin. They're perfect together. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. You shouldn't say such things. Apologize quickly. Li Yuyu shot him a sideways glance. Aren't you the one who doesn't believe in this? I don't, but you seem to. He quipped, giving a light pat to the wishing tree. I'm afraid you'll say something wrong, and the matchmaker will not bless you. Li Yuyu wrinkled her nose in displeasure, a habit formed from childhood allergies. She clasped her hands together, imitating Chen Hao as she silently offered her apology. Afterward, she struggled to tiptoe and hang the wishing plaque. After much effort, she still couldn't succeed, and the prolonged stretching caused her to stumble awkwardly. It looked rather silly. Chen Hao chuckled, which only added to her annoyance. Just as she sulked, a tall shadow loomed behind her. I can see you're having a hard time. Chen Hao casually crunched the mint in his mouth. Why not ask your brother for help? I can hang it myself. Hanging it that low will make the matchmaker think a child of 1.50 meters is causing mischief. What can I do? I'm short. Fine, just wait here. Chen Hao took the plaque from her hand, lazily glancing up at the treetop. I will hang it at the highest point for you. Chapter 68. Favorite. After 2 days of delightful excursions in the East Jia, the group finally embarked on their journey home. This trip was a rare treasure for both Su Yin and Wen Ning. During the car ride back, Wen Ning and Tong Tong nestled together, flipping through the photo album, sharing laughter and whispers. Oh, look at Dad in this picture. He appears quite silly, Wen Ning remarked. That was taken by Mom. Tong Tong interjected, defending their father. No. I meant Dad is just adorable. After a day of rest, Wen Ning was set to begin her tutoring sessions. She had enlisted the help of a teacher who understood her circumstances, leading to an excellent arrangement with the best resources available. The fees were substantial, yet the students were manageable. Are you planning to take on 3 tutoring sessions a day? Su Yin inquired. Yes, it fits perfectly into my schedule, she replied. Su Yin sat on the sofa, perusing the lesson plans she had provided. The sessions were scheduled from 8 to 11 in the morning, 1 to 4 in the afternoon, and 7 to 10 in the evening, leaving her with little time for rest. However, the hourly wage was indeed high, reaching the threshold of a full-time tutor. Perhaps limited to 2 sessions, Su Yin suggested, as it might be too exhausting. Money can be earned gradually. Yet, Wen Ning was quite resolute. Sitting up straighter, she spoke with a serious tone. Isn't your coding work tiring every night? I find it manageable, Su Yin replied honestly. Wen Ning pursed her lips, a hint of defiance in her voice. Well, I think it's manageable too. All right then, give it a try. Su Yin noted how Wen Ning's stubbornness mirrored his own. He flipped through the materials in his hand. All 3 students are girls? He asked. Yes, I specifically requested that from the homeroom teacher. Wen Ning nodded naturally. After all, studying requires solitude in a room. I would feel uncomfortable with boys around. Of course, she also considered Su Yin's feelings, worried he might feel uneasy. Unable to resist, Su Yin playfully pinched her cheek. Where did this girl come from? The more I look, the more I adore her. This might also explain why they would never argue in the future, as both were always considerate of each other. His playful gesture was rather rough, causing Wen Ning a slight sting. She straightened her back, retreating slightly. You're getting bolder lately, and even your mother has warned you not to be so touchy. But you can pinch me too, Su Yin teased. I would never, thinking it best to let her try. He resolved to adjust her tutoring schedule if it became too burdensome. With some time left before he moved out, they cherished their moments together. Wen Ning naturally settled in, and they agreed that every evening, Su Yin would pick her up. Well, I'll be heading back now. Wen Ning bid farewell at the door. Chu-Chu is quite clever. Her grades will improve soon. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ning. A woman in home attire escorted her to the door. It's quite late. Would you like a ride home? No, someone is picking me up. A family member? More or less. The woman smiled knowingly. Oh, a boyfriend, then? Yes. Wen Ning replied, her cheeks flushing. As they reached the community entrance, Wen Ning spotted Su Yin waiting for her. He was perched on a lightweight electric scooter, leaning against a street lamp, engrossed in his phone. The screen's glow cast a lazy light upon his face. Wen Ning quickened her pace, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Where did you get this? Minga usually rides it to drop Annie off at school. Now that she is pregnant and at home, it's not in use. Su Yin handed her a pink helmet. It's mine for the summer. Wen Ning accepted it with a smile, securing it on her head. Adorned with a whimsical cartoon design that softened her demeanor, Su Yin observed her. What has you so cheerful today? Her smile was unmistakably radiant, illuminating her face. Clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans, she appeared both innocent and vibrant. Her eyes sparkled with joy. I've earned quite a bit. She raised her fair hand to show him, her voice brimming with excitement. Of course, I'm thrilled. While the tutoring fees might seem trivial to those truly affluent, Wen Ning felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was money she earned through her own efforts, and she was certain she would continue to earn more in the future. So impressive, Su Yin remarked, his phone forgotten as he shared in her joy. Will you support me in the future? Behave yourself, she teased, lifting her chin. All the money I earn will go towards you, and Tong Tong. Sure, he chuckled, patting the rear seat. Let us go home. The summer evening breeze was refreshingly cool, a delightful caress against their skin. As Wen Ning sat behind Su Yin, she animatedly recounted her day's experiences with her students. There was a particularly simple question that one student struggled with despite several explanations. An enthusiastic aunt even prepared a plate of sweet melon for me. And one of the students has the cutest chubby cat. She shared every little detail, her enthusiasm infectious. Su Yin unconsciously eased the throttle, slowing down to savor her happiness. Occasionally, a strand of hair would dance in the wind, playfully brushing against his neck. As they descended a slope, the slight inertia caused Wen Ning to lean forward, her soft cheek and warm body briefly pressing against his back before swiftly retracting. Su Yin's spine stiffened. Wen Ning quickly straightened, her voice a bit breathless. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Let us split it halfway, she suggested without dwelling on it, counting on her fingers. At this rate, I'll earn 5,000 yuan soon. In the following days, Wen Ning remained exuberant, showing no signs of fatigue from her 3 tutoring sessions. She diligently prepared her lesson plans, taught with dedication, and eagerly shared every experience with Su Yin. It seemed she was always looking forward to something, her eyes sparkling with the innocence of youth. One weekend, Wen Ning had made plans with Li Yuyu to spend an afternoon together. Tong Tong was taken home by her eager grandparents. Feeling a bit weary, Su Yin retreated to his room for a short rest. When he awoke, it was already evening. As he stepped out, the living room was dimly lit. A figure was cross-legged on the fluffy carpet, seemingly absorbed in an activity. What are you up to? Su Yin yawned, still a bit groggy. Why aren't the lights on? Wen Ning turned, startled. Oh, you're awake? Su Yin flicked the lights on, then noticed an array of cardboard boxes scattered around her feet. A brand new white machine sat beneath the television, tangled wires sprawled about, and numerous unopened discs littered the carpet. Su Yin froze momentarily, feeling a hint of bewilderment. A yin, did I buy a counterfeit? Wen Ning held a tangle of wires, her expression tinged with anxiety and confusion. Why won't it turn on? You need to power the socket first, Su Yin replied, playfully tapping his cheek with his tongue, feeling a delightful tingling sensation on his face. Oh, right. Wen Ning hurriedly connected the socket to the power, and the television illuminated, displaying its iconic logo. Su Yin, you are really impressive, Wen Ning marveled. I struggled for quite a while, and it didn't light up at all. After standing for some time, Su Yin walked over, discarded his slippers, and settled onto the carpet beside her. I asked you about your favorite game, he said. Wen Ning knelt, a hint of worry in her voice. And then you bought the console and the discs? Was that the right choice? This is the latest model. Su Yin glanced at the white machine at his feet, pausing for a moment before responding. Mine is an older version. The performance might differ. At that, Wen Ning exhaled a sigh of relief. She had spent the afternoon shopping with Yuyu and even had Yuyu call Chen Hao, intending to surprise Su Yin. However, after bringing it home, she struggled for ages to set it up and was on the verge of calling the shop owner to lodge a complaint when it wouldn't turn on. Wen Ning, how much did you spend today? Su Yin inquired. All the money I've earned recently, she replied, extending 5 fingers. That's quite expensive. Su Yin remarked, picking up the discs and inspecting each one for a considerable time. Having known you for so long, I've never given you anything, he added. Wen Ning hugged her knees, sitting beside him, her voice soft and tender. Didn't he used to love playing games the most? Yes, I did love games the most back then, Su Yin replied, lowering his gaze, inhaling the fresh and pleasant scent of mint from her clothes. Now, it's my third favorite. Is Tong Tong your first favorite? Su Yin absent-mindedly stroked the disc with his fingertip, feeling a tickle in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. He freed one hand to gently ruffle Wen Ning's hair, smiling without uttering a word. Then, you still love playing games the most, she teased. Mimicking Su Yan's earlier action, playfully pinching his cheek, and then bursting into a delighted smile. From now on, the things you cherish most will be those that I gift you. Chapter 69, The Jade Bracelet. When this young lady speaks candidly, it can be somewhat disarming. Perhaps Wen Ning herself is unaware that her words carry an alluring charm. Su Yin turned his head to look at her, and upon meeting her beautiful gaze, he felt a tickle in his throat. What is happening? Now I somewhat understand. Su Yin chuckled softly, recalling why Tong Tong had remarked that whenever their mother gets angry, their father would be willing to kneel on the washboard. It's not that Wen Ning is particularly domineering or difficult to communicate with after marriage. Rather, it is her innate gentleness and grace that compel her to offer the best to her husband and daughter, which in turn makes Su Yin willing to entrust her with the household's authority, just as Lin Hui has done with Su Minghui. Over the years, Lin Hui has done much for her son and husband, and they willingly place her in the highest regard. Perhaps the status within a family is not something one fights for. Wen Ning blinked. So, if you make a mistake in the future, I can make you kneel on the washboard? Su Yin laughed. I actually don't think you seem the type to get angry with me. I would. Wen Ning nodded seriously. If you stay up late every day and disregard my advice, I will definitely be angry. The washboard, Su Yin pondered, the kind sold in supermarkets? You silly. Wen Ning pinched his arm. What Tong Tong mentioned is actually the kind of boyfriend-specific washboard sold online, which looks like a regular pillow but is designed to resemble a washboard. Now it was Su Yin's turn to be somewhat taken aback. You really searched for that? Wen Ning's face flushed. I specifically asked Tong Tong. She found it quite peculiar too. It sounded as though the Wen Ning after marriage was unreasonable at home. After inquiring with Tong Tong, she discovered it was merely a soft pillow. Moreover, the so-called kneeling on the washboard was actually their mother pinning their father on the sofa, holding the washboard pillow, angrily placing it on his knees, pounding it a couple of times, and then standing with hands on her hips to scold him. Listening to her description, Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, with Wen Ning's temperament, her method of reprimanding her husband was rather gentle and mild. All right, it's getting late. You can play for a bit longer. Only then did Wen Ning realize the time. She patted her cheeks and tidied up the cardboard boxes on the floor. I'll go make dinner. Upon seeing her stand up, Su Yin couldn't help but reach out. Stay and play with me for a while. Wen Ning felt a pang of temptation, and after a moment's deliberation, she sat cross-legged again. Su Yin inserted a disc of a two-player game, and they sat on the carpet, controllers in hand, engaged in the game. Wen Ning was quite inexperienced, pressing the buttons haphazardly. Initially, she found it rather uninteresting. Not only did she easily die, but she also ended up causing Su Yin's character to perish. However, as she gradually became familiar with the game, she started to appreciate its charm. It was quite enjoyable. With her eyes glistening and cheeks flushed, Wen Ning remarked, these monsters look so adorable. In games like this, the hardest part is finding someone to play with you. So, have you played with Jinhao and Yu? I played it just for fun with them. Su Yin hesitated. However, they often come over to my house to play chaotic kitchen games together. Wen Ning blinked with curiosity. That kitchen game, is it fun? Is it about cooking? Yes, it's fun. Su Yin fell silent for a moment. Generally, when playing that game, Yu often wants to eliminate Jinhao. In the following days, after returning from tutoring each evening, Wen Ning would sit on the carpet, leaning against Su Yin, playing games together. She gradually began to understand the joy it brought, as if it could sweep away the weariness of the day. She also started to grasp the meaning behind Su Yan's words, that the company of the person you cherish is more important than the game itself. She could feel it. Initially, she merely wanted to give Su Yin a gaming console, hoping it would make him happy. But now, she realized that being able to sit together and play games with someone dear was truly quite delightful. On Sunday, Wen Ning had a day off. Today, both Lin Hui and Su Minghui were at home, and it was agreed that the two children would return for a meal together. After tidying up, they boarded the bus home. This was Wen Ning's first visit, so she felt a bit nervous and bought a plethora of items from the supermarket. Unable to carry the large and small bags, she huffed and puffed for a while before hanging several of them onto Su Yin. Upon opening the door, a plump plush cat dashed out from the room. Spotting a stranger, it abruptly halted, sitting still and wagging its tail, its eyes wide with curiosity. Su Yin waved at it. Yuan Yuan, come here and greet her. Yuan Yuan gazed intently at Wen Ning, then lifted its rear end, coming over to nuzzle her ankle. Meow. You must be Yuan Yuan? Unable to resist, Wen Ning crouched down to scratch the cat's chin. I brought you a gift too, your favorite salmon cat food. Yuan Yuan, with its lake blue eyes, licked her palm. Wen Ning, with a smile in her eyes, cradled Yuan Yuan in her arms. And the chubby plush cat nestled comfortably against her. Little Ning has come? Lin Hui emerged from the kitchen. Wen Ning softly replied while discreetly surveying the environment where Su Yin had grown up. She could vaguely discern traces of his upbringing, the family photo on the television, the sparse awards hanging on the wall. Mom, come to my room and help me find my summer clothes. Su Yin beckoned to Lin Hui. I'll take them back with me. Lin Hui looked puzzled but said nothing further. Uncle took Tong Tong out to play, and we'll be back soon. Little Ning, you can play in the living room for a while. Dinner isn't ready yet. Auntie, I'll help you in a bit. Sure. Lin Hui smiled with her eyes narrowed. Su Yin led his mother into the master bedroom and closed the door. What's the matter? Mom, can you give me the jade bracelet that Grandma gave you? Su Yin's tone became serious. You usually don't let me and Dad see it. But I remember you said it was meant for the daughter-in-law of the Su family, right? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Are you prepared? Su Yin nodded. Lin Hui looked at him for a moment before turning to rummage through the wardrobe, retrieving a wooden box. Upon opening it, inside lay a jade bracelet that appeared to have aged somewhat, with minimal embellishments, looking quite understated and simple. Yet during the impoverished times of their grandparents, this jade bracelet was nearly all they possessed, given to Lin Hui as the finest gift for a daughter-in-law. Lin Hui had treasured it over the years, seldom allowing even herself to touch it, stating it was to be kept for Su Yin's future wife. Just as Su Yin reached out to take it, Lin Hui's hand gently pressed down on the box. Yin, your father and I indeed seldom supervise you. She spoke slowly. You must understand that this bracelet was given to me by your grandmother, and there is only one. Once given away, it cannot be taken back. Your father and I will only recognize this daughter-in-law from now on. Su Yin nodded. I understand. You will treat her as half a daughter-in-law and half a daughter. How do you plan to present it to her? The events of the past few days have been on my mind for quite some time, and I have prepared extensively. You, young rascal, are taking your sweet time to confess. Lin Hui clicked her tongue and remarked, if you were to speak directly to Xiao Ning, I believe she would agree without a moment's hesitation. After all, that girl may only be pursued like this once in her lifetime. Su Yin gently caressed the cool bracelet with his fingers, squinting his eyes as he smiled. If I do not approach this with sincerity, would she not be at a great loss? Chapter 70. Mother did not deceive you. Su Yin had indeed been preparing for a considerable amount of time. He could vaguely recall when it all began, leading up to this very moment. In truth, he understood that if he were to speak directly to Wen Ning now, she would not refuse him. Moreover, that girl had undoubtedly been waiting for a long time as well. Su Yin was not particularly romantic, yet he still wished to approach this matter with greater seriousness. This was the first and also the last time. As the mother and son emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still seated on the sofa, playfully engaging with Yuan Yuan. She sensed an unusual quality in the way the two of them looked at her. Although Lin Hui had initially regarded her with the same gaze one would reserve for a daughter-in-law, even Su Yan's expression seemed, well, what was it? Nothing. Lin Hui smiled gently, saying, Ning, why don't you come help Auntie? About half an hour later, Su Mingwei returned with Tong Tong, greeting Wen Ning as soon as they entered. Tong Tong nestled into her mother's embrace, while Yuan Yuan gracefully leaped into Tong Tong's arms. They shared a delightfully pleasant dinner. At the dining table, Su Mingwei and Lin Hui chatted cheerfully with her, providing this newcomer with no pressure whatsoever. Wen Ning often turned her head to glance at Su Yin quietly. After resting overnight in Su Yan's guest room, the two of them prepared to take their daughter home the following day. Xiao Ning, next time you come over, Lin Hui hinted with a subtle smile. You need not bring so much. Wen Ning, not suspecting anything amiss, merely thought Auntie was encouraging her to feel less formal. Subsequently, she maintained her usual demeanor, waiting for Su Yin to pick her up that evening, until one particular night when Su Yin did not ride over. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the community with their daughter, waiting for her. I'm taking you and Tong Tong somewhere, Su Yin said with a soft chuckle. To a very important place. It's quite late, Wen Ning queried, perplexed. Where are we going? Su Yin helped her remove her backpack from her shoulders and held it in his hands. He hailed a taxi, and throughout the journey, Wen Ning and her daughter chatted about the events of the day, while Su Yin, unusually, said very little. Upon their arrival, they found themselves at a place familiar yet somewhat foreign to Wen Ning. Far from the city, a solitary Ferris wheel stood by the riverside, appearing desolate and antiquated amidst the flickering neon lights. Across the river, towering skyscrapers rose up, shimmering with neon brilliance. How did you know about this place? Wen Ning paused for a long moment, her lips moving. I didn't know it had been torn down. In her childhood, this had been a bustling amusement park, where many parents brought their children to play. Her mother had taken her here once. Tong Tong knows, she added. As Tong Tong held her mother's hand, Mommy brought Tong Tong and Daddy here, but the Ferris wheel was gone by then. Mommy has always regretted not having the courage to return here for so many years. When she finally mustered the courage to revisit with her husband and daughter, everything had vanished. Back then, her mother had been even younger than Tong Tong. When Ning found herself lost in thought, her grandmother had brought her here to play. And it was her mother's first time riding the Ferris wheel. Though much time had passed, sometimes she could hardly remember her mother's face. Yet now, a torrent of memories surged forth, and she could not recall why her father had not come that day. Yet each word her mother had spoken, every expression, seemed vividly clear. At the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, a little girl with 2 ponytails leaned against the railing. She gazed out at the sparkling neon lights, her mouth agape in wonder. Wow, Mommy, it's so beautiful. A gentle and lovely woman sat beside her, her voice tender. Be careful, my little Ning. Mommy. The little girl turned back. The amusement park is super fun. The woman affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Next time, we'll bring you back to play. Really? Yes. The woman gazed intently at her daughter, as if trying to savor every moment, unwilling to blink. When Ning snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the abandoned Ferris wheel. Yin, why did you suddenly bring me here? She rubbed her eyes. It's a bit sorrowful. I promised I wouldn't cry anymore. This is the last time, Su Yin said, squeezing her cheek gently. Let us take you to another place. He took Tong Tong and Wen Ning further along. As they drew closer to the Ferris wheel, below, on the soft grass, an array of stuffed rabbits was meticulously arranged, some half a meter tall, others palm-sized. In white and pink, floppy-eared, clutching carrots, and adorned with bows. Wen Ning could hardly count how many there were. She stood there in a daze, her lips moving. Once again, it's Tong Tong who told you. Yes. A wave of intense emotion surged from her chest to her eyes. After getting off the Ferris wheel, her mother had taken her to a stall to buy a brand new cartoon backpack, and then purchased a rabbit doll, lovingly hanging it on her daughter's back. That was the most vivid memory she had of her mother. How adorable. The little girl vigorously shook her backpack. As she moved, the rabbit doll swayed along with her. The woman watched her with an expression full of tenderness and deep reluctance. Mommy, will you still buy me little rabbits in the future? Of course. Mommy will buy many little rabbit dolls for Xiao Ning. Then let us make a pinky promise. Lying is bad. All right. The woman knelt down, solemnly linking fingers with the little girl. As their fingers intertwined under the night sky, she could no longer restrain herself and embraced her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, Xiao Ning, please don't blame Mommy. You must grow up healthy and happy. I'm sorry, Mommy couldn't bear to deceive you, but I am the world's biggest liar. Someone, in the future, will surely buy you all the rabbit dolls they can find. When Ning finally regained her composure, she gazed at Su Yin and Tong Tong before tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Tong Tong tugged at her mother's sleeve. Once when Ning bent down, Tong Tong vigorously sniffed and raised her small hand to wipe away her mother's tears. Grandma didn't deceive Mommy. Tong Tong and I spent a long time. Su Yin leaned down, gazing into her swollen yet still beautiful eyes, his voice unusually gentle. We ran through every toy store and shopping mall we could find. How could you confess like this? When Ning continued to cry, I didn't want to cry. I had been preparing for so long. I thought I would be so happy when I agreed to you. Initially, she had even considered purchasing online. But she had spent all the money she earned during this time. He reached out, ruffling Wen Ning's hair. In the future, I'll make it up to you. Chapter 71. Is this not a meeting? Su Yin was not an experienced romantic and had never engaged in such endeavors before. If one were to speak of methods, a simple search on one's phone would yield numerous options. A meticulously planned confession could astonish and touch a girl's heart, as stated verbatim online. The outcome would undoubtedly surpass the current situation. Yet, in the end, Su Yin chose not to follow those examples but instead prepared everything himself, bit by bit. Perhaps it lacked grandeur, and there was little ceremonial flair. It might even be considered somewhat quaint. You adore rabbits, so I will buy you a multitude. He visited each mall and toy store in succession, personally acquiring each rabbit plushie one by one. Ah Yin. Wen Ning choked back her emotions for a while, gradually regaining her composure. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, letting out a small hiccup. I don't quite understand this matter, and I might not be doing it well. Although her words were vague, Su Yin comprehended her meaning. After a brief pause, he admitted, actually, I am also learning, step by step. With Tong Tong acting as a catalyst, their interactions had become quite natural. However, if they were to engage as true lovers, they had never experienced it. Nor had they given it much thought prior to meeting each other. Wen Ning hesitated, about to express something, but then met her daughter's bright, inquisitive gaze. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue suddenly felt lodged in her throat. Given her character, articulating such sentiments was inherently challenging, with little ears eavesdropping. She felt increasingly embarrassed. Tong Tong stood beside them, her soft, plump cheeks raised as she leaned in to listen. Wen Ning had no choice but to lean closer and tug on Su Yan's arm. Yin, I wish to share a secret with you. Mom. Tong Tong looked puzzled, but I just helped you wipe your tears. Wen Ning let out a soft huff. Feeling her cheeks flush, such matters should wait until Tong Tong is older. Yet, Tong Tong bit her finger, but Mom. You said yesterday that Tong Tong is already grown up and should sleep in a separate room from you and Dad. Su Yan lowered his head. What? Wen Ning leaned closer to his ear and whispered, I want to gradually learn how to be a delightful girlfriend. Her warm breath made Su Yan's ear tingle. Aren't you all ready? He gazed at Wen Ning's cheek for quite some time, feeling a slight lump in his throat. This girl truly did not realize how alluring she could be at times. Wen Ning pinched his earlobe gently, her voice barely audible. I just wish you liked me a little more. By the time they returned home, it was already late. Su Yan, burdened with 2 large boxes, finally set them down with a sigh, taking out the rabbit dolls one by one and placing them on the sofa. When there was no more room on the couch, he set them on the coffee table. Wen Ning first took their daughter to wash up and, after soothing her to sleep, made her way back to the living room. Observing the plushies scattered across the sofa, she suddenly recalled certain things. One by one, she picked them up, sitting on the couch as she calculated the expenses with Su Yan. The more she added up, the more her heart ached, and her previously uplifted lips gradually fell. In the future, don't spend money recklessly. Wen Ning pinched his arm. We are not children anymore, and we must support Tong Tong. Have I turned into a penny pincher? Su Yan was not overly concerned. This was for you. How can it be deemed reckless spending? Wen Ning stubbornly countered. Exactly. But you also bought me a game console, didn't you? That's different. Wen Ning explained with utmost seriousness. If I gift you a game console, you'll surely be delighted. So it cannot be considered reckless spending. Su Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you implying that if I give you rabbit dolls, you would be less pleased? No. What I mean is, Wen Ning paused. Even if you gave me nothing tonight, I would still be very happy. She raised her finger. Therefore, isn't that just reckless spending? What a logical argument. Su Yan found himself at a loss for words. After washing up, Wen Ning donned a pair of casual shorts, kicked off her slippers, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, counting on her fingers the future expenditures they would incur. She appeared utterly devoted to planning a future for the 3 of them, her expression intensely serious. From the very beginning, she had intended to embark on this journey together. Su Yan, sipping water while observing her, couldn't help but chuckle, uncertain of how to be a girlfriend, yet adept at being a good daughter-in-law. Wen Ning paused momentarily. So, what exactly differentiates a girlfriend? She was aware that her relationship with Su Yan diverged from typical romantic dynamics. With Tong Tong's presence, they often assumed the roles of mother and father during their time together. This caused their interactions to resemble those of an old married couple. However, skipping the passionate courtship phase would undoubtedly leave something to be desired. Su Yan pondered for a moment. I am not entirely sure myself. He had little experience. And aside from Yu, he rarely interacted with girls. When Ning scrolled through her phone for a while, the internet says that girls in the throes of romance tend to be more clingy. They yearn to be together every minute, sharing everything, and might sulk if replies are slow. Yet it also mentioned that during a relationship, both partners should allow for some personal space, making interactions more relaxed. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Why do opinions differ so widely? Su Yan kept her company for quite some time, but they ultimately failed to find a definitive answer. Each relationship is unique. There is no universally applicable guide to romance. As it grew late, Su Yan decided to take a shower, then stood in front of the mirror brushing his teeth. Wen Ning, having put her phone away, approached wearing her slippers. Well, I think I'll rest now? Yes, I will sleep shortly. Su Yan rinsed his mouth and reached for a towel to dry his face. Wen Ning stood still, observing him with a suddenly melancholic expression. Such conversations had become all too familiar, as if they transpired daily. Ah Yin. Wen Ning's voice softened. Is it somewhat dull to be in a relationship with me? She was not particularly skilled at being coy, nor did she comprehend how to be clingy. Although they were already a couple, it felt as if their interactions remained unchanged. A sense of unease crept in. Am I truly your girlfriend now? Su-yin understood that this girl often lacked confidence. He hung the towel back on the rack. Come here. When Ning approached hesitantly, in an instant, before she could react, Su-yin enveloped her in his embrace. She froze, her entire being stiffening, the surrounding sounds fading into oblivion. Fresh from the shower, Su-yin carried the fragrant scent of shampoo, a familiar aroma enveloping her. I feared you might lose sleep tonight thinking about this. Su-yin held her close, gently patting her head. Do you understand now? Wen Ning lifted her gaze to him, her lips moving yet unable to articulate a single word. Take your time, there is no need to rush, Su-yin mused, realizing that during their inaugural embrace, it was prudent not to linger too long. After all, this was not a fleeting encounter. All right, go rest now. Wen Ning stood there, dazed and momentarily devoid of thought. By the time she regained her senses, Su-yin had already released her, leaving only the faint scent lingering at the tip of her nose. For reasons unknown, a sudden emptiness washed over her. It seemed she had come to understand, even if just a little, why it was said that girls in the throes of passion yearn to cling to their boyfriends. A yin. When Ning spoke somewhat haltingly. If one consumes ginseng fruit too hastily, it seems one truly cannot savor its flavor. Su-yin was taken aback for a moment, processing her words before realization dawned on him. He couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking with mirth, rendering Wen Ning's cheeks a vivid shade of crimson, with her eyes glistening slightly as well. You're laughing at me. You mustn't laugh. All right, that was quite a subtle way to put it. Su-yin extended his hands once more, enveloping her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Wen Ning's warm, supple form nestled against him, and she obediently refrained from struggling, instinctively resting her hands upon his chest. In that instant, she felt a profound softness envelop her, her body devoid of any strength. Once more, she inhaled the familiar and pleasant scent emanating from Su-yin, accompanied by his deep, resonant laughter echoing in her ears. Who was it that had mentioned uncertainty in being a girlfriend? Wasn't she quite adept at it? Chapter 72. What flavors do you prefer? Due to their daughter, both of them began to perceive their relationship from a more long-term perspective. Their hearts were increasingly filled with considerations for the future and the metamorphosis of growth. Hence, since their acquaintance, their physical interactions had remained rather limited. However, it was only now that Wen Ning slowly began to realize she was indeed capable of being a girlfriend. Perhaps, owing to her personality and experiences, she might even be more eager than the average girl. This notion was corroborated by Tong Tong's descriptions. Even after marrying and giving birth to Tong Tong, transforming into a wife and a mother, she still appeared before Su-yin like a young girl in the throes of first love. Daddy, Mommy. Tong Tong pushed the door open, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Why aren't you both asleep yet? Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Wen Ning's back straightened instantly. She instinctively struggled a bit. Let go of me quickly. It was fine that Tong Tong saw them like this. Su-yin was not particularly concerned. Who was it that held on to me so tightly just now? When Ning forced a stiff expression, I didn't tea. Tong Tong scrutinized her parents, instinctively smacking her lips. Over time, she had gradually started to understand that she had returned to the time when her parents were young. Yet, everything seemed not too different. Even after she fell asleep, her parents would still hold each other and whisper sweet nothings. When Ning finally freed herself from his embrace, her ears still flushed. However, she suddenly began to realize something. Tong Tong was already 8 years old and would soon be entering middle school. By then, she and Su-yin would still be in their early 20s, undoubtedly still in the throes of love. When doing certain things, it seemed. Seeing her hesitatingly gaze at their daughter, Su-yin understood her meaning. He lowered his head, leaning in a bit. Speak up, Tong Tong can't hear. Tong Tong blinked innocently. Daddy, I can't hear that. In the future, when Ning leaned in to whisper in his ear, her voice low. We can't let Tong Tong see us doing that. Su-yin nodded. They weren't even married yet, and they were already sneaking around from the child? Although Tong Tong didn't tea here, she seemed to have an inkling of what her mother had said. She ran over, tugging at her father's hand, shaking her head reluctantly. Daddy, who was more important, Mommy or me? Su-yin was taken aback. Don't be silly, Tong Tong. When Ning pinched her daughter's ear, then blushingly led Tong Tong off to rest. In the following days, when Ning continued her daily tutoring, returning home with Su-yin, helping their daughter with homework, preparing lesson plans, and then playing games with Su Yin. Each day felt fulfilling. She did not bring it up, and Su Yin was unable to discern what this girl was thinking until the weekend approached, when Lin Hui and Su Ming Hui could no longer resist their longing for their granddaughter and came to take her back for a couple of days. Before leaving, they inquired about their son's relationship with Xiao Ning. Upon receiving a positive response, they left with smiles, taking their granddaughter home. That evening, just as it was barely 5:30, when Ning returned home, she stood at the door, removing her shoes while glancing into the living room. Su Yin sat cross-legged on the sofa, the television playing softly in the background as he tapped away at his laptop. Home so early today? Su Yin glanced at the time. Aren't you having tutoring tonight? I asked Thian to take the day off and adjusted my schedule. When Ning placed her backpack on the coffee table, kicked off her slippers, and knelt on the sofa, watching him code. Has Tong Tong gone back? Yes, she returned in the afternoon. Didn't I text you? Su Yin thought little of it, casually chatting with her while scrolling through various statements in his documents. Are you tired, Yin? Not really. You should take a break. Su Yin looked at her in surprise. Having been together for some time, he had somewhat discerned her subtle movements. When she felt nervous or shy, she would quietly lick her lips. Just say you want to be naughty. He closed his laptop with a teasing smile and set it aside. Can I refuse? You started it. Wen Ning, feeling a bit bashful, protested lightly. Then you come over. You can't always expect me to take the initiative. Wen Ning fell silent. After hesitating for quite a while, she slowly leaned over, then cautiously nestled against him. Su Yin wrapped his arms around her waist, making it more comfortable for her to snuggle in. Let us go watch a movie tonight. Wen Ning looked up at him, her eyes involuntarily curving into a smile. I finally have a day off today. We can go. Su Yin pondered for a moment, but saying that, isn't it a bit too much? Yes, I also really want to take Tong Tong along, but she isn't here today. We can take her next time. I feel like you deliberately chose today. I didn't. She had recently researched activities that couples typically engage in. It was said that during the early stages of romance, couples often frequent cinemas. Supposedly, it was a place that significantly enhances the emotional bond between lovers. However, she and Su Yin had never been. How about dining out tonight? Sounds good. Su Yin held her for a while longer before getting up to change clothes. Wen Ning sat on the sofa, legs crossed, waiting for him while browsing her phone. When Su Yin emerged, she was intensely focused on her screen, her expression one of confusion. What's wrong? I searched and found that if you're going to watch a movie with your boyfriend, you should buy gum. Her expression was puzzled, and you should pick your favorite flavor. I didn't know guys like chewing gum while watching movies. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. I don't have that habit. Wen Ning thought for a moment, but didn't quite understand. But that's what it said online. What flavor do you like? Yet, it seemed to her that this detail might be quite important. Su Yin also sensed something amiss. Let me see. He leaned over to look at Wen Ning's phone for a while, before slowly coming to a realization. Typically, they would eat before watching a movie. Thus, it did make a bit of sense. Wen Ning was curious. What's that? Bringing gum. Is it because some couples kiss in the cinema? Wen Ning was instantly flustered. She wasn't foolish. After a moment's pause, she quickly understood. She jumped off the sofa, her face flushed with urgency. Then, her voice suddenly grew loud. I never thought of that. Su Yin glanced at her rosy lips, then naturally shifted his gaze elsewhere. I know. Wen Ning tossed her phone into her pocket, silently taking Su Yin's hand as they walked out. However, her neck and earlobes were clearly still flushed. The previous conversation was entirely unthinkable now. Nonsense. It wasn't until they stood outside in the evening breeze for a while that she took several deep breaths, gradually calming her emotions. Wen Ning looked at the sky, forcing a stern expression, her voice cool. Yin, what do you want to eat tonight? Su Yin, with his hands in his pockets, seemed to be lost in thought, appearing somewhat distracted. Wen Ning could not help but twist his arm, urging, please answer my question. Only at this moment did Su Yin gradually return to his senses. He pondered seriously for a moment before responding slowly, you prefer the strawberry flavor, right? Wen Ning, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to herself how much she wanted to strike this person. She reached out to grasp Su Yan's cheek, exclaiming, who told you to answer that? Chapter 73. A direct dismissal. Su Yin seldom frequented the cinema. His few experiences of visiting the theater with a girl were limited to childhood outings with his aunt, Su Lingling, who took him to watch festive animated films. Of course, Su Yan's role was primarily to provide cover for her and Mingge. They chose a shopping mall and, after a leisurely dinner, ambled towards the cinema while engaging in conversation. What film do you want to see? Let me think. Wen Ning gazed at the large screen, seemingly unable to make up her mind. The ticket attendant, beaming at them, suggested, if it's just the two of you, perhaps you could try a campus romance or a horror film. Both have received positive feedback. What a lovely young lady, Su Yin mused, glancing at the selection which appeared to be predominantly domestic films. However, they were among the few that had decent attendance rates recently. Wen Ning scrutinized the poster for the so-called campus romance film and searched for reviews on her phone, finding it uninteresting, spending over 2 hours watching others fall in love. I might as well go home and play games with Ian. This one. Wen Ning pointed at a poster depicting a ghastly female ghost in a white dress. Will it be very frightening? If you haven't seen it, you might give it a try, the attendant replied cryptically. The atmosphere of domestic horror films can be quite engaging. Many couples are here to watch today. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, then pulled out her phone and scrolled through her notes. Su Yin leaned in to take a look. A series of densely packed notes, meticulously organized with Arabic numerals and various annotations, filled the screen. What is this? Things one must do with a boyfriend. Wen Ning blushed slightly. I searched for it online. It gradually became more extensive. Must one be so serious about dating? Su Yin found it amusing. A top student indeed. Your notes resemble a study guide. One might think you're preparing for an exam. Wen Ning felt slightly embarrassed by the teasing. Leaning closer, she whispered to Su Yin. This time, I must score full marks. Su Yin sensed that she might genuinely be oblivious. She often spoke with an endearing softness, unknowingly uttering quite flirtatious remarks. Lately, she had taken to drawing closer to him, whispering secrets into his ear, her warm breath leaving him feeling slightly ticklish. I found it. Wen Ning raised her phone triumphantly. With my boyfriend, I shall watch a horror film. Seeing her genuine interest, Su Yin promptly paid for the tickets. He had a fair amount of courage, able to sit alone in a darkened room playing escape games. After purchasing the tickets, they settled in the waiting area since there was still half an hour until the show began. They discussed school selection when a voice called out from a distance. Su Yin? Su Yin looked up to meet the gaze of a tall, slender girl with fair skin. She was quite pretty, sporting shoulder-length hair, light makeup, a loose shirt, and a white skirt, exuding a bright and lively aura. Beside her stood Chen Hao, lazily holding 2 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing them, his expression was one of mild surprise. Is that really you? The girl smiled. Long time no see. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Su Yin. You don't remember me? The girl maintained her smile. I'm Xia Ling from our middle school class, the girl who sat 2 rows in front of you. Su Yin pondered for a moment. Is that so? In truth, he had little recollection. I had quite the crush on you back then. Do you remember? Oh, I don't recall. Xia Ling's expression froze for a moment, and she chuckled softly without further comment. She glanced at the girl seated next to Su Yin, unable to suppress her admiration. So beautiful. Are you both here waiting for the next horror film? Chen Hao chimed in, waving the movie tickets. What a coincidence. Old classmates finally meet. Let us catch up. Xia Ling boldly and candidly sat down in the chair opposite them. Still so aloof, huh? It's surprising you actually managed to attract a girl. This girl was rather familiar, prompting Su Yin to lower his gaze to his phone, uninterested in the conversation. Wen Ning, however, was momentarily taken aback. Aloof? She observed Su Yin's demeanor and sensed that nothing significant had occurred between them. At most, he had a former admirer. In the future that Tong Tong envisioned, Su Yin had always been solitary until meeting her. Yet, Xia Ling's words lingered in her mind. Although she sometimes thought Su Yin a bit stubborn, could the term aloof truly describe him? Indeed, I had quite the fondness for him back in middle school. Xia Ling rested her chin on her hand, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. But don't worry, he was too indifferent to pay me any mind. Su Yin's looks and height were above average, though he did not possess that striking charm that captivated at first glance. Xia Ling had been a pretty girl herself, with numerous admirers in class. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she had developed feelings for this seemingly unapproachable boy, sensing that he was different from the others. However, those days were long past. Thus, expressing her feelings so openly now brought a sense of nostalgia. Su Yin is the most difficult boy I have ever tried to pursue. Xia Ling remarked sincerely. Wen Ning subtly turned her head to observe her boyfriend. Su Yin, coincidentally, was also looking down, his lips pressed into a straight line. What's wrong? What's with that reaction? Su Yin raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. Didn't you hear what she just said? Huh? Wen Ning was momentarily confused. In truth, she didn't feel much about it. It was a matter of being magnanimous. The situation had little to do with Su Yin. Unlike Chen Hao, He had no ambiguous relationships with other girls. Moreover, with Tong Tong in the picture and all they had experienced together, Wen Ning had no reason to be upset over such trivial matters. It was only natural that her boyfriend, being so likable, would have girls with lingering affections. After all, they couldn't pursue him. Su Yin let out a sound of irritation. He paid no mind to the two seated opposite him, taking Wen Ning's hand and pulling her closer to himself. As a girlfriend, you must understand your role. Huh? Wen Ning looked up at him, her expression soft and dazed. What role? If any girl expresses a desire to pursue me, Su Yin pinched her earlobe playfully, you must promptly send her away. Understand? Chapter 74. Now I understand. Wen Ning winced slightly as her ear was pinched, her eyes narrowing involuntarily. Yet, she clearly heard his words. At this moment, it seemed she finally comprehended why her future self would become such a person, even in her 30s. She still resembled a girl in the throes of youthful romance, throwing temper tantrums at her husband, playfully punching him, and fiercely guarding her food, even competing with Tong Tong. Undoubtedly, it was all due to his indulgence. Do you remember? I know, she replied, a hint of mischief in her alluring eyes, now glistening with a hint of redness. I will certainly chase away all the girls who have designs on you. Xia Yiling and Chen Hao exchanged glances, each enveloped in silence for a considerable time. Their manner of discussing romance was astonishingly oblivious to their surroundings. Is this Su Yin? Xia Yiling mused, her expression bewildered. He seemed so different from the one I knew. Back in middle school, she had pursued Su Yin for quite a while, yet he had never shown her any kindness. Su Yin released her ear and lazily met her gaze, finally letting out a slow chuckle after a long pause. Indeed, it is Su Yin, Xia Yiling finally acknowledged. Chen Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Hasn't he always had this temperament? Raised by the Su family since childhood, he isn't exactly the most easygoing person. If he doesn't like you, he might not even bother to acknowledge your presence. However, the paradox was that Su Yin was, in fact, an intensely passionate individual. He held nothing back when it came to those he cared for, which explained why Xia Yiling perceived him as aloof. Wen Ning found him utterly endearing. And this too was comprehensible. Chen Hao, as a childhood friend, understood this well. That's true, Xia Yiling agreed after a moment of contemplation. He is indeed unlike most boys, a type that you grow to like more the better you get to know him. Thankfully, I discovered this before the girl in front of me did. Regrettably, Su Yin does not return my affections. She dismissed the thought, realizing how much time had passed. Instead, a bright smile spread across her face, and she gave a thumbs up. This is the first time I found myself rooting for someone else's pairing. Su Yin, noticing the film was about to commence, took Wen Ning's hand and stood up. How did you two end up together? He inquired. What about you? Weren't you both busy researching volunteer work recently? She returned home, Chen Hao explained. For the volunteer work, I can just have her fill it out for me. Su Yin nodded, casting a glance at the beautiful girl beside Chen Hao, ultimately choosing not to comment further. After bidding farewell, they proceeded to check their tickets and followed the designated path to their screening room. Once seated, Wen Ning leaned towards Su Yin. Is Chen Hao often seen hanging out with various girls? Yes, Su Yin replied, handing her some snacks. It's always been like this. That's not good, Wen Ning said, cradling the popcorn bucket, her gaze dropping momentarily. I particularly dislike. After a moment's thought, she hesitated, realizing that Chen Hao is Su Yin's childhood friend, and expressing her feelings might not be appropriate. She bit her lip. I truly admire your attitude towards relationships. Just say it plainly, Su Yin urged, shaking his head. At home, his parents' relationship is quite strained. His father enjoys gambling and drinking, often quarreling with his mother, throwing things around. Back in elementary school, Chen Hao frequently avoided going home and would come to my house for dinner. So, he tends to be somewhat dismissive of commitments in romantic relationships, just as Yu remarked about wanting to visit the matchmaker temple. He would candidly express his disbelief in such matters. Wen Ning fell silent, perhaps able to empathize with his situation. But don't worry, Su Yin reassured her, squeezing her hand gently. Chen Hao knows what he's doing. He won't hurt Yu. After pondering for a moment, Wen Ning gradually felt more at ease. Yu was a lovely girl and was bound to find her luck. The two leaned together, donning their 3D glasses. A few minutes later, the film began. Su Yin soon realized that the film's quality was surprisingly commendable, although the plot was somewhat glitch, allowing one to predict the unfolding events from the outset. The atmosphere was well-crafted, instilling a palpable sense of tension and immersion. Wen Ning's back was stiff with anticipation. Suddenly, a pale face, streaming with blood and tears, burst onto the screen, dominating the entire view, accompanied by a haunting wail. Even Su Yin couldn't help but squint, leaning back in his seat. When Ning felt her heart race, clearly shaken, she instinctively clutched Su Yan's hand tightly. Are you that frightened? I've never watched a horror film before. Aunt Xiao and Dad think it's unhealthy, Wen Ning murmured, her gaze averted from the screen, unable to suppress a nervous tongue flick. Moreover, she had always had a slight fear of darkness. Though she had grown considerably braver over the years, a ghastly face in a pitch-black setting was another matter entirely. Then just close your eyes and listen to the sounds, Su Yan suggested gently. No. Wen Ning stuffed several handfuls of popcorn into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster, trying to quell her anxiety and fear through this distraction. We agreed to watch a horror film together. Despite her fear, she stubbornly kept her eyes open throughout the film. When the credits rolled and the theater lights brightened, she finally relaxed a little. Su Yan held her hand, noticing her palms were somewhat clammy. However, unlike the girls in the back who gasped for air and burrowed into their boyfriend's arms, she maintained her composure. By the time they returned home, the night was thick with darkness. Su Yan turned on all the lights in the house. After they both finished washing up, Wen Ning changed into white pajamas and sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone and staring at her notes. Did you find the horror film uninteresting? No. It was quite engaging and thrilling. She hesitated. I just don't understand why watching horror films with a boyfriend is deemed a quintessential couple activity. Other genres of film should suffice, shouldn't they? If I were to admit that I couldn't help but clutch your hand during a horror film, then what might happen if I were to watch a romance movie instead? The two pondered this for a while but remained perplexed. It was already quite late. So Wen Ning embraced him briefly before slipping into her bedroom to rest. Su Yan, not dwelling on it further, turned off the lights and lay down on the sofa. The house fell into a profound silence, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. He wasn't particularly tired. The image of that bloodied face from the film resurfaced in his mind. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he propped his head up with his elbow in the dark, slowly recalling the plot he had witnessed that night. It truly was a bit frightening, especially when recollected at bedtime. At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Wen Ning, barefoot and without even slipping on her slippers, hurriedly darted out. Su Yan was startled by the commotion she caused and immediately sat up, exclaiming, "What happened?" Yan. She leaped onto the sofa, clutching a pillow tightly to her chest. There were strange noises coming from beneath the bed while I was sleeping alone. It seemed she had finally grasped why one ought to watch horror films with a boyfriend. Chapter 75. As long as I treat you well, this was the first time when Ning encountered such matters. As someone who inherently had a light sleep, she often found herself preoccupied with thoughts before bedtime, easily disturbed by minor noises. After turning off the lights, she couldn't help but recall the ghastly face she had seen earlier that day. Su Yan, not overthinking it, suggested, just tuck your feet under the blanket, and the ghost won't reach you. When Ning, somewhat resentful, replied, Am I a child? Observing her having rushed out without slippers. It was evident that she was genuinely unable to sleep, so Su Yan refrained from teasing her further. He retrieved a new mattress and blanket from the cupboard, preparing to lay out a makeshift bed in the bedroom. When Ning stood by, watching his actions, her cheeks flushed. The thought of sleeping beside her boyfriend had indeed found its way into her notes, albeit tucked away towards the back. After Su Yan spread out the bedding and turned off the lights in the living room, he returned to find Wen Ning already kneeling on the mattress, reaching out to touch it as she prepared to lie down. Su Yan adjusted the air conditioning with the remote and said, Where do you plan to lie? Get on the bed. Wen Ning covered her stomach with the blanket, gazing at him with wide eyes and a serious tone. If you let your boyfriend sleep on the floor, isn't that domestic violence? Then does it count if you sleep on the floor? He retorted, I want to sleep here willingly. Wen Ning urged, Quick, get some rest. It's getting late. Seeing her close her eyes, feigning sleepiness, Su Yan found himself at a loss and simply turned off the light to lie down. As Wen Ning listened to the soft rustling sounds beside her, she couldn't resist speaking to him. Yan? You should rest early. If you don't get enough sleep, you'll be grumpy with me tomorrow morning. Su Yan rubbed his eyes and yawned. If there's anything, we'll discuss it after waking up. The bedroom fell into silence, and as Wen Ning listened to his steady breathing, her eyelids began to feel heavy. It is often in a secure and stable environment that once it comes to sleep, a manifestation of reliance. Wen Ning was unaware of precisely when she drifted off. When she next opened her eyes, dawn had already broken outside. Su Yan lay facing away from her, his chest gently rising and falling. Feeling drowsy, she sat up and went to the kitchen for a sip of warm water. Upon returning, waves of sleepiness washed over her once again. When she quietly lay down, a realization struck her. She seemed to have ended up in the wrong place. Struggling to open her eyes, she immediately saw a familiar face close by. Su Yin appeared completely unaware of the situation, still deep in slumber, overcome by fatigue. Wen Ning found it increasingly difficult to keep her eyes open, staring at him for a while in a daze. The thought of having to get up to sleep on the floor ignited a surge of frustration within her, like a restless kitten scratching at her heart. Forget it, she thought, too lazy to rise again. Instinctively, she inched closer to him, inhaling his scent, and then comfortably closed her eyes. When Su Yin eventually awoke, the daylight flooded the room. As he instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside, he felt something soft curled beside him. "Why do you always take my sleeping spot?" he murmured, becoming slightly more alert. Wen Ning, still lost in her dreams, had her face pressed against his arm, her breath warm against his skin. She seemed to sense his movement, mumbling, and reached out to pull the blanket entirely to her side. "How long have we been dating? And you're already sharing a blanket?" Su Yin chuckled silently. Wen Ning, still half asleep, opened her eyes slightly, gazing at him with a sleepy, affectionate look before promptly shutting them again. She mumbled, "Don't disturb my sleep. Did you not come over on your own?" Su Yin found her amusing, pinching her nose playfully. "Now it's my fault for disturbing you?" Seemingly annoyed, Wen Ning's lips turned downward. "What's wrong with taking advantage of my boyfriend?" Her words were muddled yet carried a hint of stubbornness. "You're mine eventually." It seemed that as she awoke, her confidence had grown. She could assert herself so boldly, as if it were Su Yin who had erred. Nevertheless, she had a point. Given her recent academic pressures, Su Yin chose not to argue, gently tucking her hands beneath the blanket before quietly sitting up and leaving the bedroom. After a brief period on the sofa with his phone, a call from Li Yuyu came through. "Come over for dinner tonight." "Today?" Su Yin asked, surprised. "Yes. My dad insists on throwing me a graduation banquet." Li Yuyu's voice sounded cheerful. "It's just a family gathering. I've only invited Shen Hao and you." "Oh. And remember to bring Ning Ning." "Ning Ning? Have these two girls become so close?" Su Yin pondered briefly before agreeing. Meanwhile, Shen Hao had also just woken up, dressing and preparing to leave. However, upon entering the living room, he was met with an intense argument that shattered the rare morning tranquility. "Has he even asked about his grades?" the woman exclaimed, slamming the mop onto the floor. "Have you prepared for his tuition and living expenses?" The man, still bearing traces of last night's alcohol, replied glumly, "If it comes to it, just borrow a bit more from old Sue. The child needs to go to college. Isn't it true that we already owe them several tens of thousands? Are you planning to not repay them?" The woman's voice escalated. "When we first married, old Sue's situation was worse than ours. And now, Lin Hui and Su Ming, we are doing better and better. I saw Lin Hui at the market the other day, holding a little girl, and I couldn't help but marvel at how youthful she looks. Her skin is now so fair and delicate." Reflecting on her own circumstances and her husband, her anger flared. "Can't you have any ambition?" she snapped, her tone sharp. "Xiao Hao will need to buy a house and marry one day. Have you thought about any of this? If not, we can move to the countryside and sell this house." The man's expression darkened, clearly displeased. "Let us buy a small apartment in the city where Xiao Hao will be working. It's a bit older, but the location is decent. How could I have been so blind to marry you?" The woman scolded, pointing at her husband. "If it weren't for Xiao Hao, I would have divorced you long ago." "Yes, if you regret it now, it's not too late," he replied bitterly. "You just drink all day? Shen Weihua, do you even consider yourself a man? I've worked at a factory for decades, and suddenly they laid me off. Who do you expect me to turn to? Isn't that just because you're incompetent?" Shen Hao felt a headache coming on from their bickering, his temples throbbing. "Enough already. Can you both settle down?" He grabbed his keys, his expression turning icy. "I'll handle my own affairs without your needless worries." Both parents suddenly realized their son had been listening nearby for quite some time. The room fell into an awkward silence, tension hanging thick in the air. Xiao Hao, the woman, took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. "You should focus on your studies and go to university. Other matters are not your concern. I will figure things out myself." Shen Hao picked up the mop from the floor and handed it back to his mother. "Take care of your own lives. Whether you are a couple or enemies, stop breaking things. They were all bought with money." Shen Weihua sat silently on the sofa, his face darkened. Shen Hao, not wishing to linger any longer, left home, shutting out all the noise behind him. He had initially intended to find a yen, but his spirits had completely dampened. He sat on the curb for a while, his expression blank. In truth, when he was younger, his parents had a good relationship. However, it was during his middle school years that his father, Shen Weihua, lost a job he had held for over 20 years. He had been with the company since its inception and had never considered changing jobs, even during tough times. Yet, in midlife, he was laid off. This blow was devastating for Chun Weihua, plunging him into anxiety and self-doubt, which gradually morphed into a negative outlook. He began to drift through life, spending his days either drinking or playing cards. Consequently, his mother's attitude towards him also changed over time. Chunhao was uncertain whether to blame them. Despite their concerns for their son, the burdens of daily life and overwhelming pressures from various fronts strained their relationship and home life. Each day upon returning home, Chunhao was greeted either by their arguments or the sound of things being thrown. The adage that most marriages revolve around mundane matters was indeed true. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. The WeChat caller ID displayed Little Potato with an avatar of a cartoon character. Chunhao stared at it for a while before answering. "Where are you?" Li Yuyu commanded. "Come to my house for dinner tonight." Chunhao chuckled, his tone lazy and devoid of any unusual inflection. "You're back from your hometown?" "Yes," Li Yuyu replied. "I've been looking at many majors these days." "What are you interested in?" "Anything. Just choose for me." Chunhao replied nonchalantly. "You're going to university, and you're not even concerned," Li Yuyu said impatiently. I looked around. "How about food science and engineering? Why do you want me to study that?" Chunhao questioned. "Didn't you say I could choose whatever I wanted?" Li Yuyu gulped some water to clear her throat. "Listen," Chunhao pondered for a moment. "It sounds like you want me to work for you. You useless fellow. If you graduate and can't find a job, you'll starve," she retorted. Li Yuyu huffed in a somewhat arrogant manner. "If no one wants you, just apply to my family's restaurant. I'll get you in through the back door." Chunhao raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his amusement. "So, you mean I'll still have to serve you after graduation? Then you choose your major." Li Yuyu was a bit displeased. "I never insisted you choose this." Chunhao laughed several times. "All right, fill it out." He stood up, lazily brushing off his pants. "What about you? What are you planning to choose?" "Chinese," she replied. "That's good. You love reading and your handwriting is beautiful. If I really fill it out, don't regret it later and blame me," she warned. "Fill it out." Later that evening, several individuals arrived at Li Yuyu's home. Located in the city center by the river, the nearly 300 square meter apartment was quite luxurious, with well-developed transportation, commercial areas, hospitals, and schools nearby. Li Yuyu's mother, Fu Xiying, bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, with single eyelids, small eyes, and a not-so-tall stature. Her hair was styled in a wine-red wavy perm. However, she exuded elegance and appeared well-maintained. This affluent matron was exceedingly warm and approachable, greeting them with a smile as she opened the door. "You must be Wen Ning," she said, blinking as she assessed the girl. "Just as beautiful as our Yuyu." Wen Ning softly greeted her, obediently standing beside Su Yan. "Mom, you're making me shy saying that in front of Ning Ning." Li Yuyu rolled her eyes from behind. "She's our school's flower," she added. Fu Xing's eyes sparkled with delight. To a mother, Yuyu is the most beautiful. Li Yuyu ushered them inside and had them sit on the sofa. Chunhao had arrived a bit earlier and was already greeting the two girls on the sofa. Uncle Chun would return shortly, and the housekeeper was preparing dinner. Fu Xing handed Wen Ning an orange from the coffee table. "Little Ning, have some fruit." "Thank you, Auntie." Then she watched as Wen Ning peeled the orange, delicately removing the skin and handing the segments to Su Yan. Fu Xing remarked, "What a well-behaved girl." Li Yuyu laughed. "Their relationship is quite good. They've already met Aunt Lin and Uncle Su." "They've met the parents already?" Fu Xing's gaze fell, then she realized. On Wen Ning's wrist was a simple green jade bracelet, understated yet elegant. Wen Ning felt a bit shy, pulling her sleeve to cover it. Initially, she had been reluctant to wear it, as she usually kept it safely stored in a box. However, today she couldn't resist putting it on when she left home. She discovered something intriguing. When the two elders had chosen the bracelet years ago, it had been selected based on Lin Hui's size, yet surprisingly, it fit Wen Ning perfectly as well. Moreover, it complemented her wrist, making it appear even more delicate and fair. Wen Ning was unsure whether to call it coincidence or fate. Upon noticing it, Su Yan insisted she keep it on, saying it looked lovely. "It seems Sister Hui truly likes you," Fu Xing remarked, giving her a thumbs up and smiling. "No, before you leave today, Auntie must give you a big red envelope." Just as Chunhao finished peeling the orange, it was snatched away by Li Yuyu, who sat beside him. He turned to look. This little potato had stuffed all the segments into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. She defiantly lifted her chin, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Chunhao chuckled nonchalantly. "Aunt Fu, do I get a red envelope too?" "What do you have?" Fu Xing shot him a glare. "When will you bring a girlfriend over to play? I'll give you a bigger one." For some reason, every time she looked at Xiao Yan, She thought how wonderful it would be to have a son like that. Yet, Chunhao always irked her. He was just as annoying as her daughter. In every possible way. It was a rather strange feeling. Sit up straight. Fu Xing playfully smacked the back of his head, always slouching, when Uncle Li comes back. He'll scold you again. You only know how to play games. Can't you put some thought into your university choices? Fu Xing's scolding left Chunhao momentarily stunned. He moved his lips. But a yin plays games too, you dare to retort? Fu Xing, hands on her hips, reached out to tug his ear. He plays games every day and has a girlfriend. Do you? No. Then stop talking back. Fu Xing pinched his arm, a bit impatiently clicking her tongue. Also, have you lost weight again recently? You're all skin and bones. Girls nowadays like slim ones. What a preference for the slender. How could that young girl possibly comprehend? A little more flesh is certainly preferable. You truly infuriate me. Wen Ning wore a look of astonishment. It was difficult to fathom how the gentle, amiable, and graceful woman had so suddenly transformed into this. Aunt Fu's attitude towards Chunhao mirrored that of Yu perfectly. What could she be if not a mother-in-law? You too, after entering university, should endeavor to make more friends. Fu Xing turned to speak to her daughter, her tone softening somewhat. If you encounter someone you fancy, bring him home. That is what your father and I are most concerned about at present. Chunhao remained silent for a moment, his brow twitching slightly. After a lengthy pause, he scratched the back of his hand and smiled effortlessly. Rest assured, during university, I shall certainly assist you and Uncle Li in evaluating prospective suitors. Fu Xing shot him a glance. Evaluating what? With Yu's excellent qualities. Surely many would be drawn to her. Chunhao merely smiled, his voice dropping a notch. Only a boy who excels in every regard and possesses a commendable character could hope to be deemed worthy of her. Li Yu's expression faltered momentarily. She lowered her gaze, silently inserting the straw into the milk carton, not uttering a word. Fu Xing was taken aback for quite a while, clearly displeased as she clicked her tongue. What on earth are you saying? This is why I find your words so irksome. Chunhao was somewhat bewildered. Why is it that whatever I say, Aunt Fu, you scold me for? Our family has everything. When Yu graduates, if she truly has no desire to manage the restaurant, she can assist us in collecting rent. Fu Xing only found him increasingly vexatious. How could there be such an obnoxious young man in this world? What does it mean to be worthy or unworthy? Fu Xing once again delivered a sharp slap to his head. As long as Yu is happy and he treats her well, that is all that truly matters. Chapter 76. Tong Tong desires her own room. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Wenba returned. He placed the car keys on the counter and greeted everyone with warmth. Li Yu's father is quite a renowned entrepreneur in the area. However, he is remarkably humble, whether dealing with business clients, employees, or family. Regardless, Wen Ning did not perceive any arrogance from them. Of course, it might also be due to the two boys, who, like Yu, had grown up under their watchful eyes. During dinner, Li Wenba retrieved 2 bottles of exquisite red wine from the cabinet. Xiaoyan, you performed exceptionally well this time, he remarked with a smile. Your father has already called us all, boasting about your achievements and extolling how wonderful his daughter-in-law is. Wen Ning lowered her head to sip her juice, her ears turning slightly red. Su Yan nodded and smiled. Ning has taught well. Li Wenba's satisfaction with them grew. He found them utterly charming. However, when he turned around, he noticed Chunhao wrapping a roasted duck roll, which was promptly snatched away by his daughter. Li Wenba's expression gradually cooled. Xiao Hao, do you drink? Join Uncle Li for a little toast. Chunhao agreed rather quickly, displaying a rapid learning curve in this regard, though he hesitated. I think I won't drink. A grown man who cannot even drink is not fit for social engagements in the future. Chunhao coughed violently. Remember to learn more during college, Li Wenba said sternly. If you come back knowing nothing, just wait and see how I will discipline you. Throughout dinner, aside from expressing concern for Su Yan and Wen Ning, the two parents primarily focused on admonishing Chunhao. Wen Ning found it amusing and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. When Tong Tong grows up, she imagined that the two of them would likely scrutinize their son-in-law in the same manner, inevitably finding fault everywhere. As they were about to leave, Fu Xing genuinely presented them with a large red envelope. No wonder Sister Hui adores you. You are truly a wonderful girl. She patted Wen Ning's hand, Xiaoning. Congratulations on your advancement. You two are sure to achieve great success in the future. Subsequently, Chunhao also put on his shoes, preparing to bid farewell. Only then did Li Yu reluctantly rise to see him off. When they reached downstairs, she pulled a red envelope from her pocket. Here. This is your advancement gift from my parents, Li Yuyu explained. They found you bothersome, so they didn't give it to you directly. Chun Hao did not extend his hand to accept it. Are you sure it's not from you? Li Yuyu rolled her eyes and shoved the envelope into his arms. Hurry home. I'm leaving. She patted her backside and walked away without looking back. Chun Hao stared at the envelope in his hands, unable to resist the urge to run his fingers over it, and his smile gradually faded. Upon returning home, Li Yuyu found her father seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. She paid no mind, settling onto the couch and texting on her phone. Yuyu. It was only then that Li Wenba set down the newspaper. I need to discuss something with you. Li Yuyu, feeling a sense of foreboding, asked, What is it? You are aware of the situation at Xiao Hao's home. Li Wenba said gently, taking his time. Setting aside personal emotions, this isn't exactly a case of matching social standings, is it? Li Yuyu immediately raised her head. Dad, are you secretly disapproving of him? Just moments ago, she had heard her mother say that they wouldn't mind about family backgrounds. And now her father was suddenly bringing this up. That's not what I meant, Li Wenba quickly clarified, realizing his daughter had misunderstood. Your grandparents also started with nothing. Our family has not always been affluent. Li Yuyu felt confused, uncertain why her father would suddenly broach this topic. Do you think? Li Wenba paused. Do you think Xiao Hao might feel this way? This matter had been on his radar for some time. Although Chun Hao appeared carefree, he was, in fact, quite sensitive and possessed a strong sense of pride. Especially when he came to their house, he seemed at ease on the surface. But Li Wenba could discern that this child was not entirely comfortable. He truly had no thoughts about who was worthy of his daughter. He simply wanted Yuyu to understand one thing. Yuyu, you must realize that only those who genuinely care for you will ponder whether they are the best match for you. He continued, if this continues, you may not end up together. Li Yuyu stood there, momentarily stunned, before stammering, when did I say that I wanted to be with him? Li Wenba gently ruffled his daughter's hair. I was just speaking casually, don't take it to heart. In the following days, the summer heat intensified. Su Yan and Wen Ning spent their evenings huddled together, selecting schools and filling out applications. They needed to find institutions that matched their scores while ensuring they could reside in the same city, which proved to be quite time-consuming and mentally taxing. Tong Tong sat in her mother's lap, blinking her eyes as she helped sift through a pile of materials. Mommy, this school looks beautiful. Do you like it, Tong Tong? Yes. Su Yan flipped through the pages on the computer. Have you decided what major to apply for? Not particularly interested in anything. Wen Ning brushed her hair back, leaning in for a closer look. With high scores, the choices were numerous, and she could pick from various popular majors. However, she had not given much thought to this aspect either. Su Yan believed it was crucial to consider this matter carefully. As for Tong Tong's future, Wen Ning had studied medicine, specializing in the highly sought-after field of ophthalmology. After a few years of graduation, she became a well-known ophthalmologist with a lucrative salary. Yet, Tong Tong had openly stated that her mother did not particularly enjoy her job or the hospital environment. On Su Yan's end, it was simpler. He merely needed to steer towards the computer field. Ultimately, they settled on Hangzhou as their city of choice. This was also the city where Tong Tong had always lived. Now, the three of them were preparing to move to the place where Su Yan and Wen Ning would establish their future. Did you know that Mom and Dad never visited Hangzhou when they were young? Tong Tong chirped happily, then I will take you both out to play. Wen Ning smiled and agreed, taking her phone to browse rental listings around the schools. Gradually, her brow began to furrow. So expensive. The price for a 3-bedroom apartment was several thousand, and any location even slightly desirable with convenient transportation boasted exorbitantly high rates. That makes sense, Su Yan mused. For students still in school, a 3-bedroom apartment is indeed quite luxurious. Wen Ning calculated her recent earnings and decided to let Tong Tong play in Su Yan's arms for a while. She then grabbed a piece of paper and began estimating the expenses little by little. The cost in various aspects far exceeded her expectations. After calculating for a long time, she felt overwhelmed and simply tossed the paper aside, wrapping her arms around Su Yan gently. In moments of distress, a hug from her boyfriend seemed to lift her spirits. Noticing the slight droop of her lips and her forlorn expression, Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This is from my parents. He handed her a card. It contains 100,000 yuan. They were afraid you would refuse, so they insisted on giving it to me. Wen Ning was taken aback and quickly straightened up. This is unacceptable. Lin Hui and Su Ming, we have already done so much for Tong Tong. Two devoted parents have labored tirelessly for their son throughout their lives. And it is now time for them to relish the joys of family alongside their granddaughter. The mundane concerns of daily life and finances should rightfully be shouldered by her and Su Yin, the child's parents. If we refuse their assistance, it is certain they will not fare well at home, neither in nourishment nor in rest. Su Yin shook his head, apprehensive that they might endure hardships outside. Wen Ning, clutching the bank card and pursing her lips, was at a loss for words. Though she understood the impropriety of accepting the card, she could not fathom why her previous agitation had evaporated in an instant. Lin Hui and her biological mother exhibited stark differences in temperament. Yet, Wen Ning could perceive a sense of nostalgia in Lin Hui. Both Lin Hui and Su Minghui were individuals of their word. Presently, they regarded themselves as half a daughter. Once they settled into university life, they would be able to support Tong Tong and their own living expenses. Su Yin tousled her hair, suggesting they should find an opportunity to return the favor. He was aware, however, that his parents would likely refuse it. During university, he needed to swiftly contemplate ways to earn a living. The remuneration for ghostwriting papers was undeniably insufficient. Yin, Wen Ning leaned closer, whispering to him, "When we eventually come into substantial wealth, we must treat our parents exceptionally well." Tong Tong chimed in, "And I will be good to Grandpa and Grandma." She nibbled on a strawberry, her mouth adorned with its vibrant hue. Su Yin playfully pinched his daughter's nose, teasing, "With you addressing them as Daddy and Mommy, they will likely be so elated they won't sleep a wink tonight." When Ning's ears flushed quietly, she mused, "How can we always call them Uncle and Auntie? We have already accepted the jade bracelet. It is time to find an opportunity to address them differently." She carefully placed the card in a cabinet before returning to sit on the floor, continuing her search for rental properties to ensure a suitable living environment for their daughter. They could not afford to be careless in this matter. While they could not guarantee opulence or extravagance, it was imperative that Tong Tong felt comfortable and unconfined. After diligently sifting through the filters for quite some time, she suddenly froze. Moments later, a sense of unease washed over her as she hastily tucked her phone away, as though she had stumbled upon something forbidden. "What's wrong?" Su Yin inquired. "I discovered that two-bedroom apartments are significantly less expensive," Wen Ning confessed, her demeanor akin to that of a guilty thief as she stealthily licked her lips. After a prolonged silence, she hesitantly suggested, "What if we try it out? Letting Tong Tong sleep with me for now? We can discuss the rest once we are more settled." Tong Tong paused mid-bite of her strawberry, casting a dubious glance at her mother before her expression shifted to one of realization. "No way," she declared sweetly, "I am a grown-up now. I want to sleep alone." Wen Ning was taken aback, but Tong Tong had not expressed such sentiments previously. No. Tong Tong vigorously shook her head. "I want my own room." This was the first time Tong Tong had exhibited such a willful demeanor in front of her parents, her head bobbing adorably. Su Yin, indulgent of his daughter, suggested, "Shall we rent a 3-bedroom apartment then?" "Absolutely not." Tong Tong pouted vehemently. "That would be a waste of money that Daddy and Mommy worked so hard to earn. I am not a spoiled daughter." Tong Tong. Wen Ning, her ears aflame with exasperation, playfully pinched her daughter's cheek. "You simply want your own room for your parents." Chapter 77. Overstepping. Su Yin ultimately made the choice to attend Hangzhou Electronics. As for Wen Ning, she undoubtedly applied to Jiang University, which ranks among the top 5 nationally and is the best in the province. Based on the provincial rankings, their scores were quite secure, with little chance of being rejected. Now, the focus shifted to Wen Ning's field of study. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Ning pondered aloud, "Should I choose clinical medicine?" Although she had never been fond of hospitals since childhood, she could navigate through them with her eyes closed. The truth was, she did not have a strong affinity for this profession. Her primary concern was financial stability. Wen Ning was quite pragmatic. Whether she liked it or not was of little consequence, as her friend Tong Tong had also chosen this path. Many individuals select their majors and institutions with a similar mindset, weighing future salaries and benefits, which is entirely reasonable. "Isn't it possible that you won't encounter me in university?" Su Yin mused, glancing down at the rankings of Jiang University's programs and popular disciplines. "Something I enjoy." Wen Ning contemplated for a moment before leaning in slightly. "What about the major of someone I admire?" Su Yin paused, taken aback. "Are you interested in computer science?" It is one of Jiang University's flagship programs. In fact, she had considered it as well. By the time Su Yin met her, he had already accumulated a considerable fortune, all through his own hard work. Wen Ning had not gone through that phase and was unaware of whether he had faced challenges in the real world. If they could grow and strive together, that would be wonderful, albeit challenging. Su Yin hesitated, having experienced the difficulties himself. He was reluctant to push Wen Ning towards studying computer science. Nonetheless, he acknowledged, no matter which major one chooses, it requires hard work. Wen Ning countered with sound reasoning. Given my scores, wouldn't it be a loss not to choose a flagship program? Jiang University's computer science major ranks exceptionally high nationally and stands out in the industry. From a purely evaluative perspective, it is superior to clinical medicine. Your argument is not without merit. Su Yin contemplated for a considerable time. Doctors also endure significant hardships and sometimes have to work shifts. If you were to join me, I could help make it a bit easier for you. During university, she would likely have considered the prospect of contributing to their family finances, possibly even aiming for scholarships. If there were research opportunities at the university, he could assist her. You decide. Su Yin returned the materials to her, adding, if you truly choose Jiang University's computer science department, you might very well surpass me in the future. How could that be possible? Wen Ning chuckled teasingly, aware of her boyfriend's exceptional talent in this field, particularly given that he had predominantly taught himself. Once they had made their decisions, both filled out their applications. When the acceptance letters arrived, there were no surprises. However, it was unexpected that Li Yuyu and Qin Hao had also chosen universities in Hangzhou. Although the city was vast, meeting would still be convenient. With the college entrance examination behind them, they soon prepared to embark on their university lives. As the end of the month approached, they began packing their belongings. Since they had quite a bit of luggage, Lin Hui and Su Ming decided to personally drive them. They would arrive early to familiarize themselves with the city and secure housing before the semester commenced. Just 2 days before their departure, Wen Ning had a rather lengthy dream. The details were so vivid that she felt as if she had truly experienced those events. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered in her nostrils upon waking. Dr. Wen, you've worked hard, a giggling nurse said during the shift change. There are too many patients today. You should head home and rest. After washing her face and removing her white coat, she left the hospital. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, she stood outside waiting for a bus, only to realize that today was her 29th birthday. After a moment's hesitation, she entered a nearby shop and purchased a small cake. She then boarded a bus with an uncertain destination, taking a seat in the back. The bus was nearly empty, and the evening scenery of Hangzhou whizzed by. The cool breeze from the window brushed against her face. Wen Ning placed the cake on her lap, took out her phone, snapped a photo, and edited a post saying, "Happy birthday to me." She then set the post to be visible only to herself. After completing this, she gazed out at the orange-hued sky, slowly indulging in the cake. A sudden emptiness enveloped her. Approaching 30, she had been living aimlessly in this city, even unsure of what wish to make while buying herself a birthday cake. The bus had passed several stops when a man with a bag boarded. He sat on the opposite seat, speaking on the phone with a tone of exasperation. "All right. I understand. I've just been using my eyes too much lately, so I went to the hospital for some eye drops. It's not a big deal. Why do you need to call my dad about it?" It was then that she snapped back to reality, quietly continuing to eat her cake. The bus was silent, save for the man's conversation with his mother. Girlfriend, why is it that every time you call, you ask about this? It's not that I don't want to talk. I just haven't met anyone I like." Listening to his resigned tone, Wen Ning savored the sweetness of the cake. He seemed to have a caring mother, and their relationship appeared to be quite good. How wonderful. The heaviness of her loneliness dissipated somewhat, and she couldn't help but eavesdrop on their conversation. Who is Xiao Xian? Oh, the eldest daughter of Lin Ai. After pondering for a moment, the man replied, "Didn't I make it clear to her? I must have been scolded on the other end. I couldn't help but tilt my head and rub my ears. Why are you suddenly using foul language? I spoke to her nicely before blocking her. I truly don't like her. What can I do?" He rummaged through his bag. "You know my temperament. If I don't like someone, I simply don't. If I do, it's a lifelong commitment. It can't be taken lightly." Finally unable to resist, Wen Ning stole a glance at him. He wore a simple black shirt, his demeanor relaxed, yet his tone was devoid of any frivolity. It felt as if his words echoed her own sentiments. The man seemed to sense her gaze and quickly turned his head. He said nothing further but paused to glance at the half-eaten cake in her hand. Once he hung up, he casually inquired, "Is it your birthday today?" Wen Ning quickly averted her gaze, focusing on her cake as she continued to eat. She preferred not to converse with strangers, so she merely responded with a faint saying nothing more. Yet, perhaps due to his earlier remarks, she held no strong animosity toward him. "Are you alone?" He raised an eyebrow. "My grandmother always told me that one should never celebrate a birthday alone. It brings bad luck." Wen Ning's expression faltered for a moment as she slowly swallowed the cream in her mouth. She remained silent, turning her head to gaze out at the neon lights gradually illuminating the evening sky. "My parents place great importance on this matter, regardless of where I am. They always come to celebrate my birthday with me each year." He, however, seems indifferent to the girl's aloofness and casually remarks while gazing at his phone screen. Even if there is only one person by your side, it is still far better than spending your birthday alone. The coming year will surely bring good fortune. Wen Ning's lips gradually straighten, her expression devoid of emotion. Noticing her reluctance to continue this conversation, his demeanor grows increasingly distant, prompting him to refrain from further discussion. He simply sits in his seat, engrossed in his phone. The bus once again falls into silence, with only the faint sound of the overhead handles softly colliding. The cake Wen Ning purchased is rather small. After just a few bites, it is nearly gone. She savors the sweet taste lingering in her mouth, planning to save the solitary strawberry atop the cake for last. Staring vacantly out the window, she suddenly feels a pang of sadness. It is not that she cannot afford a different cake. Rather, she desires to prolong the simplicity of her unnoticed 29th birthday. Time passes unmeasured, and the night outside deepens. It is only then that his languid voice reaches her ears. I have already passed 3 stops. Why haven't you finished eating? Chapter 78. Not an adequate mother. Wen Ning awoke quite early today. After tidying up her belongings, she gently roused Tong Tong from her slumber. Fragments of a dream from the previous night lingered in her mind, as vivid as if they had occurred long ago. Upon stepping out of her bedroom, she found the living room somewhat desolate. Box after box, already packed, cluttered the hallway. Even the stuffed rabbit strewn across the sofa had been neatly stowed away. Since she was living in a rented space, she intended to take everything she could. Su Yin sat on the sofa, messaging his parents on his phone. Wen Ning approached and embraced him, then began to recount her dream from yesterday. Is that so? Su Yin pondered, and then what happened? He had not dreamt at all the previous night, sleeping soundly until dawn. Once I celebrate my birthday, you'll just get off the bus. Wen Ning remarked with a hint of irritation. You didn't even tell me your name or share your contact information. Celebrating a birthday alone felt quite dismal. Thus, when he encountered her, he could not shake off the sense of foreboding. After the lonely girl on the bus finished her birthday, he found himself devoid of further concerns. At 29, Su Yin's temperament mirrored that of his current self. My grandmother did mention that our family places great importance on such matters. Su Yin set his phone down. From now on, remember to celebrate every birthday with us. By the way, Wen Ning suddenly inquired, who is Xiao Xian? Her abrupt change of topic left Su Yin momentarily speechless. I believe she is the daughter of a friend of my mother's. We're not close. Then how did your mother decide to introduce her to you? How should I know? Su Yin had not anticipated being blindsided by the future Lin Hui. As an only child reluctant to pursue a romantic relationship, it was only natural for Lin Hui to feel anxious. However, Wen Ning sighed gently. It seems that future us face quite the challenge. The 29-year-old doctor appeared even more reclusive and aloof. Su Yin was no different. His family had introduced him to numerous suitable matches, yet none captured his interest. The most significant person resided in the same city, yet they had yet to cross paths. Fortunately, the ending was promising. That's not luck. Su Yin shook his head. There is no such thing as good fortune. Like Wen Ning, he'd rather remain single than settle for the wrong person. It was precisely their shared stubbornness, which felt somewhat out of place in contemporary society, that would allow them to enjoy a blissful later life together. Thus, regardless of age or circumstance, they were destined to unite, albeit perhaps a bit later. In the afternoon, Su Yin accompanied Wen Ning back to her home to pack the remaining items. They prepared to embark on their journey to Hangzhou. Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming had taken the day off to see their eldest daughter off. Wen Ning's belongings were minimal, just some books and clothes. After a brief period of tidying her room, she was nearly finished. She even packed 2 clean school uniforms. Xiao Ziqin knelt to assist her with the suitcase. As she observed her eldest daughter polishing a photograph of her biological mother, she hesitated, her fingers fumbling in her pocket. Ultimately, she sighed silently within her heart, choosing not to voice any thoughts. Instead, she retrieved a thick red envelope she had prepared in advance and placed it at the bottom of the suitcase. Xiao Ning, it seems you've gained a bit of weight recently. He thinks I'm too thin. Wen Ning returned from placing the photograph in her backpack, smiling slightly. He always insists I eat more, and I can't refuse him at this point. She could speak of such matters quite naturally. Gazing at the suitcase on the floor and the emptiness of the room where her eldest daughter had grown up, Xiao Ziqin found it difficult to articulate her emotions. She felt a desire to say something, but the words lingered in her throat before she swallowed them back. In the end, she simply patted her daughter's shoulder. A little extra weight is good. It signifies prosperity. As they entered the living room, Su Minghui and Wen Qiming were engaged in conversation. Su Yin sat on the opposite sofa, quietly listening. This was the first meeting between the two fathers, and it was even more harmonious than anticipated. When Qiming inquired about his daughter's recent circumstances and some matters concerning the Su family, Su Minghui answered every question transparently, withholding nothing. Our family is not particularly affluent. Su Minghui stated calmly, but I can assure you that once the two children graduate, I will help them find a home in Hangzhou. With both their names on the deed, I'll take care of the down payment, and they can manage the repayments themselves. Su Yin glanced at his father, tapping his hand against his wrist, but said little more. Su Minghui added gently, if you have any lingering concerns, do not hesitate to voice them. When Qiming fell silent for a moment, how can everything regarding Xiao Ning be left to you? She had already shared her situation with us. Su Minghui shook his head. Old one, it's not easy to find a woman willing to support you through difficult times. Treat her and her daughter well. This matter is settled, and we will take care of it. When Qiming now understood only Su Minghui could have raised a son like Su Yin. Sighing, when Qiming admitted, it's my failure. In the future, should you need any assistance, don't hesitate to call me. Su Minghui chose not to pursue the topic further. As for me and Yin's mother, we will surely treat our daughter-in-law far better than our son. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle, not at all offended. When Wen Ning and Xiao Ziqin emerged from the room, they finally stood. Dad and Xiao. Wen Ning took the bag from Su Yin's hands, producing two neatly packaged coats. They were on sale off-season. After much deliberation, Yin and I bought them for you. When Qiming and Xiao Ziqin were momentarily taken aback, they looked at their elegant eldest daughter, somewhat hesitant to accept the gifts. Qiang, I also got you a present. Wen Ning gifted her sister a Bluetooth speaker. Since you love listening to music, this can connect to your phone. I've tested it. The sound quality is excellent. Qiang was surprised that her sister had thought of her as well and awkwardly accepted the gift. Your sister is heading off to university. When Ning affectionately ruffled her sister's hair, Qiang will become more beautiful. Make sure to study hard and make good friends. I know. Qiang was at a loss for words and turned to Su Yin. Hey, you'd better treat my sister well. She has a temper that's easy to bully. So don't take advantage of her. Su Yin shot her a glance. Only you would bully your sister daily. Qiang hugged the speaker tightly, her cheeks flushed, her lips moving silently. Soon, they all descended the stairs together. Lin Hui and Tong awaited by the car. Su Yin took the suitcase from Wen Ning's hands and stowed it in the overflowing trunk. Dad and Qiang, I'm leaving now. Wen Ning embraced Tong, pursing her lips. You all must stay happy and healthy every day. Gazing at the trunk filled with luggage and the eldest daughter standing beside Su Yin, the send-off party could not quite articulate the emotion swirling within their hearts. Upon returning home, it may become increasingly difficult to find remnants of my eldest daughter's presence, leaving only an empty and desolate room. As I watched her board the car, it slowly dawned on me. That little girl, who timidly tugged at my sleeve and called me Mama from the moment we first met, has spent all these years trying to please me, and now, she truly is leaving home. Xiao Ning. Auntie Xiao is merely an ordinary person. I will show favoritism towards Qiang. I may lose my temper, and I will feel a sense of irritation when I catch you gazing at your biological mother's photograph. I have never been a particularly good mother, certainly not in comparison to your birth mother. However, as you depart from home, I sincerely hope that you will always be well. I also wish for you to encounter many who are far better than I, who will love you endlessly. Chapter 79, The Last Bite, my favorite in the evening. They arrived in Hangzhou, a city renowned for its abundance of fish and rice, its silk industry, and its reputation as a paradise on earth. However, the weather was oppressively warm. After several hours on the road, Su Minghui and Lin Hui felt somewhat weary. Yin, remember to find time to learn to drive while in college, Su Minghui advised. Once you graduate, you may not have the opportunity. I know, Lin Hui replied, cradling Tong as she sat in the back seat with Wen Ning, exchanging affectionate words. Auntie, may I ask you something? What is it? Lin Hui immediately turned her head. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you call me? Mama. Ah. Lin Hui beamed. Good daughter, what is it? Wen Ning glanced at Su Yin, who was engrossed in his phone in the front passenger seat, hesitating before asking, who is Xiao Xian? Su Yin suddenly coughed. Why are you still remembering that? Xiao Xian, are you referring to Fong Xian? Lin Hui was momentarily taken aback. She's a girl from our neighborhood, about the same age as Yin, graduating this year. What's the matter? Mom, do you want to introduce her to 29-year-old Yin, claiming they are well-matched? Lin Hui's voice caught in her throat, and she fell silent for a long while. She kicked the front passenger seat with her foot. You little rascal, at 29. You still haven't brought Xiaoning home for me to see, have you? Su Yin turned his head. What does that have to do with me? If it's not your concern, Then whose could it be? Lin Hui shot back, her expression exasperated. If you had brought Xiaoning home sooner, would I need to introduce you to another girl? Setting aside the facts, it was all Su Yan's fault. The group prepared to check into the hotel they had booked earlier, intending to rest a while before heading out for dinner. With 2 weeks until the start of classes at Jiangda and Hangzhou University, they planned to rent an apartment the next couple of days. And Lin Hui and Su Ming aimed to assist with Tongtong's enrollment. They wouldn't stay for long. Once the two children and their granddaughter settled in, they would return home. After dinner, Lin Hui and Su Ming went out for a stroll, having visited Hangzhou in their youth. The couple felt a sense of nostalgia upon their return after so many years. Suddenly, Tongtong expressed a desire to see her old home, the place where she had lived for many years. But right now, it's not our home. Wen Ning pondered for a moment. Tongtong, 10 years ago, our home might not have even begun to be built. But we can still go take a look, Tongtong insisted, her beautiful, innocent eyes sparkling. Su Yan took out his phone. Do you remember where our home is, Tongtong? Yes. Tongtong will tell Daddy. Tongtong eagerly leaned in. Room 2201, Building 4, Oasis Residence. Nashan Road, Shihu District. Shihu District. Such a prime location. Surely, the property prices would be even higher 10 years from now. The family ventured out, following Tongtong's directions toward Shihu District. With a decade having passed, many places had changed significantly, making it rather difficult to locate. Su Yan and Wen Ning relied on their phones, using Tongtong's descriptions and recognizable landmarks to navigate. After spending most of the evening, they finally found the future site of Oasis Residence, which at present was merely a vast old neighborhood. Grocery shops, snack stalls, fruit stands. In the land of Hangzhou, where every inch is valuable, this area felt like a forgotten corner of time, unexpectedly preserving a sense of warmth and local life. Many elderly residents reminisced about the old Hangzhou, which was nearly extinct. Holding her parents' hands, Tongtong looked around but could not find the familiar sights. Yet, she did not seem unhappy. Instead, she giggled with delight. For her, anywhere with her parents felt like home, a truth she had understood since she was very young. They wandered for a long time, quietly taking in the place. If one day they could return with their daughter and buy a home here, it would be quite wonderful. It evoked a sense of temporal intertwining. After a lengthy exploration, on their way back, Wen Ning suggested they take the bus. Su Yan, sensing her intention, found a cake shop and bought 2 small strawberry cakes. Are you not going to eat any? Too sweet. I tend to get overwhelmed by richness, she replied. The subway in Hangzhou is highly developed, and the late-night bus was nearly empty. Occasionally, a few passengers boarded, only to disembark shortly after. They settled in the back seat with Tongtong, enjoying the tranquility. Tongtong sat in Su Yan's lap, eagerly shoving cake into her mouth, quickly devouring it and finishing with the strawberry on top. Meanwhile, Wen Ning slowly opened her cake box, savoring the sweet flavor on her tongue. Reminiscent of her own birthday celebrations at 29. Why do you eat just like Tongtong? Su Yan observed, glancing between his daughter and Wen Ning. Is there a reason for saving the strawberry for last? It's just a personal habit, Wen Ning replied, licking the cream from her lips. When eating noodles, I tend to finish the noodles first before having the egg and mincemeat. In truth, many people likely share such habits. She simply believed that this way of eating brought her more joy, a manifestation of cherishing and seeking anticipation. Su Yan's approach to food differed from Wen Ning's. He would eat whatever appealed to him without a specific order, more spontaneous and carefree. These seemingly insignificant habits are deeply intertwined with family and upbringing. Looking at the precious strawberry she saved for last, Su Yan paused for a moment before continuing, I can buy you strawberries every day. Wen Ning hesitated. Is this a bad habit? Not at all, Su Yan teased, pinching her porcelain white cheek. I just worry that in the future, if you encounter something you dislike, you might eat it just to get it over with. Wen Ning was taken aback, falling silent as she lowered her head to finish the remaining strawberry. After wiping her mouth with a napkin, she glanced at her reflection in the bus window. At that moment, she leaned closer to tug at Su Yan's sleeve. Ah Yan, I want to tell you a secret. What is it? Su Yan tilted his head, allowing her to whisper in his ear. Even if you buy me strawberries every day. Wen Ning looked up, a faint blush creeping from her ears to her cheeks. Her voice was unexpectedly soft and sweet, akin to cotton candy one longs to savor but hesitates to swallow. I cannot change this habit. Why? Before Su Yan could continue, a warm, fervent breath suddenly brushed against his cheek, accompanied by a gentle peck. 2 soft, moist lips quickly met his cheek. The last bite will always be my favorite. Chapter 80. In the next life, I shall still be your daughter. Su Yan's brow twitched slightly, and his expression faltered. The soft sensation upon his face was fleeting, yet it left a tingling sensation across half of it. How is it that you have become increasingly alluring? Normally, she appeared to be a quiet young lady, timid in demeanor, yet at times, she would surprise him with such boldness. These actions were indeed a first for Wen Ning, and she felt somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, she was willing to gradually adapt and take the initiative in performing seemingly intimate gestures. After all, love is a bond that requires the nurturing of both individuals. Kissing her boyfriend was also noted in her reminders. Naturally, a kiss on the cheek was merely a fraction of what such affection entailed. "Dad, what is the matter?" she queried. "Father, it seems you are about to be ensnared by Mother-S charms." Su-yin paused for a considerable time before continuing. "Indeed, it appears that in the future, Father will be entirely at Mother-S mercy." Wen Ning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully pinched him. In the ensuing days, they began searching for a university apartment in Hangzhou. There was an abundance of two-bedroom units, many of which were quite appealing to Wen Ning. Given the distance between Jiang University and Hangzhou Electronics, they had to compromise on the location. Additionally, they had to consider Tongtong's schooling. The admission criteria for private primary schools in Hangzhou were relatively flexible, yet still possessed certain thresholds, particularly concerning children from other provinces. This was an issue that Su Minghui and Lin Hui aimed to address during their visit to Hangzhou for Tongtong's sake. They chose not to burden the children with the difficulties they faced. Aside from the first night, when Su Minghui took his wife for a stroll around Westlake, the following days were predominantly spent out and about. They even sought assistance from Li Yuyu's parents, who were well-connected in Hangzhou, possessing a broader network. To ensure their granddaughter could thrive in this society, the couple had indeed accumulated a fair amount of favors during this time. After several days of house hunting, Su-yin and Wen Ning finally reached a decision. They chose a stylish two-bedroom apartment with an open-plan layout connecting the living room and balcony, benefiting from ample natural light and proximity to the subway. The surroundings were delightful, and it was the first time it was being rented. However, the rent was slightly higher, approximately 5,200 yuan per month. After signing the lease, they moved their belongings in that very afternoon. The master bedroom, being more spacious, would be shared by Wen Ning and Tongtong, while Su-yin would occupy the second bedroom. Throughout the afternoon, Wen Ning diligently wiped down tables and windows with a towel, then fetched a broom and mop to meticulously clean every corner of the apartment. While these minor chores were somewhat tedious, she found joy in the process. Once she had organized her and Tongtong's belongings, she rolled up her sleeves and entered the second bedroom. When Su-yin walked in with a box, he found her kneeling on the floor, carefully unpacking clothes from the suitcase. She dusted each item and hung some neatly in the wardrobe while leaving others to dry on the balcony. "I can manage this on my own. You should take a break," she urged. Unable to free his hands, Su-yin called out to Tongtong. The little girl dashed in, carefully wiping her mother's forehead with her sleeve. "I want to help too," she exclaimed, watching her mother with wide eyes. Wen Ning smiled gently. "These are tasks we must all learn to do, and we must gradually grow accustomed to them." She realized that she would likely spend 4 years, or perhaps even longer, with Su-yin and Tongtong in this place. Su-yin could not argue with her. This young lady had clearly adopted an attitude of transforming even a modest dwelling into a true home. As time went on, he perceived her increasingly resembling the gentlewoman from the photographs. Occasionally, he was struck by the illusion that they had been married for an eternity. By the time they had finished organizing their rooms, evening had fallen. What was once an empty space began to feel more lived in. Plush bunny dolls adorned the sofa, and the clothes on the balcony swayed gently in the breeze. At that moment, Su Minghui called, inviting them out for dinner. Wen Ning recalled something and rose to retrieve 2 picture frames from the bedroom. One frame contained a graduation photo of her and Su-yin, where she was smiling, her arm linked with his, while Tongtong stood between them, beaming as if ready to leap with joy. Wen Ning meticulously wiped the frame before placing it prominently atop the television. The other frame held an older photograph, slightly worn and yellowed with age. It depicted a familiar, graceful woman dressed in a light green floral dress, her long, lustrous hair cascading down, the corners of her eyes subtly uplifted. In her hand, she held a small girl, whose sweet features were adorned with 2 playful ponytails and a backpack. The child's rosy cheeks radiated joy and innocence, seemingly untouched by worries, while the setting sun cast a warm glow that seemed to blend seamlessly with their smiles. "Grandma!" Tongtong exclaimed, tilting her head to gaze up at the picture. "Mom, this is Xiao Ning's new home." Wen Ning gently caressed her daughter's head, looking down at the woman in the photograph. "Perhaps for a long time to come, I will reside here." Su-yin approached her side, unsure of what to say, and simply patted her head. The woman in the photograph continued to smile warmly. her beautiful eyes mirroring Wen Ning's, seemingly gazing intently at her daughter, as if unable to look away. Reminiscent of the times when she was compelled to part from her child. Wen Ning's mother, possessing a melodious name, Jianghe, was like a lotus blooming in the waterways of Jiangnan. Mother, since coming to Hangzhou, Xiaoning may not be able to visit you at the cemetery as often. Wen Ning's voice softened. But please do not worry too much about me. Xiaoning will surely find immense joy in her life ahead. Walking alongside Su Yin and Tong Tong. Mother, please take care of yourself over there. If there is a next life, I shall undoubtedly be your daughter once more. And then, I will find Su Yin, allowing you to witness him with your own eyes. At that time, you will surely smile so wide that your eyes will crinkle with joy. Chapter 81. Certainly caught in the trap following this. Su Minghui and Lin Hui prepared to return home. The two parents could not linger in Hangzhou for long, having taken a brief leave to accompany their children. When the time comes, you should seek out this teacher, Lin Hui suggested after dinner, sharing a WeChat contact with Su Yin. Just head straight to Jinxiu Times Primary School with Tong Tong for enrollment. This endeavor indeed required gratitude towards Li Wenba and Fu Xiying. Without their assistance, it would have been far more challenging. All right, Lin Hui waved her hand dismissively. Your father and I will leave tomorrow morning. You two remember to bring Tong Tong home for the holidays. In truth, they were reluctant to part with Tong Tong, their granddaughter whom they had met only a few months prior. Yet, it was essential for Tong Tong to remain with her parents. Ultimately, children must journey further in life. And all parents can do is watch over the places where they nurtured them. Su Minghui looked at Su Yin, who had already surpassed him in height, contemplating saying something but hesitating, feeling it might seem overly sentimental. You and Xiaoning shouldn't be too stressed, he remarked, adjusting his glasses. Sitting in front of the computer every day, take care of your eyes. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Not far ahead, Lin Hui held Tong Tong's hand, while Wen Ning obediently chatted with her mother. Recently, memories of that little imp when she was first born had flooded Lin Hui's mind. She couldn't help but chuckle, recalling. He was such a crybaby, always bothering me late at night, keeping me awake as I tried to soothe him. At that time, she had just become a young mother, and her efforts were far from diligent. Both she and Su were often busy, and the child demanded constant attention, leaving them overwhelmed. Ian had learned to walk rather late, frequently tumbling and crying whenever he fell, earning him the nickname Banfan. Lin Hui had indeed felt exasperated with this mischievous little boy who would wail on the floor. There was even a time when, at a young age, she sent him back to their hometown to be cared for by his grandparents. That very night, however, she found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, with red-rimmed eyes, she drove to bring her son home. While she had found him bothersome at times, feeling as though she owed him from a past life, the moment he was absent, she felt an undeniable void. Eventually, Lin Hui learned how to embrace motherhood. Now, before she knew it, Ian was already 18. Xiaoning, please take good care of him in the future, she said, patting her hand. With you around, your father and I can rest easy. After arriving at the hotel lobby, Lin Hui and Su Minghui turned back. The couple squatted down to bid farewell to Tong Tong before glancing at their son. As a mother, I've never had much to say to you, Lin Hui observed, appraising him lazily. We're leaving early tomorrow, so no need to see us off. Mom, you can message me on WeChat. But please send something other than that smiley face with sweat beads, Su Yin replied. What's wrong? Does it not seem friendly? Do you really think I'm some old woman out of touch with the younger generation? Lin Hui retorted with a hint of disdain. I know what that expression means, which is why I sent it to you. Su Yin fell silent for a few seconds. Fine, you send it, and when I'm in college, I can see you making faces at me every day. Sounds good. Lin Hui couldn't help but chuckle. She pinched her son's arm gently. Banfan, if things don't go well for you out there, remember to call me. Understood, Su Yin nodded with a smile. You know me well. I can't stand even the slightest injustice. That is the best. Afterward, the couple returned to their hotel room to pack their belongings. Su Minghui sat in a chair watching television. Seeing Ian and Xiaoning reminds me of when we were dating. What's this? Back then, you were the belle of your department, and many young suitors were far better off than I. Su Minghui reminisced wistfully. Yet you chose me, marrying into the Su family. And Haven T had an easy life, enduring hardships for most of your years. Lin Hui shot him a glance. We're already old partners, spare me the sentimentality. It's nauseating. Su Minghui was taken aback. Lin Hui handed him his pajamas. Go take a shower, and make sure to clean up well. However, the very next day, after the parents departed, Wen Ning and Tong Tong both fell ill. After a visit to the hospital, it was confirmed that they had merely contracted a common cold and fever. The mother and daughter had fallen ill together, likely due to their recent arrival in Hangzhou and the significant temperature fluctuations. The doctor administered 4 fluids and prescribed some medication. Upon returning home, Su Yan prepared a light porridge in the kitchen, adding a touch of sugar to make it more palatable for the two. Tong Tong exhibited only mild symptoms, with a runny nose and cough. Su Yan first fed his daughter some porridge, then took her to his spare bedroom, soothing her to sleep before tucking her in. He then turned his attention to Wen Ning, who was in a worse condition than Tong Tong. Ning, have a bit of porridge and then rest, Su Yan encouraged, lifting her slightly so her feverish and weak body could lean against him. How is Tong Tong? Wen Ning asked, her eyes fluttering open in a haze. Remember to crack a window for ventilation, but don't let her catch a draft. Have you eaten dinner? Due to her illness, her lips appeared pale, and damp strands of hair clung to her face. Tong Tong is fine. Her symptoms are mild. She just took her medicine and is already asleep. Su Yan brought over the porridge, checking its temperature to ensure it was just right. I don't want to eat. Wen Ning leaned against him, instinctively swallowing hard, her voice hoarse. My throat hurts. I know. Seeing you like this pains me as well, Su Yan replied gently. But you must eat a little. You can't go on starving. At that moment, he finally understood why his aunt had been so distressed during his hospitalization and why Wen Ning insisted on staying with him. All right, I'll have a little. Wen Ning cradled the bowl in her hands, sipping the warm porridge in small bites, savoring the sweetness that spread in her mouth. However, swallowing it felt like a struggle due to the painful swelling in her throat. Nevertheless, she pushed herself to drink more, knowing Ian would worry otherwise. Su Yan found it difficult to watch her suffer, his brow furrowing in concern. In some respects, Ning could be somewhat delicate, unable to consume alcohol, prone to irritability when lacking sleep, and experiencing more severe symptoms when ill. It took a long while for Wen Ning to finish a small bowl of porridge. You should rest a bit too, Su Yan said after administering her medicine and reaching out to touch her forehead. It still felt hot, showing no signs of cooling down. Due to the fever, her face had taken on a rosy hue, lending her a fragile beauty. Wen Ning nestled against him for a while before suddenly recalling something. A cold can be contagious. You should keep your distance from me for the next few days. You can actually say that? Su Yan nearly laughed at her audacity. I speak earnestly. Wen Ning placed the bowl in his hand. In the event that you catch my illness, it would undoubtedly be quite distressing for you. Spending every day with you. If contagion were to occur, it would have happened by now. Su Yan shook his head. My immunity is robust. Even if I were to catch a cold, I typically display minimal symptoms, so rest assured. Over the years, aside from that one instance of appendicitis, he had seldom encountered any significant ailments. In this regard, Tong Tong likely shared his resilience. Moreover, it was not the season for the flu epidemic, so there was essentially no cause for alarm. Well, still, one must exercise caution. Am I to neglect your well-being? Su Yan shook his head. Would you prefer to rest in my embrace for a while longer, or shall we proceed with the medication and allow you to recuperate? I can keep you company. Wen Ning's head buzzed lightly from the fever, yet she genuinely wished to linger in Su Yan's arms for a while. She feigned indifference, saying, let us just rest. Su Yan disregarded her words, reaching out to pull her closer, allowing her to nestle into a more comfortable position in his embrace. Wen Ning felt somewhat guilty about this, but the warmth of his hold was undeniably soothing, making her reluctant to rise. Uncertain if it was due to the medication she had just taken or another reason, she felt significantly better overall. However, her voice remained somewhat hoarse. Both Tong Tong and I have caught colds, so the healthy individual at home ought to exercise greater caution. Oh, fearing that I might catch your cold, you wish to prevent me from caring for you? Wen Ning's expression turned serious as she nodded. At this point, Su Yan genuinely felt a twinge of displeasure, instinctively narrowing his eyes. The implication was clear. If you were to fall ill again, should I keep my distance? Fearing your contagion? Indeed, if you were to fall ill as well, wouldn't that only bring you discomfort? Sometimes. The things this girl said truly vexed me to the point of a headache. Wen Ning, with a hint of stubbornness, raised her gaze to meet his. But before she could respond, he playfully pinched her cheek. Immediately after, a wave of warm breath enveloped her lips unexpectedly. Wen Ning froze, taken aback. It was as sudden as the previous occasion when she had unexpectedly kissed Su Yan's cheek on the bus. She stood still, instinctively wanting to close her eyes, but momentarily forgot the action, simply staring at him with her bright, beautiful eyes. Even the previously tranquil and comfortable room seemed to grow suddenly heated. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps just a few seconds, before Su Yin released her lips. His tone, though tinged with displeasure, left Wen Ning feeling as though her lips were tingling, a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. All right. Now you need not fear that I will catch a cold. I am undoubtedly infected. Chapter 82. No more debts. Wen Ning gazed at the corner of his lips, lost in thought for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, she finally took a deep breath to steady herself. Grabbing a pillow from the side, she hurled it forcefully into Su Yan's embrace. Look at you. Wen Ning, in her frustration, pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Are you trying to kneel on a washboard? It was no wonder that Tong Tong mentioned that sometimes her mother would lose her temper with her father. At times, Su Yan's pampered demeanor since childhood indeed made him a bit exasperating. Wen Ning felt that he showed no signs of remorse. His expression remained calm, even somewhat arrogant, completely oblivious to his wrongdoing. Both of them were obstinate, each adhering to their own principles in their relationship. Speaking to him earnestly would likely fall on deaf ears. Wen Ning resolved to take a different approach. This is for your own good, she softened her tone. You must listen. Su Yan cast her a sidelong glance. Raising an eyebrow? Are you educating a child? I might do it again. Wasn't it only natural for him to care for his girlfriend when she was unwell? He had never encountered anyone angry with him over such a matter, let alone demanding he kneel on a washboard. Wen Ning cleared her throat, releasing a silent sigh. You need to be cautious when you have a cold. She leaned in a little closer, her voice gentle. Once I recover, you can kiss me however you like, all right? Do you realize your mistake now? It was only when Su Yin emerged from the room with a bowl in hand that he belatedly realized he had been outmaneuvered by this girl. Deep down, he understood that in their relationship, he tended to be more assertive, while Wen Ning was soft-spoken and gentle. Yet, when she truly wanted to have the upper hand, it seemed effortless. Just a few words could make him obedient. How could this be? After washing the bowl, Su Yin pondered for a long while before retrieving some cold medicine from the cabinet. Oh well, being outsmarted by my wife is not shameful. In the following 2 days, Tong Tong fully recovered, and Wen Ning began to improve gradually as well. Aside from a slight runny nose, her fever had completely subsided. However, her throat was still a bit sore and would likely require a few more days for her body to fully adjust. The start of the new school term was approaching. After completing Tong Tong's enrollment, the two would officially embark on their university journey. It was during this time that Su Yin had another dream. Envisioning himself at the age of 29. Team leader. Team leader. You haven't slept in days. You can't endure this. Go home and rest. The morning humidity seeped in through the slightly open window, bringing a chill. Su Yin, who had just dozed off on the table, was jolted awake by someone nudging him. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, his face etched with fatigue. I'm fine. A young team member, typing away at the keyboard, turned around. This project is nearly complete. We can handle the rest. Yeah, Yin Ge, drinking too much coffee isn't good for your health. Su Yin nodded, not saying much, and walked to the restroom to splash some water on his face. Glancing in the mirror, he realized he could barely see, his vision blurred with double images. This symptom had been lingering for a while. He had gotten some medication, but it had little effect, even seeming to worsen. His irregular sleep schedule and recent insomnia were clearly taking their toll. After lying down at home for a while, he found no improvement. Reluctantly, he decided to visit a major hospital that evening. As he approached the end of his workday, the department was empty. The doctor on duty was a masked female physician with her hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Her masked visage obscured half her face, making it difficult to discern her features, yet her eyes held a captivating beauty. Is that you? The doctor's voice sounded somewhat familiar, but laced with noticeable distance and caution. What? Su Yin frowned, feeling a sense of recognition. After a moment, he slowly recalled. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. I almost didn't recognize you with the mask on. He glanced at the nameplate on the desk. Wen Ning, ophthalmologist at the First City Hospital. He felt he had heard that name somewhere before. Wen Ning was reluctant to engage in small talk, her expression impassive. What seems to be the problem? Sometimes I can't see clearly. Su Yin sat down opposite her. There's also discomfort and uncontrollable tearing. Wen Ning glanced at the name on the medical record before standing to examine his eyes. You have overused your eyes, and you exhibit mild conjunctivitis. She returned to her seat. The symptoms are not severe. I'll prescribe some medication. During this time, reduce screen time, avoid watching TV and using computers, and limit your phone usage. Su Yin frowned. No computer? This is your body. I can't force you. Wen Ning lowered her gaze to write in the medical record. Her tone decidedly cool. Severe conjunctivitis can lead to bleeding, affecting vision, and even resulting in blindness. You should consider this carefully. Sensing her somewhat unapproachable demeanor, Su Yin lost interest in continuing the conversation, took the prescription and medical record, and left. Later, while on the subway, he spotted her again. This time, Wen Ning had removed her mask and white coat, her face bare of makeup yet still exuding an astonishing beauty. She remained solitary, radiating an air that discouraged approach, akin to a prickly hedgehog. A few stops later, she disembarked. Su Yin paid her no mind and began to rest his eyes. However, when he prepared to get off, he noticed an old rabbit doll lying on the ground nearby. It looked familiar. He had seen it in the ophthalmology department that afternoon, sitting on Wen Ning's desk. At that moment, he thought the rabbit was rather ugly and couldn't help but glance at it again, so it lingered in his memory. This doll must hold some sentimental value for her, as it was meticulously placed on her desk at work and even accompanied her home. Initially, Su Yin had no intention of getting involved, merely planning to exit with his phone in hand. Yet, for some reason, he recalled her lonely figure celebrating her birthday alone on the bus. Isolated and withdrawn, she seemed much like that worn rabbit doll, frayed and covered in loose threads. Su Yin stood there for a moment, visibly irritated. Finally, with a scowl, he walked over to pick up the doll, suppressing his annoyance as he boarded the train back. He waited quite a while at the Hospital S station before finally spotting Wen Ning hurrying down from the train. In truth, Su Yin didn't know her very well. Yet, inexplicably, he was certain she would come back for it. Wen Ning appeared noticeably flustered and anxious, her eyes scanning the ground intently as she searched repeatedly. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, revealing her struggle to hold back tears. For over 20 years, she had never lost it. Yet today, for some reason, she discovered it missing when she reached for her bag on her way home. She distinctly remembered placing it inside her bag after work, but after searching thoroughly, she still couldn't find it. Her mind felt utterly blank in that moment. Having waited for a long time, Su Yan's expression turned sour. Have you lost something? His lack of rest, coupled with recent work pressures, left his temples throbbing. Su Yan, feeling a twinge of irritation, unfastened a button at his collar, his displeasure evident, suggesting he might be somewhat difficult to approach. Wen Ning was perplexed by his presence, nodding awkwardly. Could a doctor truly be so careless? Such a trivial object, if lost. Would one still dare to hope for its return? The loss of her cherished plush toy had already weighed heavily on her heart, and now, receiving his scolding only deepened her gloom. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she remained silent, the corners of her mouth firmly turned downward. Su Yan's expression softened slightly, his tone becoming less severe. All right, it's not a big deal. He handed the rabbit doll back to Wen Ning, saying, just try not to lose it again. She accepted it, her demeanor still somber. This rabbit doll had been with her for 20 years without fail, and now, after a chance encounter with him, it had inexplicably gone missing, only to be fortuitously found by him. A sense of unease stirred within her. Something felt amiss. This toy is of great significance to me. Wen Ning extracted her phone, stating, I'll find a way to express my gratitude. No need, Su Yin replied, casting a glance her way. I picked it up casually, unaware it belonged to you. Wen Ning stubbornly shook her head, her tone gradually losing its edge. I dislike feeling indebted to others. This conviction had been her guiding principle for a long time. She avoided imposing on others and detested the notion of owing anyone, as it brought her considerable discomfort. Thus, the events of today left her feeling somewhat stifled. Suit yourself, Su Yin remarked, uninterested in further discussion. However, I may not always be available. Then I shall wait until you are. Observing her as she lowered her head to add him on WeChat, Su Yin couldn't help but shake his head. She struck him as rather unlikable, with a difficult temperament, prone to stubbornness. The notion of being in someone else's debt seemed to vex her greatly. What a peculiar girl, he thought, feeling exasperated by her mindset regarding debts. He rummaged through his pocket, contemplating briefly, before leaving an item on the bench. He then stood up and departed. Wen Ning, having said little more, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before gently pressing her soft cheek against the rabbit doll, tucking it carefully into her pocket. It was only then that she noticed something left behind on the bench where Su Yin had sat. Picking it up, she discovered it was an employee badge, featuring a man in a white shirt, his expression casual and relaxed. Team leader of the development group, Su Yin. Wen Ning paused for a moment, then recalled she needed to call him. Oh, it must have fallen there by accident. Su Yin seemed unfazed, responding, just keep it for now. I'll retrieve it next time I visit the hospital, and as for any gratitude, it's unnecessary. You owe me nothing now. Chapter 83. My boyfriend is Su Yin. On the following morning, Wen Ning coaxed the drowsy Tong Tong into having breakfast while listening to Su Yin recount his dreams. Upon hearing about her future self misplacing a stuffed rabbit, her expression shifted noticeably. How could that possibly be? Wen Ning found it hard to believe. I could lose myself, but I would never part with the rabbit my mother left for me. Perhaps. Su Yin paused. Is it mother who is guiding us? Wen Ning appeared momentarily taken aback. After a while, she lowered her gaze and let out a soft laugh. Such a notion was rather beautiful, making her feel as if her mother had never truly left, always watching over her daughter. This implies that even Mother Wen Ti want us to miss out again. Su Yin pushed 2 cups of oatmeal milk toward the mother and daughter. However, the 29-year-old you does seem a bit peculiar. You would be more reclusive and stubborn than the current Wen Ning. Your face rarely bears a smile, and you are rather indifferent toward others. You too. Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. The future Dr. Wen wanted to express her gratitude, yet this fellow had simply dashed away. She had truly never encountered someone like him. I have always been this way. Su Yin mused. There's no need to dwell on debts. It's quite bothersome to hear. Remember this moving forward, and refrain from making such comments. After breakfast, Wen Ning retreated to her room to remove the jade bracelet from her wrist and place it in its box. If she wore it to school, she worried it might get damaged. She thought she would wear it again on a particularly significant occasion. Time moved on to September 1st. The day Jiang University and Hanshin Electronics commenced their academic year. The opening day for Jinxiu-era primary school was in 2 days, allowing the couple to handle their respective school matters before escorting their daughter to elementary school. They had just enough time. Tong tong. Mama and Papa will be going out today. Wen Ning knelt to tidy her daughter's hair. We'll be back in the evening. You can play at home for a while, watch some television, or read a book. Recently, they had purchased a new phone for their daughter. If anything comes up, just call Mama and Papa, all right? Off you go. Tong Tong waved her hand like a little adult. She wasn't afraid or bored being home alone. Moreover, Tong Tong understood that if she displayed even the slightest displeasure, her parents would be unable to concentrate on their university studies. That simply wouldn't do. Tong Tong was a well-behaved daughter. Tong Tong, there's milk and strawberries in the fridge, along with some cake. Su Yin also squatted down, still somewhat uneasy. If you feel hungry, eat a little, and if a stranger knocks, do not open the door, understand? An 8-year-old is already quite independent. In Su Yin's childhood, Lin Hui and Su Minghui had raised him in a free-range manner. However, as new parents, he and Wen Ning were naturally more concerned in this regard. Got it. Tong Tong kissed her mother and then her father. I'm already this big. Don't treat me like a little child. The couple mimicked her, kissing their daughter, before dragging their suitcase out the door. The 2 schools were in opposite directions, so upon reaching the subway station, they would have to part ways temporarily. Military training was just around the corner. Su Yin smiled. Once we settle in, I'll visit Jiang University. Moving forward, if we have no obligations at school, we must return home every day. Wen Ning advised, even if you can't come back, remember to call ahead, all right? Su Yin felt this was reminiscent of a wife reminding her husband and quickly acquiesced. Wen Ning then leaned in to adjust his collar. After ensuring no one was around, she quietly tilted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a soft sound of surprise. As he lowered his head to continue, Wen Ning blushed and gave him a gentle shove. We'll talk more when we get home. Time is of the essence. Is your face turning red again? Afterward, the couple boarded the subway to report to the university. Jiang University was a prestigious institution with a long history, and Wen Ning stood in front of its grand, ancient gates, unable to suppress her awe. She snapped a photo and sent it to the family group chat, arriving a bit late. When Wen Ning went to retrieve her dorm key, she found the other beds already occupied. However, her roommates were not present, leaving the dormitory eerily empty. Wen Ning didn't mind. After all, opportunities to stay in a dormitory would likely be few. She tidied her bed and unpacked her belongings, having lost track of time. When she arrived at her class that afternoon, the class meeting had already commenced. The homeroom teacher, Chen Hai, stood at the podium with a thermos in hand, looking around. Although there were some girls among the new students, it was evident that the boys outnumbered them significantly, which was typical for the computer science department. Report. Wen Ning? Chen Hai was somewhat surprised. You are the last one to arrive. Please come in. The other students turned their attention to the tardy girl, and instantly, both boys and girls fell silent. Computer science was indeed a major at Jiang University, but the number of girls was always minimal. Where did such a beautiful girl come from this year? Is there really a goddess like her in our department? Didn't you hear the homeroom teacher just call her? Wen Ning, she is indeed one of our female students. The goddess of the computer science department. Is this the goddess of Jiang University? A boy held up his phone to show someone beside him. The beauty from the second-year arts department, Ran Sinyu. Doesn't he even compare to her? Wen Ning pursed her lips. The classmates had already introduced themselves. Shinhai smiled kindly. You should come up and say a few words as well. Wen Ning shook her head. There asked nothing much to introduce. She genuinely disliked such situations. It's not a big deal. We'll just be classmates for 4 years. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. Relax. Shinhai sensed that the girl appeared somewhat withdrawn and encouraged her. You can talk about your personal situation, your name, age, hometown, hobbies, and so on. Wen Ning felt quite at a loss. Yet, she was reluctant to let everyone gaze at her, especially with many boys looking at her in a manner that made her uncomfortable. Although she had encountered such situations since high school. Or perhaps, you could share something you'd like everyone to know. Something I'd like everyone to know. Wen Ning paused. My name is Wen Ning, and I'm from Jiang City. Before the homeroom teacher and the new students could react, the strikingly beautiful girl, who could even rival Jiang University's new student beauty queen, smiled shyly. My boyfriend is named Su Yen. He is also from Jiang City and studies with me in Hangqing. Chapter 84. The bride comes to fetch you. Shinhai could distinctly hear the sound of hearts shattering from below. How many years would it take for the computer science department to produce a girl of such exceptional beauty? Wen Ning's words were refreshingly forthright, so much so that it made him feel as though he had fallen in love. However, she had mentioned having a boyfriend, one who had also come from Jiang City. He realized he had missed the opportunity to respond earlier. Shinhai had never encountered such an introduction before. It seemed that the girl was aware that many boys in the class harbored a certain admiration for her striking features. She likely anticipated that she might encounter complications at school, which is why she opted for a straightforward approach to avoid any trouble, rather than minding it. Shinhai found her quite intriguing. It was his first time meeting someone like her. After the class meeting, Wen Ning approached the homeroom teacher to inquire about the rules regarding off-campus living. Jiang University assigned dormitories to every new student, which meant that, in principle, finding accommodations outside was not permitted. However, outside of class hours, students enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom. Shinhai, holding a thermos, spoke with unexpected ease, advising that as long as they were not caught during the occasional dormitory checks, they would be fine. If caught, the school would issue a stern reprimand. He was an experienced teacher and refrained from using platitudes. Jiang University was no ordinary institution. It was teeming with exceptional individuals. Whether one chose to study or not was entirely up to them, and no one would be overly concerned. In such an environment, failure to exert effort could lead even the most talented to fade into the crowd. Moreover, the school could not monitor students' nocturnal escapades. Many from the automation department often spent the night immersed in laboratories or libraries. Wen Ning visibly relaxed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Shinhai nodded, adding, as long as you avoid causing any trouble. He pondered for a moment before cautioning, while romance is delightful, one must also strike a balance between life and studies. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Ning had just settled down when a girl sidled up to her. With an oval face, shoulder-length curls, large eyes, and a pouting mouth. Her attire exuded a vibe of cuteness and neighborly charm. You are so cool, she exclaimed warmly. If your boyfriend were here, he would surely be elated. Even I, as a girl, find myself envious. Wen Ning politely nodded. The dormitory at Jiang University housed 4 students, and the whereabouts of her other 2 roommates were currently unknown. I am Qin Wan, from Su City. The girl introduced herself, her voice laced with a playful intonation that naturally drew one in, exuding warmth without being overwhelming. She assessed Wen Ning, her gaze almost mesmerized by her beauty. You can just call me Xiaowan from now on. Qin Wan boldly initiated a conversation. Does your boyfriend also study at Jiang University? No, he attends Hangqing University of Electronics. Oh, that's also a reputable school. Qin Wan displayed no sense of condescension toward a regular first-tier institution. That certainly makes sense. You are both from Jiang City. So there is no worry about separation upon graduation. Her exuberance was somewhat overwhelming for Wen Ning, who smiled but offered little in response. As evening approached, the other 2 roommates gradually returned. One was a bespectacled girl named Wan Wenjing, petite in stature, whose greeting was accompanied by a noticeable shyness. The other was a strikingly beautiful girl named Shinsi, adorned in a flamboyant, gradient light blue dress, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, with a touch of light makeup enhancing her features. The smile she wore exuded a bold maturity. Oh, you all are back? She announced, placing a bag on the table. Here, let me treat you to some fruit. Qin Wan curiously regarded her. Aren't you around the same age as us? I should be older than you all. Shinsi replied, sitting cross-legged on the bed. I repeated a year before I got here, so I can't compare myself to you. That's quite impressive. Wen marveled. I couldn't bear to go through another year of high school. Let's create a group chat. It will be more convenient, offered Wen Ning, who listened to her roommates chatting without feeling inclined to join in. Suyin had sent a photo of the lecture hall, likely still busy. Wen Ning glanced at the time, gathered her belongings, and prepared to leave. Aren't you coming to eat with us? One roommate asked. I'll accompany you tomorrow afternoon. I have a few matters to attend to. Is it already the first day of university, and she is so diligently focused on her studies? Wen Ning felt slightly embarrassed, realizing they had misunderstood her intentions. I'm going back to cook for my boyfriend. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Even Wen Jing, who had been lying on her bed, couldn't help but peek out. Wan's expression was one of astonishment. You all live together? This new roommate, possessing a pure yet radiant beauty, appeared aloof and distant, showing little interest in engaging with others, even to the point of seeming indifferent. Yet, the moment her boyfriend was mentioned, she radiated the unmistakable aura of a girl in love, eager to share that Suyin was indeed her boyfriend. A striking contrast. Although Wen had never been in a relationship herself and had been too busy during high school for romance, she had always enjoyed observing others in love, much like a typical romantic, engrossed in a love story or drama, snuggled under the covers. Oh dear. It seems that their bond is quite profound. Over the course of 4 years at university, I might just find myself shipping Wen Ning and her boyfriend. After bidding farewell to her roommates and leaving the school, Wen Ning noted that it was still early. While on the subway, Suyin called her. Are you done over there? Yes, I just stepped out. There was a cacophony of chatter on Suyin's end, and she could faintly hear boys calling him to join them for dinner. It was evident that his first day at university had been rather enjoyable. Once he reached a quieter spot, Suyin continued, I'm going back to the dormitory to grab some things. Then I'll come pick you up. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment. There's no need. What do you mean? No need. Have you already gone home? Not yet. Then just wait for me. Suyin did not give her the chance to refuse. It's the first day of university. I want to pick my bride up. Really, there's no need. As Suyin paused in surprise on the other end of the line, Wen Ning could no longer contain her laughter, her cheeks flushing, and her lips curving into a radiant smile. Her mood soared, and even her voice was laced with a gentle laughter. Upon exiting the subway station, she quickly spotted the entrance to Hangxing University of Electronics. Your bride has already come to fetch you. Chapter 85. Did you mishear? Have you arrived? Just got here. Wen Ning's voice was filled with evident amusement. Familiar with the route, I shall conduct a surprise inspection next time. All right. Suyin chuckled at her jest. Wait for me a moment. I will be out shortly. He had just reached his dormitory and was hastily tidying his belongings while conversing with Wen Ning on the phone. At that moment, a boy entered from outside. He was shorter than Suyin by half a head, with fair skin and hair nearly obscuring his eyebrows. His features bore a hint of femininity, which, in the vernacular of girls, rendered him somewhat cute. His name was Xiaozhe, hailing from northeast China. Suyin, let us go have dinner together at our dormitory. They have already secured a seat. In stark contrast to his appearance, his voice was remarkably deep and resonant. Xiaozhe appeared puzzled. Are you heading out? Yes. Please include my share when you pay. Suyin nodded. I will find an opportunity to treat you later. He was still not particularly familiar with these roommates. However, camaraderie among boys often develops swiftly, so he had no concerns regarding this matter. Provided the roommates had no significant personality clashes, familiarity would gradually blossom. Without further delay, Suyin finished packing and exited the dormitory. He glanced at the photo Wen Ning had sent. She had already wandered onto the campus. Upon reaching the library, he spotted her immediately. Though her attire was quite simple, she stood out distinctly among the throng of passers-by. Just then, a stranger, summoning his courage, approached her. Excuse me, are you a freshman? The boy, visibly nervous, stammered. May I have your WeChat? Wen Ning's good mood abruptly dampened. I can't, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Only then did the boy notice Suyin approaching from a distance, and his expression shifted to one of awkwardness. He had hesitated for quite a while, emboldened by his roommates, to request the contact information of this striking girl. I'm sorry for the interruption. He cleared his throat. Just consider it a few words exchanged with a small animal by the roadside. It's nothing serious. Then he hastily retreated. Suyin watched the boy's retreating figure, still feeling a twinge of annoyance. After a moment, he redirected his gaze to Wen Ning. Ning, I suppose many people sought your WeChat today? Wen Ning replied candidly, but I ignored them. Suyin nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent. Wen Ning, sensing his slight displeasure, felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Unsure of what to say, she unlocked her phone and placed it into Su Yan's hand. Go ahead. Take a look. Su Yan snapped back to attention, unable to suppress a smile at her antics. He promptly locked the phone and returned it. What nonsense are you pondering? I trust you. You seem a bit upset. Wen Ning's expression softened slightly, and she took his hand. Su Yan allowed her to hold his hand. I'm not upset. I'm just concerned about you encountering trouble. Primarily, the dynamics of university life differ from those of high school. It is more open and liberated, and in the future, Wen Ning will likely face such situations more frequently. It is an unavoidable reality. Given her looks, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus beauty even at Jiang University. If approached directly and straightforwardly like that previous boy, it would be manageable. However, the fear lies in attracting the wrong sort of attention. Su Yan could not help but pinch her cheek. I will make it a point to visit Jiang University more often. Good. How do you feel about your first day at university? It's fine. My roommates are all quite pleasant. Wen Ning held his hand as they walked outside. I just worry about Tong Tong. I've sent her dozens of messages today. Tong Tong has been very cooperative, sending photos of everything she did in the group chat. She had strawberry cake for lunch, watched television, played games, and even napped for a while in the afternoon. Once Tong Tong starts school, things will improve. At least she won't be alone at home. Su Yan pondered. At that time, whoever is free each day can pick Tong Tong up from school. I feel like Tong Tong has grown quite a bit recently. When Ning scrolled through the photos her daughter had sent, moreover, she has suddenly become very sensible. When they first met Tong Tong, she was tiny, resembling a porcelain doll. Perhaps due to being overly protected in her childhood, Tong Tong, compared to other 8-year-old girls, was more innocent and naive. Yet both parents could sense their daughter growing day by day, becoming increasingly aware. However, Tong Tong had always been quite understanding and intelligent, inheriting all the best traits from her parents. Let us go back and pick up Tong Tong. We'll eat out today. Su Yan glanced down to respond to a message before continuing. Jinhao and Yu Yu just arrived in Hangzhou this afternoon and want us to join them for dinner. The two of them took the subway home, and Tong Tong bounced out of her room. She seemed devoid of any unhappy feelings, instead boasting about how well-behaved she had been at home and inquiring about the events of the day at school. At this age, children are bursting with curiosity and a desire to share. Tong Tong helped her mother mop the floor. She raised her palm. After napping, I even folded the blanket. When Ning paused, unable to resist crouching down to embrace her daughter. Those are things mommy can do. So Tong Tong has grown up, has she? Tong Tong nuzzled her mother's cheek like a little kitten. I can help mommy with housework in the future. When Ning pressed her lips together. They say children can be quite bothersome at times, yet how is it that my daughter is so endearing? So mommy, can Tong Tong sleep alone tonight? When Ning did not anticipate the swift shift in topic, playfully pinching her daughter's cheek in response. Su Yan could not help but chuckle. In this world, perhaps it is their daughter Tong Tong who is the greatest supporter of their relationship. They placed their belongings down and took their daughter out for dinner. Jinhao and Li Yu attended the same school, but they did not arrive together. Originally, Li Wenba intended to drive both children over, but Jinhao declined, choosing to take the train instead. Upon reaching the shopping mall, they spotted Jinhao from a distance. He appeared much the same, though his hair was cut shorter. When he saw Tong Tong, he was not surprised. Instead, he greeted the little girl with a warm smile. Those close to the Su family were aware of the new addition to the household, although some were puzzled about Su Yan's unexpectedly large sister being brought to Hangzhou. Su Yan urged him not to ask too many questions. And Yu? She should be arriving soon. Jinhao checked his phone. I haven't seen her in over a month. She won't tell me where she has been. Just then, a girl with a crossbody bag entered, glancing around before jogging over and tossing her bag into Jinhao's arms. Let us go eat. I'm starving. Jinhao was taken aback. Su Yan uncertainly inquired. Yu? Her face appeared slightly rounder than before. Her hair had grown long with soft curls at the ends. She had removed her thick glasses, making her eyes appear larger. Moreover, she seemed to have developed a sense of style. I just had corrective eye surgery. Li Yu wrinkled her nose. Why are you all staring at me like that? Jinhao gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought. Wen Ning was equally surprised. Yu, you are actually quite adorable. My grandparents used to say that once a girl reaches university, she should at least make a little effort with her appearance, even if she doesn't wear makeup. Li Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I can't look like a messy-haired girl as I did in high school. Have I really changed that much? Su Yan nodded. Indeed, you have. Perhaps not stunningly beautiful, but after taking off your glasses and dressing up a bit, it feels as if you have shed a previous gloom, completely transforming your aura. Hey, have you lost your voice? Liu Yu turned to the side. Why are you so quiet? Chen Hao remained silent for a moment before forcing a laugh. Let us go eat first. It was evident that he was still adjusting to the change. The group found a restaurant, settled down, and after ordering, began to engage in casual conversation. Chen Hao didn't speak much, but occasionally turned to observe Liu Yu. It was clear that she was happy to still be in the same city with them. However, as they both needed to return to school, they prepared to part ways after the meal. They agreed to meet again for an outing when the weekend allowed more time. Liu Yu rummaged through her bag and pulled out a few photographs. I found these in my dad's camera a couple of days ago and had them developed. Here is one for each of you. They were photographs from their elementary school days, and she could barely recall when they were taken. The three of them looked young and small in their Jiacheng experimental primary school uniforms. When Ning reached out, her eyes immediately landing on the photograph of Su Yan. With his hands in his pockets and chin held high, he bore a slight air of rebellion during his elementary years. When Ning glanced between the brazen little boy in the photo and the Su Yin who was now squatting down to tie his daughter's shoelaces. Unable to help herself, she smiled brightly. After the two departed with the little girl, Chen Hao and Liu Yu took the subway back to school together. So, Yu Haven T reached out to me during this time, Chen Hao mused, fiddling with the photograph before tucking it into his pocket. Is it because you underwent surgery? Yes. I need some time to recuperate. What else with the sudden need for surgery and dressing up? Did you perm your hair? Chen Hao scrutinized her. Have you suddenly developed a desire to look pretty? Planning to pursue romance in university? Liu Yu lowered her head, engrossed in her phone, too lazy to respond. Subsequently, they both disembarked and entered the campus. What kind of style do you like? Speak up, Chen Hao chuckled, continuing. I can help you filter out the bad ones so you won't be deceived. Liu Yu struggled to suppress her irritation, battling the urge to hit him. This guy is undeniably annoying. After Su Yan and Wen Ning returned home, they spent some time playing with their daughter on the sofa. Tomorrow, Tong Tong would start school, and thereafter, they would begin a 2-week military training. They checked the weather forecast online, which indicated a series of scorching sunny days, predicting a challenging experience. However, there was little they could do. Military training was an inevitable rite of passage for every freshman. Wen Ning also calculated their expenses over the past few days. Tuition, along with various living costs and rent, had accumulated into a significant sum. She meticulously recorded everything, item by item, with clarity. Once the time was right, she prepared to tuck her daughter into bed. Make sure to rest early. Wen Ning seemed to want to say something, but swallowed her words upon seeing Tong Tong beside her. Then she led her daughter into the room. Su Yin, preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Yu and Chen Hao, paid little attention. After turning off the lights, he returned to his own room. About half an hour later, he was startled by a knock at the door during the stillness of the night. After a moment, he approached and opened the door. Shoo! Wen Ning stood outside in white pajamas, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She raised a finger and lowered her voice urgently. Don't wake Tong Tong. I waited until she fell asleep before quietly coming to find you. You might as well let Tong Tong sleep alone. Su Yin observed her for a moment before chuckling. I think it's only a matter of time before she does. Wen Ning shot him a half-hearted glare before cautiously closing the door. Seeing Su Yin lazily seated on the bed, she felt a spark of annoyance and lightly tapped his head. Didn't you promise me this morning? Wen Ning chided. Do you have no memory at all? Su Yin finally caught on. He looked at her flushed face, finding it rather amusing. This morning you wouldn't let me, and now you've come running over? Wen Ning leaned in closer, resting her head against his chest, her eyes wide open. The faint light from outside illuminated his nose and thin lips. Didn't I say? Once I recover, I can do whatever I want. Su Yin laughed. Are you trying to deceive me? I'm not deceiving you. Wen Ning pouted, slightly displeased. I never deceive you. Yet, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she struggled to find a reason. Resolutely, she decided to be playful. You must have misheard. Misheard? Wen Ning affirmed, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in to kiss him. It was only at that moment she realized. When one genuinely falls in love, they can be this proactive, despite still feeling shy and inexperienced. Accompanying her words was a warm and tender sensation. What I meant was, once I'm better, I'll kiss you however I want. Chapter 86. The mother and daughter be more careful next time. The following morning, Su Yin stood before the mirror, his fingers brushing against the delicate fissure at the corner of his mouth, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath. Wen Ning, not daring to utter a word, kept her head bowed as she silently brushed her teeth. It was evident that her ears had turned a deep shade of crimson. I have one too. She lifted her eyelids, noticing the rosy hue at the corner of her own mouth. Last night, she hadn't felt much. One could say that during the night, clarity often eludes one. Moving forward, she would need to exercise restraint. After breakfast, the two prepared to leave. We should return home early. Tong Tong, clad in her little white socks, stood on the floor, gazing up at her parents with eager eyes. She would start school until tomorrow, so she might have to spend another day at home. Looking at her daughter, who resembled a delicate work of art, Wen Ning felt her heart soften. Tong Tong, go change your clothes. She set her bag down on the floor. Mommy is waiting for you. Today I will take you to school to play. Tong Tong paused. Really? Upon receiving her mother's affirmative response, she nearly leaped with joy. Bouncing off to change her clothes, Wen Ning observed her daughter's exuberance, her expression softening. Being alone at home must have felt somewhat lonely for her, though she didn't show it. Once Tong Tong was dressed in a light-colored dress, Wen Ning took her hand and led her outside. Su Yin pondered for a moment. If it's inconvenient for you, Tong Tong can come with me. It's all right. Wen Ning smiled. Today is just for the returning students. There shouldn't be too much to do. The military training starts tomorrow. There will be opportunities for Daddy to take you to school to play. Su Yin knelt down and pinched his daughter's nose. In school, Tong Tong must listen to Mommy and not run around. Okay. Tong Tong raised her hand. I will behave. The weather was splendid that day as Wen Ning strolled through the campus of Jiangda with her daughter. The two were extraordinarily beautiful, causing every passing student to steal glances. Some even went so far as to rush back after walking ahead. Tong Tong, however, was unfazed, her curious, beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings. There was only one class today, the so-called new student orientation. When Wen Ning arrived at the lecture hall, several of her roommates were already there, having saved her a seat. Your mouth. Upon seeing her, Qinwan stared for a moment. What happened? Wen Ning hesitated, softly explaining, I had hot pot, and it was too spicy. Qinwan looked confused. Did the hot pot bite you? Shinsiyu gazed at the corner of Wen Ning's mouth, deep in thought. It was only then that they noticed Tong Tong, peeking out from behind her mother. The little girl clung to her mother's waist, her curious eyes sparkling as she looked at them. Where did this little girl come from? Qinwan stole a glance, her heart melting. Although she was young, Tong Tong possessed a charm that was impossible to ignore. This is my sister, Su Miaodong. I brought her to Jiangda for a little fun. She really looks like you, commented Wan Wenjing, who was usually quiet. She's absolutely adorable. Wen Ning finally sat down, pulling Tong Tong onto her lap. Yet, the smile on her face was impossible to contain. To be honest, hearing compliments about her daughter's beauty and cuteness brought her more joy than hearing them about herself. Tong Tong grinned widely, revealing two deep, sweet dimples. Hello, big sister. You can just call me Tong Tong. Wow. Qinwan couldn't help but lean in, pinching her cheek. Tong Tong. You will definitely be a beauty like your sister when you grow up. Sister. Shinsiyu pondered. Why do you have the same surname as your boyfriend? Wen Ning smiled as she explained, she is my cousin. During the orientation class, Tong Tong was remarkably well behaved, sitting upright with her hands neatly placed on the table, accompanying her mother through the lesson. This was an experience she had never shared with her parents before. Soon, the class came to a close, and Qinwan lazily stretched, letting out a charming sound. The other girls watched her curves revealed by the stretch with a hint of envy. No wonder, she always wore such loose clothing. Qinwan seemed to sense something, her face instantly flushing as she quickly dropped her arms. Xiaowan, you're quite the hidden gem. Shinsiyu chuckled. Boys love girls like you. Nowadays, girls in university like this are quite rare. I'm just a little chubby, she replied, which caught Wen Ning's attention. She glanced down and fell silent for a moment. In terms of appearance, she was well endowed. Yet, when it came to this particular aspect, it seemed she had inherited her mother's traits. One could only say that even petite figures could be charming. Afterward, a group of girls surrounded Tong Tong to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Jiangda's cafeteria is renowned for its reasonable prices and delightful variety of dishes. What do you want to eat? Today, your sisters are treating you. Thank you, sisters. Tong Tong's voice was soft. I want to eat the same as Mommy. The same as my sisters. Wen Ning smiled and ordered 2 servings of omelet rice at the counter. True to her nature, Tong Tong filled her cheeks to the brim while eating, resembling a little hamster. Su Yin and Wen Ning had indeed asked their daughter about this habit. Tong Tong explained that stuffing her mouth made her feel immensely happy. Throughout the meal, Wen Ning gazed at her daughter with a smile in her eyes. Over time, she had become more at ease as a mother. Whenever her daughter got something on her mouth, she would gently wipe it clean with a napkin. The other girls stared in astonishment. Although they had only known her for 2 days, they understood that Wen Ning's personality leaned towards being reserved and aloof. Aside from when discussing her boyfriend, her expressions rarely revealed much. Yet, they had never seen her exhibit such tenderness. Her maternal instincts seemed to overflow. It feels like, Wen Ning, you don't seem like a cousin. Shin Siyu rested her chin on her hand, watching the little girl with her cheeks puffed up adorably. More like her mother. Indeed, Qinwan bit into a piece of radish from her plate. They resemble each other as mother and daughter. However, they did not delve into any strange notions. They simply felt that this family possessed remarkable genes, with their beauty inciting envy. Nonetheless, during lunch, many girls approached, asking if they could pinch the little girl's cheeks. Just a glance from afar was hardly bearable in the face of such a porcelain doll-like little girl's allure. Numerous boys secretly took photographs of them, perhaps intending to post them on campus walls. Wen Ning was uncertain whether to feel pleased or troubled about this situation. Having experienced such attention herself due to her beauty, she had faced a myriad of troubles throughout her life. Tong Tong was indeed strikingly beautiful, yet she was only 8 years old. Once Tong Tong grew older and entered her teenage years, it would surely become a source of concern for both her and Su Yin. Chapter 87. Such matters on the other side. Su Yin had just finished class and was heading to dinner with his roommates. Apart from the northeastern lad Xiaozhe, the other two roommates had also become quite familiar with each other. One of them, a stout fellow with a kind and hearty visage named Miao Zhenghao, was nonchalant about his appearance and preferred to be called Little Fatty. The other, tall and slender, wore glasses and was engrossed in a game on his phone as he walked. His name was Lin Yuan, a quintessential otaku. The dormitory table was adorned with various posters and merchandise of anime characters. However, aside from his slightly unkempt hair, he maintained a clean and tidy appearance. That evening, there was a welcome party. As they dined, Xiaozhe asked, "Shall we go together?" "What's so interesting about that?" Lin Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on the game screen. "Better to stay in the dorm and play. But there will be beautiful senior girls performing." Su Yin interjected. "Well, I suppose I can go," Lin Yuan conceded. Lacking any firm principles, "Su Yin, are you going to see your girlfriend again tonight?" Little Fatty inquired. During their conversation, they learned that he had a brilliant girlfriend studying computer science at Jiangda, and that they had been together since high school, even renting an apartment together. Listening to this made others a bit envious. "If it's about seeing senior girls, then never mind," Su Yin scoffed. His roommates exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps they were concerned that Su Yan's girlfriend would be displeased if she heard this. Little Fatty squinted playfully. "Su Yan, you're actually a henpecked husband." "Me?" Su Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Xiaozhe asked curiously. "Who typically listens to whom between you two?" "It's definitely her who listens to me," Su Yin quickly asserted. What kind of man fears his wife? Isn't that embarrassing? In truth, Wen Ning had always been gentle around him. Since they met, they had hardly argued, except when he was sleep-deprived. Occasionally, he might make her a tad flustered or sulky, but those emotions would dissipate in an instant. Being by his side always seemed to bring forth good cheer. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was about to be struck by a metaphorical boomerang. In the afternoon, they attended a freshman orientation class and received the military training handbook. By the time evening approached, it was almost over. As Su Yin walked outside while on the phone with Wen Ning, his roommates suggested they go out for dinner together. Coincidentally, Tong Tong is here too. "You should join us," Wen Ning chimed in, accompanied by the cheerful voices of her friends. Su Yin pondered, "Considering you girls, would it be inappropriate for me to join?" He appreciated his roommates, who had helped him during last night's dorm inspection. Wen Ning laughed softly. "That's precisely why I want to introduce you to them." He could faintly hear laughter and Tong Tong's soft voice in the background. Su Yin noticed that since being with him and having Tong Tong around, Wen Ning had indeed become more extroverted, gradually willing to make friends and eager to share her life with him. "All right, just give me a moment," Su Yin replied. Glancing at the time, "I'm heading to Jiangda now. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he quickly boarded the subway. Upon arrival, several girls were already waiting at the school gate. Tong Tong rushed over and leaped into Su Yan's embrace, her joy palpable. Su Yan lifted her up before greeting the others with a smile. Shin Siyu gave a subtle glance at the corner of Su Yan's mouth and remarked with a teasing smile, "You two had hot pot together yesterday, right?" It seemed quite intense. "Hot pot?" Su Yan slowly processed the comment. "No, that was just Wen Ning. Don't you dare say that." Wen Ning quickly pinched him, her ears turning crimson. "Why are you so reckless with your words?" "Hello, Su Yin," Qinwan waved, her voice melodious. No wonder you managed to win over our campus belle. You two look quite compatible. Su Yin chuckled and nodded. For that compliment, we'll be treating today. They decided to find a nearby restaurant around Jiangda, where the commercial area was bustling, while Tong Tong was led away by Qin Wan to play. Wen Ning leaned closer to Su Yin. Yin, may I ask you something? Wen Ning hesitated for a while. Do you prefer bigger or smaller ones? This inquiry stemmed from Shun Siyu's earlier comment, leaving her feeling somewhat concerned. Su Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Realizing the intimacy of the topic, Wen Ning felt embarrassed, her ears turning red. Do you prefer larger sizes, or? Su Yin was taken aback, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward. She possessed the curves typical for her age, not overly pronounced, yet not lacking either. However, being of a pure disposition, he found this to be a virtue. Wen Ning couldn't help but tug at her clothing. Where are you looking? Why do you care about such things? My roommates mentioned that many boys tend to prefer larger sizes. Even if they encounter someone on the street, they can't help but glance a few extra times. Su Yin chuckled. Why do you always ponder such trivial matters? He genuinely believed that Wen Ning's proportions were quite perfect, slim waist, long legs. In a photo that Tong Tong had taken, she would still be an impeccable beauty even in her 30s. In fact, as her elegance matured, she would only appear more captivating and radiant. Wen Ning whispered, girls might be more concerned about such issues, I suppose. Is that so? Su Yin contemplated seriously. I think you, Ning, are just right. Really? Indeed, you'll have enough for the children in the future. Her face immediately flushed crimson from his words. What are you talking about? Tong Tong is already 8. That notion is absurd. I never mentioned Tong Tong. Su Yin lowered his voice. We're still young. Who knows? We might have a second child someday. Second child? Wen Ning choked on her words, playfully tugging at Su Yan's ear. Such matters, those matters. She had to search online even for topics like holding hands, hugging, or kissing with her boyfriend, let alone discussing children. Though they lived together, they had both tacitly avoided such subjects. Isn't it forbidden before marriage? Su Yin chuckled softly. All right, then I shall wait. After all, you're already mine. He understood that Wen Ning was relatively traditional and conservative. Having dated for so long, she often blushed from his teasing. Thus, she approached their relationship with utmost seriousness. Moreover, in matters of intimacy, Su Yin was rather inexperienced, so he willingly entrusted the decision-making to his beloved. Wen Ning's ears were flushed as she glanced at the few roommates ahead, secretly taking Su Yin's hand and whispering to him. Just wait until I finish the other things I want to do in my notes. Then we can. Chapter 88. Tong Tong. Don't speak nonsense. Wen Ning was indeed the type who approached her studies with utmost seriousness and rigor. She methodically tackled problems, progressing from simple questions to the most challenging ones, step by step, in pursuit of her goals. It was unexpected, however, that she maintained the same meticulousness in her romantic endeavors. She created a comprehensive plan, listing all the things she wished to accomplish, and diligently completed each one. This was, indeed, her sole instance of striving for perfection. After wandering around the business district for a while, the group chose a renowned hot pot restaurant to settle down in. With children present, Shun Siyu thoughtfully ordered a Inyang pot. You two have been together since high school, right? As soon as they were seated, Qin Wan inquired eagerly. I can see that your relationship is quite strong. She had always been the type to seek out sweetness, and the purity of this couple's bond seemed to exceed her expectations. Well, when Ning calculated, it's been about half a year since we met. Qin Wan appeared incredulous. How could it only be half a year? Xiaowan, have you never been in a relationship? Shun Siyu rested her chin on her hand, stifling a laugh. The strength of a relationship isn't necessarily tied to its duration. Not really, Qin Wan replied, scratching her head. In high school, I was too busy studying, and both my family and school were quite strict. Besides, my personality differs from that of the average girl. Boys only saw me as a good buddy. Even now, she found little interest in romance. Watching others in love brought her joy, but the thought of engaging in it herself seemed burdensome. And Wenjing? No. Wan Wenjing cautiously shook her head. In high school, isn't that considered early romance? There are valid reasons why teachers and parents discourage it. Shinsiyu supported her chin, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It's quite rare for high school students to maintain a relationship like theirs. Continuing on to college with such harmony, she spoke with the tone of someone who had experienced it herself. Qin Wan sensed that this roommate might have a story of her own. Shinsiyu noticed the curious glances from her companions. Don't look at me like that. You seem far more mature than I am, Qin Wan remarked as she peeled an orange for her. You embody the essence of a university student. While I still feel like a high schooler, she continued, spending my days rolling around in bed, unable to do much else. If you have something to say, just say it. Shin-Si-yu sighed. I do have some experience in this regard. She was not bothered by it at all, and spoke openly. I dated a boy in high school, but after the college entrance exams, he attended Jiang University while I chose to repeat a year. So that was the end of that. Shin-Won looked somewhat bewildered. But you ended up at Jiang University too. Yes, but he already has a girlfriend. Shin-Si-yu replied, blowing on her cup of hot tea. I've seen her photo. She's quite beautiful. Shin-Won's expression soured slightly. What is that face? Shin-Si-yu couldn't help but chuckle. I was the one who got dumped, yet you seem more upset than I am. But how can one simply stop liking someone? Wen Ning interjected, somewhat stunned. Isn't that a profoundly serious matter? Not everyone feels the same way, Shin-Si-yu pondered. After a year apart, with him in university and me in a repeating class, isn't it normal for a breakup to occur? But Yen wouldn't. Wen Ning seemed eager to counter her viewpoint. Even if I were never by his side, or even if we had never met, come the age of 29, he would still be alone. The girls were perplexed as to how she arrived at the conclusion of 29. Yet, witnessing her earnest expression, they felt an unexplainable sense of conviction. Thus, Shin-Si-yu squinted playfully. Only he could win over our university belle, Wen Ning. Setting aside the type of relationships that change more swiftly than garments, the ebb and flow of partnerships was indeed common in university life. Ordinary boys and girls alike experienced such dynamics. In this era, people's attitudes towards relationships are rarely as innocent, and it is increasingly challenging to find the tranquility to engage in a serious romance. Therefore, a steadfast girl like Wen Ning is truly a treasure. Finding the topic somewhat heavy, Shin-Won waved her hand to swiftly change the subject. The girls chatted while eating, occasionally posing light-hearted questions to Su-Yen, creating a harmonious atmosphere. By the way, have you two ever had an argument? Shin-Si-yu could discern some aspects of Su-Yen's character from his demeanor. He exuded a laid-back air that might lead first-time acquaintances to perceive him as somewhat arrogant. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's demeanor around her boyfriend was softer, leaving Shin-Si-yu quite curious about their interactions. Just as Wen Ning was about to respond, she noticed Su-Yen discreetly handing Tong-Tong an ice cream cone while she was distracted. Tong-Tong licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she clutched the spoon. She had already indulged in one earlier. Wen Ning's smile faltered momentarily. Don't give her any more. Mixing hot and cold foods can upset her stomach. Su-Yen maintained his smile, nodding naturally. All right. As Wen Ning turned back to converse with her roommates, Tong-Tong inched closer, tugging at her father's sleeve, her lips protruding. I want to eat. Didn't you hear? You've already had one today. We'll get you another tomorrow. Tong-Tong insisted, I want to eat it now. I want it. I want it. I want it. No pouting. It's no use. When Wen Ning turned back, she saw Su-Yen stealthily feeding their daughter ice cream with a spoon. Wen Ning had witnessed such scenarios countless times. She had often reminded Su-Yen not to spoil their daughter, not to indulge her in everything. Yet he continuously disregarded her advice. He simply couldn't resist when Tong-Tong showed a hint of affection. Noticing her gaze, Su-Yen froze for a moment, then acted as though nothing had happened. Wiping their daughter's mouth with a napkin, Tong-Tong sheepishly placed the ice cream in front of her mother. I'm not eating anymore. However, under Wen Ning's calm scrutiny, Su-Yen found himself with no choice but to squeeze her hand beneath the table. Wen Ning didn't pull away, observing the father-daughter duo for a while. After a moment, she pinched Su-Yen's palm before averting her gaze to continue chatting and laughing with her roommates. Little girls love icy treats. Wen Ning's voice was soft and gentle. Yen spoils her. I worry, that's all. Indeed, children are quite delicate, Shin-Won concurred. Tong-Tong should be cautious. I used to crave sweets too, and after indulging in too many icy treats, my stomach has never been the same. Shin-Si-yu found the situation amusing, resting her chin in her hand as she observed the two. Now she understood why they never argued. Wen Wenjing, who was more reserved, listened to their conversation while eating. At this point, she felt nearly stuffed. Why aren't you all eating? Wenjing, you should eat more. It's all for you, Shin-Won cheerfully added, serving her a piece of freshly cooked beef. We've already been fed by Wen Ning and Su-Yen. Wen Wenjing. Tong-Tong leaned closer to her father's ear and whispered in a tone meant only for the two of them. Father, were you also afraid of Mother when you were young? After their marriage, it was much the same. In everyday life, Father appeared so domineering at home, while Mother always maintained a gentle demeanor, as if she acquiesced to his every word. Yet, the moment Mother adopted a stern expression, Father would promptly soften. Tong-Tong, don't speak nonsense. Su-Yen replied with mild discontent, lowering his voice to share a secret with his daughter. in times of trouble. It is always Mother who listens to me, all right? Indeed, on matters of consensus, Mother always heeds your opinion. Tong Tong playfully poked the dimple on his cheek, but on disagreements. Father listens to Mother. Chapter 89. I shall return. By the time they finished, it was already quite late. However, Jian University did not lock the dormitory doors until after 11, so there was still ample time. Wen Ning leaned against the wall, feeling as though her stomach had swelled to its limit. Most of the food on the table had been consumed by her. Su Yin had gone to settle the bill and emerged to hand the receipt to Wen Ning. Perhaps it was due to Wen Ning's cheerful disposition. Or perhaps it was because her roommates were genuinely pleasant, and just one evening, they had already begun affectionately calling each other by nicknames. Tomorrow morning is the military training opening ceremony. Remember to come early, Ning Ning. All right, you all should hurry back as well. Qin Wan made a reassuring gesture, saying, if there is any room check in the future, we'll take care of it. Wen Ning nodded with a smile, thank you all for your trouble. Are you still being polite with us, Ning Ning? After bidding farewell to her roommates, the two of them took Tong Tong and boarded the subway home. Tomorrow, they had to take their daughter for enrollment and then return to school for military training, making for a rather busy day. Thus, after their evening routines, they decided to retire early. Su Yin closed his eyes and quickly sank into slumber. It was on this seemingly unremarkable night that he dreamt once more of his 29-year-old self. In the hazy dream, he could hear the sound of keyboard clattering and smell the rich aroma of coffee. At 29, Su Yan's life was monotonous and predictable. He followed a routine of work and overtime, leading an exceedingly dull existence. Throughout his university years and into society, many young women had shown interest in him, including several who were both beautiful and charming. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, he felt no attraction towards them. Initially, he would politely decline, but eventually, he became so weary of the advances that he granted them no opportunity to approach him. If he could not find someone he truly liked, he was content to remain alone. It was no great concern. He understood his family's anxiety as the only child approaching 30. Yet Su Yin was unwilling to hastily settle down with just anyone. He had not deliberately recalled the doctor, Wen Ning, with whom he had only exchanged pleasantries. It was not until the end of the month that he found himself in contact with her again, just as he was preparing to leave work. He received a phone call. When will you come to collect your work ID? The voice on the other end remained calm and indifferent. I tried calling you several times these past few weeks. Hearing that voice jogged Su Yan's memory. Just leave it for now. It's not very important. I'll bring it to you after work. Forget it. I'll stop by the hospital after work and check on my eyes while I'm there. All right. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Yan registered and entered the consultation room. Wen Ning appeared much as he remembered, clad in her white coat, her mask obscuring part of her lovely face. She first examined his eyes and confirmed that there were no significant issues. Afterward, she retrieved the employee ID Su Yin had left behind. Thank you for the previous matter. Although her expression was relatively placid, it was evident that she was earnest. That rabbit doll. It truly means a lot to me. No need for thanks. Su Yin toyed with the ID in his hand. I would have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Noticing his indifference, Wen Ning refrained from further expressions of gratitude. Sensing that he was not particularly fond of such sentiments, Su Yin said little more and stood to leave. As he reached the hospital entrance, he was startled to find that a torrential downpour had begun outside. Standing there, watching the sky darken abruptly, he felt a wave of irritation. It had been clear when he arrived, almost as if the rain had conspired to trap him in the hospital. Yet, such occurrences were not unheard of in Hangzhou. Without an umbrella and unwilling to get drenched, he settled on the steps, waiting while scrolling through his phone. He planned to wait until the rain subsided before heading to the subway station. Before long, when Ning emerged in her casual attire, her bag slung over her shoulder, she spotted Su Yin sitting on the steps and approached him. Dressed entirely in black, he had stretched his legs out and stared expressionlessly at the downpour, his hair slightly dampened by the rain. His thin lips and the somber demeanor he exuded in the misty, wet atmosphere gave him an air of aloofness. When Ning observed him for a moment, "Did you forget your umbrella?" Noticing her approach, Su Yin turned his head slightly. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to rain." When Ning's hand reached into her bag, but then she paused. For some reason, seeing him sit there with an impatient expression reminiscent of the last time he had accompanied her on her birthday, she recalled the moment he had retrieved the rabbit doll and returned it to her. A hint of annoyance began to flicker across Wen Ning's face. The rain fell joyfully. "You didn't bring one either?" Noticing her standing under the eaves, Su Yin raised an eyebrow. "You, of all people, can't even keep a spare umbrella at work?" Wen Ning's expression darkened. She showed no intention of leaving in the rain, standing rigidly beside him, her face taut with unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly asked, "Last time, why did you wait until I finished my birthday before getting off the bus? And you even missed your stop?" Wen Ning found Su Yan's behavior perplexing and had long sought an opportunity to inquire. Su Yan had not anticipated her sudden question. "It's none of your business." After a brief pause, he continued, "My grandmother passed away a few years ago. Seeing you that day reminded me of something she used to say. So I thought I would wait a bit longer for you. That's all." Indeed, it was that simple. Wen Ning fell silent, saying nothing further. With neither speaking, they quietly awaited the rain's cessation. Frankly, Su Yan found it difficult to comprehend why she hadn't brought an umbrella to work. At the very least, she could have borrowed one from a colleague. However, since she remained silent, he too chose not to broach the subject. Spring rain is swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. After about 10 minutes, the downpour lessened to a gentle patter, with only a light drizzle remaining, offering a cool touch against their skin. Su Yan felt it was time to leave and stood up, preparing to head back. There's still a bit of rain. When Ning gazed at the puddle forming in the distance, her expression still tense, her voice cool. "It's not much. Getting a little wet is fine." Su Yan placed the employee ID in his pocket. "You can wait a little longer. It's better to leave once the rain has completely stopped." Only then did Wen Ning turn her head, her striking eyes coldly fixed on Su Yan. After a considerable pause, she slowly diverted her gaze, then retrieved a foldable umbrella from her bag and opened it. "I shall return." Chapter 90. Daddy, you big fool. As Su Yan opened his eyes, the morning birdsong lingered in his ears. In that fleeting moment, he found it difficult to distinguish between 10 years hence and the present. It was a sensation that eluded description. Fragments from the age of 29 drifted through his mind, mere glimpses yet vividly clear, as if he had genuinely experienced those events. After recalling the scenes in his mind, Su Yan sat up. When he emerged from his room, Wen Ning had already risen. At this moment, she was in the kitchen, donning an apron and preparing breakfast, her hair tied up high, revealing her graceful neck. Of late, she seemed to have gained a little weight, or perhaps a more ample figure. Previously, she was so slender that one could feel her bones when holding her. Su Yan entered the kitchen and poured himself a glass of warm water, his gaze fixed upon her. "You're up?" Wen Ning lowered her head, pouring cereal and milk into a cup. "In a bit, you'll need to wake Tong Tong." Just then, a pair of arms encircled her waist from behind, embracing her soft figure. Wen Ning's back stiffened momentarily, her actions halting. Yet, she did not resist, allowing him to hold her. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Su Yan rested his chin on her shoulder, gradually relaxing. Wen Ning suddenly realized, were you dreaming? They had yet to fully comprehend the significance of the dreams that had emerged in light of Tong Tong's arrival. Ultimately, they agreed it was not a bad omen. After hearing Su Yan's words, she found them amusing. "Am I really that aloof? You were the same when we first met." Wen Ning pondered this and concluded it was indeed true. Whether at 19 or 29, her initial encounter with Su Yan was characterized by a certain distance, lacking warmth and comfort. The difference lay in the fact that the 29-year-old Wen Ning had spent many years living alone in Hangzhou, resulting in a more reclusive and introverted nature. However, after some reflection, Wen Ning made an observation. "You seem gentler now than you did at 29. "That's because I have you and Tong Tong," Su Yan replied, pinching her cheek. "Only you two dare to tease me daily, and I find myself helpless against you." Wen Ning smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. This characterization of Su Yan's personality was indeed accurate. He was simply different in the presence of her and Tong Tong. Then came a more serious matter. Su Yan released her and paused before continuing. 10 years from now, it seems my grandmother has passed away." Wen Ning froze for a moment, her smile fading. She was inherently sensitive to such matters. "Is Grandma unwell?" "We take the two elderly folks for checkups every year," Su Yan reassured her, shaking his head. "Aside from some minor ailments with their backs and legs, they have been relatively healthy." In truth, he had anticipated this to some extent. While his grandparents were still in decent health, their age signified that such a day would inevitably come. This meant that Grandma would never witness her grandson's marriage or meet Tong Tong and Wen Ning. "By the way, Yen." Wen Ning lifted her gaze to him, her voice barely above a whisper. "You haven't introduced me and Tong Tong to Grandma and Grandpa. My grandfather is a retired teacher, quite traditional. He doesn't allow us younger generations to bring just anyone home," Su Yan explained. "Once you bring someone home, it essentially signifies a commitment." Furthermore, the Su family hailed from a rural background, and people of his grandparents' generation still adhered to simpler customs with more conservative views on gender. They held disdain for those with indecisive inclinations. Su Yin recalled the occasion when his aunt first brought Meng Yufei home. His grandfather lit candles, prepared red envelopes, and invited the entire village to feast, distributing sweets and staples to every household. Within mere days, the entire village was acquainted with Meng Yufei. At the time, his parents had felt it prudent to wait a little longer since they had just begun dating. That's akin to an engagement, isn't it? Wen Ning contemplated aloud. Yes, it's somewhat similar to a rural engagement, Su Yin affirmed. Though not as formal, it holds significant meaning in the eyes of the elders. Su Yin gazed into her eyes. As for Tong Tong, I plan to bring both of you back together. Otherwise, they may find it hard to believe. Despite his calm demeanor, Wen Ning sensed the turmoil within him. Are you missing Grandma and Grandpa? In response, she leaned in for a comforting embrace, then gently kissed the corner of his mouth, hoping to lift his spirits. How about during the National Day holiday, I accompany you back? Would you really like to go? Let Grandma and Grandpa see me and Tong Tong. She took his hands in hers, her expression earnest. Then, perhaps they wouldn't want to part with us and could accompany you for many more years, living long and healthy. Su Yin was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. It was apparent that this girl was not particularly skilled at offering comfort and had likely never engaged in such endeavors before. Yet, in that moment, she earnestly sought to find the right words, her naive yet sincere effort providing a sense of reassurance. Don't overthink it. It's not a big deal, Su Yin said, playfully pinching her ear. If you think it's too soon, we can wait. It's all right, Wen Ning replied, licking her lips. I like your family, and I believe every one of them is wonderful. Though she had never met his grandparents, she felt certain they were kind-hearted individuals. Moreover, the National Day holiday coincided with Tong Tong's birthday, a significant occasion. By the way, you must take her back to spend time with your family. I want to be there too. The third day of the National Day holiday marked Tong Tong's birthday. This was the first birthday they celebrated since their daughter joined them. And not only they but also Lin Hui and Su Ming, we placed great importance on it. Preparations had begun a month in advance. I'll give Grandma and Grandpa a heads up. All right. Wen Ning's eyes brightened as she handed him the prepared oatmeal and milk. Subsequently, she served the cooked porridge and prepared several side dishes before heading to wake Tong Tong for her morning routine. Having had a good night's sleep, Tong Tong was in high spirits today, showing no signs of morning grumpiness. The little girl sat at the dining table, sipping porridge while humming a tune, her legs swinging back and forth. After finishing breakfast, they would take a short break before sending their daughter off to school. However, with both mother and daughter sporting flowing black hair, they needed to tidy themselves up. Leaning against the bathroom door, Su Yin observed for a while. Ning, teach me how to style Tong Tong's hair. I can manage this on my own, Wen Ning replied, holding clips and hair ties. Using a comb to style their daughter's hair. It's quite tedious and time-consuming. That's all right, Su Yin said, taking the items from her and pulling up a chair behind Tong Tong. Seeing his earnest desire to learn, Wen Ning relented. After all, Su Yin was naturally indulgent towards their daughter, and this was a small matter. I'll start with a simple hairstyle. Yin, wrap the hair tie around your wrist. It'll be more convenient. Now, brush Tong Tong's hair. Just then, Tong Tong gasped, covering her head with her hand, her little mouth pouting. Daddy, that hurts. For the first time, Su Yin felt the sting of his daughter's disdain as he clutched a comb, offering a dry chuckle. Well, I suppose I must learn slowly. Observing his clumsy yet earnest attempts to style his daughter's hair, Wen Ning couldn't help but smile softly. Tong Tong, do you have any wishes for your birthday this year? Wishes? Tong Tong huffed, sitting on a bench and turning to her mother. But, you and Dad have already prepared my gifts. I can make another wish with you and Dad. Wen Ning raised her finger. Anything you desire or wish to do. It can be anything. Anything, really? Indeed. Then let's make a pinky promise, Mama. The thoughtful and well-behaved daughter did not seem likely to ask for anything extravagant. Yet, gazing at her adorable, innocent face and naive expression, Wen Ning sensed something amiss. After they sealed their promise, Tong Tong shot a glance at her father, who had clumsily tugged at her hair several times. Mom and Dad, after my birthday, I'll be a year older. She pointed towards Su Yan's current room. I want my own room, my own bed, and to have many bunny dolls on my nightstand. I want to sleep alone. Wen Ning paused slightly. That is indeed not an unreasonable request. However, Su Yan pondered, then where will Daddy sleep? This girl wasn't truly seeking her own space. She merely desired sweets. Of course, no, Tong Tong doesn't know. The little girl immediately shook her head. Tong Tong knows nothing. She blinked her bright eyes. Anyway, Mama just said any wish is permissible. Wen Ning felt her words catch in her throat, her expression becoming somewhat strained. She wondered if other girls in love experienced the same, perhaps because of Tong Tong. She and Yin were not merely a couple in love, but also parents to a child. Beyond her embarrassment, she felt little resistance. Ultimately, it was a matter of time. As Tong Tong's birthday approached, after a prolonged silence, she turned her head to disguise her thoughts, managing to utter, "Mama will help you realize that wish." Su Yin glanced at her, and after a considerable pause, he chuckled softly. "Mama is the best." Just as Tong Tong was about to say something, she winced and quickly cradled her head. "Dad, you hurt me again." "Tong Tong, do you think the hairstyle Daddy made is pretty?" "Not at all." "Then let Mama redo it." Su Yin looked in the mirror and had to agree it was rather unappealing. There exists a hairstyle called Daddy styles his daughter's hair when Mama is away. He sighed. Perhaps it's best if Mama handles such things in the future. "Daddy, you big silly." Tong Tong pouted, gazing at her reflection, which appeared somewhat adorably foolish due to the unflattering hairstyle. Tong Tong only said it doesn't look good, not that she doesn't like it. Chapter 91. Sleeping posture. Su Yin styled his daughter's hair, and while it may have appeared somewhat unkempt, Tong Tong typically adorned herself beautifully under her mother's guidance. Now, with her rather awkward hairstyle, she surprisingly looked a bit adorably foolish after a while. Thus, despite her initial displeasure, the little girl donned her quirky hairdo, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and prepared to head to school. As for her father, he could only indulge her as best as he could. The two of them then took her hand and stepped outside. Although the Jingxiu-era primary school was a private institution, it boasted exceptional educational standards. Renowned for its teaching style and facilities, conveniently located near their residence. Its only drawback was the relatively high tuition fees. However, every situation has its pros and cons. The smaller class sizes and private schools allowed teachers to pay closer attention to each student. Additionally, there were midday care services available. As a transfer student, Tong Tong entered the 3rd grade directly. Her homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhu Yu, was a kind-looking middle-aged woman whose face bore gentle wrinkles when she smiled. "Hello, little Su Miaodong." "Hello, Ms. Zhu." Having taught for many years, Ms. Zhu had never encountered a girl as beautiful as Tong Tong, who resembled a star from television. "Are you the younger sister of an older student?" she asked, retrieving the school badge from her drawer and kneeling to pin it on Tong Tong's chest. "Ms. Lin has informed me about you, so rest assured." Tong Tong shook her backpack and gently touched the badge with her finger. "Ms. Zhu, have all the summer assignments been collected?" At that moment, a little boy entered the office, carrying a stack of homework. He curiously observed Tong Tong, who stood beside the desk. "She is Su Miaodong," Ms. Zhu smiled, introducing her. "She will be joining our class." Tong Tong waved her fair little hand and said, "Hello." The boy, taken aback by her princess-like beauty, instinctively stepped back, his face gradually reddening. He placed the summer assignments on the desk and quickly dashed away. Tong Tong, feeling a bit wronged, asked, "Does that little boy not like me?" "It's not that he doesn't like you," Ms. Zhu chuckled. "He is probably just a bit shy." Such occurrences were anticipated by Su Yin and Wen Ning. Their little girl was growing taller and more beautiful each day. At present, it was manageable, but when she entered her teenage years, her popularity might very well surpass that of Wen Ning during her school days. Ms. Zhu took out a few worksheets. "Tong Tong, would you like to solve some problems?" She needed to assess the little girl's current level to teach her more effectively later. Tong Tong, undeterred, diligently leaned over the desk to work on the problems. "You're quite impressive." Ms. Zhu marveled as she observed Tong Tong. "May I ask where you attended school previously?" Not only did Tong Tong write neatly and fluently, but her handwriting was also quite beautiful. For a child of her age, she was truly exceptional, undoubtedly the product of a well-rounded education and excellent upbringing. At the primary school in Jiacheng, when Ning replied, her heart swelling with joy at the praise for her daughter. "Tong Tong has always been very bright and learns quickly." "Indeed, it shows," Ms. Zhu agreed, smiling. "Moreover, Tong Tong has a wonderful disposition, optimistic and cheerful. I believe no teacher would hesitate to teach her." Once the formalities were nearly completed, Ms. Zhu led a few individuals to the classroom. "Ms. Zhu, we'd like to speak with Tong Tong a little longer." "All right. Call for me when you're finished," Ms. Zhu replied with a smile, stepping into the classroom to calm the rowdy children. Tong Tong. Wen Ning half squatted and took out the rabbit doll that had accompanied her for a long time, attaching it to her daughter's backpack. "This was given to me by Grandma on my first day of school. Now, I'm passing it on to you. Take care of it just as you would your father and me." "Okay." Tong Tong hugged her backpack tightly. "Mommy and Daddy, I want a hug." The couple embraced their daughter and planted kisses on her cheeks. They then watched as Tong Tong giggled and ran into the classroom, led by Miss Zhu to stand on the podium. Faced with so many people, she showed no signs of stage fright. Her eyes arched like crescent moons, and her voice was sweet and soft as she introduced herself. The rabbit doll swayed adorably from her backpack, radiating innocence. Indeed, she had grown. As Wen Ning stood outside the classroom, she couldn't help but reminisce about her own childhood. Tong Tong was more outgoing and had a better temperament than she did. In terms of emotional and intellectual intelligence, she seemed to have perfectly inherited Su Yin's traits. It was hard for anyone who met Tong Tong not to like her. Su Yin casually remarked, his gaze subtly scrutinizing the little boys in the classroom. "What is the matter? Let me see." You raised an eyebrow. "Who dares to take an interest in my little girl?" After a moment, he suddenly pointed to the back row. That little rascal just turned red. Wen Ning stifled a laugh. Soon, Tong Tong would be turning 9. She scrolled through the album on her phone, which documented her daughter's growth since she had come into their lives, clearly showcasing Tong Tong's transformation. Indeed, it was time to grant her some space of her own. "Will what you said this morning still hold?" Su Yin turned to her. "Are we really going to let Tong Tong sleep alone?" Wen Ning felt a twinge of guilt, her ears turning slightly red. "Even if we don't move now, it will eventually happen. In truth, it couldn't be delayed for much longer." After visiting her grandparents during the National Day holiday, it felt as if they had truly settled down. Although it was overly formal, it might still take years before they actually married, especially since they were only in their first year of college. However, Wen Ning felt a shift in her identity, evolving from a girlfriend to someone more intimately connected to Su Yin. "If you think it'll be too sudden," Su Yin gently pinched her cheek, "we can start by sharing a room, just like last time. I can sleep on the floor." He was aware that Wen Ning had always struggled with sleep quality. They truly needed to take things step by step. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. This girl was determined to nurture their relationship earnestly, and Su Yin was more than willing to accompany her on that journey. Wen Ning nervously licked her lips. She genuinely appreciated Su Yin's affectionate gestures, even if they were not as intimate as hugs or kisses. Yet, these small, endearing actions brought her immense joy. As autumn approached, Wen Ning awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear. "After a while, the weather will cool down, and I want to be able to sleep on the floor." Su Yin observed her for a moment before narrowing his eyes in a smile. Feeling as though he was laughing at her, Wen Ning playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "Besides, my sleeping posture isn't very good," she admitted, her voice soft. Due to a lack of security in her childhood, she had a tendency to curl up while sleeping. She was easily disturbed by minor noises and often woke up feeling irritable from insufficient rest. After sharing a bed with Tong Tong for some time, she had experienced slight improvement. This was a minor issue that required gradual adjustment. Tong Tong's sleeping habits were similar. She was not particularly good at sleeping either, often kicking and tossing about. Yet, Yin, you have a remarkably good sleeping posture. At this point, Wen Ning could not help but lick her lips once more. "I have encountered him a few times, quietly, not uttering a single sound, nor moving much. This presents a striking contrast to his usual demeanor. To embrace him while sleeping, it must be incredibly comforting." Chapter 92. Take you to your room. As long as one can settle down, the quality of sleep will improve. Su Yin pinched her cheek, feeling a bit of plumpness. Her skin had become much more hydrated, porcelain-like and delicate. With gradual nurturing, good eating, and restful sleeping, everything would fall into place. Su Yin smiled. "A few years after graduation, let's have a brother or sister for Tong Tong." Wen Ning touched her belly. "I've gained quite a bit recently. When I weighed myself, I was almost 100 pounds. At her height of over 165 meters, a little extra weight was hardly an issue. In fact, she was gradually becoming more like the Wen Ning after marriage." Time was running short, and after parting at the subway station, they quickly returned to their respective schools. Su Yin dropped off his backpack in the dormitory before heading to the training ceremony with his roommates. In the afternoon, formal military training commenced. The first day's activities comprised the rather monotonous basics of formation and standing at attention. The temperature in Hangzhou remained high for the past 2 days, making it quite exhausting. Even Su Yin began to feel the strain after standing for a while, his back drenched in sweat. When the instructor blew the whistle for a break, he promptly sat down under the shade of a tree. "Here, everyone gets a bottle." Xiaozhe approached with 4 bottles of mineral water. "They're all cold. Drink slowly." The other 2 roommates, panting, took theirs and quickly consumed a significant amount. Su Yin, however, waved his hand in refusal. He pulled out his thermos, releasing a puff of steam upon opening it. Xiaozhe leaned in to take a look. "Goji berry and chrysanthemum tea. You've been drinking this since your freshman year?" My wife forbids me from drinking cold beverages. Su Yin took a sip from the lid and continued. She specially prepared this for me this morning. I must finish it today, or she won't be at ease. You. Lin Yuan remarked, you're making me want to fall in love too. If you want a date, just go for it. Xiaozhe shot him a sidelong glance. Our school has plenty of beautiful new students and senior girls. Participate in more campus activities, meet more people, and you will naturally find someone. Activities, right? Lin Yuan suddenly realized, hurriedly pulling out his phone. I haven't checked today's activities yet. Xiaozhe fell silent for a moment. No saving you. By 5 o'clock in the evening, as the temperature gradually dropped, the instructor blew the whistle to dismiss them. Their class instructor was quite strict, and the intensity of the training was considerable. They hardly had any breaks throughout the afternoon. After saying goodbye to his roommates, Su Yin sent a message to Wen Ning. He then returned to his dormitory for a shower before setting off to Jiangda. After an exhausting first day of military training in the sweltering heat, Su Yin was somewhat concerned about her well-being. Upon arrival, he found her waiting downstairs at the dormitory. Wen Ning looked extremely fatigued, her lips slightly pale. As she stood up, she swayed slightly, instinctively furrowing her brow. Are you very tired? Su Yin took her bag. How about I take you home to rest first, and then I'll pick up Tong Gong? Now I realize how exhausting military training can be. Wen Ning managed a dry smile. My calves hurt a lot, and my feet too. After just the first day, she felt she could hardly endure it. The same went for her roommates. As soon as it ended, they returned to their dormitory to lie down without even eating. Let's go. To pick up Tong Tong. Wen Ning clutched his arm, attempting to take a few steps, but her calves throbbed painfully. Jinxiu Era Primary School had already finished classes for a while. Tong Gong was eagerly waiting, and upon seeing her parents, she bounced over with her backpack. Then she paused. Mom. What's wrong? Today's military training. I'm a bit tired. Wen Ning forced a smile. Did you have fun at school today? Did you make any new friends? Tong Tong obediently gripped her backpack straps. I had fun. The other kids welcomed me. Let us head home. Su Yin picked up Tong Tong's backpack and led the mother and daughter back home. Once home, Wen Ning still seemed somewhat listless. Tong Tong, concerned, approached and gently massaged her calves. Is it hurting here? A little, but I'm fine. Wen Ning sat on the sofa for a while. Then suddenly remembered. I'll go make dinner. I'll do it. Su Yin placed a cup of warm water in front of her. You rest today. Yin. Aren't you tired? I'm all right. Su Yin hastily prepared a few simple dishes, joined them for dinner, and then washed the dishes. By the time he finished, it was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening. When he walked out of the kitchen, Wen Ning had already curled up on the sofa, asleep. Her head tilted to one side, her hair cascading down. After the military training, she seemed genuinely unwell, even frowning slightly in her slumber. Tong Gong was watching television nearby but had turned down the volume completely. Occasionally, she glanced over at her mother with concern. Sure. Tong Gong raised her finger. Don't wake mommy. Su Yin nodded, sitting quietly on the sofa. After watching television with his daughter for a while, he checked the time, then went to the bathroom to fill a basin with warm water, testing the temperature with his hand. Ning, let us soak your feet. Su Yin bent down and gently squeezed her arm. It'll feel better when you sleep tonight. Wen Ning, caught between sleep and wakefulness, stirred slightly and groggily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Su Yin, she instinctively reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. I'm so tired. My legs hurt so much. Wen Ning murmured weakly, I don't want to move at all. Can I touch your feet? I'm a bit ticklish. Wen Ning mumbled a response, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She didn't reply, and Su Yin had no choice but to help her slip off her slippers and examine her soles. Fortunately, there were no blisters. It was likely due to standing at attention for too long in the scorching sun, causing her entire body to feel unwell. Su Yin soaked her feet in the warm water and wiped them clean with a towel. Shall I massage your soles and stretch your legs? Su Yin hesitated. Otherwise, you might be sore when you wake up tomorrow. In the past, after playing basketball for too long with Chen Hao, he would also feel sore legs when he returned home. Lin Hui always helped him with foot massages and leg stretches. While it might not have a significant effect, it did help relax the muscles in his legs. Wen Ning was ticklish and would occasionally tighten her body instinctively. However, whether it was psychological or not, she did feel the soreness diminish considerably. On Su Yan's side, he was reluctant to describe this sensation. This was his first time touching his wife's feet. He could only say that, in every aspect, Wen Ning was indeed a natural beauty. All right, let us head to the bedroom to sleep. Once he felt it was enough, Su Yin picked up her slippers. I'll turn off your alarm for you. Sleep in tomorrow morning. I'll get breakfast for you and Tong Tong. At this moment, Wen Ning felt considerably more relaxed. Along with that, a wave of drowsiness washed over her amid her fatigue. The high temperatures and sun exposure had truly drained her energy. Wen Ning clung to his neck, not letting go, her entire being languid and soft. I still don't want to move. Yin, carry me. Tong Tong couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Mom, you're such a spoiled one too? Tong Tong, go take a shower, then come back to your room. Su Yin gently advised. Today, accompany your mother to rest early, and do not disturb her at night. All right, Tong Tong will certainly be good. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning slightly opened her eyes. How could that be possible? She murmured softly. Tong Tong can be quite mischievous while sleeping, always kicking me at night, and stealing my blanket. Mom. Tong Tong immediately pouted. Her sleeping posture is indeed a bit unruly, mainly because her room has been spacious since childhood, allowing her to bounce around and roll on the bed. With that, Wen Ning buried her face in his neck, sleepiness lacing her words as she murmured. It feels so comfortable to hold like this. So, will Tong Tong sleep with me tonight? Su Yin couldn't help but laugh. You should rest well. But I don't want to sleep alone. Then sleep with Tong Tong. Su Yin, feeling helpless, noticed her slightly pale lips and felt a pang of concern, thus indulging her rare whim. So, do you intend to hold me like this all night? Then you. Wen Ning leisurely lifted her lashes, tightening her grip around his neck. You could carry me to your room. Chapter 93. Leave one for me too. The following morning, Wen Ning slowly awakened. As she opened her eyes, she sluggishly surveyed her surroundings. The room was tranquil, the air conditioning operating in sleep mode with a low hum, while outside, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. She wore a somewhat dazed expression, taking a while to recollect the events of the previous day. The military training at Jiang University was quite rigorous, and the instructors treated male and female students equally. There was no preferential treatment allowing female students to train in the shade. The intensity was indeed taxing for her. Even now, her legs felt slightly sore, and she lacked energy. After a moment, she became aware of a warm hand resting on her waist. Turning her head, she found Su Yin's sleeping face. His eyes closed and his breathing steady. A sudden realization washed over her, causing her back to stiffen and her cheeks to flush. Indeed, she had cunningly usurped Tong Tong's sleeping space under the pretense of fatigue from military training. It was still early, and Su Yin slept soundly, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Cautiously, Wen Ning licked her lips and reached out to caress his face. She knew that when he was asleep, he was entirely different from his usual self, calm and obedient. This was undoubtedly influenced by the nurturing environment he had been raised in. Spoiled by Lin Hui, he could sleep soundly and securely at any time. Noticing the movement, Su Yin slowly opened his eyes, appearing slightly dazed. After a moment, he spotted Wen Ning, wide awake in his embrace. Is it morning already? He murmured, groping for his phone on the bedside. It was 5:40 in the morning. Su Yin paused, turning off the phone and tossing it beneath the pillow before lying back down, yawning sleepily. He then wrapped his arms around Wen Ning, inhaling the faint scent of her body wash from her neck. Let us sleep a little longer. Such an intimate gesture caused Wen Ning's body to tense momentarily. She wanted to inquire about the time, but her gaze inadvertently fixed on a reddish mark on Su Yin's neck, not far from his collarbone, which appeared quite fresh. What is this? She asked, her brow furrowed. Did you get hurt during military training yesterday? Su Yin half opened his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering. Did you dream last night? Seems like it. Wen Ning recalled, realizing she had dreamt of her mother. It had been so long since she had dreamt of her, to the point where she had begun to forget the hope of seeing her again in dreams. Yet last night, she had dreamt of her mother taking her to an amusement park and buying her many delicious treats. Wen Ning's eyes sparkled, her naturally vibrant gaze appearing exceptionally soft. The specifics are a bit fuzzy, but I remember my mother was very happy, extraordinarily so. She had dreamed of her mother, and upon waking, she found Su Yin beside her. No wonder she felt so cheerful this morning, despite the lingering soreness in her body, as she was not prone to irritability. What did you eat? Cotton candy, candied hawthorn, strawberries. So how did this mark happen? Su Yin glanced at her cheerful demeanor, his tone tinged with mild exasperation. You were half asleep last night, clinging to my neck and kissing me for quite some time. What? Wen Ning's brow twitched. I don't remember that. Is that even possible? She added, and you say Tong Tong is restless when she sleeps? You seem no better. Su Yin tightened his embrace, his expression weary. I mean, you look so sweet and docile when awake, yet when you're sleepy, you become unreasonable, insisting I carry you to my room. Wen Ning bit her lip, hesitating. I must have done that in front of you. What about Tong Tong? Don't worry, she was quite happy. She thinks parents should sleep in the same room for their relationship to flourish, just like we do at our age. However, this was the first time Tong Tong had slept alone since she arrived. Last night, Su Yin had accompanied Tong Tong until she fell asleep before returning. Let us discuss this later. I need to sleep a bit more. I'm so tired. Wen Ning gazed at his neck, taking her time to curl her legs and dive back under the covers, burying her head in his embrace. She truly enjoyed being held by him, finding herself accustomed to it more swiftly than she had anticipated. Gradually, drowsiness enveloped her once again, and she closed her eyes. Time passed, and in a state of drowsy consciousness, Wen Ning sensed a rustling beside her. Su Yin kissed her cheek before changing clothes and leaving the room. Once he prepared breakfast, he went to wake the mother and daughter. While washing up in the bathroom, Wen Ning couldn't help but stare at his neck, her ears tinged with a hint of red. Do you want to cover that up when you go out? Not necessary, Su Yin replied slowly after washing his face. What is there to cover? But what if others see and ask how it happened? Just tell them it was from my wife's kisses. Su Yin tilted his head, regarding her with a sly smile. Afraid to admit it? Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed, reaching out to cover his mouth. Don't say that. She rummaged through drawers for a band-aid, contemplating putting it on him. That would make it even more obvious. Su Yin examined the red mark in the mirror. Do you think others won't notice? What should we do then? It's not something to be ashamed of. Su Yin cleaned the used towel and hung it back up. When I was bored in class as a child, I often played with my own arms. Really? Wen Ning hesitated. Doesn't that hurt? It looks quite painful. Su Yin paused, slightly taken aback. It doesn't hurt at all. Not everyone enjoys this sort of thing. It carries some risk, though the probability is quite low. Personally, I don't mind it at all. I felt completely at ease, especially when you kissed me tightly around the neck. Wen Ning reached out to touch his neck, her expression uncertain. But it's not good. Others will definitely laugh at you. Let them laugh. They don't have a wife, Su Yin said nonchalantly. If you want, feel free to mark me every day. I actually quite like it. Is there a purpose to this? Listening to his words, Wen Ning paused, contemplating for a long moment before touching her own smooth, fair neck. She then glanced back at Tong Tong, who was seated at the dining table. After a while, she suddenly felt a bit sheepish and quietly went to close the bathroom door. What is the matter? I want one too that way. No one will keep asking me for my WeChat. Chapter 94. The little girl I watched grow up. How did you get that on your neck? At around 8 in the morning, while waiting for military training to commence on the playground, Qinwan noticed the marks on Wen Ning's neck. Her fair skin made the small red patch quite noticeable against her green military uniform. Qinwan was puzzled. Did you get sunburned yesterday? Wen Ning's lips moved slightly as she whispered, She felt a bit shy and couldn't bring herself to casually admit, like Su Yin did, that it was her boyfriend who had caused it. Shen Siyu quickly grasped the situation. How sweet. What? Qinwan's expression changed gradually. Ning, did he hit you? Wen Ning. Shen Siyu sighed and leaned closer to whisper something into her ear. Eh? How could that be a kiss? Qinwan suddenly realized, covering her mouth in shock. Her face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hand. The meat buns from the second cafeteria are really delicious, Wan Wenjing said. Munching on her bag of buns, her voice muffled. Ning, do you want some? She couldn't quite comprehend what they were discussing. No, thank you. Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. I had breakfast with a Yin and Tong Tong this morning. You all come to college and still bring kids every day. Shen Siyu teased, pinching her chin. Are you trying to adapt to married life in advance? It was evident that they had become quite adept at taking care of children, giving Shen Siyu the illusion that the two had been married for quite some time and had a lovely daughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Hao, who had already begun military training, took advantage of the lunch break to call an old friend he hadn't seen in a while. Let's take your lady out for dinner tonight. Forget it. On the other end, Su Yin hesitated before declining. With military training lately, I really don't have much energy. If that's the case, I can go find you and you. Let's wait until military training is over. I still need to take her back to my hometown. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. Now that you have a girlfriend, is this how you treat your brothers? Have you forgotten who was the first to take you back to meet your grandparents? Get lost. Su Yin scoffed. How are you and you doing? Still basking in the sun every day, right? Not much fun. Chen Hao sighed, but the Chinese department has been quite busy lately with military training and assigned readings. I feel somewhat neglected, like an empty nester. After chatting a bit longer, Chen Hao hung up and pulled up Li Yuyu's number from his contacts. Hello? To his surprise, a strange girl's voice came through the line. Who are you? I'm Yuyu's roommate, the girl explained. She felt unwell during military training and is now in the infirmary. Her phone is with me. Heat stroke? Shinhao was taken aback. Why didn't she tell me? The girl hesitated. Ah, you're Yu-Yu's childhood friend, right? She said she didn't want you to know. What? Shinhao's voice carried a hint of absurdity. I'm coming over now. After hanging up, he rushed towards the school infirmary. In the sweltering heat, the small room was crowded with several freshmen clad in green military uniforms. In a corner, Li Yu sat on a chair, her complexion pale. Strands of hair clinging to her damp face, with an four drip in her arm. A boy, presumably her classmate, stood nearby, appearing quite concerned. Shinhao paused momentarily before striding over. What brings you here? Li Yu's expression shifted slightly. It felt a bit embarrassing to be sent to the infirmary just 2 days into military training. Are you Yu's childhood friend? The boy inquired, looking him over curiously. Shinhao's features were striking, with deep-set double eyelids, undeniably handsome. I'm Yu's class monitor. I just brought her here, he replied. Thanks for your help. Shinhao said with a smile. The boy only offered a polite smile in return and said nothing further. Yu, if you're still feeling unwell, just message me on WeChat, he suggested, adjusting his glasses. I'll talk to the counselor and the instructor to get you excused. You can rest in the dorm this afternoon. Li Yu shook her head. No need. I'll attend on time. The boy smiled again, but showed no intention of leaving. Are you two childhood sweethearts? Yes. We've grown up together, Li Yu replied. How enviable. So, are you dating now? Li Yu hesitated, blurting out. No. The boy's brow relaxed. Seemingly relieved. That makes sense. If you were childhood sweethearts, you would have liked each other long ago. After advising her a couple more times, he finally left the infirmary. Who was that boy? Shinhao sat down and asked slowly. He seemed quite concerned about you. I already told you, our class monitor. Li Yu frowned. He was just instructed by the teacher to bring me over. Nothing more. Shinhao acknowledged her with a sound, pouring some warm water from a nearby kettle, unusually quiet. Speaking of which, they had indeed known each other for a long time as childhood friends. He watched her transform from a scruffy little girl to a bookworm with thick glasses in high school, and now into a young lady who was slowly learning to take care of her appearance. The boy's comment, if you liked each other, you would have liked each other long ago, lingered in his mind. How many beautiful senior girls have you added on WeChat lately? Li Yu took the cup from him. A look of disdain on her face. Let me see. I haven't added any. I've been busy, Shinhao chuckled, adjusting the four drip more slowly. Are your hands cold? Should I find a hand warmer from the nurse? Not cold. It's the middle of summer, she replied. Okay. Shinhao smiled and sat beside her. Since her phone was with her roommate, Li Yu felt a bit drowsy and yawned several times. 20 minutes later, she called the nurse to remove the needle. But upon standing, she swayed slightly. Still not feeling well? A bit dizzy. Don't go this afternoon. Take a leave and rest in the dorm, Shinhao suggested, glancing at the blazing sun outside. Want me to carry you? Standing at over 6 feet tall, he could easily carry the petite Li Yu. They often did such things when they were younger. However, as Yu grew older and became more reserved, she was less inclined to let him carry her. No. Li Yu scrunched her nose. You just finished military training and are all sweaty. Shinhao couldn't help but laugh. On the way back after dropping Li Yu off, he occasionally glanced at his childhood friend, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Yu, does that boy seem to have a crush on you? Li Yu looked startled. What nonsense. If you ever want a date, make sure to tell me, Shinhao said thoughtfully. I'll help you screen them. They need to be better than me in every way. Li Yu seemed to sense something, turning her head to look at him. What's up with you lately? Why are you saying such things? It's just. Shinhao chuckled softly. The little girl I watched grow up. I can't just casually hand her over to someone else. It's not that I'm unwilling, but rather that I'm not at ease. Li Yu was taken aback, remaining silent for a long time. After a lengthy pause, her face suddenly flushed, as if she wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. After a considerable time, she finally turned her head, her tone exceedingly stiff. All right, if I ever wish to pursue a romantic relationship, you shall be the first to know. Chapter 95, preparing in advance. The military training for the new students lasted a full 2 weeks. Although the intensity was high, Wen Ning gradually adapted to it. Each day remained exhausting, yet her condition improved significantly compared to the beginning. Moreover, she felt a quiet joy in her heart. After all, returning home each night meant being comfortably nestled with Su Yin, not wanting to move an inch. On the final day of military training, however, Wen Ning felt a subtle pang of disappointment. Just as she was about to pack her belongings to head home, Su Yin called. Her roommate suggested a gathering that evening. Su Yin inquired, would you like to join? If not, I'll just go back and eat with you all. That wouldn't be appropriate, Wen Ning pondered. recalling that Su Yin hadn't attended the last gathering with her roommates. Su Yin, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Ultimately, it's more important for you two to be together." "It's fine. Go ahead." When Ning smiled, "It would be nice to meet your roommates." "Yes," Su Yin chuckled. "I'll come to pick you and Tong Tong up." And let them order. After hanging up, when Ning returned to her dormitory, took a shower, changed her clothes, and then waited downstairs. The two of them picked up their daughter before boarding the subway. With just a few more days of classes, the National Day holiday would commence. Su Yin held his phone. "I've purchased the tickets in advance for all of you. We can head back home directly." When Ning nervously clutched his arm. "Should we bring something? What did Grandpa and Grandma like?" Su Yin mentioned that his grandfather was a teacher from an earlier era, characterized by a stern and rigid demeanor. This was also why the values instilled in his students were quite traditional in certain respects. "My grandfather enjoys drinking," Su Yin noted, shaking his head, "but we don't allow him to. He secretly hides a bit for himself." When Ning hesitated, "Then Su Yin contemplated. "How about you buy a box of Wangzhe milk?" "Meeting my grandfather for the first time with a box of Wangzhe milk." When Ning murmured softly, "Want to you chase me away?" Su Yin laughed lightly, reaching out to pat their daughter's head. For him, this opportunity for Grandma to meet Tong Tong and Wen Ning held a unique significance. The gathering took place at a barbecue restaurant near Hangzhou Electronic University. The other three had already arrived and were seated at a table, ordering. Wen Ning politely nodded and sat down with Tong Tong beside her. Xiaozhe pushed the menu over. "We've ordered. Do you want to add anything?" Su Yin casually handed the menu to Wen Ning and helped wash the utensils with hot water. He observed the two sitting nearby, who were lowering their heads, with curiosity. "Why are you two so nervous?" "It's nothing. We said we'd bring our girlfriends along," Xiaozhe remarked. "But you've brought the campus beauty from Jiang University?" Xiaozhe seemed quite natural about it. "Yanzi, do you drink?" Su Yin instinctively glanced at the side. Wen Ning nodded softly. "It's all right. I'll take you home later." Xiaozhe responded, still claiming you're not afraid of your wife. With Wen Ning and Tong Tong present, the atmosphere felt a bit restrained, and the group hesitated to speak freely. In this regard, it seemed that the boys were a bit different from the girls. Wen Ning's roommates were quite natural and enthusiastic upon meeting Su Yin, especially Lin Yuan and the chubby one, who appeared rather shy. It was only after they had consumed a bit of alcohol that their conversation became more animated. Yet they still primarily spoke to Su Yin, not daring to engage with Wen Ning. Perhaps it was because she was simply too beautiful, or maybe for other reasons. They felt a subtle pressure when she sat quietly. "There is no need to be that scared," Su Yin said, somewhat exasperated. "Her temperament is quite good. Just let it be." Xiaozhe, raising his glass, curiously asked, "Your girlfriend is the campus beauty from Jiang University. It's normal for her to be shy." When Ning paused, "Campus beauty?" At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. He pondered seriously. "The campus beauty from Jiang University is from the art department, named Ransinyu." As an avid surfer, he remembered such details clearly. Su Yin leaned back in his chair, snorting derisively. "That was because Ning didn't come to Jiang University last year." Xiaozhe gave a thumbs up. "What happened to your neck?" Su Yin instinctively started to reply, "Wife's kiss." When Ning's face flushed crimson as she forcefully pinched him under the table. "Don't say that." As they finished their meal, Su Yin stood to settle the bill. After exchanging goodbyes with the roommates, they hurried back to the school under the night sky. "They seem a bit reluctant to talk to me," Wen Ning said, holding Tong Tong, feeling somewhat awkward. "Should I not have come?" "It's just like that." Su Yin knelt down to fix Tong Tong's hair. "If they brought their girlfriends, I probably wouldn't speak to her either." On their way back, Su Yin received a call from Lin Hui. Since there were no outsiders around, he switched the call to speakerphone. "Little devil, have you bought the tickets?" Her voice was as boisterous as ever. "Don't end up not being able to return. It's my granddaughter's birthday." Su Yin casually replied, "Don't worry." "And how are you and Xiao Ning doing lately?" Lin Hui suddenly changed the subject. "You're not still sleeping in separate rooms, are you?" Su Yin paused, turning his head. Wen Ning blinked, her ears turning red, and remained silent. "Sometimes we sleep together." Su Yin hesitated. "Why are you suddenly concerned about this?" Lin Hui hesitated. "Is Xiao Ning next to you?" "Don't let her hear what I'm about to say." Su Yin's gaze lingered on the speakerphone button before looking at the pouting Wen Ning and the curious Tong Tong. "Just say what you need to." Su Yin replied with a hint of annoyance. "Do I have to hide this from her?" Lin Hui paused momentarily. "When you sleep together, besides kissing and hugging, do you do other things?" "No." Soon after, Lin Hui sent a link via WeChat. "This is very useful, and they're having a promotion. Buy some to stock up." Su Yin clicked on it to take a look and immediately wanted to exit. However, Wen Ning, curious, leaned over to see the screen. Upon reading the product name, her face flushed instantly, staring blankly at the advertisement. "Little devil, why are you silent?" Lin Hui chimed in. "Don't end up with a child in college, understood?" Suyin handed the phone to Wen Ning. "You can tell her directly." On the other end, Lin Hui fell silent immediately. Mama." Wen Ning held the phone, her voice stammering. "Good evening." "Ah, good evening, Xiao Ning." Lin Hui seemed to feel quite awkward, not saying anything for a while. After a moment, she thought it necessary to clarify. Xiao Ning, I was serious earlier, don't ignore my advice." Lin Hui spoke earnestly. When a relationship reaches a certain level, those things happen naturally. You might feel shy now, but you'll understand later. As a mother, she felt it was her duty to impart this wisdom. "When your father and I were dating," Lin Hui recounted boldly, "he initially said he would only hold me while we slept, yet that wasn't the case. He ran several streets at midnight to get something. What if, by that time, their feelings deepen and they can no longer restrain themselves? Who knows what might transpire? Father, what is Grandma saying? You will understand when you grow up, Tong Tong." Suyin reached out to cover his daughter's ears. "You should either separate rooms," Lin Hui continued. "Otherwise, I truly worry about you two young ones sleeping together every day. Even if it is not needed for the time being, one must be prepared." This statement holds truth. It is indeed somewhat awkward to discuss such matters with a daughter-in-law, but with Xiaoning's mother absent, it falls upon her. Despite the notion that both children are dear to her, Xiaoning is still in university. Lin Hui felt justified in her actions. Of course, she also wished for her little devil to find a partner soon. "Never mind, it is of no consequence. Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember." When Ning glanced at the link, feeling somewhat clumsy as she had little experience with such matters. "Bing, are you even listening?" Lin Hui called out to her son, her tone becoming more serious. "You both are in university. Do not act recklessly, understand? Recklessness is not an issue, but one must ensure protection. It is not only about safeguarding Xiaoning, but also about protecting Su Yan." After giving her admonishments to the two, she ended the call. When Ning lowered her head, locking her phone screen and returning it to Su Yan's hand, her cheeks still flushed. Su Yan observed her and, understanding her shy nature, placed the phone back in his pocket, opting to bypass the topic. After a considerable pause, when Ning tugged at his sleeve and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Since she began dating Su Yan, this had seemingly become her habitual gesture. "Yan," she murmured softly, her warm breath brushing against Su Yan's face. "Mom just said I must take good care of myself." Su Yan felt a slight tickle. "So, do you intend to sleep in a separate room?" When Ning pinched his earlobe, her gaze cast downward, barely audible, to reassure Mom. "Please buy it in advance and keep it on the bedside table." Chapter 97. The fiancé. In this regard, one might have gathered some insights online, yet encountering it in reality is a different experience altogether. Both individuals are rather inexperienced, but the prospect of learning together can genuinely enhance the bond between them as a couple. Upon returning home, Wen Ning first accompanied Tong Tong in completing her homework. Tong Tong is exceptionally intelligent, much like her mother, a diligent student who brings ease to every endeavor. After finishing these tasks, she returned to the sofa, comfortably nestling beside Su Yin to enjoy the cool air of the air conditioning. Tong Tong lay nearby, watching cartoons and occasionally bursting into delightful laughter. Su Yin, while gently massaging his fiancée's calves, perused a link sent by Lin Hui. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Ning mustered her courage to lean over for a closer look, observing her intent expression as she almost pressed her face against the screen. Su Yin found it rather amusing. This, she pointed towards the screen. Our middle school teacher introduced this, but didn't he explain how to use it? Wen Ning, are you a robot? Su Yin teased, stroking her cheek. Fill it with water and toss it from upstairs. It should be quite entertaining. Wen Ning playfully twisted his arm. I didn't ask you that. Su Yin chuckled and, after inputting the address, placed the order. In this domain, he was quite accommodating to her wishes, making Wen Ning the more proactive partner. Despite her shyness, she was eager to learn and engage in activities